After Xia Wan sutured the extensor digitorum muscle tendon, Wu Jian checked it himself. He was a bit worried that Xia Wan finished sewing so quickly and that the tendon might not be properly aligned. But upon inspection, he was surprised. The two ends had already been joined into a complete tendon, fitting perfectly. Good, keep going. Wu Jian thought he had really found a treasure. Next year, he could start teaching students directly. He even considered persuading Xia Wan to continue learning under him next year. Suturing tendons doesn't require many stitches, but each stitch must be precisely placed, which is very challenging. In Wu Jian's opinion, the tendon Xia Wan just stitched already showed skills above intermediate level, only slightly below his own. After finishing all the tendon sutures, Xia Wan carefully observed Wu Jian's suturing blood vessels and nerves. Suturing blood vessels and nerves is even more difficult. Especially with the basic equipment available now, all procedures must be done under a microscope. This tests both eyesight and endurance. Wu Jian's hands moved swiftly with the needle holder, like magic, captivating Xia Wan. Remember, when suturing blood vessels, first sew a few stitches around the soft tissue and skin of the vein to protect the vessel from drying out or damage. That's my personal experience, take note. Wu Jian continued to teach while suturing. The replantation of a severed finger took nearly 3 hours. In the end, Xia Wan completed the skin suturing. The patient's finger had regained its color, and Wu Jian asked the patient to try bending and stretching the finger. Because of local anesthesia, the patient remained fully conscious throughout. He bent his finger, felt only pain but responded. When he straightened it, there was no problem. Wu Jian confirmed the surgery was very successful. Once fully healed, the finger's function could recover to over 80%. This was considered quite successful for finger replantation surgeries at that time. After the nurse took the patient away, Wu Jian stretched and said, "I need to rest for a bit. You can cover the night shift for me." Xia Wan quickly agreed and left the operating room. Wu Jian, trusting Xia Wan to help him watch over the night shift, showed he completely trusted him. If there were any difficult patients, Xia Wan would wake him up. There weren't many patients during the second half of the night. The nurses were all dozing at their desks. Only Xia Wan was still reflecting on the recent surgery. She knew how important Wu Jian's teachings were. In the military, injuries like severed fingers or arms were common, and she might encounter such cases often in the future. Since there were no patients, Xia Wan secretly found a quiet spot and slipped into the storage room. She originally wanted to continue practicing with the cow leg she had tested hundreds of times. But just then, her brother Xie woke up and started complaining to her. "This raw, bloody cow leg, how long are you planning to keep it inside? Do you know that I, the old person, sleep every day with the smell of blood in my nose?" This cow leg came from a cow at the ranch that had a fight. One was badly injured and was cut open by Xia Wan. Because the space can keep things fresh, Xia Wan kept using the cow's body to practice. She even moved the cow leg into the room with the lottery machine. In the room, she set up a temporary operating table for herself. Xie complaints made Xia Wan annoyed. "This is just the space feature given by your ancestor, and it's not very useful. You have so many tricks, but they're all old-fashioned stuff. At least give me some modern tools. If you set up a real operating room or a medical system, I'd call you Grandpa every day and help you earn gold bars or build up bad feelings, whatever." Xie was unhappy and cursed. "My old folks don't understand those things. But if you have the ability to open that house." He suddenly stopped, as if afraid he might say too much. Xia Wan also sensed something was wrong. "That house. Are you talking about the wall at the ranch? Is it a house? What's inside?" Xie pretended to be clueless. I don't know anything." No matter how much Xia Wan asked, Xie refused to say more. This made Xia Wan even more curious. Last time, when the space was upgraded, she only had one bracelet that looked like it was only half upgraded. Recently, Xia Wan was busy and didn't have time to find the other bracelet. Summer vacation was coming soon, and she was determined to find the other half. She didn't dare stay too long in the space. Although she could hear outside sounds inside, She was still afraid of being caught. She cut a piece of beef shank, brought it back to her office, covered it with oil paper, and reviewed the sewing techniques for blood vessels and nerves that Wu Jian had just demonstrated. Near dawn, she put the beef back into the space. Xiaowen used to stay up all night practicing, which wasn't a big problem. But now she was busy and often stayed up late, so she naturally got tired. Wu Jian got up at 6 to change shifts, and Xiaowen went to rest. She returned to her dorm, slept for an hour, then got up quickly to attend class. During class, she often dozed off. Many doctors at the affiliated hospital had teaching duties at school. Today, the lecturer was Zhou Aimin. Zhou Aimin taught diagnostics, a rather difficult subject. Seeing Xiaowen sleeping on the desk, Zhou Aimin looked disgusted and thought, she might as well wait another year. The final exams are coming soon. This Xiaowen will definitely fail every subject. It's better to just kick her out now. Xiaowen didn't know that passing her diagnostics class would be almost impossible. Other subjects weren't under Zhou Aimin's control, but he was sure she wouldn't pass those either. Sitting next to Xiaowen, Chun Qian noticed Zhou Aimin glaring fiercely at her. Quickly, she kicked Xiaowen under the table. Startled, Xiaowen looked up and saw Zhou Aimin's disapproving gaze. She immediately pretended to be innocent, squinting her eyes and giving Zhou Aimin a pleading smile. For the first time, Zhou Aimin asked Xiaowen, can you tell me the key points for diagnosing appendicitis? Xiaowen was stunned and stood up confused. It had been 3 months. Besides the first day, when Zhou Aimin said he wasn't her teacher, he hadn't spoken to her at all. Could it be that the sun was rising in the west? Maybe Zhou Aimin was moved by her sincerity and finally willing to teach her? Xiaowen felt a little excited. Seeing her standing there happily, not speaking for a long time, Zhou Aimin grew angrier. The question he asked was quite simple. He just wanted everyone to see how unmotivated Xiaowen was as a trainee. When she was eventually dismissed, she wouldn't cause trouble for the school. You can't answer this? You're always sleeping in class. Do you know you're wasting the country's resources? Get out. Only then did Xiaowen realize she had been overly hopeful. Zhou Aimin continued to dislike her, as always. She hurriedly said, Teacher Zhou, I know this answer. Recently, summer had arrived, and it was the peak season for appendicitis. The emergency room treated several cases of appendicitis every day. Xiaowen reviewed cases daily and was very familiar with the diagnosis criteria for appendicitis. The common signs of acute appendicitis include persistent pain in the lower right abdomen, usually at McBurney's point, along with nausea, vomiting, fever, and fatigue. After clearly reciting the diagnostic standards, Zhou Aimin's expression didn't improve much, but he didn't tell Xiaowen to leave again. He continued the lesson. Xiaowen stood awkwardly, looking around. All the classmates showed sympathetic looks at her. Some students behind her tugged her white coat, and she sat down naturally. Zhou Aimin saw this and muttered, shameless. This was a way of saying she had a thick skin. Over the past 3 months, Zhou Aimin's impression of Xiaowen was that she was very resilient. No matter how coldly he treated her, she never got angry. She still followed him every day, like an invisible presence. In all these years, Zhou Aimin had never met a student like her. Other students, if he ignored them for 3 days, would cry from his stern looks or come to apologize. But Xiaowen had been here for 3 months and still hadn't asked to change her supervisor. Zhou Aimin was more convinced that she was just here to pass time and didn't care whether she learned anything. The previous question was too simple. Even if she answered correctly, it wouldn't change his opinion of her. In the afternoon during her internship, she happened to encounter a patient with acute appendicitis. Zhou Aimin was preparing for surgery and took Zhang Weigua into the operating room, while Xiaowen was kept outside. She was not upset and instead went back to the office to read. Coincidentally, she met Wu Jian, who teased her, saying, Hey, little sister, old Zhou is in surgery again and kicked you out? Xiaowen gave a bitter smile. Wu Jian waved for her to come over and quietly said, I have an appendicitis surgery soon, right next door in old Zhou's operating room. Do you dare to come in with me? Since the finger replantation surgery last night, Wu Jian had been thinking secretly. He was eager for Zhou Aimin to realize he was secretly teaching Xiaowan. If Zhou Aimin got angry and kicked Xiaowan to him, he would benefit. Although in the industry it's often said that a good teacher produces excellent students, it's never said that talented students boost their teacher's fame. But Wu Jian knew that training an outstanding apprentice could also enhance his reputation. Wu Jian believed he had found a promising surgical talent and didn't want to give up easily. Xiaowan was tempted and asked, "Brother Wu, aren't you afraid Zhou teacher will scold you?" Wu Jian patted his chest and said, "Teaching and nurturing students, what's a little scolding?" Although Xiaowan didn't understand why Wu Jian suddenly became so brave, she didn't want to miss such an opportunity. After all, appendicitis surgeries were rare at night, and learning secretly from Zhou Aimin was not easy. Fortunately, the nurses had all been bought over by Xiaowan, so no one would report to Zhou Aimin. The military school and hospital were much simpler than society. Everyone earned their living based on skill, and there was less scheming. Although Xiaowan had memorized all the key points of appendicitis surgery, the real experience was very different. The first time, Wu Jian didn't let her operate, only assisting by helping with sutures and holding the hemostats. During the procedure, Wu Jian explained everything. It was a standard appendicitis operation with no complications, and Wu Jian finished it in less than 2 hours. Xiaowan learned a lot from this. This time, Zhou Aimin didn't notice anything. With the first experience, there was a second, and later Wu Jian always found reasons to bring Xiaowan along for appendicitis surgeries. Near the end of term exams, Xiaowan was already able to perform appendicitis surgeries independently. The semester was coming to an end, and all her classmates were nervously staying up late studying. Even Zhang Weigua hadn't gone back to his dorm the past 2 days, staying in the office on duty. The dorms had lights out at night, but the office didn't, so everyone was pulling an all-night. At this point, Xiaowan felt a bit more relaxed than the others. She had memorized all 5 written exams, 5 textbooks, and her notes thoroughly. She was more worried about the practical exams. The practical anatomy exam was not too difficult. She felt confident in her ability to separate blood vessels and nerves. However, she was worried about her internship grade. This grade wasn't from a formal test, but was given by her supervisor based on her usual performance. Her supervisor was Zhou Aimin, and she wasn't sure if this stubborn old man would give her a 0. Her worries were justified. Zhou Aimin indeed gave her a 0 and submitted it. When the instructor saw the grade, he was speechless and advised Zhou Aimin, "Director Zhou, isn't this too harsh? Do you mean that after half a semester, she hasn't learned anything?" Zhou Aimin nodded. Yes, she hasn't learned anything. At this time, other departments hadn't started their exams yet. The instructor said if she scores high in other subjects but only gets a low internship score here, it's not her fault. The school might say, "Director Zhou didn't teach her properly."
Où est masturbant replied? Impossible.
A poor student who only sleeps in class can't get high marks. I remember our school has a rule. If more than half of the exams are failed, the student must be dismissed. Lu Qinfeng, I think you should prepare to help her withdraw. Over the past semester, Lu Qinfeng had a good impression of Xiaowan, thinking she was hardworking. He also heard from Chen Qian and others that when Xiaowan first arrived, she stayed up late every night studying and copied notes from previous semesters. Worried about her, Lu Qinfeng decided to talk to the department head. "Director, I think the internship grades shouldn't be based only on the supervisor's scores. Different supervisors have different standards. The scores I collected vary a lot. Some are very high, others very low. I suggest, since there's a week left before the semester ends, we organize a practical exam where all supervisors score together, then take the average. What do you think?" The department head took the grade sheet from Lu Qinfeng and saw scores like 90 and 0, such a big difference. Old Zhou is too strict. A student could bring a hemostat and only get 1 point, but not 0. Lu, I agree with you. I'll ask the hospital to help us organize a practical exam. Lu Qinfeng chuckled happily and praised the director for his wisdom. He couldn't afford to offend Zhou Aimin, so he had to find a roundabout way to help Xiaowan. He just hoped she would do well in the practical exam, or Zhou 0 would be hard to change. When students heard that internship grades would include a practical exam, everyone groaned. Since the upcoming written exam is approaching, everyone feels they don't have enough time each day and can't memorize all the books. Most instructors are understanding and have allowed students to take a break from internships so they can focus on studying. However, when the practical exam arrives, those who are less skilled in their daily practice need to spend extra time practicing. Nobody knows how the practical exam will be conducted, so everyone feels anxious. The most frustrating part is actually the cafeteria. After hearing the news, students rush to the cafeteria to buy pigskin from the chef to practice sewing. Since the cafeteria's pork is used for cooking and pork is scarce these days, there isn't enough pigskin for everyone. Many students try to persuade the chef with sweet words and cute gestures, but only a few manage to buy a piece of pigskin together. Xiaowan remains the calmest. When she heard that the practical exam was added to the internship, she felt secretly happy, like a freed singing her song, walking with a light step. She is confident she will pass the practical test. Sewing is just sewing, after all. Whether it's skin or tendon suturing, Xiaowan considers herself a master. She is slightly less confident about blood vessel and nerve suturing, but she believes she can still pass. Xiaowan has kept her study and life routine almost unchanged, and her face shows no signs of urgency. To Zhou, this seems like proof that Xiaowan is not eager to improve. Zhou feels indifferent about the school's sudden decision to add practical exams to the internship. He thinks it's good to test students and expose those who are pretending to be skilled, saving him the trouble of convincing the school to dismiss such students. Seeing Xiaowan, who has the exam tomorrow, still so calm, he thinks she's quite confident. While others have asked for leave to review with their instructors, she just follows behind Zhou silently, like a shadow, with a very big heart. Yes, even Zhang Weigua asked Zhou for leave to review today. Only Xiaowan is still practicing with Zhou. Zhou is currently treating a patient who has a fishbone stuck in his throat. Usually Zhang Weigua assists him, so he's used to it. When Xiaowan skillfully hands him the instruments, he doesn't notice and takes them smoothly. He also doesn't forget to teach Zhang Weigua, saying, "This fishbone stuck in the throat is no small matter. If not handled properly, it can cause esophageal damage. If the esophageal perforates, it can lead to serious infections in the mediastinum as stomach contents, saliva, and food pass through the tear." As he speaks, Zhou has already removed the fishbone from the patient's esophagus. When he turns around, he sees Xiaowan looking at him with sincere admiration. Only then does Zhou realize that Zhang Weigua is not present today, and he has been teaching her the whole time. Zhou glared at Xiaowan, stood up impatiently, patted his pants, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he turned back and said to Xiaowan, "Organize this patient's medical records." This was the first time Zhou took the initiative to assign Xiaowan a task. Xiaowan cheerfully agreed, "Yes, Teacher Zhou." Zhou snorted coldly, turned around, and left the treatment room. "I wasn't soft-hearted just because that young girl helped out earlier and didn't make any mistakes. I just wanted to see how messy she could make the medical records. This is a good way to find a flaw in her and get rid of her. Yes, I did it to catch her mistake." Zhou firmly believed in his own plan. Starting the next day, exams were held both in the morning and afternoon, lasting 3 days straight. After finishing each exam, Xiaowan felt she did okay. When she finished the last diagnostic exam, Zhang Xiuyu came out of the classroom shouting, "It was too hard. Teacher Zhou's questions are ruthless." Luckily, Zhou, carrying her exam paper, overheard this and turned to glare at Zhang Xiuyu. Zhang Xiuyu immediately stepped back behind Xiaowan. Xiaowan felt annoyed and awkwardly smiled at Zhou. Zhou snorted coldly, took her exam paper, and left. In the afternoon, while grading papers, Zhou found a particularly well-done exam. He was about to give a high score when he turned the paper over and saw the name Xiaowan written in the name box. He was suspicious. How is this possible? He wondered. He looked at the paper again. The answers were indeed excellent. No points were deducted on the earlier questions, and the final case analysis was nearly perfect. If he were to score it, it would be at least 95 points. This can't be. Could the exam paper have been leaked early? School exams are not always strictly controlled. Many are photocopied, and leaks have happened before. Zhou Aimin didn't believe that such a perfect paper could be written by a student he considered poor. Cheating. It must be cheating. This Xia one is not only mediocre, but also has bad conduct. She's like a parasite in the army. Must be expelled. Zhou Aimin's face darkened. He set the paper aside, planning to give it to Lu Qinfin the next day to investigate whether Xia Wan had cheated. The next day was the practical exam. Zhou Aimin took Xia Wan's exam paper to the exam site. Other instructors had arrived, and Lu Qinfin, as the supervisor, was also there to maintain order. Zhou Aimin pulled Lu Qinfin aside, handed him Xia Wan's paper, and said coldly, "This paper has issues. Check if it was leaked early." Lu Qinfin looked at the paper, which had no score written on it. Carefully, he asked Zhou Aimin, "Teacher Zhou, what do you mean? You made this exam yourself, so it's unlikely to have leaked, right?" Zhou Aimin, feeling angry, replied, "I only create the questions. After that, the photocopying and storage could have problems. You need to check those steps." Lu Qinfin thought this was impossible. He knew his own student well. He looked over the exam paper again. Although there was no total score, there were check marks and notes about deductions. Lu Qinfin counted and found only 5 points had been deducted. He understood why Zhou Aimin thought Xia Wan had cheated. That was because the student performed so well. Lu Qinfin kindly reminded Director Zhou, "Is it possible that Xia Wan is just that talented?"
Uema firmly replied, "Impossible."
"I would never be mistaken. She's just a student trying to cheat her way through. Her score was gained through trickery. This is a matter of character, and it must be investigated thoroughly." Seeing Zhou Aimin's insistence, Lu Qinfin had to say, "I'll look into it, but I might not find out the truth. If I can't, after the practical exam, Teacher Zhou can give a test on the spot, and Xia Wan will have to answer face-to-face. That will clear things up." The school's Yuqing branch had few students. This year, there was only one clinical class with 25 students taking the exam. The exam was divided into 3 groups. The first part was suturing. At 8:30, the students in the first group began working under supervision, practicing suturing on models. During the process, 5 instructors scored each student, and the final score was the average of the 5 instructors' marks. After half an hour, that group finished, and a new group came in to continue. Xia Wan and Zhang Weiguo were in the last group. When it was their turn, a teacher named Su joked with Zhou Aimin, Director Zhou, "These 2 are your students. They must be talented students from good teachers." Zhou Aimin frowned and said, "Zhang Weiguo is my student, but the other one doesn't count." Wu Jian had sneaked in unnoticed and overheard Zhou Aimin's words, secretly amused. "Old man, you said Xia Wan isn't your student, huh? Haha, don't argue with me about the credit later." The rules were simple. Students had to complete skin suturing and tendon suturing on models in sequence. Suturing blood vessels and nerves was too difficult for second-year students, so it wasn't part of this semester's exam. The invigilator announced the start, and Xia Wan picked up the needle holder. Currently, surgical techniques in the country are not as advanced as in later times. For skin suturing, everyone still uses traditional methods with little innovation. However, Xia Wan came from the future, and after the 1990s, skin suturing methods made significant progress. Although she was a veterinarian before, those pets are sometimes more valuable than humans. Pet owners cannot accept a valuable dog with a large, ugly scar. Therefore, in later times, the advanced suturing techniques she learned became widespread. When Xia Wan first demonstrated her subcutaneous suturing method to Wu Jian, he was surprised. Not because he didn't know such techniques, he had studied abroad and was familiar with them, but because, in the country, this method was not yet common, and he didn't know where Xia Wan had learned it. As half-siblings, they even discussed and analyzed the pros and cons of this suturing method. They concluded that this technique is difficult, but very suitable for deep wounds and can reduce scarring. Wu Jian was truly surprised that Xia Wan used the subcutaneous suturing method right away. When Zhou Aimin saw it for the first time, he thought Xiaowon had even chosen the wrong needle placement, so he lost interest. However, the other instructors did not hold any prejudice against her. Initially, they thought her technique was a bit strange. A female teacher named Su leaned in to examine closely and realized that Xiaowon was using the subcutaneous suturing method. She became interested and stood by Xiaowon, watching carefully. Xiaowon worked very quickly. Although using the subcutaneous method involves burying the stitches under the skin, which makes the operation more difficult and time-consuming, her speed was no slower than others, even faster. Teacher Su was experienced. Although she didn't know this suturing technique herself, she had seen it in medical journals. No wonder she's a student of old Zhou. She can do subcutaneous suturing so well. Impressive, she thought to herself, praising both Xiaowon and Zhou Aimin. The other instructors, noticing teacher Su paying attention to Xiaowon, also gathered around to watch. One teacher muttered, "Is this the popular subcutaneous suturing method from abroad? I heard it can reduce scars." Teacher Su nodded, and soon everyone was surrounding Xiaowon, observing her work. Why didn't this method become popular in the country? Many doctors considered it superficial and unnecessary. Mainly because, with traditional suturing, it takes about 3 stitches to close a wound, but with this method, only 1 stitch is needed. Mastering this technique takes at least several months. The military is a place where scars are seen as medals of honor, so no one thought it was worth the effort to learn this new method. Someone has become very skilled at this stitching method, and everyone still thinks it's impressive. Xiaowon's movements are incredibly fast. You can almost see the afterimages of the needle holders flying through the air. What nimble hands she has. This young girl is a natural surgeon, one teacher sighed. A surgeon's skillful hands are so important. When Xiaowon finished the required 30 stitches for the exam, teacher Su was the first to grab her work. Beautiful. Teacher Su couldn't help but praise. The other teachers also gave the same compliment. They had thought that with her speed, the quality might suffer, but after seeing the finished work, they could only describe it as beautiful and perfect. Xiaowon was the first to finish the skin stitches, and she had already taken the model for tendon stitching, starting her work there. At this moment, Zhou Aimin also noticed something was off. Why were all these people going to watch Xiaowon stitch? Could it be that her performance was so outstanding that others were just watching her make a mistake? But he had just heard teacher Su praise her as beautiful. Curious, Zhou Aimin couldn't help but walk over. Teacher Su was focused on Xiaowon's stitching and didn't bother to chat with Zhou Aimin, but still complimented him. Director Zhou, a master's student, is truly talented. Were you intentionally hiding your skills? Zhou Aimin was confused. The other teachers also nodded at him. Director Zhou, you're quite the hidden master. Even your students' subcutaneous stitching is so excellent. When did you secretly learn this technique? Zhou Aimin looked puzzled. Subcutaneous stitching? He asked. He did know how to do subcutaneous stitching, but he hadn't taught his students the skill. Everyone thought he was showing off and handed him Xiaowon's work. Isn't this subcutaneous stitching? Zhou Aimin was a bit surprised. He looked at the work carefully and could tell it was done with the subcutaneous stitching method, and it was flawless. Did she do this? He asked, sounding a bit like he already knew the answer. Another senior professor shrugged and patted Zhou Aimin's shoulder, saying, Old Zhou, showing off your student is fine, but knowing when to stop. Your student stitched this herself, and we all saw her do it. Isn't that right? The senior professor thought Zhou Aimin was just bragging. Zhou Aimin pushed aside teacher Su and stepped in front of Xiaowon. At this point, her tendon stitching was halfway done. She was using the Benel method, which is common in this hospital. Tendons are very different from skin. They are made of fiber bundles. Stitching tendons is like weaving fabric, but unlike a torn cloth that can be patched, tendon stitches must be precise and strong. You cannot apply patches, and you should try to minimize the use of foreign objects, as this can cause widespread adhesions. When weaving fabric, the threads become denser, and the cloth becomes stronger. The same applies to tendon suturing. Currently, the popular method is single-strand suturing, with the Benel technique being the most common. Sometimes, Two-strand sutures are used, such as the Kessler or Tsuj techniques, which are classic methods. Wu Jian mentioned that abroad, a four-strand suture method has been developed. Both two-strand and four-strand sutures are known, but Xiaowan has kept her skills hidden. Xiaowan also knows that in the 1990s, a professor named Tang from China created a six-strand internal tendon suture called the Tang method. Unfortunately, she only has a rough idea of it and hasn't mastered the Tang method well, so she didn't show off her skills with it. Instead, she honestly demonstrated the banal figure-8 suture like others. Although the figure-8 suture is basic, Zhou Aimin was already very impressed. When did Xia Wan learn tendon suturing? And how could her movements be so smooth? It definitely wasn't someone who had only practiced tendon suturing for a month or two. Moreover, he had never taught her. No one knew how shocked Zhou Aimin was inside. He had always thought Xiaowan knew nothing and was just here to pass time. But looking at her hands, so agile, with no unnecessary movements, each stitch precise, she had already reached the level of a resident doctor. Was she really just here to pass time? Xia Wan was the first to finish the tendon suturing. Zhou Aimin quickly took her work and, honestly, it wasn't as eye-catching as her previous skin suturing piece, but it was neat and proper. One tendon was stitched perfectly, considered a flawless suture in the Banel method. Zhou Aimin asked her in a strange tone, "Who taught you this?" Xiaowan put down her needle holder and, with a mischievous thought, hesitated before asking, "Teacher Zhou, wasn't this taught by you?" Zhou Aimin, plus 99 resentment points. Zhou Aimin choked. Several teachers nearby also examined her work and nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. An old professor patted Zhou Aimin's shoulder and joked, "Old Zhou, your apprentice didn't learn this from you."
Who did?
You want us to praise your student first, then praise you again, right? Such conduct. Zhou Aimin, plus 199 resentment points. Zhou Aimin looked grim and managed to squeeze out a few words. "I didn't teach her." The professors were all stunned and turned to look at what was happening between the mentor and the student. Wu Jian also came over, desperately trying to signal to Xia Wan with his eyes. Xia Wan misunderstood. She thought Wu Jian was afraid she would reveal his secrets. After all, Wu Jian was subordinate to Zhou Aimin. Teaching a student secretly without Zhou Aimin's permission, especially one he didn't like, could make Zhou hold a grudge. Xiaowan was grateful to Wu Jian and felt she must not cause him trouble. She secretly gave Wu Jian a reassuring look. Zhou Aimin looked at Xiaowan and repeated, "Who taught you how to do tendon sutures and the subcutaneous suturing method?" Xiaowan tried to recall and remembered a patient Zhou Aimin treated last month. Since the patient was a woman and her wound was on her face, Zhou used the subcutaneous suturing method. As for the Banel technique for tendon sutures, Zhou used it almost every day and even demonstrated it in front of her to Zhang Weiguo. Xia Wan recited the case of that woman from memory, then, like a hurt little bunny with red eyes, asked Zhou Aimin, "Teacher Zhou, I saw you use these techniques, secretly asked other teachers and practiced on my own. Are these subcutaneous and tendon suturing methods something I can't learn?" Zhou Aimin's face darkened then turned red. She was Xia Wan's teacher. If she knew how to do subcutaneous and tendon sutures, what was there she couldn't learn? Her question was like a slap in Zhou Aimin's face. She didn't teach her, thinking she was lazy or unmotivated, but she saw her use the techniques and practice secretly to learn them. As a teacher, isn't that shameful? At this moment, Teacher Su nearby also caught the problem. Women tend to talk more, and she curiously asked, "Director Zhou, such a talented student, you really didn't teach her? If you're unwilling to guide her, give her to me. I'll teach her." Wu Jian, unhappy, pushed in and shouted, "Teacher Su, don't compete with me. No one said she has no teacher. I taught her the subcutaneous suturing, and I also taught her the tendon suturing. Director Zhou, I want to take her next semester." Zhou Aimin finally understood. It turned out Wu Jian had been secretly teaching Xia Wan. Xia Wan was also a bit confused. Her half-brother, why did he suddenly become so brave? Was he afraid Zhou would get back at him later? Zhou Aimin looked at Wu Jian with a cold smile. "You, kid, have you been waiting for me here? Want to take a student?" You'll need to practice for another 2 years. Siawan, besides learning skin sutures and tendon sutures, what else have you learned this semester? Siawan was stunned. What did Zhou mean? Was she going to punish her? She was here to learn, and learning more shouldn't be considered stealing skills, right? She knew many techniques, but could she say that? She was still hesitating when Wu Jian, the brave one, openly exposed her. Director Zhou, this is your mistake. You refused to teach Siawan, wasting a talented surgical student, and still wouldn't let her be my student. To be honest, I have taught her emergency diagnosis and treatment, and she even learned replantation surgery and appendectomy from me. She is practically my student now. Usually I think well of Wu Jianin. He studied abroad and is second only to me in skills in our department. But he has a very wild personality and often shows off Western ways. During practice, if I hadn't protected him so much, he would have been criticized heavily. Yet, this young man never appreciates my help and always argues with me, saying I'm too strict. I can't let him do whatever he wants. He'll get into trouble. In this era, having a wild personality isn't a good thing. Wu Jian, aren't you supposed to be working in the emergency room? Who told you to come here? Go back to work. When Zhou Aimin got angry, Wu Jian quickly backed down. He muttered, is it such a big deal to be a higher-up? Then he winked at Siawan and, with his tail between his legs, hurried away. Meanwhile, the other students finished their suturing one after another. People like Zhang Weiguo stood honestly and silently, waiting for the teachers to grade them, not daring to speak. Teacher Su tried to smooth things over and said, let's start grading. I'll give full marks to Siawan. After that, Teacher Su went to grade the others. The other teachers also left. At this moment, Zhou Aimin finally put down Siawan's tendon suturing work and said to her, follow me back to the emergency room later. Siawan was stunned for a moment, thinking, what does Teacher Zhou mean? Is he upset that I learned on my own? Or not upset at all? Anyway, this was their last practical exam. The exam was over, and Zhou Aimin continued to walk out with a stern face. Seeing that Siawan didn't move, he turned and said in a serious tone, move faster. Siawan nervously followed him. Zhang Weiguo, full of sympathy, also followed. He whispered to Siawan, little one, you're doomed. Teacher Zhou will probably be very harsh on you. And Wu Ge, I think he'll be working late every night this week. Siawan was worried too, not sure if the old man was petty. If he was, both she and Wu Jian would be in big trouble under Zhou Aimin's control. After returning to the emergency department, Zhou Aimin seemed to have a fire of frustration inside him that he couldn't release. Actually, he was angry at himself. After so many years of teaching, this was the first time he did something that even made him feel ashamed. Zhou Aimin casually picked up a stack of medical records on the table and started flipping through them. He wanted to find the medical record of a patient with acute cholecystitis who was scheduled for surgery later. He searched through a pile of pending medical records but couldn't find that patient's file. Just then, Zhou Aimin saw Zhang Weiguo come in. Zhang Weiguo, how do you do your work? Where is the medical record of the patient with acute cholecystitis who was seen yesterday? Zhang Weiguo's legs trembled with fear. Nervously, he moved to Zhou Aimin's desk and started helping to look. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find it. Recently, he had been taking leave often to prepare for exams. Suddenly, Zhang Weiguo remembered that he had also taken 2 hours off yesterday, and part of the medical records had been handled by Siawan. He shyly turned to look at Siawan, making a face to ask, where did you put that record? Seeing this, Siawan knew things might go badly. Could her secret about the record be exposed? She quietly beckoned Zhang Weiguo to come over and whisper. Like a crab, Zhang Weiguo moved secretly toward her. Thinking he wouldn't be noticed by Zhou Aimin, Siawan lowered her voice and whispered in Zhang Weiguo's ear, that patient has already been transferred to the cardiology department, and the record was transferred too. Zhang Weiguo signaled her with a gesture that he understood, then moved back. He pretended to remember suddenly, patted his head, and loudly said, Teacher Zhou, you must be mistaken. That patient has already been transferred to cardiology, so the record isn't here anymore. Zhou Aimin, who had been hunched over searching for the record, straightened up and glared at Zhang Weiguo. How could they transfer to cardiology? Acute cholecystitis? What's the reason? Who approved it? Zhang Weiguo didn't know either. He wanted to try to shift the blame again, but Zhou Aimin was watching him closely. What could he do? He gave up and honestly said, Teacher Zhou, I took 2 hours off yesterday.
I didn't know.
Zhou Aimin finally saw the problem. He looked at Xiaowan and then at Zhang Weiguo, asking, Zhang Weiguo, have you learned to lie to the teacher now? Zhang Weiguo felt like he wanted to die. Teacher Zhou was too strict. He knew that sooner or later he would face punishment. Woo-woo, he thought. Teacher Zhou, the record from yesterday was handled by Xiaowan. Zhang Weiguo decided to admit everything, pointing at Xiaowan and revealing her. Xiaowan gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Senior brother, can't you show some backbone and hold on a bit longer? Old Zhou didn't notice anything. He's just tricking you. You took leave. What does it matter? Just ask the nurse station, and it's fine. But since Zhang Weiguo had already confessed, Xiaowan had no choice but to do the same. Yes, Teacher Zhou, the record from yesterday was handled by me. My senior brother took leave, and I processed that record. You went to surgery later, and I didn't have time to report to you.
It's my fault, she said.
Zhou Aimin asked calmly, then tell me, how did that patient get transferred to cardiology? Xiaowan had to admit, last night, the patient suddenly developed cyanosis, with blood pressure dropping to 100/60 mmHg and a heart rate of 150 beats per minute. I couldn't reach you, so I asked Dr. Wu to handle it. After giving the patient fluids, Dr. Wu suspected it was more than just acute cholecystitis and called Director Jiang from cardiology for consultation. The final diagnosis was that the patient had acute myocarditis caused by gallbladder inflammation, and he was sent for emergency surgery. The patient is now out of danger. This was actually something I was going to report to you today. Was it because of the early exam that I delayed? Xiaowan smiled awkwardly. It was just a coincidence. If it hadn't been for the exam this morning, Dr. Wu would have reported this during the morning meeting, and Zhou Aimin wouldn't have gone to look for the medical records, so Zhang Weiguo wouldn't have had to confess, and her involvement in the records wouldn't have been exposed. It's all fate. Such cases of evolving and shifting conditions are common in emergency rooms. Zhou Aimin didn't want to pursue it, but he noticed something was off with Xiaowan. Why were you still in the emergency last night? And you seem very familiar with the patient's records. I remember, besides the patient with the fishbone yesterday, I never asked you to organize any records, Zhou Aimin said. Xiaowan didn't dare say much. The more she explained, the worse it would be. She looked down, waiting for a scolding, and softly said, Teacher Zhou, I just looked at them. Zhou Aimin didn't believe, she only looked. She had described the patient's data too clearly just now. He picked up the pile of medical records on the desk and examined them carefully. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw that, besides his own handwriting, there were 2 other handwriting styles. At first glance, they looked very similar, but one was rougher and the other more delicate. After closer inspection, he found that more than half of the records were written in the more delicate handwriting. It was obvious that this more refined handwriting belonged to Xiaowan, who had been secretly helping Zhang Weiguo organize the records. This meant she had been diligently listening and helping every day, not just slacking off. Well, these little troublemakers had teamed up to deceive him. Zhou Aimin was angry but also felt a bit relieved. Xiaowan hadn't wasted a semester under his watch. But Zhang Weiguo, daring to slack off, he couldn't forgive. Zhang Weiguo, were all the records you organized helped by Xiaowan? Zhang Weiguo gave up resisting and nodded honestly. Zhou Aimin snorted coldly. Since you've been lazy, you need to make it up this summer. Come back a month early to continue your internship. Zhang Weiguo sighed in relief. This punishment wasn't too bad. Coming back a month early meant he could learn more. Then Zhou Aimin told Xiaowan, your situation is even more serious. This summer, you only get half a month off and you must return to intern. Fill in everything you haven't learned before. Xiaowan was suddenly confused. What did this mean? Was Zhou Aimin asking her to come back early from summer vacation for an internship? Was he planning to accept her as his apprentice? Teacher Zhou, will you teach me now? Zhou Aimin looked a bit embarrassed, but tried to act serious. I train talents for the country. As long as you're not pretending to be something you're not, I will teach you. The next day, Xiaowan learned from Lu Qinfin that her practical skills score was full marks from the other 4 teachers, but Zhou Aimin gave her 90 points. Overall, she scored 98. Her diagnostic skills score was also finally marked as 95 in the total score by Zhou Aimin. After doing an appendectomy with Zhou Aimin, he found Lu Qinfin and changed Xiaowan's internship score to 90. Xiaowan felt that this stubborn old man, although he didn't apologize, was trying to make up for his mistake with actions. She decided to be generous and not argue with him. However, Wu Jian was upset when he heard the news. He secretly cursed at the director's office door. Old Zhou, you have no shame. I trained her, and now you want to take her back. Xiaowan went home for her vacation, but later heard that Wu Jian was punished by Zhou Aimin to work night shifts for a whole week. Xiaowan returned to Nanjing after her vacation. Qin Mai came to pick her up in his car. Last month, Qin Mai was transferred back to the 2nd Division as the deputy commander of the 308th Regiment. He is only 25 years old. If he had joined the army early and earned many military honors in special operations, it would be hard for someone so young to be promoted to this position. His good luck also played a part. If it weren't for this big reassignment, many officers in the Southwest Military District would have been transferred to the Northwest, and some would have gone to Tibet. With more positions opening up in the army, he couldn't have been promoted to deputy regiment level so quickly. Xie Dahong once analyzed Qin Mai's career path and thought he was making the right moves. In special operations, reaching the top is only at the regiment level because of the structure of the unit. But if he stays in special operations too long, he'll lack experience leading and managing a real regiment-sized combat unit, which could make future promotions harder. Mai, stay in the 2nd Division for another 3 to 5 years. Aim to reach the regiment level. If you get a chance to participate in a real large-scale battle, a promotion to division level will be just around the corner. Think about it, being a division commander in your 30s. How promising is that? Xie Dahong is very ambitious about his career and knows these things well. He is very optimistic about Qin Mai's future. That day, Xiaowan overheard Dahong's words and thought he was quite insightful. In 5 years, isn't there a big battle coming? The main troops participating in the upcoming battle are several divisions from the Southwest Military District. If Qin Muyue had already been a company commander by then, he would have had a great chance to make significant military achievements. Military achievements and war merits are not exactly the same. Although both are called military merits in the army, those earned on the battlefield are far more valuable than regular ones. In this era, all the founding heroes are still alive, and without notable achievements, it's almost impossible to become a general. The young couple first returned to their home. Since the house was renovated, they hadn't lived there properly. Now that Qin Muyue was transferred back to the 2nd Division, it was just right. Xiaowan had come back a few times in the past 4 months, always in a hurry. Qin Muyue went to the kitchen to boil water, and Xiaowan realized he was already in the house, boiling water himself. Xiaowan, I'll cook dinner for you tonight. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll buy the ingredients, Qin Muyue said as he carried 3 bottles of hot water into the bathroom. Speaking before Xiaowan went to shower. Xiaowan thought it was fine and replied, no need to buy vegetables. I'll take some out later. Go buy 2 pig's feet for me. I need them for Tendon sewing practice tonight. Qin Muyue knew how diligent his wife was. Even when she was home, she never forgot to practice her skills. When Qin Muyue left, he locked the door. After her shower, Xiaowan went into her space, picked some fresh vegetables, cut half a beef leg, and took out some eggs. The beef would be mostly sent to the Xie family later, worried they'd be disappointed if they insisted on eating at their own home. Both Xie Dahong and Xie Yuanchao. Sure enough, before Qin Muyue returned, someone knocked on the door. It was Lu Lan. After working as a temporary worker at the dog farm for a few months, Lu Lan's condition had improved significantly. Xiaowan, I'm here to check if you're back. My brother-in-law said if you're home, invite you to dinner tonight, Lu Lan said. Xiaowan sighed. She knew living so close to her family was a burden. Qin Muyue's wish to cook at home would have to wait until tomorrow. Xiaowan invited Lu Lan inside to sit, and the two sisters shared some private talk. Suddenly, Lu Lan asked, Xiaowan, are you going to Master Su's house tomorrow? Xiaowan was planning to visit Su Xingbai, so she casually agreed yes. Then Lu Lan blushed. After gathering courage, she finally said, Xiaowan, can you help me with something? Xiaowan sensed something was wrong. What is it?
Just tell me, I'll help, she said.
Lu Lan leaned close and whispered, can you ask your senior brother not to come to the dog farm to find me anymore? It's affecting me. Her face was so red it seemed like it might bleed. Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Lan, what do you mean? My senior brother? Su Huiran? Is he bothering you at the dog farm? Lu Lan nodded. Then, afraid Xiaowan might misunderstand, she shook her head quickly. It's not exactly harassment, she said. Xiaowan could sense there was more to it. Sister Lan Lan, is my senior brother really pursuing you? Lu Lan lowered her head and softly replied, Her voice was as quiet as a fly. Xiaowan looked very curious and became excited, asking, do you like him? Lu Lan shook her head. Xiaowan's excitement immediately cooled down, and she sighed, that senior brother of mine is a bit too restless. It's understandable if you don't like him. Xiaowan actually thought that Su Huiran's conditions were quite good for Lu Lan. Su Huiran is Su Xingbai's son and the heir of the Su family's Chuanfu Hall. Currently, the heir of Chuanfu Hall doesn't seem very impressive, but in a few years, after the sports event ends, the country will return some private assets to the capitalists, and Su Huiran will then be a wealthy second generation. His family's courtyard and shares in Chuanfu Hall will be valuable. Moreover, Su Huiran has a good character. After seeing how his grandfather and father suffered during the movement, he lost hope, decided not to study medicine, and just wanted to work as a clerk in a traditional Chinese medicine shop, something a bit disappointing. Xiaowan was a bit confused about how brave Su Huiran was to dare go to the dog farm to find Lu Lan. She asked, does he go to the dog farm often?
Since when?
Although Lu Lan felt a bit shy, she still gave a rough answer. Because Su Xingbai was Xiaowan's master, the two families now interacted like relatives. A couple of months ago, Xia Dahong celebrated his birthday and invited Su Xingbai's family. That day, Su Huiran drank a little too much and somehow ended up in the Xia family's yard, sleeping in a corner. The others in the Xia family were chatting and didn't notice him. Lu Lan, who didn't quite understand the conversation between Xia Dahong and Xiaowan, went to the yard to get some fresh air and saw Su Huiran sleeping. She originally wanted to ask Xia Yuanchao to help get Su Huiran inside, but Xia Yuanchao was also a bit drunk and didn't understand her. Lu Lan went to the bathroom, wrung out a hot towel for Su Huiran, and tried to wake him up to wipe his face and get him inside to sleep. When Su Huiran woke up, whether intentionally or really drunk, he grabbed her hand and mumbled some nonsense. He was probably feeling self-pity, saying he was useless and couldn't be helped, and even cried. Seeing him pitiful and thinking of her own experiences, Lu Lan felt some sympathy and comforted him a little. It was nothing serious. But a few days later, Su Huiran started wandering outside the dog farm often. At first, he sent Lu Lan movie tickets, which she refused. Later, he started giving her all kinds of small gifts. Because she had been hurt before, Lu Lan kept away from Su Huiran and didn't want to accept his gifts. But Su Huiran seemed determined. No matter how much she refused, he would appear again after a few days. Lu Lan had no choice but to ask Xiaowan for help. After hearing the full story, Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Sister Lan Lan, my senior brother really loves you. Don't you want to consider him? Lu Lan shook her head wildly. No, I don't deserve him. Xiaowan thought Lu Lan had already recovered, but it seemed the impact of that incident was far from over. However, she felt that if Su Huiran truly had determination, maybe he could be the right remedy for Lu Lan. Tomorrow, she planned to meet Su Huiran and see how sincere he was, and then decide. When Qin Mai happily carried 2 pigs trotters home, Xiaowan regretfully told him about dinner at the Xia family. Qin Mai didn't show any displeasure, but she sensed he was feeling a bit down. She shared some beef with Lu Lan. Lan, this is beef I bought on the way back from visiting Mai. Please take it home and ask Aunt Zhou to cook it. I'll bring back some vegetables later. I have a few things to do with Mai, and then I'll return. Lu Lan felt she was bothering the young couple and, feeling a bit shy, she left with the beef. Xiaowan turned to Qin Mai and asked, "Don't you want to come to my house for dinner?" Qin Mai scratched his head. "Xiaowan, don't overthink. I don't mean that." Xiaowan knew she could go to her parents' house without any pressure, but as a son-in-law, Qin Mai often ate at her parents' place, which might cause some other feelings. It was normal, and she thought she should help him relax. "It's okay if you don't want to go. My dad and my brother always pull you to drink when you come, and it's quite annoying." Qin Mai awkwardly smiled, worried Xiaowan might misunderstand, and honestly explained, "Xiaowan, I don't dislike going to your house. I just feel a bit afraid of your dad. You weren't home the past 2 weeks, so you don't know what he's been saying to me." Xiaowan was surprised. What is Uncle Xia causing trouble over now? "Tell me, I'll handle it." Qin Mai glanced at her and said, I won't say. It's embarrassing." Xiaowan couldn't stand it anymore and started tickling Qin Mai, insisting he tell the truth. Qin Mai, overwhelmed, finally explained, "Your dad suspects there's something wrong with me in that area, and he even asked Master Su to check my pulse." Xiaowan's eyes widened. Why would he think that?
Qin Mai felt shy.
"He said we've been married for over half a year, and you haven't gotten pregnant. I told him we didn't want to have children so early. Before he got married, he even told me to wait before having kids, but then he changed his mind and wanted to have a grandson." Xiaowan was suspicious. "You said we're using contraception, so why would he suspect there's a problem with you?" Qin Mai felt a bit ashamed. "Your dad is quite something. He manages military logistics and the medical office. He said he checked and we only used contraceptives once after getting married, and this month we didn't use any at all. So, it's probably not contraception. Maybe it's my problem. Please teach me what men should eat to stay healthy and strong. It's so embarrassing. Do you believe it? Today, when we go back to eat, he will definitely bring out a special medicinal wine just for me and force me to drink it. 2 Saturdays ago, you said you were taking a carpool with a classmate to come back, right? I was pressured into drinking the medicinal wine early. But you didn't come back, and I was really overwhelmed." Xiaowan burst out laughing. She can imagine what would happen if she didn't come back and Qin Mai was given a strong medicinal wine by Xie Dahong in advance. Xie Dahong is really clever. He even checked the usage of family planning supplies. Qin Mai and she have been avoiding pregnancy, and since they see each other rarely, their consumption of family planning supplies is much less than that of most newlyweds. Xiaowan patted her thigh and said, "Let's go now to the clinic and get 10 bundles of family planning supplies. Then see what he says." Qin Mai asked mischievously, 10 bundles? Are you serious?" Xiaowan rolled her eyes at him. "There are no cows that die from overwork, only land that is overused. If you really want to finish 10 bundles, I will stick with it to the end." Qin Mai, still young and hot-tempered, had his dinner soaked in the medicinal wine given by Xie Dahong. That night, after using 7 bundles of supplies, he gave up. "Little Wan, I surrender. The remaining 9 bundles, let's use them slowly," he said. Xiaowan, tired of him, snorted softly and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Xiaowan went cheerfully to Chuanfu Hall to study. Qin Mai was so dizzy, he could hardly walk. During training, his teammates noticed and teased him. "Captain Qin, we heard you and your wife went to the clinic yesterday and took 10 bundles of family planning supplies. Did you use them all at once?" Qin Mai was about to go crazy. When Xiaowan took him to the clinic to get supplies, he was only thinking about making a good impression in front of Xie Dahong. He didn't expect that the clinic staff would gossip, and it spread the next day. This was so embarrassing. How could he be so stupid to believe his wife and go with her to get the supplies? At first, he thought she was doing it to defend him, and he felt happy inside. Now, he couldn't face anyone. Xiaowan arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine hall. Su Xingbai was not there. Su Huiran was reading a book with his back turned. Xiaowan looked closer and saw it was surprisingly his grandfather's medical notes. Wow, the sun is rising from the west. Senior brother, are you trying to work hard? Su Huiran closed the notes with a sheepish smile and said, I'm just looking at my grandfather's insights. 1. Are you here alone? After saying that, he looked outside the shop. Xiaowan now knew that Su Huiran was pursuing Lulan, so she teased him on purpose. It's not just me. Senior brother, who do you want me to bring? Su Huiran, who was already thick-skinned, smiled flatteringly at her and asked, How is your cousin these days? Xiaowan took the opportunity to question Su Huiran's intentions. The senior brothers and sisters whispered for a while. Xiaowan believed that Su Huiran was sincere. To pursue Lulan, he even thought about finding ways to develop the Chuanfu Hall. Xiaowan, my talent for medicine isn't as good as yours. No matter how hard I try, I can only learn steady skills. I think I should start with medicine. Our Su family has many good formulas. I plan to secretly make ointments or pills to sell. Xiaowan couldn't help but applaud his idea. Thinking of the popular Renyutang pills in later times, they made a lot of money. Once policies allowed, Chuanfu Hall could produce medicine on its own and build a strong reputation. Senior brother, I agree. If you're short of money or ingredients for making pills, just tell me. I will invest in you. Hearing Xiaowan's support, Su Huiran was very excited, rubbing his hands with a look ready to work hard. Xiaowan, you're like my second parent. If you support me, I believe our medicine workshop can succeed. Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, Let's start by researching and testing ourselves. Later, we can discuss with our master to decide what medicine to develop first, something safer. I suggest we focus on external medicines. The current situation outside isn't good, and internal medicines might cause trouble if caught. In a couple of years, we can fully develop new medicines and register our brand. Su Huiran didn't understand why Xiaowan insisted on waiting 2 more years, but since the Su family had been scared into submission, he was willing to listen and stay low profile. Xiaowan spent a whole day diagnosing at Chuanfu Hall. Later, Su Huiran returned and kept teaching her how to ask patients questions, even acupuncture on 2 patients. In the afternoon, when fewer people came, the 3 of them discussed making medicine. Su Xingbai was worried, but Xiaowan was willing to join in and reassured him with a pill. The Xie family's military background could serve as a backup for the Su family. In the end, Su Xingbai agreed. They chose a traditional formula from the Su family for treating menstrual pain and planned to turn it into a transdermal ointment for sale. On the surface, this was just a change in how the medicine was delivered, but the research involved was still significant. This task was initially assigned to Su's father and son. Xiaowan left 1,000 yuan with Su Xingbai as research funds. Su Xingbai wanted to refuse, but given the Su family's current situation, they couldn't afford the research costs. Fine, that counts as your investment. When the medicine sells, you get 70%. Xiaowan declined, and everyone agreed to split the profits equally. The most enthusiastic was Su Huiran. Both Su Xingbai and Xiaowan understood why he suddenly became so motivated, but they didn't say anything. If love can inspire someone to improve, regardless of the outcome, it is a good love. After Xiaowan returned home, she heard that Chu Jiangnan had called her family looking for her. She called him back, and he asked about her plans during the holiday. Xiaowan said she could only rest for half a month. Chu Jiangnan told her to go back to the team tomorrow because there was a task that might need her help. The next day, Qin Mai drove Xiaowan to the provincial city. He also went back to the team to meet old friends. When he saw Xiaowan and her husband, Chu Jiangnan joked around happily for a while, then asked Qin Mai to leave. Qin Mai understood this was the rule. Now he was no longer part of the special operations team, so he had to avoid their missions. Chu Jiangnan said to Xiaowan, I remember you mentioned before that if there were missions to Port City or Southeast Asia, you wanted to join, right? When Xiaowan went to Manan during the Spring Festival, she learned that some members of the Xie family were scattered in Port City and Southeast Asia. She mentioned this to Chu Jiangnan when she returned. As a soldier, it was unlikely she could go abroad privately, so she planned to use her mission time to find a bracelet that had been lost in Port City or Southeast Asia. Team Chu, what is the mission this time? Xiaowon asked directly and agreed to help without hesitation. Chu Jiangnan handed her some documents and said, "The mission isn't dangerous, but it's difficult. We need to find someone in Port City. This person is a martyr's orphan. His father was an underground party member. In 1949, the organization decided he should continue to hide on the island. He held a high position in the Kuomintang, which is very important for reclaiming Taiwan. Unfortunately, 15 years ago, he was betrayed by a traitor and exposed. He was executed by a man named Jiang. At that time, everyone thought his family had died. The organization restored his reputation and posthumously honored him as a martyr, and they have been supporting his mother. Recently, another undercover comrade brought back news that the martyr had a surviving orphan. When he was exposed, one of his guards took him away. According to clues, the child was sent to Port City. The martyr's mother is now 85 years old. She lost her son and, upon hearing there might still be a grandson alive, asked someone to deliver a letter to the central leaders, hoping they could help find her grandson. This martyr was from Sichuan province and had evacuated to Taiwan from Chongqing, so the task was assigned to us. Xiaowon looked over the documents with a furrowed brow. The information about the orphan was limited to 2 main points. His name is Jiangbei Wang, and there is a family photo. The photo shows a family of 3, a man in Kuomintang Army Colonel uniform, a gentle-looking woman, and a chubby 4 or 5-year-old boy with squinting eyes. Very adorable. This photo is from 15 years ago. The person now should be around 20. His appearance must have changed completely. With only a name, finding him is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Jiangnan nodded and said, "That's true. So I told you, this task isn't very dangerous, but it's quite difficult. If you're willing to go, you need to leave tonight. Tomorrow, there's a trade inspection group from Yangcheng heading to Port City. You can pretend to be a representative from Rong City and join the group." Although Xiaowon thought this task was quite tough, she still accepted it. Compared to others, she believed she had some advantages. She has a real name verified system that tracks her grievances. At worst, she could cause trouble in Port City, confront the residents, and eventually find that chubby kid named Jiangbei Wang. I also arranged an assistant for you, a rookie. Xiaowon, you've already completed 2 overseas missions, so it's a good chance for you to mentor him. Xiaowon rolled her eyes, feeling a bit annoyed. She's still a newcomer herself. Why should she be responsible for guiding someone else? Jiangnan really thinks highly of her. Jiangnan made a call, and after a moment, someone knocked on the door.
Kowoon.
Jiangnan called out. A young man dressed in tactical gear entered. Seeing him, Xiaowon smiled and said, "Su Bing, it's you?" Su Bing was happy to see her too. "Boss, I just finished special training. They said you went to study abroad. You're finally back." Xiaowon felt relieved. Her little brother was fine. She didn't mind guiding him. Jiangnan smiled and said, "I know you two work well together. Last time you even punched me. This time, when you go on this mission, don't cause trouble for me. Also, this mission will be led by Xiaowon. Su Bing, you must obey her commands and cooperate fully to complete the task." Hearing that Su Bing would go with Xiaowon to Port City, he saluted Jiangnan properly.
"Thank you, Captain.
"I promise to complete the mission." Xiaowon rolled her eyes. "Little kid, the boss hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already promising? How can you guarantee that?" After leaving Jiangnan's office, Xiaowon and Su Bing prepared to go their separate ways. Qin Muyue hadn't left yet. When he heard they were going together, he felt a bit jealous. He grabbed Xiaowon's hand and whispered, "Xiaowon, be careful outside. Don't let Su Bing take advantage of you." Xiaowon glared at him. "Are you jealous? Do you not trust me?" Qin Muyue stubbornly refused to admit he was jealous, saving face. "I don't doubt you. I just don't trust that brat. My wife is so excellent. I'm worried he might have bad intentions. I need to warn him." Xiaowon was unhappy. She rolled her eyes at Qin Muyue. "Stop tarnishing our brotherhood. In Su Bing's eyes, I'm like brave Zhang Fei, not pretty Jiao Chan. The more you lead him toward that, the harder it will be for everyone to get along. Chin Muyue awkwardly smiled. Just then, he saw Su Bing change into casual clothes, carry a bag, and run over to gather with the group. When he saw Chin Muyue, he quickly ran back in the other direction. Both Xia Wan and Chin Muyue looked confused, unsure what was happening. After a while, Su Bing ran back again, carrying a net bag of dirty clothes. He handed it to Qin Mai and said, "Brother Qin, you'll probably go back to Nanchang later? Please help me bring my winter sweater and pants home for my mom. She called a few days ago, saying her summer sweater had bugs, and asked me to put in some cockroaches. It's too troublesome, and I don't want to catch cockroaches at the cafeteria. Can you take them home for me? Tell her I haven't worn them, so no need to wash." Xiaowan smiled so hard, she almost cried, holding her stomach, and asked Su Bing, "Su Mama mentioned something about mothballs? Could that be it?" Su Bing scratched his head. "Huh? She read out a lot on the phone. I didn't catch everything. Whatever it is, I don't wear it, so Brother Qin, just take it home for me." Qin Mai looked confused. Was this kid treating him like a shipping company? But seeing Su Bing's dazed look, Qin Mai felt reassured. Xiaowan was right. This kid probably wasn't thinking about that. I really shouldn't wake him up. The next day, Xiaowan and Su Bing went with a trade inspection group to Hangzhou and stayed at a hotel in Zhonghuan. Xiaowan stood on the 10th floor, looking down at the distant apartment buildings that looked like pigeon cages, feeling lost. Among the crowded people, how could she find someone who only knew their name? Maybe this person still isn't called Jiang Beiwang. How should she start looking? Over the years, more and more people crossed over illegally to the mainland, and now Hangzhou has about 3 million residents. The city's real estate economy has experienced its first boom and is now entering its second phase of growth. The future richest man named Li had already established his real estate company, Changjiang Industries, in 1971, and it was listed on the stock exchange. The government implemented a public housing system to solve the housing problem for the poor. These public houses have grown into tall buildings, some reaching dozens of floors, with thousands of people crowded into one building. Thinking about how to find that young man called Jiang Beiwang among so many people made Xia Wan feel overwhelmed. Never mind, this isn't urgent. She should take her time to gather information. The inspection group Xia Wan joined was officially organized for trade and business, mainly to find business opportunities in Hangzhou and earn foreign exchange for the country. Currently, China faces a big pressure on foreign currency, and this group was sent with a mission. Xia Wan and Su Bing pretended to be representatives from Rongqing. This chance for Rongqing was partly related to the over $200,000 Xia Wan had previously remitted. Most of the others in the group came from Shanghai and Yangcheng, which were major sources of foreign exchange at the time. Besides Xia Wan and Su Bing, Rongqing also sent 2 real Foreign Trade Bureau staff members, a man named Zhang Qiushan and a woman named Li Baihe. They thought Xia Wan was just a translator, and Su Bing was there to do miscellaneous tasks. The doorbell rang. It was Zhang Qiushan and Li Baihe calling them to go downstairs for dinner. The hotel included breakfast, but by the time they checked in, it was almost evening, so they had to find dinner on their own. Li Baihe was in charge of the funds for the Rongqing delegation. She said the hotel food was too expensive and took them to a small local eatery. Xia Wan and Su Bing followed behind. Curious as they looked at the busy streets, Li Baihe led them through. "Li Jie, are you very familiar with Hong Kong City?" Li Baihe shook her head. "Not exactly familiar, just that a few years ago, I came here with my leaders. I remember one time they took me to a small porridge shop, cheap and tasty." Xia Wan's mind moved. Since the shop was run by people from Hong Kong, it was a good place to gather information. At the porridge shop, everyone ordered a bowl of porridge and 4 baskets of dim sum. Xia Wan saw that the place only had 6 tables. It wasn't mealtime now, and the owner wasn't busy, so she approached to chat. "Boss, are you really from Hong Kong?" The owner was a slightly overweight middle-aged man, looking at Xia Wan cautiously. "Are you from the mainland?" he asked. "I've been running the shop for over 20 years, but I don't know much about Hong Kong." Surprisingly, the owner immediately recognized Xia Wan's accent and thought she was trying to gather information about Hong Kong. Xia Wan quickly smiled. "Don't be nervous, boss. I have a relative who used to go to Hong Kong, and I heard he came here. My father asked me to find out about him. I want to know where people from Hong Kong usually live and what kind of work they do here. The owner, speaking with a Hong Kong accent, casually said, "They do all kinds of work. It depends if your relative has money to bring over." Xiaowan thought. The guard was only in his 20s with a child and was being hunted. He probably didn't have much money. Where do poor people usually gather?
She asked.
The owner pointed randomly. Places like Causeway Bay, Kowloon Walled City, those areas. Hong Kong people, mainlanders, and locals all share those spots. I don't know about other places. Xiaowan wanted to ask more, but the owner grew impatient. She had to give up. She returned to her seat and started eating her porridge. Li Baihe whispered to Xiaowan, "Are you here looking for relatives?" Xiaowan nodded. Her current identity was fake, so creating a relative was no big deal. Li Baihe kindly warned her, "Don't get too involved. Having relatives in Hong Kong isn't always a good thing." Xiaowan made up a story. "He's my great-uncle's son. My great-uncle raised my father from a young age. Later, he was drafted and taken away. I only recently learned that my great-uncle had passed away, leaving a son who escaped here. A fellow villager brought news that my great-uncle's last wish was to return to his homeland. My cousin smuggled his ashes here. When my father heard this, he cried for 3 days and nights, asking me to find my cousin and bring my great-uncle's ashes back." Xiaowan's great-uncle, Xia Changsho, shivered in Minnan Xia village and then sneezed repeatedly. His wife scolded, "In the summer heat, how did you catch a cold out of nowhere? You must have been cursed by someone jealous of you." Xia Changsho, sneezing and wiping his nose in tears, replied, "Besides that little troublemaker, Xia Changzhen, who else would curse me?" Meanwhile, Xia Changhong, who was working happily in Nancheng, also suddenly sneezed and thought to himself, "It must be my daughter on a business trip thinking of me." Xiaowan's story moved Li Baihe and Zhang Qiushan. In this time, many people are separated from their homeland by the strait and cannot return no matter what. Li Baihe sighed deeply and asked, "We're only here for 7 days. If you want to find your cousin, do you have any address or contact info?" Xiaowan shook her head and summarized what she had just asked the boss. Zhang Qiushan, who was older and dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit with 2 pens in his chest pocket, looked scholarly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Why not place a newspaper ad? I know an editor at a local newspaper, and I can take you to publish a missing person notice." Xiaowan was very happy. She had thought about placing an ad before, but just arrived and didn't know how to do it. She arranged to go to the newspaper with Zhang Qiushan the next day. Xiaowan and Su Bing, pretending to want to explore nearby, did not return directly to the hotel. Su Bing didn't speak much during the walk until they parted from Zhang Qiushan and asked, "Boss, do you think placing a newspaper ad will work?" Xiaowan shook her head. "I don't know. We don't even know if he can read or write. It's a long shot, but let's try. Come on, let's visit the famous Kowloon Walled City." When the owner of the porridge shop mentioned Kowloon Walled City, Xiaowan thought of the police and gangster movies she had watched in her previous life. Suddenly, she got an idea. Finding Jiang Beiwang alone would be impossible for just her and Su Bing. But if she could use local help, she had 2 options. One was to rely on the local gangs, and the other was to involve the police. Kowloon Walled City was the most chaotic and dark area in the city, and starting there would be the quickest way to find gang members. She had played the role of Yamaguchi Sakura from the Yamaguchi Gumi before, and joining the new Yip On or 14K gangs wouldn't be a problem. The city had about 100,000 gang members, and mobilizing them to help find someone would be very efficient. Also, in her previous life, she heard that many of Hong Kong's gangs originated from the military and political groups established by the Kuomintang. Many of the gang members were from Taiwan. The guard who escaped to Hong Kong with a young child must have been skilled. Perhaps he had joined a gang. Xiaowan increasingly believed her plan was correct. She looked over her and Su Bing's outfits. They were too neat and proper, clearly indicating they were decent people, which wouldn't do. It was already dark outside, and Xiaowan didn't know where to buy new clothes. She thought for a moment, went into a public restroom, and changed into a pair of jeans she bought in Country M. She also found a large gold chain from her space and wore it around her neck, then styled her hair into a high ponytail. While in Country M, she bought a few lipsticks and chose one with a very bright color, painting her lips to look fierce. Using a pen, she drew a tear mole below her eye. Looking in the mirror, she saw she had a tough, rebellious look, and she was very satisfied. Then she remembered the history of gangs in Harbor City. To look more intimidating, she also took out a set of old wooden Buddhist prayer beads from her space and wore them on her wrist. When she came out of the restroom, Su Bing was still standing outside, waiting foolishly. Xiaowan walked up to him. Su Bing didn't recognize her and looked away in disgust. Xiaowan waved her hand in front of him and asked, "Do I look cool now?" Su Bing heard her voice and was startled. "Boss, are you ghost hunting?" Xiaowan pouted. "No experience. If we want to infiltrate Kowloon Walled City, we have to dress like this to look convincing, understand?" She circled around Su Bing, thinking about how to change his disguise. Today, Su Bing wasn't wearing his military uniform. He was in a white short-sleeved shirt, navy blue pants, and black leather shoes. Xiaowan thought the pants and shoes were hard to change, so she focused on his short-sleeved shirt. It was too formal, definitely not suitable. Luckily, her space had a Hawaiian shirt that Chin Muyue usually wore. She went back into the restroom, retrieved the shirt from her space, and also took out a silk scarf of her own. She handed the Hawaiian shirt to Su Bing and said, "Go change in the men's restroom." Su Bing obediently changed clothes and came out. The Hawaiian shirt with a white background and blue stripes looked a bit more casual on him. Xiaowan thought it still wasn't enough, so she tied her floral silk scarf around his head, and the effect was immediate. Su Bing's face was already darker from training, so he didn't need much more makeup. Xiaowan told him to roll up his pant legs unevenly to give him a more laid-back look. "If you smile like that, you can't look too serious, understand? By the way, do you smoke?" Su Bing shook his head. He didn't smoke. Xiaowan went to a small shop nearby, bought a pack of Marlboro, and each of them lit a cigarette. Now they looked like two small thugs. Confidently, Xiaowan and Su Bing strode into Kowloon Walled City. Originally, Kowloon Walled City was a gathering place for chaos Han people. Xiaowan's other reason for coming here was that her Aunt Wu's younger brother, Xia Sanjin, had left a message for Wu's family a few years ago, and the address was in Kowloon Walled City. Once, Kowloon Walled City was truly a city. But during the Japanese occupation of Hong Kong, to expand Kai Tak Airport, all the city walls were demolished. After Japan's surrender, homeless people began to gather in Kowloon Walled City and successfully resisted the British government's efforts to regulate it in 1948. Since the Royal Hong Kong Police had no authority to enter and the Chinese government refused to manage the area, Kowloon Walled City became a hotbed of crime and poverty. 49 years later, a large number of refugees from South China flooded into Hong Kong and settled in the walled city. The Hong Kong government eventually gave up control altogether. The city turned into a place where gangs were active and illegal activities like drug dealing, prostitution, and gambling thrived. Additionally, because the British authorities did not recognize Chinese doctors' qualifications at the time, the area also became a center for unlicensed dental clinics and counterfeit goods. It wasn't until 1993 that Kowloon Walled City was forcibly demolished and its residents were relocated. The notorious crime hub disappeared from history. Xiaowan and Chibing's outfits didn't attract attention. The residents of the walled city, used to small thugs, saw the two and deliberately kept their distance. "Don't walk so stiffly. This isn't a march. You need to sway like me, understand?" Xiaowan said while observing the dirty, chaotic alleys and giving instructions to Xu Bing. Feeling confident, Xu Bing thought that since he had some experience in school, he shouldn't lose to the boss in pretending to be A. He decided to go all in. He lit a Marlboro with a new lighter and took a puff, but immediately choked himself. "You don't need to breathe it into your lungs. Smoking isn't good for your health. Just take a little, then spit it out to look cool," Xiaowan advised, also smoking a cigarette. A few small thugs nearby immediately approached her, asking, "Beautiful girl, can I borrow a light?" The leader, a blonde-haired youth, focused on the large gold chain around Xiewan's neck. His sharp eyes recognized that the chain was real. Xiewan and Xu Bing were strangers to them. The gang members had robbery in mind. When they approached to borrow the lighter, the blonde suddenly reached out to try to grab the chain. Xiewan, who wore the chain to attract attention, quickly grabbed Wang Mao and said, "Brother, you're breaking the rules." She held him firmly. "Which dock are you from?" Wang Mao was subdued by her. Several other thugs moved in, but Xu Bing quickly kicked them all to the ground. Their fighting skills immediately intimidated Wang Mao. "I was careless. Please, brothers, show mercy," Xiewan said confidently. "Which dock are you from?" she asked again. Wang Mao tried to scare her and said, "We're from Xianan. This is our territory. Where are you from? Let us go, and don't cause trouble." When Xiewan heard Xianan, she was pleased. Xianan is a notorious gang organization, originally part of the Yian Society, which was registered as a company after the Hong Kong government cancelled its registration, also known as the New Yian Society. This organization was founded by Major General Xiang Qian of the Guomin Party's military intelligence. He has two famous sons, brothers Xiang Moqiang and Xiang Mosheng. The brothers are well-known producers who established the China Star Group and made many popular Hong Kong films. Xiewan loosened the hand of the blonde-haired man and patted his shoulder, saying, "So your family too. I'm from the Hongmen, so we're not strangers anymore." The blonde man was suspicious and looked at Xiewan carefully. Of course, he could tell that Xiewan was a woman. There are women in the group, but the woman in front of him looked very unfamiliar. "Why haven't I seen you before? Which boss are you with?" Xiewan started making up a story. "I'm with Brother Chong. Do you remember the movie he starred in last year? You know, the one with the hair-washing girl. I played that role." Xiewan only knew that Xiang Chong had been acting in movies for a long time. She didn't remember the movie's name and hadn't even seen it. She was just making things up. The blonde man believed her and patted his thigh, saying, "It's you. You look much better in person than in the movie." Xiewan was surprised. Was there really such a role? She replied casually, "Brother Chong said actors need to learn to act ugly. I deliberately made myself look ugly for that role." The blonde man warmed up to Xiewan and asked, "Brother Chong rarely cares about things in Jilong City. Why are you guys here today?" Xiewan said, "Take me to see your boss. Brother Chong gave me some instructions." The blonde man believed her and took Xiewan and Xu Bing to meet their boss, Sang Biao. But when they arrived, they found out Sang Biao had gone to a nightclub downstairs. The blonde man took Xiewan and Xu Bing to the nightclub again. Xu Bing was seeing this kind of flashy place for the first time. Especially the women in the nightclub, dressed very revealingly, made Xu Bing blush. The madam, who seemed familiar with the blonde man, said, "Yellow hair, you still dare to come? You owe me 500 yuan. When will you pay it back?" It turned out that the blonde man was really called Yellow Hair. He pulled Xiewan and Xu Bing forward quickly. The madam brought some women to block their way. Xiewan and Xu Bing couldn't fight back, so they were inevitably touched and brushed against by the women. Xu Bing, who looked quite handsome and a bit innocent, was the main target. At first, the women only accidentally touched him, but when they realized he was shy, they started teasing him, touching him all over. "Hey, where did this handsome guy come from? Are you still A? Come on, sister will take you out for a night." Xu Bing almost cried, covering his chest and groin, shouting, "Stop it. Who dares to touch me again? I'll fight back." Xiewan, feeling helpless, used her shadow step to pull Xu Bing out of the circle.
"Come on."
"They just touched you once, and you lost a piece of meat," Xiewan said disdainfully. Xu Bing was anxious. "Did they just touch me once? They're harassing me." The two looked and saw the yellow-haired man was already pressed to the ground by the fat madam. It seemed hopeless to rescue him. They asked a waiter, "Which room is Brother Biao in? We need to report something to him." The waiter saw they were brought by the yellow-haired man and didn't suspect anything. He pointed to a private room. Xiewan and Xu Bing arrived at the door, about to push it open, when they heard the sound of bottles smashing inside. Xiewan pushed the door open. She saw a young man holding a broken beer bottle across the neck of a bald man. Nearby, Two ladies were frightened and huddled in the corner. Was this a failed business deal or an assassination? The young man with the beer bottle thought Xiaowan and Su Bing were Biao's men and threatened, "Don't come closer. If you do, I'll kill him." Biao didn't recognize Xiaowan and Su Bing either. But now he was in danger of losing his life. When he saw someone push the door open, he knew he couldn't miss this chance and shouted, "Brothers, help me find a way to save me." Xiaowan had no intention of getting involved in this dark gang fight. She stepped back and kindly closed the door for them. Biao, resentment points plus 699. Xiaowan now knew the man being held hostage was called Biao. He was the boss of the yellow-haired man. She still wanted Biao to help her find someone. She had little time and couldn't waste it negotiating with another boss. It seemed Biao could survive for now. She pushed the door open again. The young man saw Xiaowan close the door and was gloating to Biao, "You're finished today." Just as he was about to attack, the door opened again. Xia Chengel, resentment points plus 499. Xiaowan was stunned. Was this young man named Xia Chengel? Same surname, Xia? Or was he from the Chang generation? Could he be from the Xia village? What a coincidence. Originally, Xiaowan planned to help Biao deal with this young man, but now she hesitated. If he was really from Xia village and possibly related to Xia Sanjin, who had come alone to attack Biao, then he must have a deep grudge. As family, she couldn't just turn away. She awkwardly said, "You guys continue." When she tried to leave again, Biao shouted, "Save me. I'll give you 50,000. Hearing 50,000, Xiaowan paused and asked, "Hong Kong dollars?" Biao nodded, "Hong Kong dollars." Xiaowan thought this deal was worth it. At worst, she took the money, found out why Xia Chengel was killing people, and then helped him kill Biao.
Deal.
With a flick of her ghostly step, she appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Xia Chengel didn't have time to react. Her acupoint pinching technique made his arm go numb, and he lost strength. The broken beer bottle was snatched from his hand by Xiaowan. She pulled Biao behind her, separating the two, and comforted them. "Peace brings wealth. Peace brings wealth." Both Xia Chengel and Biao looked stunned. Xia Chengel stared at the beer bottle in Xiaowan's hand, puzzled about how it ended up there. Biao, still shaken, didn't understand how he suddenly was saved. Xia Chengel lost his hostage and, fearing capture, could only choose to run away. Xiaowan shouted to Su Bing standing at the door, "Stop him." Su Bing quickly subdued Xia Chengel in a few moves. Xia Chengel looked no older than 20, and his earlier attempt to assassinate Zhang Biao was driven by pure courage. Now, he thought he was doomed, suddenly losing strength and slumping to the ground. Su Bing grabbed his collar and threw him onto the sofa. Zhang Biao was pleased and wanted to go over and hit Xia Chengel. But Xiaowan quickly pulled him back and asked, "Did you pay?" Zhang Biao looked at the beer bottle pressed against his neck again, filled with resentment. "He's a rough man. Bro, which gang are you from? You just saved my brother. I promised you the money, and I won't shortchange you. Can you put away that beer bottle?" Xiaowan didn't take the bottle away, thinking about the 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. She suspected Zhang Biao wanted to cheat her. But she wasn't used to holding a beer bottle, so she took out a dagger, pressed it against Zhang Biao's waist, and said, "Pay your debt first. I'll let you go." Zhang Biao had no choice but to say, "I'll take you to get it." Then, Xiaowan, Zhang Biao, and Su Bing went to Zhang Biao's lounge at the nightclub. Zhang Biao lifted a painting on the wall, revealing a safe behind it. He wanted Xiaowan to step back, but she stared wide-eyed at the combination lock on the safe, feeling exhausted. Luckily, it was just a small vault with not much money inside. Zhang Biao opened the safe right in front of Xiaowan. There was about 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. He counted out 50,000 and handed it to her.
"There, we're even.
You should let me go now." Xiaowan kept her promise and released Zhang Biao, but she signaled to Su Bing. Just as Zhang Biao was freed, Su Bing took him hostage again. Xiaowan thought Su Bing might not be able to lie convincingly about extortion. She pretended to hit her forehead and shouted, "Oh, brother, we don't know each other. Look at me, just focused on making money, forgetting to look after my brother." But this 50,000 is very useful to me. Your 50,000 might just be spent by Brother Zong Biao here. Zong Biao, resentment level plus 999. You two came together, pretending not to know each other? You just saw the 50,000 in my safe. If you have the guts, take it. I want to see if you can walk out of Kowloon City. Zong Biao, a brave man, decided not to suffer losses and took out the 50,000 Hong Kong dollars from the safe. Su Bing had never seen so much money before and looked at Xia Wan in confusion.
Boss.
No. Brother, I don't know. Can I take this money? Xia Wan replied seriously, we saved Zong Biao. He's thanking us with this money. What's wrong with accepting it? 50,000 Hong Kong dollars was a lot of money. Su Bing couldn't take it either. Xia Wan found 2 large bags in the room, each carrying 1 bag on her shoulders. Su Bing couldn't hide his excitement and wanted to ask the boss if this money needed to be reported publicly. He was worried about taking it back to the mainland and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Xia Chengel also realized that these 2 were not under the control of Zong Biao. He cursed, "You're helping the bad guys, releasing the tiger back into the mountains. When he's free again, he'll surely come back with his men to harm you." Xia Wan turned and asked Zong Biao, "Can you do it?" Zong Biao was terrified and hurriedly shook his head. "No, I can't." Xia Wan didn't plan to acknowledge her relation to Xia Chengel right now. She glared and said, "Shut up. I'll take you out later. If you say one more word, I'll leave you here." When Xia Chengel heard that Xia Wan would take him away, he saw hope and kept quiet. Xia Wan then released Zong Biao and pretended to be friendly, saying, "Brother Zong Biao, I really am your savior. In our world, we must keep our grudges clear. No revenge for kindness." Zong Biao could see that these 2 were skilled fighters. Now he was outnumbered and weak, so he didn't dare hold a grudge. He forced a smile, his face full of fat, and said, "I, Zong Biao, am not the kind to repay kindness with evil." "Little benefactor, you've taken the money, can I go now?" Xia Wan grabbed his collar and shook her head. "Not yet. By the way, Brother Chong asked me to find you for something." After clarifying which Brother Chong, Zong Biao was confused. "Are you one of our people?" Xia Wan smiled awkwardly. "Yes, our people. So I told you I saved you. You shouldn't hold a grudge, right?" Zong Biao wanted to say he would definitely remember the grudge. Once he figured out who she was, he'd see how to deal with her. But he kept a friendly smile and asked, "May I ask which branch or faction you belong to?" Xia Wan didn't know the current factions of the New Righteous Society. She quickly remembered a line from the novel The Deer and the Cauldron, which was about the Heaven and Earth Society, and responded loudly, "High on the earth, a beautiful landscape that lasts forever. Facing the sea, the 3 rivers flow together for thousands of years." Zong Biao trembled and looked at her with awe, asking nervously, "May I ask your seniority in the Hongmen?" Xia Wan dared to use that line from the novel, knowing that the Heaven and Earth Society was the predecessor of the Hongmen. The New Righteous Society's ancestor, the Ian Bang, was also a splinter of the Hongmen. Thanks to her love of entertainment gossip in her previous life, she had read about the history of the Sun family and the New Righteous Society after a TV program on Hunan TV. The background of the Sun family and the history of the New Righteous Society were thoroughly researched by netizens, which helped her learn so much. But she was unsure about the seniority within the Hongmen. She wanted to ask about the rank of someone named Xiang, but she decided to go with whatever rank he claimed. She just said the word Xiang, and immediately, Xing Biao's expression changed. Fearful of saying something wrong, Xia Wan kept quiet. It turned out Xing Biao thought the word Xiang referred to the elephant generation. The new Hongmen has 24 generations. The first is the Wan generation, and the second is the Xiang generation. In current groups, people still value their seniority, greet elders properly, and for the sake of interests, they are willing to fight or even kill. This completely confused Xing Biao. According to the hierarchy, he should call the person in front of him grandma. Really? At that moment, he saw the string of prayer beads in Xia Wan's hand. The beads looked old and heavy, clearly of some age, not something an ordinary person could wear. Xing Biao remembered a legend from the Hongmen. The Hongmen evolved from the Heaven and Earth Society, which opposed the Qing dynasty and supported restoring the Ming. This is true. There was a messenger in the society who loved to wear prayer beads. But later, the Hongmen split into many factions, and few people from the messenger's lineage were heard of anymore. The person before him, with deep martial skills and wearing such beads, and being of high rank, was likely from that lineage. Finally, Sung Biao tentatively asked, "Little benefactor, what is Brother Chang's family name? How should I address you?" Xiaowan casually replied, "I'm his great-aunt." Sung Biao suddenly understood. Brother Chang's great-aunt. Isn't that the Xiang generation? Rumors say that the Xiang family gained support from senior members of the Hongmen, which helped them take over the Yayan gang. It all seems true. Just now, Sung Biao even considered retaliating against Xiaowan, but now, that thought suddenly faded. Killing a senior Hongmen member and exposing the news would mean his own death. Humbly, Sung Biao asked, "Grandma, what exactly did Brother Chang ask you to find me for?" Xiaowan was puzzled. Why did Sung Biao suddenly call her grandma? She had no children. So when did she have such a big grandson? It must be because this guy is afraid of death and is showing submission. Understanding this, Xiaowan adopted an elder's tone, placing her hand on Sung Biao's. He bowed slightly and helped her sit on the sofa. She gently patted his hand affectionately and, imitating the tone of a TV drama from her past life, said slowly, "Little Biaozi, help Grandma find someone. Once you find this person, I promise I won't treat you badly." Hearing this, Sung Biao felt relieved. Finding someone was such a simple task. When he heard that she wouldn't mistreat him, he felt happy. Although the Hongmen had split, the major gangs in Port City and Beibei still called themselves Hongmen members. When conflicts arose between gangs, they often brought in a senior Hongmen member to mediate. Having the support of a senior Hongmen member would only improve Sung Biao's standing in the martial world. Now, with Xiaowan's favor, he felt even more sincere. In his lounge, he kept several bottles of top-quality foreign wine. He opened one and poured some for Xiaowan and Su Bing. He also took out an expensive Brazilian cigar and asked if Xiaowan wanted to smoke. Xiaowan declined the cigar and raised a glass of foreign liquor, drinking it all in one gulp. She was talking a lot, and she was a bit thirsty. Seeing her drink so decisively and remain calm afterward, So Biao was amazed and said, "No wonder you're a senior member of the Hongmen." Xiaowan observed that So Biao was truly convinced, so she slowly explained, "The person I asked you to find is named Zhang Beiwang, about 20 years old. 15 years ago, he was brought over from Taiwan by a man. This person is very important, so you must not hurt him. If anything happens to him, you can only expect to be buried with him." So Biao's heart tightened. He had seen Xiaowan's ghostly skill when she snatched Xia Chengle's beer bottle. With such skill, it was easy to take his life. He quickly promised to mobilize all his men to help find the person. Xiaowan then pretended to care about So Biao's development in the gang, and finally stood up to leave. "Help me find him well. I'll come back tomorrow evening to check." She asked Su Bing to carry Xia Chengle as they prepared to leave. So Biao pointed at Xia Chengle and asked, "Grandma, this person has a grudge against me. Can I keep him and deal with him myself?" Xiaowan suddenly revealed a dagger from her sleeve and quickly performed a series of swift moves in front of So Biao, creating a flurry of blade flashes. So Biao felt as if all his beard and hair on his face had been shaved off. Xiaowan said calmly, "I will take this person first. I still have questions to ask him." So Biao was terrified. He was even more convinced that Xiaowan was a descendant of the Hongmen's disciplinary branch. Her swordplay was definitely real kung fu. Only someone from the older generation of the Hongmen could have such skills. He no longer dared to say anything. Xiaowan reached the door, and So Biao let out a long breath, finally seeing her off. But then, Xiaowan turned back. So Biao was startled and asked nervously, "Grandma, do you have any other requests?" Xiaowan pointed at a few bottles of foreign liquor in So Biao's wine cabinet and asked, "I just drank your wine, and it was smooth. Can I have these bottles?" So Biao didn't dare refuse. Siawan not only took several bottles of liquor but also grabbed the cigars So Biao had just taken out, stuffing them all into her bag. So Biao, who ran a nightclub, didn't feel much pain over a few bottles of liquor and a box of cigars. When Siawan really left, So Biao couldn't help but feel sympathetic, thinking, it seems the Hong men are truly fallen. Even the elephant generation elders are living so frugally. With such stinginess, it's pitiful. Siawan and Su Bing left the nightclub, and as they stepped outside into the cool breeze, they both felt that what had just happened was a bit unreal. Su Bing was carrying Xia Chang'e in one hand and fiddling with his shoulder bag with the other. When he saw that there were indeed 50,000 Hong Kong dollars inside, he was convinced it was real. Just now, Siawan had performed her moves like a tiger, leaving Su Bing completely stunned. He silently cheered 666 many times in his mind. Boss, do I need to share this money publicly? Su Bing asked eagerly. Siawan smiled slyly. This is the money we got from saving someone. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything. Who would know? This means they won't share the money. Su Bing felt like he was floating. Was this his first time out with the boss, and he already became a millionaire? His monthly salary and allowances add up to just over 50 yuan, but 50,000 Hong Kong dollars is how many months of his salary? As he was lost in the joy of suddenly becoming rich, a voice suddenly said, "Can I leave now?" Su Bing turned sharply to Xia Chang'e, warning Siawan, "Boss, there's still someone alive here." Xia Chang'e shivered. These two had robbed Zhang Biao of 100,000 yuan. Were they planning to kill him to cover their tracks? Two heroes, please let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone about the money you took from Zhang Biao. Siawan stayed silent, and Su Bing kept escorting Xia Chang'e to a remote place before stopping. Siawan asked, "Why did you kill Zhang Biao just now?" Xia Chang'e thought. Zhang Biao had just said he was on his side and called her grandma. Their relationship was complicated. If he told the truth, what would they do? Xia Chang'e started acting. He tearfully claimed that Zhang Biao was heartless, had killed his whole family, and assaulted his wife and daughter. At first, Siawan was moved and wanted to go back and punish Zhang Biao immediately. But the more she listened, the more familiar the story sounded. How could this actor's performance be so similar to someone she knew? Su Bing looked at Xia Chang'e and Siawan, suddenly feeling that these two must have some connection. The way the young man exaggerated his acting, so similar to the boss, made him wonder, could they be from the same school of acting? Xia Chang'e, how old are you this year? Xia Chang'e paused his act and, surprised, blurted out, "How do you know my real name?" Siawan played it off. "You just said it yourself." Xia Chang'e quickly covered his mouth, thinking, "I got carried away," and revealed my real name. He pretended to be clueless and said, 30. Siawan snorted, "From your look, you're probably no more than 20. Even if you're married, where's your daughter?" "That's nonsense. If you keep lying, I'll send you back to Zhang Biao right now." Xia Chang'e was scared and honestly confessed, "I just joined the Qingzhou gang and need a token of allegiance. If I kill Zhang Biao, I can become the boss." So, it was gang-related assassination. Siawan rolled her eyes. She didn't want to get involved in this. "Xia Chang'e, where is your family from?" Xia Chang'e wanted to make something up, but seeing the murderous look in Siawan's eyes, he dared not lie and honestly said, "Yunshao County, Minnan." Siawan's face lit up. She asked, "Is your father called Xia Sanjin?" Xia Chang'e was genuinely stunned. "You know my father?" Once Siawan confirmed Xia Chang'e's identity, her expression became complicated. Xia Chang'e looked like a small troublemaker, so she told him to call her little cousin-in-law. Siawan was a bit unhappy, but to find another bracelet, she had to accept this family connection. "Take me to see your father," she said. Xia Chang'e thought that third gold Xia probably wasn't so unreliable. Xia Chang'e became even more scared. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground, bowing and crying loudly in a dark, empty corner. "Father, it's your son who is not doing well. I shouldn't have joined the club. I shouldn't have let you down. I made you worry even underground." Seeing him cry so sincerely, Siawon asked carefully, "Did your father pass away?" Sia Changel wiped his nose and begged, "Heroine, my father died 3 years ago. If he were still alive, I wouldn't be involved with the club. Please, Heroine, I've offended you. Whatever punishment you give me is fine. Just don't dig up my father's grave." Siawon frowned. She hadn't expected that third gold Sia was already dead. Now it was complicated. She had to tell the truth. "Little cousin-in-law, stop crying. I am Sia Chong'in's daughter from Sia village. Aunt Wu, your eldest aunt, gave me your address in Gangcheng to find you." Sia Changel was stunned.
Huh?
"We're relatives?" Seeing her dressed like a young troublemaker, he couldn't believe it.
Don't fool me.
People over there can't just come to Gangcheng casually. Siawon then revealed the address of Third Gold Sia's family and explained some family relationships involving Aunt Wu and Sia village. Some she recognized, some she didn't. But she believed what Siawon said. Feeling more confident, Sia Changel straightened up and, as an elder, scolded her niece. "That's your mistake. We're family, and you're helping that troublemaker, which made me fail my task. If I had killed him today, I could run a gang in Qingzhou and be the boss of several streets. Then I'd take you to enjoy good food and drinks. Come on, go with me to kill him." He grabbed Siawon's hand, trying to pull her to commit murder. She was speechless, easily twisting his arm behind his back and saying, "I still need that troublemaker. And you, how can a member of the Sia family join a club? You'd better quit." Sia Changel's arm hurt, and he shouted, "Ow. Niece, let go. You're out of line. When I return to the mainland, I'll report you to the clan." Siawon released him and asked, "Did your father leave any belongings?" Sia Changel shook his head. "No, just a broken house." Siawon asked him to lead the way, saying she wanted to see his home. Sia Changel was reluctant. "Niece, it's too late today. Who visits others this late? Why not come tomorrow? I'll cook a good meal, and we can chat slowly." Siawon thought for a moment and agreed. After Sia Changel left, she said to Su Bing, "Let's follow him." Su Bing whispered, "Boss, this guy looks a bit off. Is he really your uncle?" Sia Wandian nodded, "Pretty sure he is." Su Bing sighed, "Your family's genes are really strong. No wonder I thought his exaggerated act had a bit of your shadow." Sia Wandian turned to look at Su Bing, looking annoyed. "You think my acting is exaggerated? I pay a lot of attention to self-cultivation as an actor. How is my performance exaggerated tonight?" Su Bing didn't dare to offend her and quickly added, "You're much better than him. You can even fool Zong Biao into calling you grandma. You focus on the meaning behind the performance, while he just goes surface level. It's clear who's better." Sia Wandian felt better and boasted, "I don't really want to be an actor, but if I did, I could definitely win an Oscar." While talking, they followed Sia Changel, who zigzagged to a simple wooden house. When they saw Sia Changel open the door and go inside, they moved closer and heard loud coughing from inside. Then they heard Sia Changel say, "Dad, should I take you to the hospital tomorrow?" A man's voice, panting, replied, "Forget it. No need to waste that money." Sia Wandian rolled her eyes, inserted a dagger into the door, and pried the door open. She entered and saw Sia Changel looking shocked. She scolded, "You good for nothing. Are you still telling the truth? Isn't your dad still alive?" Afraid of frightening the elderly on the bed, she said to the old man, "Uncle Sanjin, just now your son cursed you to die, but he's outside crying funeral for you." Sia Changel was made to kneel in the corner of the room, afraid to speak. Sia Wandian talked with Uncle Sanjin, checking his pulse. She had already mentioned her recent trip to Hangcheng and her encounter with Sia Changel. When she entered, she wiped off her bright red lipstick and took off her large gold chain around her neck, making her look much more normal. Uncle Sanjin, who knew Sia Changhong, quickly confirmed that Sia Wandian was really her. "When I left Saijiakan, your dad was only about 10. Now his daughter is already so grown up." Seeing someone from her hometown made Sia Sanjin very emotional. He asked many questions about Saijiakan. Sia Wandian shared everything she knew. After giving Uncle Sanjin acupuncture, his cough stopped, and he believed she really knew medicine. Uncle Sanjin, I came today mainly to recognize you. Your health is badly damaged, lung problems, poor liver. I'll study your condition and prepare some medicine. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Rest well now, I'll visit you again tomorrow. It was almost midnight, so Xia Wandian couldn't stay longer. She had arranged to meet Uncle Sanjin the next day, and then left. After Xia Xian and Su Bing left, Xia Chengel got up from the ground and ran to his father's bed to ask, Dad, do you really believe her? Xia Sanjin spat and said, Shaowan is honest and is Long Zhen's daughter. Why shouldn't I trust her? Xia Chengel's eyes rolled and he complained, Dad, just now outside, she asked me if you left any belongings for me. She must be here to steal our family treasure. Xia Sanjin felt tired and said, Didn't you just say she's skilled? She's also a doctor. Where can't she make money? Our family is poor. What good is there for her to steal? Xia Chengel thought about it and suddenly felt happy. Dad, I tell you, this little niece of ours, as soon as she made her move, she took 10,000 yuan from Zhang Biao. If we acknowledge her as family and let her be my helper, I could dominate Kowloon City. Xia Sanjin wanted to hit his son but was too weak and couldn't get out of bed. He grabbed something from the bed and threw it at Xia Chengel, saying, You useless son of a turtle, you dare to join gangs? I'll die just to prove you wrong. Xia Chengel dodged and retorted, In Kowloon City, if I don't join a gang, how can I make money to pay for your treatment? Xiaowan and Su Bing returned to the hotel, silent all night. The next morning, during breakfast, Xiaowan asked Zhang Qiushan for leave. Zhang said, Today, the places we plan to visit don't need a translator. You can go do your own thing. I already called my friend using the hotel phone. Here's the address. You ask him to help post a missing person ad. He agreed and we might get a discount. Su Bing also wanted to take leave. Zhang's face darkened. Li Baihe gave Zhang Qiushan a look and he reluctantly agreed. After they left, Li Baihe said, What are you two doing? I think they are just connections sent by the higher-ups to let them experience things during the investigation. That young Su, didn't you notice? He's always with Xiao Xia. They might be dating. Why are you trying to break them up? Li Baihe misunderstood, but this misunderstanding gave Xiaowan and Su Bing space to act alone. Xiaowan took the address from Zhang Qiushan and found the newspaper office. She paid 300 Hong Kong dollars to publish the missing person notice. Of course, this was a public expense. Before leaving, Chu Jiangnan also approved 2,000 Hong Kong dollars for their travel expenses. They could just reimburse it later. After handling the official matters, Xia Wan took Su Bing to HSBC Bank. She asked, Did you bring your 50,000 yuan? Su Bing carried a backpack, bulging inside. He said, Yes, I brought it. Boss, this money can't be taken back. How should we spend it? Xiaowan pointed to the bank entrance and said, You can open an account and deposit it. If you want to invest, I can help you think of how. Su Bing thought for a moment and said, Then I'll just save it. Xiaowan suggested, Although the housing prices in Harbor City have already increased twice, there is still a lot of room for future growth. With 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, you should be able to buy a small house. I think in 10 years, the value could multiply several times. Su Bing shook his head. I don't live in Harbor City, so what's the point of buying a house? Xiaowan added, You could also consider investing in stocks in Harbor City. For example, the stock of Chung Kong Industries might also increase many times in the future. Su Bing was still worried. My dad said that when he was underground, he worked in finance in Shanghai for a while, and he told me stories about the stock scams by the Kuomintang.
I don't dare to buy stocks.
Xia Wan couldn't argue with that. She thought, let him save his first earnings and watch the numbers grow. Since she had some business at HSBC Bank, she took Su Bing inside to open an account and deposit the money. She told the manager, I want to check my funds at your branch in Country M. Xia Wan showed her passbook from HSBC in Country M. Back then, there was no internet, so checking accounts across branches required phone calls and telegrams, and international withdrawals needed to be done with bank drafts. She waited a long time before seeing her account activity. The Dragon and Phoenix bracelet she had consigned in New York had only been prepaid with 3,000 US dollars. The account showed that later, it had earned $6,800, probably after deducting the commission from the auction house. The next day, this money was transferred into another stock account of hers, which she believed had been fully invested in Franklin Resources stock. She asked the bank manager if they could see the stock market information from Country M. The manager, considering she had just deposited 50,000 Hong Kong dollars and had a cross-border account, provided her with stock market data from across the ocean received yesterday. She saw that in just 6 months, her Franklin Resources stock had risen from 5.1 to 6.3. Although this increase was not yet the many times future gains could bring, she was still happy. She had earned another $2,000. Xiaowan thought that with 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, she couldn't buy a good house in Harbor City. She gritted her teeth and decided to ask her bank broker to introduce her to a stockbroker and opened a stock account. Harbor City's stock market had just experienced a major crash in 1973. Li Shoufu's Chung Kong Industries had fallen from a peak of 28 Hong Kong dollars and 60 cents in 1973 to 1 Hong Kong dollar and 70 cents. However, Xiaowan knew that when Li Shoufu's Chung Kong Industries was delisted in 2015, it had increased over 2,800 times since its initial listing. The best time to buy Chung Kong Industries was in 1974. She bought all her 50,000 Hong Kong dollars worth of stock at 1 Hong Kong dollar and 92 cents per share. Su Bing was originally unwilling to buy stocks, but after Jiawan's strong persuasion, he transferred 10,000 Hong Kong dollars to her, and she helped him buy shares of Chung Kong Industries. Jiawan remembers that when the movement in mainland China ended, Hong Kong would also experience great development. When the Hong Kong stock market recovers, her 50,000 Hong Kong dollars could multiply many times in just 2 years. This is much faster and easier than when Franklin Resources stocks turned into $600 million when she was 70. After saving money and buying stocks, Jiawan and Su Bing had only about 1,700 Hong Kong dollars left in public funds. It was still early, so they strolled around Central. Jiawan happened to see an audio store and went inside to browse. That year, Teresa Tung had already debuted and released her second album, Airport. Cassette tapes were now available, mostly imported from Japan. But the mainstream records were still the old-fashioned vinyl discs for gramophones. Jiawan's family also had an old gramophone. She saw Ting's Airport album and felt a bit tempted. When she asked the price, it was 25 Hong Kong dollars per disc, which was quite expensive. Jiawan decided not to buy it, mainly because the Japanese version of Airport was being sold at that time, and even if she brought it home, she wouldn't dare to play it. She then saw a few familiar faces. Principal Tan was forming the Winners Band with Zhongjin Tao, Chen Yu, and others, and they had just released the album Listen to the Winners. Jiawan decisively bought one as a tribute to early Hong Kong and Taiwan music. Su Bing was a bit stunned when Jiawan spent $25 on a record. "Boss, this is too expensive. It's like half a month's salary for us. And we can't even claim it back when we go home." Jiawan told him, "You don't understand. In a few years, even if I just re-record and sell pirated copies of these records, I can make a lot of money." Jiawan often saw videos on Douyin talking about how popular Hong Kong and Taiwan music was in the 80s and 90s in mainland China. She believed she could start selling pirated records in 3 years. Well, she might not have time herself, but she could introduce it to relatives and friends. The sound shop door jingled as a young man in a striped shirt entered silently, choosing records without a word. Jiawan felt her eyes almost dazzled by the glare, staring at the young man intently. He seemed to notice her intense gaze, looked up at her with some panic, but then forced a calm smile. That smile nearly stole her soul. "Qin Mai, sorry. Please don't blame me for not being faithful. I can't control myself. These are living Ning Kaichen and Chung Dai-yi. At 18, a living superstar. I'm a big fan, so please don't mind me." Xiaowan silently apologized to Qin Mai while approaching the young man. At this moment, the superstar was not yet famous, just a naive teenager who had recently returned from studying in Britain after dropping out, with his father gone and his family in trouble. Rong Xiao, who went to Britain at 13, had developed good manners. Even though Xiaowan's gaze was a bit impolite and Rong Xiao was too shy, he still gathered courage to ask, "Miss, do you know me?" Xiaowon nodded eagerly, yes, yes. Leslie, can you sign for me? Now, Xiaowon had completely become a little fangirl. She took a notebook out of her bag, along with a pen, and handed them to Rong Xiao. Rong Xiao was confused. The girl was right. She knew his English name and seemed to really recognize him. Her eyes showed intense admiration and infatuation. Could this girl be mentally ill? He was just a dropout from a family that once owned a famous tailor shop that made suits for Hollywood stars. Now his father had passed away, the shop had closed, and as the youngest son, he inherited nothing. Life was hard enough. What was there to admire or be infatuated with? Feeling sorry for her, Rong Xiao took the notebook and pen from Xiaowon and wrote 3 words, Zhang Feizong. Xiaowon stretched her neck, almost leaning over to look at the notebook. When she saw those 3 words, she suddenly remembered that Rong Xiao wasn't called Rong Xiao anymore. She thought for a moment and said, "Could you please sign Zhongguo next to it?" "Thank you." "Miss, are you mistaken about who I am?" No, I just think that name suits you very well." Rong Xiao was more convinced that Xia Wan was a poor person with a mental illness. After all, who would give a stranger a name and ask for a signature? Kind-hearted, he didn't want to disappoint her, so he signed as she asked. After returning the notebook and pen, Rong Xiao politely said goodbye and headed toward the shop door. Xiaowon thought she had disturbed him from buying a CD. She had seen the superstar standing in front of Kongang earlier. She quickly took out 25 Hong Kong dollars and bought a copy of Kongang, then chased after him. Su Bing followed behind her, unable to understand why her boss suddenly seemed so obsessed. He thought maybe she had found some clue related to a mission and didn't dare speak up, just silently following her. Xiaowon caught up with Rong Xiao and handed him the CD, saying, "This is for you." Rong Xiao looked at it, exactly the album he wanted but couldn't afford, and felt a strange mix of emotions. "Miss, how do you know I like this album?" Xiaowon said, "I saw your eyes keep lingering on it." Rong Xiao lowered his head and asked, "Even if I like you, we don't know each other. Why would you give me this?" Xiaowon naturally replied, "If you like it, of course I will give it to you. If you're happy, I'll be even happier." Rong Xiao suddenly looked up and stared at Xiaowon. His eyes seemed misty as he repeated her name several times, then said, "I've remembered. This is the first gift I've ever received in my life. I know I shouldn't accept it, but I really want to. In the future, when I earn money, I will help you get better." Rong Xiao's father had 10 children and married 2 concubines. He was the 10th son. Even his youngest brother was 8 years older than him. His mother was often upset because of his father's concubines and was emotionally distant from the children. His father was rarely home. His brothers didn't like him either. So, Rong Xiao left home at 13. Being ignored by his family since childhood, this was truly the first time he received a sincere gift from someone. Although the other person seemed mentally ill, Rong Xiao still felt touched. For this gift, Rong Xiao promised Xia Wan that when he had money, he would help her recover from her mental illness. Xia Wan didn't understand what he meant at first. She suddenly remembered that morning on April Fool's Day, when Rong Xiao jumped from a tall building, and she felt a sudden pang of sympathy. "I've never done anything bad in my life. Why am I like this?" These words echoed in Xia Wan's mind for a long time. She knew that words alone couldn't heal the loneliness brought by his family background. She could only encourage him. "You deserve to be loved by the whole world. Trust me." Rong Xiao was moved by her sincerity and nodded fiercely, saying, "You too." They looked at each other and smiled. A streetcar stopped at the bus stop. Rong Xiao waved to Xia Wan and said, "I still need to deliver goods. See you if we're lucky." Watching Rong Xiao's back as he left, Xia Wan's heart couldn't settle down. At this moment, Su Bing finally dared to speak and asked, "Who is that person?" Xia Wan choked up and said, "A very good person." She raised her small fist excitedly, saying, "I want to earn a lot of money, buy all the newspapers in Harbor City, clean up those bad media, and protect him." After saying that, Xia Wan grabbed Su Bing and ran wildly down Zhonghuan Street. Su Bing was anxious and said, "Boss, you don't have to rush to make money. I don't need those 50,000 anymore. Just take it, okay?" Xiaowan turned back and shouted, "It's not enough. I suddenly found new motivation to earn money. I want to use money to protect good people." Xiaowan was full of confidence. Her mind was racing quickly. In the 1970s, Harbor City was known as one of the four little dragons of Asia, on the verge of economic takeoff. Everywhere was full of business opportunities. However, in the next 20 years, the main industry in the port city will be real estate. The four major families in the city grew from middle-level businessmen to top wealthy families during the boom in real estate. If she wants to quickly build wealth in the city, relying only on stock trading is not enough. Currently, land prices in the city are still relatively low, so the four families are likely hoarding land. She also needs to buy land while prices are low, accumulating a large amount of land to secure her position in the city's future economic growth. To earn more money quickly and help her ideal partner, Xiaowan became increasingly ambitious. Although she only has 1,650 Hong Kong dollars in public funds, her mind was already thinking about competing with the future four major families. "I need capital now," she thought. After her experience in Country M, she no longer wanted to sell antiques at pawn shops or gold shops. She asked many people in Central and found Christie's auction house. Christie's in Hong Kong was established in 1973 and was still small at the time, but with its reputable headquarters, it had already gained some fame among the city's wealthy circles. When Xiaowan entered the auction house, she saw a British man scolding a Chinese agent. Although they spoke English, Xiaowan could clearly understand the British man's insulting words toward the Chinese agent. "Are you a pig? How can you not do such a simple task? You yellow-skinned pigs are born to be inferior." Xiaowan frowned and stepped forward, asking, "Have I entered a pigsty? I just heard a white pig farting as soon as I came in." The British man understood her English, was about to get angry, but Xiaowan pointed at the Chinese agent and said, "I have something to sell. Can you be my agent?" Christie's was expanding globally. Although the British man had just been domineering to his subordinate, he wouldn't dare offend a potential client. He arrogantly looked at Xiaowan and Su Bing's clothes, judging they didn't seem wealthy, and told the Chinese man, "You handle it." After giving Xiaowan and Su Bing a stern look, he left. The Chinese man stepped forward to greet them and introduced himself, "Miss, Sir, hello. Here is my business card." Xiaowan looked at the name on the card. The man was named Chang Yongnian, and his position was an intern agent. At that time, the British in the city already considered themselves superior, and since Chang Yongnian was his superior, he naturally behaved arrogantly. Chang Yongnian led Xiaowan and Su Bing into a small meeting room. "Miss, let me first introduce Christie's business." Chang Yongnian, who looked about 30, explained Christie's services carefully. After finishing, he politely asked Xiaowan, "May I ask what kind of items you want to auction?" Xiaowan did not answer immediately. She first asked for a catalog of last year's auction items from Christie's and carefully looked through it. Since the last time she bid at an auction in Country M for a pair of dragon and phoenix bangles, she had gained some experience. After finishing the catalog, Xiaowan asked Chang Yongnian, "Do you have any upcoming auction events?" Chang Yongnian nodded. "In 3 days, we will have an antique auction. Do you have any antiques you'd like to sell?" Unlike the British man, who looked down on Xiaowan because of her simple clothes, Chang Yongnian, being Chinese, knew that Chinese collectors prefer to keep their wealth discreet and not show off. He then took out a brochure about the auction in 3 days and handed it to Xiaowan. She looked at the jewelry listed for sale and felt that the items in her space were worth much more than these. Xiaowan said she needed to use the restroom. Inside, she locked the door and entered her space. During the Spring Festival, she had brought out 8 large boxes from Wang Hongguang's basement. They contained books, calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, antiques, gold, jewelry, and more. Unlike in Port City, where some antiques and jewelry are not very valuable, in Port City, many foreigners buy them, and wealthy locals also collect rare items to show off. Xiaowan had just seen in the auction brochure a pink glazed plate from the Yongjing period, with a starting bid of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. She remembered she had a pink glazed plate in her space that was even more beautiful than the one in the brochure, though she hadn't checked if it was imperial. She carefully opened the box with the porcelain, gently removed the cotton padding, and found the yellow glazed plate with floral and bird patterns. Turning it over, she was lucky. It was also made during Yongjing's reign. That alone was worth at least $1 million. Xiaowan believed that porcelain has great potential for appreciation, and she was reluctant to sell her other pieces. Her space mostly contained jewelry. She wrapped a bundle of clothes around her items, not caring what they were, planning to take everything out for Chang Yongnian to appraise. When she returned to the small reception room, Chang Yongnian showed no signs of suspicion, but Su Bing's gaze lingered on her backpack for a few seconds. Su Bing clearly felt that her backpack had become a bit more bulging. However, he didn't pay much attention. Xiaowan gave Su Bing a subtle signal. He obediently said he would stay outside to guard. After closing the door, Xiaowan opened her backpack, looked around cautiously to ensure safety, and then took out an object wrapped in clothes. "Mr. Chang, please take a look at this antique. Do you think it can be sold at the auction in 3 days?" When Chang Yongnian saw Xiaowan carefully carrying out a bundle of clothes, his nerves started to tighten. He knew exactly what that gesture meant. Having been in this line for many years, he understood that those who truly have valuable items tend to act secretively. Xiaowan carefully unwrapped the bundle, revealing a piece of yellow-glazed porcelain. Constant Yongnian's heart started pounding wildly. As Xiaowan's finger moved, his gaze fixated on the beautiful yellow-glazed porcelain. When the entire yellow-ground porcelain plate with bird and flower patterns was revealed, Yongnian took a deep breath. Qingzhuan pink glaze. Still yellow Qingzhuan glaze. "Miss, may I have a look?" Yongnian's voice trembled. Xiaowan said, "Go ahead, but be careful." Yongnian solemnly put on a pair of white gloves and carefully picked up the yellow-ground porcelain plate with bird and flower designs. He examined it very closely, occasionally exclaiming, "This is truly Qingzhuan glaze from the Yongjing period. A royal treasure. It's wonderful, so beautiful." Xiaowan herself didn't know much about antiques and couldn't understand Yongnian's professional excitement upon seeing this yellow-ground porcelain plate. With Yongnian's skill, he could already confirm it was genuine. Fake items from this era were fewer than in later times, and the techniques for making fakes were less advanced, making them easier to identify. But to be safe, Yongnian still invited a ceramic appraisal expert from his organization to examine it. The expert was also shocked by the quality of this yellow-ground porcelain plate with bird and flower patterns. Earlier, the foreign man who had been scolding Yongnian outside changed his attitude completely upon hearing that a genuine piece was about to be auctioned. He came into the small meeting room and personally invited Xiaowan to discuss the auction in his office. Xiaowan shook his head and refused. "I don't do business with non-humans." That foreign man was just a worker and could only swallow his anger. Xiaowan pointed at Yongnian and said, "I want Mr. Yongnian to be my auction agent." The foreign man pushed Yongnian aside and explained, "He's just an apprentice. He's not qualified to handle such valuable auctions." Xiaowan asked Yongnian, "Do you not have the ability?" Yongnian felt a complex mix of emotions. He wasn't lacking in ability. In fact, he was better than that foreign man in antique appraisal and related skills. 5 years ago, he had joined Christie's in London, starting as an intern and gradually becoming an agent. Last year, Christie's planned to open a branch in Hong Kong. Yongnian thought returning to his homeland would give him a chance to shine. Who would have thought that the newly established Christie's in Hong Kong would be more dismissive of Chinese staff than the London branch? Not only was he ignored, but foreign agents often snatched deals, which caused him to miss his targets last year and be demoted to an apprentice. Hearing Xiaowan's question, Yongnian made up his mind and said boldly, "I can do it. Miss, if you entrust this yellow-ground porcelain plate with bird and flower patterns to me, I will do my best to protect your interests." Xiaowan nodded. "Then you're it." The foreign agent was unhappy but couldn't defend the client, so he left reluctantly. In the small meeting room, only Yongnian and Xiaowan remained. Everlasting asked Xiaowan, "Miss, what is your expected starting price?" Xiaowan asked him for advice. Everlasting said, "There is a porcelain plate from the Yongjing period in this auction, with a starting price of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. But that one is just an ordinary imperial porcelain piece and cannot compare to yours. Yours is just yellow glaze. Yellow is the color of emperors. The yellow glaze in Yongjing's Famille Rose is the best of the best. I suggest a starting price of 5 million. Xiaowan was surprised herself. Although she knew that in later years, Famille Rose Yongjing pieces often sold for tens of millions, she couldn't believe that a yellow-glazed floral plate from the 1970s could fetch over 5 million Hong Kong dollars now. She asked in disbelief, "Is it that expensive? Will anyone buy it?" Everlasting smiled and said to Xiaowan, "I don't think you're a local from Hong Kong City, right?" He probably guessed that Xiaowan was from mainland China. Xiaowan didn't respond. Everlasting continued, "You might not be familiar with the wealthy circle in Hong Kong City. Let me give you an example. Last month, Chief Inspector Liu's second wife bought a necklace here that cost 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Hearing Liu, she suddenly thought of the famous Inspector Liu Lo, who in the 1970s could embezzle 500 million. This showed that there were still many wealthy people in Hong Kong City. The prices here are really different from those in mainland China. Suddenly, an idea came to Xiaowan about making money from the price difference. But then she thought carefully and realized she couldn't do that because it would be smuggling. She pulled herself back to her thoughts and agreed to Everlasting's suggestion. When Everlasting was about to help her sign the consignment auction contract, Xiaowan became secretive again. Manager Everlasting, I also have some antique jewelry. Can you help me take a look?" She took out a package of jewelry. Everlasting was stunned. Could she be a rural person? How could she have so many antique pieces and casually pack them like that? He nervously picked up a jade hairpin, held it under his nose, and sniffed. He didn't smell any earthy scent. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was common to find burial items in auctions, he personally didn't like dealing with rural folks. "Miss, so many pieces. Are you selling all of them?" Xiaowan smiled awkwardly. "If the price is right, I'll sell them all. Don't worry, I'll look at each one." Xiaowan had many pieces of jewelry she didn't wear, so keeping them didn't mean much. She thought she could sell some each time to make money. Everlasting laid out a red velvet cloth on the table and carefully arranged the jewelry one by one. There were 20 pieces in total, including ancient gold and jade. Valuing each piece was a test of her eyesight and expertise. It took him a whole hour to evaluate all 20 pieces. Then he called an expert to review everything again. It took another hour and a half. Some of these jewelry pieces are not very valuable, only worth a few tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars, while others are very precious, estimated at hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. The most expensive is a jade necklace, which Chang Yongnian said could start bidding at 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Each antique and jewelry item requires a separate signed consignment contract. Xiaowan signed 21 such auction contracts all at once. In the end, these items were stored in Christie's vault. Chang Yongnian gave Xiaowan 2 invitation cards for the auction in 3 days, and then sent Xiaowan and Su Bing out of Christie's auction house. Although Su Bing didn't see the antiques with his own eyes, he knew that his older brother was bringing out something extraordinary for the auction. He noticed that the security level at Christie's suddenly increased, and everyone became tense. He's not someone who meddles in others' affairs, and was too lazy to ask questions. While waiting for the appraisal at the auction house, Chang Yongnian invited the two to have lunch. Now it was already afternoon, and after some thought, he decided to go directly to Xia Changle's house. Last night, after Xiaowan gave Xia Sen acupuncture, Xia Sen felt much better. He coughed less during the night and slept peacefully. Even Xia Changle thought that his little niece, Xiaowan, really had some skills. You must know that in the past 6 months, his father had been coughing almost all night, which not only kept Xia San awake but also disturbed Xia Changle's sleep. So today, when Xiaowan arrived, Xia Changle was much more enthusiastic than yesterday. "Little niece, you've finally come. I didn't go out today, just waiting for you. Have you eaten? I'll go buy some groceries now and treat you to roast goose tonight." Xiaowan stopped him. "Uncle Sanjin can't eat roast goose recently. If you go shopping, buy something else." Once inside, Xiaowan checked Xia San's pulse again. She also brought out the ointment she made last night overnight for Xie-san and told Xie Changel to dilute it with water for Xie-san to drink. This ointment took me 3 days to prepare. Uncle Sanjin, you start taking it now. With this hot weather, the ointment is hard to store. I'll make some pills when I get back, seal them with wax, and send them to you. I'll also keep the prescription. If you finish it, Changel can prepare more for you. Take it for 3 months, and your lung and liver illnesses should improve, Xiaowan said while giving acupuncture to Xie-san. Xie-san and his son were truly excited now. They had actually seen doctors before. The doctors said Xie-san's illness could only be endured and couldn't be cured. But Xiaowan said that after taking her pills, he might get better in 3 months. How could this father and son not be moved? Xie Changel asked Xiaowan, little niece, is what you're saying true? Can my father really get better? If you really cure his illness from now on, my life is yours. Xie-san also looked at Xiaowan with hope. Xiaowan nodded sincerely. As long as you take the medicine on time, don't smoke or drink, I guarantee Uncle Sanjin will get better. Xie-san was of a higher generation. His age was about the same as Xie Changhong. Over the years in Port City, life has been hard, and it wore down my body. If I could avoid dying, who would want to die so early? Especially since I have a mischievous son, I am even less willing to die. After acupuncture, Xie Sanjin felt much more comfortable all over. He lay on the bed, fidgeting for a while, then took out a cloth bag and handed it to Xiaowan, saying, Little Wan, you saved Uncle's life. I have nothing much to thank you with. This bracelet was given to me by my mother when I left Xie village. We are all men in our family, so I don't need it. My mother's gift. I can't bear to sell it. You can take this bracelet. We are all from the Xie family, so keep it as a keepsake. Xiaowan opened the cloth bag and saw a jade bracelet of the same quality as a jade ring. She had been thinking about how to ask Xie Sanjin about the jade bracelet, but before she could speak, he gave it to her voluntarily. If it had been something else, Xiaowan might not have accepted it, but this jade bracelet she definitely wanted. Thank you, Uncle Sanjin. I'll take the bracelet. If your family has any difficulties, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will do my best. As soon as Xiaowan finished speaking, Xie Changel interrupted, All right, little niece, help me conquer Kowloon City Fortress, so I can be the boss, okay? Xiaowan's forehead twitched with 2 black lines. Xiaowan really wanted to immediately go into her space to recognize the bracelet with blood. Unfortunately, she had to hold back. Tonight, she had an appointment with Song Biao. If the bracelet was real and her space upgraded, it would cause a big commotion. Xiaowan chatted with Xie Sanjin and learned that he came to Hong Kong in 1947. Back then, many people fled overseas. My 6 brothers and I was the only one without a family. I wanted to make a new life, so I came here. I worked as a porter at the dock, then as an assistant in a watch shop, and later opened my own store. For over 10 years, life was okay. But unfortunately, before Changel's mother died, she fell ill and left a huge debt. I also got sick and I had to give up my shop. Not everyone who comes to Port City to seek a new life succeeds. Most end up at the bottom of society. Uncle Sanjin, have you always lived in Kowloon City Fortress? No, the rent here is cheap, and there are some doctors from the mainland who also charge less. I used to run a watch shop over in Sha Tin. Hearing that Xie Sanjin had owned a shop, Xiaowan was interested and asked, Uncle Sanjin, can you do bookkeeping? Xie Sanjin thought, many people from Chaos Han and Manon can do accounting. My master taught me, or I wouldn't dare to open a shop. Xiaowan then looked at her cousin Xie Changel, who was kneeling in the corner, and asked, Does my little cousin know how to do it? Just now, Xie Changel was shouting that Xiaowan should help him go kill all the people in Jilong City Fortress, but he was punished to kneel by Xie Sanjin. Seeing his unmotivated son, Xie Sanjin sighed and said, Don't think your little cousin is irresponsible now. When he was young, he was very smart. He was much quicker at doing calculations than I am. It's all because of me and his mother's illness. If I had known he would hang out with those thugs and gangsters, I would rather have never moved to Jilong City Fortress. Xiaowan understood Xie Sanjin's feelings. When they moved here, it was because the rent was cheap and there were many doctors from the mainland. Many of those doctors operated without licenses and charged much less than outside. But they didn't expect there would be many gangs and secret societies here. When Xia Chang'e first moved here, he was in his rebellious teenage years and easily influenced by others. Now, seeing his son always thinking about fighting and violence, Xia Sanjin regrets deeply. Xia Wan thought for a moment and said, Uncle Sanjin, I suggest you all move away from Jilong City Fortress. If we stay, it will be hard for my little cousin to break free from those people. I want to register a company in Harbor City. If you're willing, I'd like to ask for your help, Uncle Sanjin and my little cousins. Xia Sanjin's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, Xiao Wan, what kind of business do you want to start? Xia Wan replied, I want to register a real estate company first to do real estate business. Xia Sanjin was surprised. Xiao Wan, that will need a lot of money. Xia Wan smiled faintly. I'll consider the money issue. You don't need to worry. Mainly, I am a soldier in the mainland, so it's not convenient for me to handle many things here in Harbor City. I can only come over once or twice a year. We need someone in charge here. Uncle Sanjin, are you willing to help me? Of course, Xia Sanjin was willing. Manon people love to stick together and support each other. Since he and Xia Wan are relatives, helping him is more reliable than helping other townspeople. But he was a bit worried. Xiao Wan, I definitely want to help your uncle, but I've never worked in real estate, and my health isn't good now. I'm afraid I might delay your plans. Xia Wan thought for a moment and said, think about it. Among our fellow townspeople, is there anyone familiar with real estate? We can invite someone experienced to run the business. Uncle, you are family and an elder. Just watch over the business for me. When I'm not here, if big things happen, you can help make decisions. Xia Sanjin then felt relieved. He started to consider people he knew and suddenly shouted to Xia Chang'e, son, get up first. Call your Uncle Fan and ask if his second son can come see me. Xia Chang'e pouted. Uncle Fan's second son? Why should I ask him? Dad, you're too polite to that kid. Xia Sanjin got angry and was about to hit him, so Xia Chang'e obediently went out to find a phone booth to make the call. Xia Sanjin explained to Xia Wan, Xiao Wan, let me introduce someone to you. His father is also from Yunshao County with the surname Fan. His family has a long-standing connection with our old Xia family. I originally arrived in Gangcheng with his father on the same boat. His father is a dentist, and his children are better educated than me. His children have achieved success, and now old Fan no longer lives in Kowloon City. Fan's second son is 3 years older than Changlo. He is educated and currently works at Xian Hongji Company. He definitely knows more about real estate than us. You should ask him. After a while, Xia Changlo returned and said to Xia Sanjin, Uncle Fan answered the phone and promised to wait until his second son finishes work, then bring him over to see you. Changlo went out again and brought back some small dishes. They prepared a simple meal, and a few people ate dinner. Just as they finished cleaning up, there was a knock at the door. A thin man in his 50s, with a sharp build, entered with a young boy. Xia San, how have you been these days? Still not in a hurry to die? The thin man hurried into the house, looking surprised when he saw Xia Sanjin sitting up instead of lying in bed. His expression showed he had misunderstood something, and his eyes turned red. He held Xia Sanjin's hand and said, Brother, why are you sitting up? If you have something to tell me, you can say it lying down. Don't worry, even if you're gone, Changlo, I'll take care of him for you. Xia Sanjin's face darkened. He realized Fan Dojung thought he was about to die soon. They've been brothers for decades, so there's no way Fan Dojung would deliberately curse him. It must be that Changlo didn't explain clearly. Unhappy, Xia Sanjin asked, what did that troublemaker Changlo say to you on the phone? Fan Dojung looked at Xia Sanjin's condition and didn't seem like he was about to die. He suspiciously said, Changlo told me it was urgent and asked me to bring his second son over quickly. You should ask him about the land deal. I thought, what land could you buy? Although my second son doesn't manage the graveyard, he can help find out some information. You're eager to buy a graveyard, so I'm anxious too. Xia Sanjin waved angrily at Changlo. You little brat, come here. Although Chang Lo was irresponsible, he was very filial. His father asked him to come, so he dared not refuse. As soon as Chang Lo moved closer, Xie Sanjin slapped him hard. You little. Do you wish your father was dead? Last night, you were crying and cursing me in the street, and today you called Uncle Fan to curse me again. Only then did Fan Dojung realize that Xie Sanjin wasn't about to die. It was a misunderstanding caused by Chang Li's phone call. He also got angry, turned around, and spat on Chang Li's head, cursing, "You little brat, you made your uncle so nervous rushing over, thinking your father was about to die." Poor Chang Lo was punished and had to kneel in the corner. Xie Sanjin then introduced Xie Wan and Fan Dojung's father and son. Someone from my hometown arrived, and Fan Dojung was very excited. He asked many questions about the changes in Yunshao County. Unfortunately, Xie Wan did not know anyone from the Fan family village in Yunshao. The second son of the Fan family is named Fan Ji. Like his father, he is dark and thin, not very tall, and looks quite sharp. Xiao Wan is also your niece. You should talk to her about buying land in Gangcheng. Xie Wan's family rank is not very high, and by accident, she now has another uncle. When Fan Ji heard that Xie Wan wanted to invest in real estate, he became a bit uneasy. He is 21 years old and works as an ordinary employee at Sun Hung Kai. He studied business, and although he has only been in the industry for 2 years, he understands the real estate market in Gangcheng, which has a bright future. But investing in real estate usually requires hundreds of millions, which is beyond what ordinary people can afford. The room was small, so Fan Ji and Xie Wan went outside to talk privately. Fan Ji first explained the current policies of the real estate industry in Gangcheng. Land in Gangcheng is leased through a policy that does not allow private sale. The Hong Kong British government sets a minimum starting price and holds public auctions. The land lease is generally 999 years. Since the 1950s, Gangcheng experienced its first rise in land and house prices. The second rise happened in the late 1960s and early 1970s. But in 1973, during the global economic crisis, the stock market and real estate in Gangcheng were severely affected. Now land prices are relatively low, so Xie Wan's idea to buy land and hold onto it is very wise. Xie Wan sighed. The Hong Kong British government was quite clever. They extended land leases from 75 years to 999 years to make huge profits from leasing land. But by 1997, Gangcheng had to be returned to the Chinese government. They took all the money but left behind a lot of 999-year lease agreements. When the mainland government took over Gangcheng, it left a mess. For individuals buying land, a 999-year lease is a good thing. After some discussion, Xie Wan found that Fan Ji was very clear-minded and familiar with how real estate companies operate. She considered recruiting talented people. At this moment, Fan Ji said, "Xiao Wan, if you really want to buy land in Gangcheng, I can help you get information on the recent land for sale and bring it to you tomorrow." Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "No need to come here tomorrow. I'll give you my hotel's phone number and address. When you get the sale information, just call me. Also, I want to register a real estate company. I'm not sure how to handle the procedures here. I might need Uncle Ji's help and advice." At this time, Xie Sanjin and Fan Dojung were also inside talking about Xie Wan's plan to start a company. Fan Dojung became interested and asked Sanjin, "Do you think your niece is trustworthy?" Xie Sanjin nodded. "Very reliable. You know about my illness. I was almost hopeless, but she helped me with acupuncture for 2 days. Now I can get out of bed." She was already skilled in medicine and said she wanted to start a real estate company, so she probably wouldn't fake anything. "Old Fan, I called you here because I have this idea. We're fellow townsmen, and when there's good news, we should help each other. Xiao Wan asked me to watch over her company. I'm getting old, so I can help her with personal matters, but in business, I think your second son is a good fit. Your second son has been working for others. I think it would be better if he came to help Xiao Wan. Once her company gets going, she definitely won't forget to take care of your second son." Fan Dui nodded. Such things are common among fellow townsmen in Chaos Han. When someone from the hometown wants to start a business, They usually think of using their fellow townsmen first. Alright, I'll go back and talk to my second son. Outside, Fanji was also asking Xia-won about her starting funds. Xia-won's antiques haven't been auctioned yet. According to Chang Yongnian's valuation, the base price alone is over 8 million. Xia-won estimated optimistically, around 10 million. Fanji took a deep breath, feeling excited inside. 10 million might not be much for the wealthy in Port City, but for a new company, it's a big investment. Remember, Li Ka-shing's Chungkong Holdings is only worth 2 billion. That's just the market value. Li Ka-shing probably can't access even half of that. Fanji became more enthusiastic and told Xia-won, tomorrow I'll get the information and ask for leave from the company to come find you. I'll help you handle the company registration. Xia-won also had this intention. She wasn't good at these matters, especially in Port City. Fanji offering to help was a big help. They returned to the house. Xia-won proposed that her new company be under the name of Xia Sanjin, and Xia Sanjin didn't object. When Xia Changel heard them discussing serious matters, apparently about starting a company, he couldn't help but interrupt. What about me? You're making money and no one's thinking of taking me along? Xia Sanjin actually hoped Xia-won could bring Xia Changel along. But his own son was not promising, so he couldn't bring himself to ask. Xia-won saw that Xia Changel always knelt obediently and thought this little cousin-in-law wasn't entirely hopeless. At least his father could keep him in line. Plus, after observing him these past 2 days, Xia-won thought Xia Changel was quite clever. If he used his brains properly, he might succeed. So she asked little cousin-in-law, we're doing legit business. I don't dare delay you from being the gang leader. If you really want to be the boss of Kowloon City, I can help you. But if you want your father to be at ease, you need to distance yourself from those thugs. If you're willing to be honest and work hard, I'll help you make money. Xia Changel hesitated. He had a dream of the underworld, and the chance to be the boss was right in front of him. But he also didn't want to make his father angrier. Finally, under his father's fierce glare, Xia Changel reluctantly decided to follow Xia-won's lead. Xia-won said, if you really want to change, go find a house tomorrow and bring your father to move out of Kowloon Walled City. You don't need to worry about the rent. As long as you work hard, I promise your salary will cover the rent and support your father. Fan Do-jung replied, move my place instead, so that Sanjin and I can look out for each other. Fan Do-jung lives in Sim-sha-sui, which is definitely a better environment than Kowloon Walled City, but the rent is higher. He agreed to help Xia Sanjin find a house. After settling these matters, Xia-won took his leave. When he heard Xia-won was going to meet Zhang Biao for some business, Zhang Biao became restless and insisted on going together. Xia-won thought for a moment, decided to take him along to broaden his horizons, come up with a plan, and scare him a bit to break his gang dreams. So he brought him along. After meeting that grandma last night, Zhang Biao really mobilized all his men to help find someone named Zhang Beiwang. Unfortunately, after a whole day, no one by that name was found. When Xia-won arrived at the nightclub, Zhang Biao was anxious, unsure if the grandma would be angry. Xia-won also knew it might not be easy to find Zhang Beiwang. Maybe he changed his name, he thought. He whispered instructions to Zhang Biao, who then went out to arrange the search. Soon after, dozens of thugs rushed out of the nightclub, heading into various alleys of Kowloon Walled City. They beat drums and shouted at each door, Zhang Beiwang, your grandma is calling you home. According to Xia-won's plan, if Zhang Beiwang was hiding in Kowloon Walled City, he would definitely hear this. Zhang Beiwang himself didn't know if his grandmother was truly missing him and had sent someone to find him in Hong Kong. Hearing this, he would likely feel resentment. As long as Xia-won checked the resentment level, he could confirm whether Zhang Beiwang was in Kowloon Walled City. Zhang Biao didn't understand Xia-won's intention and thought that Zhang Beiwang was related to Xia-won's grandson generation. Shouting like this didn't seem to be a problem. He treated Xia-won well, reserved a luxurious private room, and arranged food and drinks for him and Su Bing to rest. However, he was somewhat unhappy with Xia Changel, who came with Xia-won. Last night, he had tried to kill him, and today he swaggered into his territory, looking proud, which made Zhang Biao want to punch him. Xia Chengel thought of himself as Xiaowan's little cousin, and since Zhang Biao called Xiaowan grandma, he wondered if he was actually Zhang Biao's great-grandfather. Great-grandson, last night we became friends through a fight. From now on, I will protect you in Kowloon walled city. Go get some Hong Kong dollars for your great-grandfather. Not too much, just 100,000 will do. Zhang Biao was furious, looked at Xiaowan, and asked with a grievance, Grandma, this person is my enemy. Can I hurt him? Xiaowan said casually, whatever. Your disputes in the martial world can be settled there. I don't really know him. As long as you don't kill or severely injure him, I won't interfere. When Zhang Biao heard this, he thought, this is good. First, vent my anger. He called a few brothers to come in and dragged Xia Chengel away. Xia Chengel was shocked. Little niece, you can't do this. I'm your little cousin. Xiaowan was busy checking the resentment points on her virtual screen and paid no attention to him. No matter how he shouted, she remained indifferent. Zhang Biao dragged Xia Chengel into another room. Remembering Xiaowan's instructions, he couldn't kill or severely hurt him. So he called the madam to bring candles and needles and told her, you and he just stay in this room and have some fun, using the methods you train the new girls with. From the next room, screams of pain echoed, making listeners sad and tears fall. Eventually, Su Bing couldn't bear it and went over to rescue Xia Chengel. Xiaowan sat calmly on the sofa, like a monk in deep meditation. The virtual screen showing resentment points was almost overwhelmed. She thought about how to lure Jiang Beiwang out by having little thugs beat drums and make noise. There was nothing wrong with that idea, but she overlooked that it was already 10 p.m. Residents of Kowloon walled city were going to sleep. Suddenly, someone was beating drums and shouting for people. Couldn't the residents be filled with resentment? Soon, the entire Kowloon walled city was filled with curses. What Jiang Beiwang? No one here named Jiang Beiwang. If you want to shout, go somewhere else. Though they cursed, ordinary residents didn't dare provoke these thugs. They could only complain inwardly, wondering what kind of wind these thugs had caught. All their resentment naturally contributed to Xiaowan's resentment points. She initially tried to find if anyone named Jiang Beiwang was inside, but her eyes were getting blurry. Li Meifeng, plus 199 resentment points. Gui Yucheng, plus 299. With tens of thousands of residents and countless messages flooding in, she couldn't keep up. Although this method was tiring, Xiaowan needed resentment points. She thought, I'll just keep collecting for a while. Once I reach 100,000 points, I'll stop. After an hour, she had accumulated 100,000 points and told Zhang Biao, forget it, let them all take it. Although her head was aching from the overload, she hadn't found any information about Jiang Beiwang from these resentment points. It seemed Jiang Beiwang wasn't in Kowloon walled city. She asked Zhang Biao, which gang has the most Taiwanese members? Zhang Biao answered without hesitation, Qingzhou gang. Xiaowan remembered that Xia Chengel had joined the Qingzhou gang. She told Xia Chengel, who was crying in the corner of the sofa, come on, take me to Qingzhou gang. Having just gone through a terrifying experience, Xia Chengel was now hysterical and shouted at Xiaowan, Xiaowan, you're so cruel. You betrayed me? Xiaowan rolled her eyes and said calmly, isn't this the kind of world you want? Making your way in the martial world depends on your skills. I can't always protect you. If you get into trouble with Brother Sang Biao now, you won't die or lose limbs. But if I'm not around later, things might turn worse for you. Xia Chengel was frightened and said, I won't be in the martial world anymore. Xiaowan nodded and turned to Sang Biao, saying, the revenge for last night's attack on you has been settled. My young uncle has decided to leave the martial world. Let's forget our grudges for his sake. How about that? Sang Biao, who was already angry, nodded and agreed. All right, for Grandma's sake, I won't argue with him anymore. Xia Chengel wasn't stupid and began to understand Xiaowan's purpose in bringing him to bother Sang Biao. As Xiaowan said, she wouldn't stay in Kong City forever. Since Xia Chengel had made enemies with Sang Biao, if their conflict wasn't resolved, he might lose his life once Xiaowan left. Of course, Xiaowan could help him kill Sang Biao, but she clearly didn't want to kill anyone. Through this, Xia Changel also realized that his little niece was truly ruthless. From now on, he wouldn't dare have any crooked thoughts about following Xiaowan. When Sang Biao heard that Xiaowan wanted to go to the Qingzhou gang to find someone, he became eager and flattered her, saying, "Grandma, the Qingzhou gang's headquarters is in Shamshui-Po. We have people there. Should I go with you?" Xiaowan understood Sang Biao's meaning. She replied calmly, "You want to use my influence to seize territory? As long as you help me find the person, I can help you." Sang Biao suddenly became excited. This grandmother, not only senior in age, but also incredibly skilled, with her help, unifying the Kowloon Peninsula could be just around the corner. Xiaowan also considered that she wanted to do real estate business in Kong City, which would inevitably involve touching some people's interests. In the 1970s, Kong City was still a place where gangs ran rampant. Without a black background, it was hard to do business. She agreed to help Sang Biao because she wanted to cultivate him as her representative in Kong City's underworld. As long as she had enough strength, even if her identity as a senior in the Hongmen was exposed, Sang Biao wouldn't dare oppose her. Both had their own plans and gathered a group of underlings before setting out. That night, the Kowloon Peninsula was soaked in blood and chaos. Xiaowan and Sang Biao raided 3 triad organizations. By morning, the leaders of the New Yip On, Qingzhou Gang, and 14K all called Xiaowan grandma and accepted her as their de facto boss. Xia Changel, who had been watching excitedly by her side, was filled with resentment. "You won't let me make a name in the martial world, but you yourself became the boss of a triad. That's double standards." Xiaowan looked at Xia Changel calmly and asked, "Do I have strength?"
Do you?
Xia Changel felt deeply hurt and speechless. The missing person notice Xiaowan posted for Jiangbei Wang was published that morning, taking up half a page. Many early risers in the port city saw a large advertisement that read, "North of Jiangbei, looking for you. Grandma is searching for you to come home." In the middle of the ad, there was an old photo. The photo showed only a chubby, squint-eyed baby doll. Xia Sanjin felt a bit better. He was able to get up by himself. Xia Changel had just returned and saw her father get out of bed. She hurried to make him lie back down and handed him a paper bag wrapped in newspaper. Inside were steamed buns. Xia Sanjin tore open the newspaper, about to look at what was inside, but Xia Changel ran in, grabbed the newspaper, and shouted, "Dad, I'll use it to start the fire and make medicine for you." The newspaper with the missing person notice was thrown into the stove by Xia Changel. As she fanned the fire, she asked, "Dad, did you sleep well last night?" Xia Sanjin smiled and nodded, very deeply. "Xiao once said the ointment I used last night had sleep aid. I faintly heard someone beating a gong and calling out for someone. I wanted to wake up and listen, but I fell back asleep." "Changel, did you hear what they were shouting outside?" Xia Changel knew it was Xiaowan looking for someone, but at that moment, she was being teased by Madam, so she didn't know the details.
"Dad, why do you care about that?"
"It's just some people making trouble," she said. When Xia Sanjin heard it was some people looking for someone, he lost interest and didn't ask further. Fan Dojiang went out for a walk, wanting to help Xia Sanjin find a suitable nearby house. He saw a breakfast cart and bought a basket of small steamed buns. The vendor wrapped them in a paper bag, but the bag was hot. Just then, a customer left a newspaper at the stall, and Fan Dojiang picked it up and used it to cushion the paper bag. While eating the buns, he glanced at the newspaper. The small steamed buns in Jiangbei City had plenty of soup. One bun had and the juice seeped out, staining a missing person notice on the paper. After finishing the buns, Fan Dojiang disliked the greasy, stained newspaper and was about to throw it away when his eyes suddenly stopped at a photo of a chubby child. He looked carefully at the notice, especially at the child's face, and his heart skipped a beat. Jiangbei Wang? This photo looks quite similar, but the name doesn't match, he thought. He went to a nearby newspaper stand, bought a new paper, put it in his pocket, and continued to look for a house for Xia Sanjin with a heavy heart. Xiaowan returned to the hotel in the morning, saying she was tired and needed to sleep. She asked Su Bing to help her take leave, then closed the door and entered her space. As soon as she entered, the white-tailed sea eagle flapped onto her shoulder, making a cluck-cluck sound. Xiao Jiao, you're an eagle, not a chicken. Can't you stop making that clucking noise? The eagle had grown for half a year, its wings spread nearly a meter. But its emotional intelligence was still at a child's level. Due to Xiao Ji's deliberate misguidance, the eagle was often confused about whether it was an eagle or a chicken. Xiao Jiao complained to Xiao Wan, Xiao Ji stole my egg. A little over half a year old Jiao was quite heavy. Xiao Wan felt her shoulders ache from holding it, so she gently placed it on a fake mountain and scolded, "Those are not your eggs. They are laid by hens and don't need you to hatch them. If you're bored, go to the pasture and watch the cattle." Little Jiao looked sad as it squatted back into its nest on the fake mountain, hiding about a dozen eggs underneath. "Those are my eggs. I've been incubating them for half a month."
"Soon, chicks will hatch," she said.
Unable to watch anymore, Xiaowan called over Xiao Ji and said, "This is Hong City. Take little Jiao out to play. Be careful not to get caught." Xiao Ji was delighted. It asked Xiaowan to help put a collar on little Jiao's neck, then climbed onto its back and shouted, "Cluck, cluck, let's go out to play." Little Jiao seemed used to carrying Xiao Ji. Ever since it learned to fly, Xiao Ji often rode on its back to herd the cattle. Xiaowan released the eagle and mouse from her space, watching them fly out of the hotel window. After sending away these troublesome creatures, she returned to her space and took out the jade bracelet given by Xie Sanjin. She was now used to drawing blood. She sincerely bowed to the land and ancestors of the Xie family, praying for their protection and confirming that the bracelet was real. After the prayer, she nervously took a small blood bead about the size of a soybean and dabbed it on the bracelet. At first, the bracelet remained still, and her heart raced. At the second, it still didn't move, and she felt disappointed. On the third second, the bracelet suddenly glowed red. Xiaowan let out a long breath, finally finding the matching pair of bracelets. The space vibrated. The bracelet flew toward the pasture, and she followed. Empress Shigue and her sons rushed out. She tugged at Xiaowan's pants and asked, "Empress Dowager, has our great Qing expanded again?" Xiaowan was speechless. "Empress Shigue, I've told you many times, your great Qing is gone." The Empress looked upset and retorted, "But I am Empress Shigue of Great Qing. If Great Qing is gone, what am I?" As she ran, Xiaowan shook her pants, helpless. This time, the Empress held on tightly and didn't fall. She could only comfort her, saying, "You are Empress Shigue of the Mouse Kingdom, just the same." The Empress misunderstood and thought she meant Shu Kingdom. She was shocked. "Shu Kingdom? Should I change my name to Lady Gan? Who is Lady Me?" "Oh no, there's also Sun Shangxiang." "Wah, the Emperor is really indecisive. I don't want to live anymore." Xiaowan bent down, picked up the mother rat, and threw her to the great prince behind her, saying, "Ado, watch your mother. Don't let her come bother me." The great prince hugged Empress Shigue, and mother and son cried together, "Mother, don't bother the Empress Dowager. Because of you, she demoted me to helpless Ado." Listening to their crying, Xiaowan secretly felt regretful. "If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let this group of mice learn culture. They don't learn anything proper, just read those storybooks in the study." Xiaowan arrived at the edge of the pasture and saw that the boundary was expanding outward. The broken section of the wall was gradually revealing its full shape. It was actually a grand palace with carved beams and painted rafters. Once the palace was fully exposed, the space upgrade was complete. Xiaowan walked to the front of the palace and suddenly felt how small she was. The tall, majestic palace looked like a royal city. Empress Shigue and her sons had also arrived by then, looking up at the palace and excitedly shouting, "The Imperial Palace! Our family is truly royal." Xiaowan ignored the mice and stepped into the palace. She had been to the Forbidden City before, and she could tell this palace was not built like a typical royal palace. The statues along the way also looked unusual, more like something from the underworld rather than the mortal world. Thinking of her ancestors' position in the underworld, Xiaowan suspected this might be a simulated Yama Hall, a hall for the king of the underworld. Walking along the long path, Xiaowan saw the plaque on the palace, inscribed with dark seal characters that read Reversal Hall. She had heard of the term time reversal before, and upon seeing the name, she was surprised. Could this palace be related to time? She believed her ancestor definitely had this ability. The black and white impermanence travel between the worlds of yin and yang, rewarding the good and punishing the wicked. They must trace the lives of spirits to fairly decide their reincarnation paths. Feeling excited, she pushed open the main hall's door, expecting to see terrifying underworld officials. But the room was empty, nothing inside. Just as her disappointment was about to surface, a line of golden words appeared in midair. Within this hall, you can simulate the experience of past events of those who enter. Every 1,000 resentment points can reverse 1 hour. Xiaowan didn't understand the significance of this time reversal. Suddenly, a virtual exchange interface appeared before her, showing that she could use resentment points to buy the right to reverse time. She remembered she had earned 100,000 resentment points last night, so she wasn't short on points. She decided to exchange for 1 hour. Instantly, her surroundings changed, and she was transported back to an hour ago, to the scene right after she and the others had taken down the 14K Kowloon headquarters. Suddenly, a lively Xiechong Lu appeared in front of her, saying, "You won't let me join the underworld, but you've become the boss of the Black Society. Double standards." Confused, Xiaowan reached out and pinched Xiechong Li's face, making her scream, "Niece, what are you doing?" Xiaowan wasn't sure if this was real time travel or just a simulated scene. She told Xiechong Lu, "Then I'll make you the boss. From now on, these gangs will be under your control." After Xiaowan returned to the hotel and entered the space, she released Little Ji and Little Diao. Blood dripped, and the space upgraded. Empress Shigue grabbed her trouser leg and asked, "Empress Dowager, has our great Qing expanded its territory again?" Xiaowan maliciously said to this mother rat, "Yes, so your husband plans to marry 3 wives and 4 concubines. As Empress Shigue, you will also have the noble concubine Hua, the Princess Duan, the consort In, and the Chun Chang." Empress Shigue was stunned and couldn't even cry anymore. When Xiaowan entered the reversal hall again, it seemed everything had returned to the beginning. To confirm whether the past hour was real or fake, Xiaowan ran out of the reversal hall. If the time travel just now was real, Empress Shigue should still be outside the palace, either dazed or crying loudly. However, after searching around, Xiaowan finally found Empress Shigue sitting with the crown prince, sighing. "Big brother, don't be discouraged. You are not a hopeless case. Among your brothers, you are the most proper and dignified. Your father's empire will eventually belong to you," the crown prince said with a mournful face. But Lu Shan eventually inherited the throne, yet Shu state was destroyed, Empress Shigue replied. Hearing this mother and son's conversation, Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the time travel just now was only virtual. She hadn't changed reality. Although she experienced an extra hour, the outside world's time hadn't changed. She guessed that the reversal hall was originally meant for spirits after death to relive their lives. Her ancestors made an identical one in the space, but she still didn't understand its purpose. Xiaowan tried to open the side halls, but was told she didn't have permission. She wondered if her own time could be traced. Maybe others' time could be traced too. She grabbed Empress Shigue, intending to throw her into the reversal hall. But Shigue was pushed back. "Not a spirit body, cannot enter this hall. Please use the summoning banner to summon the soul," a voice said. Confused, Xiaowan thought, "I'm not a spirit either, so why can I enter? Maybe because I am the owner of this space." She had heard of the summoning banner but hadn't seen it in the space. She returned alone to the main hall and saw a small flag appear in midair. She was happy and reached out to grab it. Suddenly, golden subtitles lit up again. 10,000 resentment points can be exchanged for 1 use of the summoning banner. Do you want to use it? This space was really money-hungry, with layers of exploitation, almost like a scam. To understand the function of the reversal hall better, Xiaowan had no choice but to endure. She spent another 10,000 resentment points to exchange for one use of the summoning banner. When Empress Shigue was just trembling on the ground after being thrown by Xiaowan, she begged, "Empress Dowager, please be angry no more. I will never dare to criticize you behind her back again." Xiaowan ignored what this mother rat had been muttering about herself and waved the summoning banner at her. The mother rat immediately lay on the ground and stopped moving. The crown prince thought that concubine she had been killed by Xiaowan. He knelt beside her body, crying loudly. Xiaowan's soul was taken into the recollection hall. When choosing options on the virtual screen, there was an extra choice called recursion subject. Xiaowan selected the flashing mother mouse icon and exchanged it for half an hour. Suddenly, the scene changed to a mouse burrow in space. Xiaowan became an observer. She saw concubine she sneaking at the entrance, eavesdropping on her conversation with little ZH and Gogo. The mother mouse was listening quietly and muttering, "The Empress Dowager is so biased. She's gentler to that silly bird than to our emperor." Luckily, the emperor is smart and deliberately raised that silly bird to become a chicken. Xiaowan was angry. "You little ZH, so you intentionally raised my white-tailed sea eagle into a chicken? When you return, I will make your whole mouse family clean cow dung for a month." She didn't want to watch the rest again, and was pleased to find she could fast-forward. A notification sounded. "During the soul's recursion, a soul skill card has dropped. Do you want to learn it?" Xiaowan was surprised. What skills could a mother mouse have? Curious, she clicked to open the skill card and prepared to learn. Resentful jealousy skill. Max level. Skill description. With this skill, you can discover jealousy points anywhere, anytime, and forcefully indulge in jealousy. Xiaowan was startled. This skill was too much. She definitely didn't want to learn it. She retracted her hand and chose not to learn. However, she noticed that her virtual item bag now contained an extra skill card. It seemed these skill cards could be stored. Concubine she soul was still floating in midair. Xiaowan reached out with her bare hands but couldn't catch it. She felt disgusted and wanted to return the soul to concubine she's body. Would she need to use the summoning talisman again? It turned out she was right. The use of the summoning talisman was like the old teleportation fee, charged both ways. Although Xiaowan didn't particularly like concubine she didn't want to really kill this mother mouse. She had no choice but to spend 10,000 resentment points to use the summoning talisman and pull her soul back into her body. The heartbroken crown prince saw his mother's breath return, still trembling and confused, and asked Xiaowan, "Empress Dowager, what exactly happened to my mother?" Xiaowan didn't want to explain and simply said, "She drank too much vinegar and fainted from the smell." Grandpa 7. Does using the summoning banner have any side effects? Xiaqi's voice was also surprised. "You actually got the summoning banner? How did you get it?" Xiaowan said, "Isn't it just in the time reversal hall? It costs 10,000 resentment points to use once." After a moment of silence, Xiaqi replied, "You're the first to open the time reversal hall. I don't really know how it works, but I remember that hall is just a replica and it doesn't have a summoning banner. Did my main body discover your special talent and put it in there?" Xiaowan was confused. "Grandpa 7, do you mean your main body, my ancestor who works as a ghost officer, can see me?" Xiaqi sneered, "Of course. My main body moves between the worlds of yin and yang. You're still his descendant, so seeing you is easy for him." Suddenly, Xiaowan felt the surroundings turn eerie, as if a deep pair of eyes was watching her. She shivered and asked fearfully, "Grandpa 7, what does our ancestor want me to do?" Xiaqi said mysteriously, "We who are in the underworld shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the human world. Just follow your heart. But if what you do goes against the ancestor's will or crosses the line between good and evil, he will naturally take back all the powers he gave you." Xiaowan understood now. It meant she could play around, but not too much. No doing evil or upsetting the ancestor. If the ancestor got upset, the space would confiscate her abilities. Grandpa 7, then the summoning banner can only summon bad people's souls, not good people's, right? Xie asked back, "What do you think?" Xiaowon realized that the banner really shouldn't be used recklessly, or it might backfire. Too bad, using it once is so expensive. If it were cheaper, she could just point it at enemies on the battlefield and take out a lot of their souls. It only costs 10,000 resentment points per use, but it doesn't say how many souls can be summoned at once. Maybe it really can be used that way. But for now, she didn't have enough enemies to summon. She put the banner away and left the space. Looking at her watch, she saw it was only 8 a.m. She opened the door and just happened to meet Su Bing, who was coming back after breakfast. Su Bing asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to sleep? Why are you out again? Are you hungry?" Xiaowon remembered she had returned to the hotel around 7:30. She grabbed Su Bing's arm, checked his watch, exactly 8 o'clock. That meant she had been messing around for only half an hour. She also discovered a clever use of the time reversal hall. When she stayed inside, time seemed to stop. She had been inside for a long time, but outside, no time had passed. To test this, Xiaowon slammed the door shut and returned to her space. She entered the hall, cultivated for an hour, then came out. She opened the door again and saw Su Bing still standing there, scratching his nose. Seeing her open the door again, he asked, "Boss, what are you doing? You startled me, almost bumping into my nose." Xiaowon grabbed Su Bing's arm and looked at his watch, which still showed 8 o'clock. It had been less than a minute since she entered the space to check the time. That was impressive. Xiaowon was overjoyed. From now on, she wouldn't have to worry about running out of time. She could read and practice in the backtracking hall. When she was tired, she could even sleep there peacefully, and when she woke up, the outside time wouldn't have changed. Excited, she happily told Su Bing, "Go back to your room and rest. I'll go ask Section Chief Zhang for leave." Su Bing said, "No need, I already asked for leave while having breakfast just now." Unlike Xiaowon, who was practicing cultivation, Su Bing followed her all night, raiding 3 black society hideouts, and was indeed tired. After sending him back to sleep, Xiaowon returned to her space to prepare some food. Around 10 o'clock, she left the space. Not long after, the phone in her room rang, and someone named Mr. Fan was looking for her. Xiaowon asked the front desk to invite Mr. Fan upstairs. Mr. Fan was dressed in a formal suit today. Unfortunately, he was quite dark and thin, and his suit was a bit loose, making it look somewhat cheap. "Xiaowon, I just went to the company and got a copy of the land auction materials for this month in Gangcheng."
"Take a look," he said.
The hotel where the inspection team was staying was quite nice, with a couple of chairs in the room. Xiaowon asked Mr. Fan to sit down and picked up the materials to read. Perhaps because the economic crisis hadn't fully passed, the Hong Kong government was only auctioning 10 pieces of land this month, with varying prices. The first piece was in Central, 53,000 square feet, about 5,000 square meters, with a starting price of 53 million Hong Kong dollars. The second was in Tsim Sha Tsui, 200,000 square feet, with a starting price of 8 million Hong Kong dollars. The third was in Sha Tin, 1,720,000 square feet, about 0.16 square kilometers, with a starting price of only 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Fan explained, "The first land is in a good location. If it were a few years ago, all companies would be fighting for it. But because of the current economic downturn, this land has been unsold 3 times due to its high price. The second land is average. Nearby are public housing built by the government 10 years ago. It has good foot traffic, but isn't high-end. It could be developed into residential complexes or ordinary commercial buildings. But now, with the poor economy, even if the houses are built, there might not be buyers. The third land is large, but just an empty plot, with no nearby mature public facilities. It's suitable for factories. I personally think it's not very valuable for investment, and I expect it will also be unsold this time." Xiaowon was used to calculating land and houses in Gangcheng by square feet, which made it hard for her to visualize the size. So she simply asked Mr. Fan to take her to see the sites of these 10 pieces of land. After running around all day, Mr. Fan asked for her opinion. Fan Ji believed that Xiaowon would definitely choose the 7th plot of land. The seventh plot was medium-sized and located in Simsha Sui, with a starting bid of only 3 million. He thought many people would compete for it this time. However, Xiaowan said, "We'll focus on the third plot. That one is a treasure chest." When they arrived at the site, Xiaowan learned that this land was the same one that Hong Kong's former billionaire Li Zhaoji had bought years ago, land in Sha Tin called Fur City. Because of its location and the surrounding emptiness, it had not been sold for a long time. Around 1977, Li Zhaoji spent 20 million to buy this unpopular land. He built Sha Tin Fur City on it, with 52 buildings of 30 floors each, but they didn't sell well. Li Zhaoji was patient and kept these buildings until the 1990s, finally selling them all. He earned about 40 billion Hong Kong dollars from this project. His family became one of the 4 major wealthy families in Hong Kong. Now, Xiaowan's goal is to buy land and hold onto properties with the greatest potential for appreciation. This land is a must-have for her. Buying now could save her 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Xiaowan gave Fan Ji 50,000 Hong Kong dollars to help him register a company. This money was a gift from 2 gang leaders, Xiao Biao and the leaders of the 14K branch in Kowloon, when they went out early in the morning to deal with the Qingzhou gang. They had given her a total of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. She also initially gave Su Bing 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, but he was too frightened to accept it. So, that money was also with Xiaowan. She told Su Bing that her investment in real estate in Hong Kong was considered to be 1% of his share. When Xiaowan said she planned to invest 10 million Hong Kong dollars to buy land in Hong Kong, Su Bing thought she was joking. The amount was beyond his understanding, and he thought she was talking nonsense. Su Bing didn't take her 1% stake seriously. After Fan Ji left, it was already dark. Su Bing had slept all day. When he woke up and learned that Xiaowan had been out all day, he worried that his family might have a sudden health problem. "Boss, are we going to attack someone again tonight?"
No, we're not really part of the gang.
"I've asked Xiao Biao to arrange for people to keep looking for someone in other areas where the Taiwanese gather." That morning, Xiaowan practiced in the reversal palace for an hour and didn't feel tired at all. When they went downstairs to eat, they saw Zhang Qiushan and Li Baihe looking worried. "Section Chief Zhang, what's wrong?" Zhang felt that Xiaowan and Su Bing were just 2 young people who didn't understand much. When he's annoyed, he doesn't bother talking to them. Li Baihe, being more talkative, said to Xiaowan, "This time in Hong Kong, we're here to attend the Asia-Pacific Trade Fair organized by the British Hong Kong government. There are 5 booths for the mainland business delegation, and 1 was assigned to Sichuan province. The official exhibition starts tomorrow, and Section Chief Zhang looks worried. Our products are available, but they definitely won't sell. It would be a waste of the hard-earned exhibition space that the country managed to secure." He feels upset. Coincidentally, Zhang Qiushan and Li Baihe also haven't had dinner. The 4 of them leave the hotel together to find a place to eat. Xiaowan actually has enough money now to treat everyone, but she prefers to keep a low profile and doesn't speak up. She follows Li Baihe to the porridge shop from the first day. Along the way, she learns about the situation from Li Baihe. "You know, the strongest industries in Sichuan province are agriculture and military manufacturing. The only exportable products are agricultural and sideline products," Li Baihe explains. Xiaowan nods. As far as she knows, in the 1970s, Sichuan was indeed like that. The military industry was very developed. The famous home appliance giant Changhong was still a state-owned enterprise producing military equipment at that time. But military products can't be shown at exhibitions. Basically, Sichuan is still an agricultural province, known as the Land of Abundance, with grain production ranking among the top in the country. Since the country already faces grain shortages, Sichuan can't export food to support other provinces. So, the only products left to export are agricultural and sideline products. Li Baihe says, "Actually, we've participated in trade fairs in port cities before, but most times, we left empty-handed. Tomorrow is the official exhibition day. Other provinces are eager, with diverse and competitive products, and they hope to make deals. But our Sichuan booth? It's obvious it will be very quiet tomorrow. Old Zhang was teased a few times by representatives from Shanghai today, so he's in a bad mood. Although Xiaowan and Su Bing are just pretending to be part of the delegation, seeing their hometown's team in trouble, Xiaowan can't just stand by. She asks Li Baihe, sisterly, what kind of agricultural and sideline products did we bring? Li Baihe sighs, you can guess. It's chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, peanuts, and jasmine tea. Now, Xiaowan feels sympathy for Zhang Qiushan and Li Baihe. These 4 items are really hard to sell in port cities. The people there prefer mild flavors, so spicy chili and peppercorns don't sell well. Sichuan peanuts are crispy and tasty, quite famous locally, but have little sales outside the province. Sichuan jasmine tea has a strong aroma and is very refreshing, loved by Sichuan people, but it's not well known outside the province either. As part of the team, Xiaowan feels she can't just watch Zhang Qiushan and Li Baihe worry. After dinner, she goes to Zhang Qiushan's room to look at the samples. Seeing the 2 bags of chili and peppercorns, all she can think about is hot pot. But people here don't really like spicy hot pot. Suddenly, Xiaowan remembers the famous beef noodle and Dan Dan noodle shops in Nancheng, and also Lao Gan Ma, which later sold out in Europe. Sisterly, you said that we can't sell dried chili peppers and dried Sichuan peppercorns, but if we make chili oil, would the provincial authorities approve? Li Baihe and Zhang Qiushan were surprised. People here don't eat spicy food, so it might not sell well, right? Xiaowan asked, besides local merchants from Gangcheng, will there be European traders attending tomorrow?
Li Baihe nodda.
Yes, this trade fair is organized by the Hong Kong British government. I looked at the invitation list. There are some British, Belgian, Italian, and other European traders coming. Xiaowan said, many European countries have long rainy seasons and high humidity. They might not mind eating chili and Sichuan peppercorns, but they don't usually eat spicy food. I think if we make chili oil and pair it with suitable foods, it could still sell well. Zhang Qiushan suddenly got a bit excited and said to Xiaowan, that's a good idea. But where can we find a place to cook the chili oil now? And how do we prepare the food to go with it? As long as foreign buyers are interested, every household in Sichuan can make chili oil. With orders, we can produce as much as needed. Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, Section Chief Zhang, trust me. Just give me this task. I will make fragrant chili oil by tomorrow morning. Zhang Qiushan thought it's worth a try, no harm done, and agreed to Xiaowan's plan. Xiaowan assigned tasks to everyone. Fortunately, it was just getting dark, and many shops hadn't closed yet. She wrote a shopping list and sent Zhang Qiushan, Li Baihe, and Su Bing out to buy supplies. Worried they might be reluctant to spend money, Xiaowan also gave Su Bing 2,000 Hong Kong dollars to cover expenses if needed. They brought back the supplies and first delivered them to her room. Xiaowan took some samples and left alone. She stepped out of the hotel and soon carried back a beef leg. Other delegates saw her and asked, Little Xia, where did you get that beef leg? What are you planning to do? Xiaowan didn't explain and just handled the situation, then returned to her room to prepare. That night, Xiaowan didn't go out again and worked through the night. Early the next morning, the 4 of them went to set up the exhibition booth. They covered the table with a clean white cloth and placed the porcelain dishes they bought last night. Next to the booth, a pot was bubbling with beef bone soup. Xiaowan had already cooked the soup in her space last night, boiled for 24 hours in the Revisit Palace, so it was very tender. She also used a method she learned from TikTok to make the soup clear and free of foam. Old Lu from the Shanghai booth saw the pot set up at the Rongqing booth and joked to Zhang Qiushan, Old Zhang, you guys must be out of business, so you're selling breakfast now? Oh, you're kneading dough? If you're making noodles, give me a bowl. Zhang Qiushan was annoyed by Old Lu. This person relies on the fact that the Shanghai market is the largest in the country, and their foreign trade exports surpass those of other provinces. They often speak coldly about the less developed provinces in the group. Section Chief Lu, you're joking. Even if we sell breakfast, it's to earn foreign currency for the country. You can eat it, but does it bring in foreign exchange? Old Lu smirked, showing disdain. This chaotic scene lowers our delegation status. If you want to do it, move further away so it doesn't affect our business. Let me tell you, we came here on a mission today, unlike Chengdu, which is just here to observe and learn. The representatives from Shanghai were quite proud. A female colleague pulled old Lu back and advised him softly, "Old Lu, why argue with these rural folks? We are the top in the national economy. We should have class and not bully our less developed colleagues. The foreign exchange we earn doesn't go into our pockets, it supports the whole country." Shanghai truly was the top in economy and foreign exchange earnings. The other booths could only smile politely and praise Shanghai's contributions. Indeed, the western provinces here had no foreign exchange targets. The Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation didn't expect the Sichuan delegation to sign any foreign business deals. If it weren't for Sichuan recently submitting over $2 million in foreign currency, achieving a breakthrough in foreign exchange earnings, and receiving recognition, Sichuan's booth wouldn't even be here. Interestingly, there was a colleague from the Northwest in the delegation who was here just to learn, with no task. Seeing the busy Chengdu delegation, he came over to help. Making dough is not your strong suit, Sichuan folks. "Hey, my friends from the Northwest are good at this," said tall and strong old Huang, who had once worked as a chef. He stood behind the booth's table, giving tips to Xia Wan on kneading dough. Seeing the girl's slender arms and legs, he was eager to try and pushed her aside to knead the dough himself. Xia Wan was relieved to have help. She had learned noodle pulling from a master in Lanzhou before, but it was mostly for fun, and her skills were average. Old Huang's technique looked very professional, so Xia Wan couldn't help but flatter him. "Uncle Huang, your skills are amazing. Were you once a master chef for state banquets?" Old Huang chuckled. "You're such a sweet girl. Since you call me uncle, I'll tell you a secret. I've cooked for our provincial leaders before. They love my noodles." When he started pulling noodles, his true skill was obvious. Xia Wan pulled a strand, but it was uneven and broke in the middle. Old Huang frowned and pushed her aside, taking over himself. His noodles were thin, long, even, and continuous. Xia Wan was overjoyed. "What of luck? Uncle Huang, can you help us later? If we sign an order in Sichuan province, I will treat you to a big drink tonight." Old Huang had nothing else to do, so he happily agreed. Xia Wan told Su Bing to hurry back to the hotel. Based on Old Huang's size, she borrowed a set of pure white chef's clothes. She persuaded Old Huang to change into them with sweet words. By around 9 o'clock, more Hong Kong and foreign traders arrived. This exhibition not only displayed products from mainland China but also from Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. Xia Wan's booth was in a corner and didn't attract much attention at first. But the aroma of their simmering beef bone soup was just too tempting. The foreign traders, drawn by the smell, started to sniff around and found the Chengdu delegation's booth. Seeing the crowd, Xia Wan immediately began preparing noodles. She was also dressed in a chef's uniform borrowed from the hotel last night. Her hair was and tucked into a tall chef's hat. She looked very serious as she took the noodles Old Huang had prepared and put them into a beef broth pot. Using a ladle, she stirred the noodles in one direction 10 times and then lifted them out. The noodles, originally only about 2 ounces, were divided into 5 small white porcelain bowls she had prepared earlier. Each bowl had the noodles neatly arranged in one direction. She added a spoonful of beef bone broth to each, soaking the noodles in the rich, amber-colored beef soup, making a beautiful presentation. The bowls already contained crushed peanuts, salt, and MSG, and the aroma of the peanuts was released as the noodles soaked. Xia Wan sprinkled some chopped green onions on top of each bowl. The jade-colored scallions made the noodles look even more appealing. Su Bing carried the 5 small bowls of soup noodles on a tray and placed them on the booth. Seeing such a delicate bowl of noodles with a tempting aroma, the first 2 British visitors swallowed hard. Thinking they could try it, they asked Zhang Qiushan, the host, "Can I taste it?" Zhang shook his head. "Wait a moment." At this time, Xia Wan, with a very stylish attitude, stood opposite the booth. She took out a beautiful blue and white porcelain jar from under the display table. She held the jar carefully, as if it were a rare treasure. The 2 British visitors were stunned. What kind of treasure was this? The chef was so cautious with it. Their curiosity was piqued. "Xia, Wan gently placed the porcelain jar on the booth. When she opened the lid, a fragrant aroma of spices wafted out, revealing a red, gem-like chili oil. Sichuan's chili oil is not just plain chili oil. Authentic Sichuan chili oil is made by simmering a mixture of herbs like star anise, cinnamon, and fennel, then pouring it over roasted, fragrant chili powder. It also contains fried peanuts, soybean flour, sesame, and other seasonings. So, real Sichuan chili oil isn't very spicy. Its aroma is more prominent than its heat. Xiaowen used a small jade spoon to carefully scoop a little chili oil and respectfully drizzled it over each bowl of noodles. The bright red chili oil with sesame seeds was complemented by the amber-colored broth, the snowy white noodles, and the fresh green scallions, creating a scene that resembled blooming red plum blossoms. It seemed as if the bowl of noodles had come alive. After finishing all this, Xiaowen carefully stored the blue and white porcelain jar. At this moment, there were more than 2 British people standing in front of the display table. Another person from Belgium had joined. The Belgian was quite observant and asked in wonder, "Is that mysterious Eastern seasoning in the priceless blue and white porcelain jar? What is it?" Xiaowen shook his head without answering directly. Instead, he made a polite gesture, inviting the 3 foreigners to taste the noodles. The blue and white porcelain jar and the jade soup spoon were actually fake. They were bought last night after Xiaowen called Chang Yongnian for help. Most people wouldn't notice the difference unless they looked closely, so they thought the chili oil was an antique. Xiaowen's careful actions had already impressed the 3 foreigners. They respectfully picked up bowls containing the mysterious Eastern seasoning, and under Zhang Qiushan's guidance, they mixed the noodles and started eating. Considering the foreigners' tolerance, Xiaowen didn't add much chili oil, but all 3 seemed to have their tongues tingling as if something mysterious had shocked them. The noodles were already a small portion, just enough for each to finish in one bite. The 3 foreigners, tongue out and sweating, quickly reached for jasmine tea that Li Baihe had prepared and cooled beforehand. What kind of tea was this? It smelled so fragrant. They wanted to taste it, but the cups were empty. They each asked Li Baihe for another, drinking more slowly this time and savoring the rich aroma. The British generally liked strong-flavored black tea, so they became interested in this tea. Although their mouths weren't as spicy anymore, the chili was still an appetizer. They had just finished the bowl of noodles, feeling only the spiciness before, but now the aftertaste was lingering. Seeing the remaining 2 bowls of noodles on the table, saliva naturally started to flow. The 2 British men moved faster, grabbing the remaining bowls and starting to eat again. This time, they cherished the noodles more, dividing what was originally 1 mouthful into 3 or 4 bites. They also drank the remaining broth. After setting down their bowls, the 2 British men looked eager, and along with the Belgian, they stared at Xiaowen, hoping she would serve more bowls. This time, Xiaowen added a little more, dividing the noodles into 10 bowls because more foreigners had gathered at the display table. Everyone was most curious about the mysterious Eastern seasoning that Xiaowen carefully took out from beneath the display table each time. Some people began to ask Zhang Qiushan about it. Zhang Qiushan remained mysterious and pointed at Xiaowen, saying, "You should ask this chef." When Xiaowen added more chili oil, finally, at the request of the foreigners, he explained that it was a rare spice from Shu land. "We come from Shu land. This spice has been passed down by our ancestors as a life-saving food. Some of you may know that Shu land is very humid, and half the year there is no sunshine. Living in such conditions, people often suffer from rheumatism and other illnesses. Our ancestors invented this spice, which not only removes dampness, but also helps make any food tasty when supplies are low." The people who just tasted the noodles, do you feel more comfortable now? Has the persistent humidity eased a bit? The 2 British men who first ate the noodles did feel surprisingly comfortable. Chili can help with dampness, but the effect wouldn't be so quick. They didn't realize that their immediate feeling was due to the beef bone broth Xiaowen had prepared, with a little bit of spring water added. They thought it was all thanks to the mysterious Eastern spice, and nodded in approval. London is known as the Fog City, and its humidity isn't much less than Sichuan. Seeing the opportunity, the 2 British businessmen thought that this mysterious Eastern spice was not only delicious, but also healthy. Bringing it back to Britain could definitely be a good business. They started asking Xia Wan if he was willing to sell this spice. The matter was left to Zhang Qiushan and Li Baihe to negotiate. Xia Wan and Su Bing only continued cooking noodles and showing off. Old Huang, who came to help, also did a great job, pulling 20 pounds of noodles all morning. As noon approached and they packed up, fewer people came, and Xia Wan and the others finally got a rest. The other booths also took a break. Old Lu and a few others from the Shanghai market came to their booth, pretending to be busy, and said, "It's been a tiring morning. We signed over 2 million yuan in orders. Now we're too exhausted to go out for lunch, and we still have business talks this afternoon. Fellow comrades from Sichuan, you're free anyway. Could you help us by eating a bowl of noodles to get through?" Zhang Qiushan stepped in front of Old Lu to stop him, saying, "Old Huang and Xiaowen are tired too after all morning. Come on, I'll treat you. Let's go outside the venue to eat." Another female comrade from Shanghai sneered, "What are you tired about? Selling a few bowls of noodles, and you think you'll make a few foreign exchange dollars?" Zhang replied, "Not much. We've only signed about 50,000 yuan worth of orders." At that moment, delegates from other provinces also gathered around, mainly wanting to have a bowl of noodles from Sichuan. After all, the food outside is expensive and not always tasty. Sichuan dishes might not be perfect, but they are very delicious. Sharing a meal here can also save some Hong Kong dollars, which count as foreign exchange. Hearing that Zhang said they signed 50,000 yuan worth of orders, everyone laughed and said, "Old Zhang, don't brag. Selling a few bowls of noodles, and you can make 50,000 yuan? You're really good at bragging, but you should at least have a rough idea first." It should be noted that, besides the Shanghai market signing over 2 million orders in the morning, other booths only signed tens of thousands of orders. Sichuan province is always considered the poorest, and when they claimed to have sold noodles worth 40 to 50,000 orders, no one believed it. Zhang Qiushan took a stack of contracts from Li Bai's hand, shaking them and saying, "With these contracts here, how could they be fake?" A representative from Yangcheng pulled Zhang Qiushan's hand and looked at the first contract, confirming it was real. "Old Zhang, are all these contracts genuine?" The commotion here attracted the attention of the trade delegation leaders. Since they had little hope for Sichuan province, the leaders hadn't come to see Sichuan at all morning, mostly helping Shanghai promote their products. The leader took the contracts from Zhang Qiushan and examined them one by one. "You actually signed 49,000 contracts, all priced in pounds?" When Lao Lu from Shanghai heard about the pound pricing, he was so surprised he almost staggered. The exchange rate between pounds and yuan is about 1 to 10, and he had thought Shanghai's contracts were converted into yuan. This means Sichuan province signed contracts worth 4.9 million yuan just in noodles? He couldn't believe it. The leaders of the trade delegation also took this seriously. They pointed at the products on the contracts and asked, "What is this Lao Chuanma oil chili? And what about this Amei Peak Longevity tea? When you came, your Sichuan products didn't include these two. The only thing I saw in the product catalog was Tianfu peanuts. You can't cheat foreign buyers. If you fail to deliver, you'll face huge penalties." Zhang Qiushan asked Xia Wan to bring out a jar of chili oil. "Leader, look, isn't this Lao Chuanma oil chili? Rest assured, every household in Sichuan makes it, so we can definitely deliver." He also showed a package of jasmine tea. "This is a May Peak Longevity tea. When we go back, we'll register a trademark and change the packaging, no problem." The trade delegation leaders felt nervous and asked Zhang Qiushan to explain how they sold so much chili oil, jasmine tea, and peanuts. Zhang Qiushan had no choice but to push Xia Wan forward, introducing her. "This is our team's translator, Xiao Xia. She came up with the idea. She worked hard all night to help the country earn foreign exchange." After Zhang Qiushan finished explaining how Xia Wan used tasting beef noodles to promote the chili oil and tea, everyone looked at her with new respect. The leader nodded at Xia Wan and said, "Comrade Xiao Xia, you've made a great contribution. Your creative approach turned something ordinary into something amazing. I think you shouldn't sell noodles this afternoon. I will arrange someone to replace you. Go help the other delegations and see if we can make this trade fair a huge success." Xia Wan felt overwhelmed by the pressure. She is not a business genius. She simply borrowed some of the light from crossing eras, using knowledge and wisdom from the future to come up with this idea. Leader, I think I am better at making noodles. Although Xiaowon declined, she was invited by various delegations to serve as an advisor starting in the afternoon. She didn't come up with any particularly brilliant ideas, but she helped other provinces expand their thinking, which increased sales. In the afternoon, business in Sichuan province was not as good as in the morning. Since they only had a few products, their orders were already full. On the other hand, in Shanghai, there were many products, and many foreign businessmen who hadn't signed contracts in the morning started signing in the afternoon. By the end of the day, Shanghai was still first, with orders worth 20 million renminbi. Sichuan province ranked second with orders worth 5.7 million renminbi. This was already a miracle. The next day, Sichuan province's delegation received another order worth over 3 million renminbi. Zhang Qiushan was overjoyed. In total, they had orders worth more than 8 million renminbi, which was an astronomical number in an era when pork cost only a few cents per jean. This success was thanks to Xiaowon's suggestion to set the product prices higher, which increased the initial calculation by 10 times. This business only has high profits at the start. Afterward, other places will likely compete with us. We should raise our prices first, and not let domestic agricultural products rely solely on low prices when entering the global market. Look at what foreigners sell to us. Everything is outrageously expensive. They focus on brand added value.
We should learn from them.
We need to produce high-end products and also focus on brand management. Xiaowon's ideas, which seem very common in later times, were quite new to people like Zhang Qiushan from a planned economy background. When negotiating prices with foreign businessmen, they were afraid the other side would slam the table and walk away. But he followed Xiaowon's advice to quote one bottle at £1. After bargaining, the foreign businessmen agreed to 0.8 pounds per bottle. That's about 8 renminbi per bottle. The key point was that the spicy oil was sold in 200-gram jars, with simple glass packaging. Zhang Qiushan calculated that the cost was less than 50 cents. However, one foreign businessman insisted on packaging similar to a blue and white porcelain jar. Xiaowon then took a replica of such a porcelain jar to the neighboring ceramic market and quietly asked about the supply. They could supply such porcelain jars for 5 yuan each. Xiaowon then negotiated with that foreign businessman, offering the spicy oil in high-quality blue and white porcelain jars for 1.8 pounds each, about 18 renminbi. In the end, the foreign businessman bargained down to 1.5 pounds per jar and ordered 50,000 jars. Sichuan province earned some extra money unexpectedly. The representatives from the porcelain capital were quite happy, as this was an unplanned order. The other provincial delegations were very jealous. They all asked to exchange contact information with Xiaowon, hoping to stay in touch and possibly promote cooperation between Sichuan and other provinces. Xiaowon brought over a dozen cardboard boxes of tea samples from the Shanghai exhibition booth. She tore off the original packaging, rewrapped them with craft paper, and asked Zhang Qiushan, who is skilled in calligraphy, to write a few lines of a May peak longevity tea in running script. She also carved an 8-trigram diagram into a radish. After attaching calligraphy labels and sealing the 8-trigram diagram, the tea packaging looked much more upscale. Originally priced at 5 yuan per jean, the tea now sold for 50 yuan per jean, a price comparable to other famous teas sold in different provinces. Only the Tianfu peanuts kept their original price of 1.2 yuan per jean. When the 2-day exhibition ended, Zhang Qiushan quietly told Li Baihe, "Little Xia is talented. When we go back, we must tell our leaders to transfer him to our bureau." Li Baihe agreed. They both thought Xiaowon and Su Bing were just ordinary staff from the Nanjing Foreign Trade Bureau and believed that if Xiaowon could be transferred to the provincial capital, she would be willing. After finishing their work during the day, Xiaowon left a little early. She had an auction tonight and many items to sell, so she planned to attend in person. She first went back to the hotel to freshen up, changed into a nice dress she liked, styled her hair simply into a bun, and didn't wear any jewelry. Then she and Su Bing headed to the venue. Chang Yongnian said there was a wine reception before the auction. Xiaowon guessed there would be food and drinks, and since they were worried about running out of time, they didn't even have dinner and hurried over. Chang Yongnian was already waiting for them at the entrance of Christie's auction house. He was dressed very formally in a tailcoat, looking like a gentleman. This made Su Bing, who was with Xiaowon, feel a bit uneasy. He looked at his white shirt and blue pants and asked Xiaowon, "Boss, maybe I shouldn't go in. I'll wait outside." Xiaowon smiled and said, "In the future, when you go on missions, you might encounter all kinds of occasions. Maybe one day, you'll even attend a banquet for the Queen of England. There's no need to be nervous about small events like this. Just follow me." Su Bing thought about what Xiaowon said and realized she was right. They were special agents and they could meet in many situations. He decided to treat this as part of his mission, and his nerves relaxed. Inside the auction, Xiaowon saw many wealthy people from Gangcheng. The Christie's auction coincided with the Asia-Pacific Trade Fair organized by the Hong Kong British government, so there were more foreigners. She also recognized a few foreigners she had met earlier at the exhibition. Among these rich people, Xiaowon and Su Bing's outfits looked a bit out of place. Several wealthy people from the port city brought female companions. When they glanced at Xiaowon, their eyes showed disdain. One young celebrity even sneered at her and quietly called her a country bumpkin. Chang Yongnian's task tonight was to accompany this important guest, Xiaowon. He quietly comforted her, saying, "Miss Xia, don't mind them. That woman is Lily, the runner-up in last year's beauty contest in the port city. She has attached herself to a wealthy man named Liu and has been insisting that Liu divorce his wife to marry her." Xiaowon enjoyed hearing such gossip. Since arriving in this era, the atmosphere on the mainland has been too strict and the newspapers and magazines are full of serious editorials. She hadn't seen or heard entertainment gossip for a long time. "Changsheng, tell me more about the gossip in the port city's entertainment circle and wealthy circles," she said with a smile. Chang Yongnian chuckled, thinking that Miss Xia was quite adorable. He took them to the buffet table and introduced them to serve themselves. Xiaowon saw the cream cake, and her eyes lit up. This small cream cake with a cherry on top, though not as fancy as the matcha or mousse cakes of later times, was her childhood favorite. She took several pieces onto her plate and happily ate them. Just then, Lily passed by, muttering disdainfully, "Eating like that, aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" Lily was very refined, holding a glass of champagne and sipping it delicately. Her eating appearance made Xiaowon look a bit clumsy. Su Bing noticed Lily looking at Xiaowon with some displeasure and blocked her with his body, allowing her to eat freely. "Su Bing, try this cake. It's really delicious," Xiaowon said. Su Bing cooperated, and they ate together. One person eating hastily might be a bit awkward, but two people eating quickly only left them smiling at each other. After some time, the auction officially began. All the guests entered the auction hall. The women who had shown disdain earlier were surprised to find that Xiaowon's seat was better than theirs. Someone questioned, "Why is this auction so low class? Anyone can come to participate?" This auction had 36 items, 21 of which were provided by Xiaowon. Tonight, she was the real guest of honor at Christie's. But Xiaowon didn't want to make a fuss. She had already agreed with Chang Yongnian to use anonymous consignments. The auction house had rules, and they were obliged to keep her identity secret. The first item was a pair of Ming Dynasty gold phoenix hairpins that Xiaowon brought. The hairpins were 22 centimeters long, weighed 139 grams, and made of pure gold. They were carved with a golden phoenix standing on clouds, wings spread wide, tail feathers elegantly curled, showing lively motion. The base of the hairpins was inscribed with "Made by Insua Bureau in October, the 22nd year of Yongle," making them a rare, imperial treasure. This phoenix hairpin immediately drew the attention of all the wealthy guests. Its value could no longer be measured by traditional gold. It is an antique over 500 years old. When Chang Yongnian first appraised this pair of phoenix hairpins, he estimated the starting price at 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. He explained that he mainly considered the fact that the hairpins had no gemstones or intricate green inlay work, so they were not the most popular type of modern antique jewelry. He thought an opening bid of 800,000 Hong Kong dollars was reasonable, but the final price would depend on the bidders present. If a guest favored pure gold jewelry, the price could go much higher, especially since these are imperial pieces from the Ming dynasty. The auction was hosted by a beautiful Chinese woman who wore a cheongsam today to match the antique jewelry. In the 1970s in Hong Kong, many women wore cheongsams. The dress not only had a classic beauty but also showcased a woman's graceful figure, making it popular among traditional women. Several female guests at the scene were also dressed in cheongsams. Naturally, wearing a cheongsam meant styling hair into a bun, which also highlighted the neck's elegance. When the women saw the phoenix hairpins, they couldn't help but imagine how it would feel to wear such luxurious and exquisite jewelry on their own heads. Christie's, as a professional auction house, created a romantic story about an emperor and his consort to add a layer of mystery to the hairpins. When bidding began, the first bidder was surprisingly Lu Fuhao, a wealthy supporter of young star Lily. 810,000 he bid. Lily was also wearing a cheongsam today, happily leaning into Lu Fuhao's embrace, whispering softly. Foreigners also seemed to favor this kind of antique gold jewelry. Several bid in succession, quickly raising the price to 950,000. At this point, the number of bidders decreased. Lu Fuhao stopped bidding, while Lily pouted, as if throwing a small tantrum. She probably realized that Lu Fuhao's love for her was not worth more than 1 million HKD. The person expected to be the final bidder, a British man, was about to win when the auctioneer called out 950,000 for the second time. Suddenly, a middle-aged Chinese man sitting in the front row raised his hand and bid 1 million. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Xiaowan could only see the back of his head.
Who is that?
Xiaowan asked Chang Yongnian beside her. Chang whispered, "That's the Chinese chief investigator, Lu Le. His second wife loves buying these kinds of antique jewelry." Xiaowan nodded. Lu Le was very famous. Many police and crime movies were based on his stories. In some films, he was called Lei Luo. Xiaowan liked the one played by Andy Lau the best. Thinking about how he once took 500 million in stolen money when he went on the run, spending $1 million on a pair of phoenix hairpins was nothing. Xiaowan suddenly realized that it was 1974, just before Lu Le was being investigated by the newly established Anti-Corruption Bureau. Lu Le probably sensed the danger and was now moving his assets, right? 500 million in cash is hard to carry abroad, but if he converted it into antiques and jewelry, it would be easier to transport and less likely to attract attention. Xiaowan glanced at Lu Li's second wife nearby and smiled softly. Lu Le was not a romantic person. His frequent purchases of antique jewelry for a concubine were probably just a cover. Xiaowan sighed. It was a pity that Hong Kong hadn't yet returned to China. If she had law enforcement authority there, catching him during his escape would be very satisfying. When Lu Le made a bid, others seemed to fall silent. In the end, a pair of Ming Yonglera auspicious phoenix gold hairpins sold for 1 million Hong Kong dollars. The price was normal, only about 20% higher than the starting bid, well within Chang Yongnian's estimate. Xiaowan was quite satisfied. Next, several more antique jewelry pieces were auctioned, all provided by her. The lowest price was a jade pendant, only 110,000 Hong Kong dollars. The others ranged from 500,000 to 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Chang Yongnian quietly explained to Xiaowan, "The first item was just for warming up, so we chose the pair of auspicious phoenix hairpins. The subsequent items with lower prices are meant to help the guests settle in and feel more involved." Xiaowan nodded. She noticed that because the later items had lower prices, more people participated, and their interest increased significantly. Especially the foreigners. They might not fully understand traditional Chinese jewelry, but preferred the bright, luxurious style. The non-imperial cloisonné jewelry was very popular with them. Most of the middle-priced items were bought by foreigners. At this moment, several men in black suits brought two seemingly antique sandalwood boxes onto the stage. The host opened the first box and carefully took out a Yongjing pink-glazed, entwined branch plate, placing it gently on a stand prepared earlier. Xiaowan had seen this Yongjing pink-glazed entwined branch plate in the auction catalog before. Its starting bid was 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Before she revealed her pink-glazed floral and bird plate, this plate was the most eye-catching antique at the auction. When it appeared, the guests' attention clearly focused on it. Most of the guests tonight seemed to be here for this Yongzheng pink-glazed entwined branch plate. Because her items arrived late, none were included in the promotional brochure. However, at the start of the event, all guests received a new catalog which also listed a Yongzheng yellow-glazed floral and bird plate, starting at 5 times the bid for this entwined branch plate. Unfortunately, there are no photos, and everyone has only a vague idea of that pastel yellow floral and bird plate. They just keep a sense of curiosity in their minds. This intertwined branch plate is already so beautiful that some people wonder how amazing the Yongzheng pastel plate, which is 5 times more expensive, must be. This is exactly what the auction house wanted to achieve. 3 days ago, they didn't know that 2 Yongzheng pastel plates would appear at the auction. It wouldn't be fair if one was auctioned first and the other later. So Chang Yongnian suggested that, to be fair to the consignors, both plates should be auctioned at the same time. Westerners tend to be straightforward, and they thought that auctioning both together would seem very fair. The final result of the auction wouldn't let the consignors blame them for favoritism. But is this really fair? Buying antiques isn't like buying vegetables. You buy what's cheaper. Buyers care more about rarity and potential value increase. Putting a common pastel plate and a yellow-glazed pastel plate together for auction makes the yellow-glazed one look like a troublemaker. The difference in value is obvious. Chang Yongnian predicted this. As he expected, when the second wooden box was opened, all the guests' attention was drawn to it. When the Yongzheng yellow-ground pastel bird and flower plate was placed on the stand, foreign collectors who loved Chinese ceramics were dazzled by its bright yellow color. With its perfect condition, exquisite pattern, and delicate material, many people's eyes flashed with the desire to own it. The host introduced these 2 pastel plates, showed the experts' appraisal results, and especially emphasized that this Yongzheng yellow-ground pastel plate might be the only one of its kind in existence today. The starting price of 5 million was not considered expensive. According to the usual process, the first auction would be the intertwined branch pastel plate, but at this moment, a broker came on stage and whispered a few words to the host. After hearing this, the host apologized to the guests and announced that the owner of the intertwined branch pastel plate had withdrawn it from the auction. It would no longer be sold this time. Chang Yongnian pointed to a wealthy guest from Hong Kong and said that consignor is withdrawing now and will pay a 20% penalty. But it's a wise move. If we auction this plate tonight at a high price, it will push the price of Yongzheng pastel ceramics to a new level. He will wait a while longer, and then auction it again, and the price will definitely be higher. At this moment, Xiaowan received a message indicating a resentment value. Guodesheng, resentment value plus 299. Xiaowan felt that the name sounded familiar and asked Chang Yongnian quietly, "Who is that person?" Chang Yongnian whispered back, "The head of Xian Hongji." Xiaowan smiled brightly. Is this really a sign that she's about to clash with the 4 major families of Gangchen? Why did she start by provoking the leader of Xian Hongji? Actually, it's understandable. Chang Yongnian thinks that Guodesheng's decision to withdraw the auction item was wise, because in the future, the price of Yongzheng Famille Rose porcelain might increase thanks to her auction piece. But Guodesheng originally planned to sell his branch pattern plate today. Thanks to Chang Yongnian and Xiaowan, all the guests' attention was diverted to her yellow-ground Famille Rose bird and flower plate. If they auctioned his branch pattern plate first, the price wouldn't go high. If they auctioned Guodesheng's plate later, the price might not be too low, but it wouldn't be high either. Psychologically, wealthy people care about face and dislike settling for second best. That's why he's willing to pay a 20% penalty to cancel the auction, an unavoidable choice. This year's economic crisis has made real estate in Gangcheng hard to sell. Guodesheng had no choice but to bring out his Yongzheng Famille Rose branch pattern plate for auction. He's probably cursed himself countless times inside. The guests' indifferent attitude toward canceling the auction of that plate confirmed Guodesheng's suspicion. The branch patterned plate was withdrawn. Although others didn't know that the yellow ground famille rose burden flower plate belonged to Xia Wan, several staff at Christie's did. Coincidentally, Guodisheng's agent also knew. Guodisheng looked back at Xia Wan, first surprised, then politely smiled at her. If Xia Wan weren't constantly sensing Guodisheng's resentment, she might think he was a generous and friendly senior. She pretended not to understand anything, kept a blank expression, and looked at the display stand without returning the gesture. Now, only Xia Wan's Yongzheng Famille Rose bird and flower plate was on display. The host announced the starting bid of 5 million Hong Kong dollars, with each bid increasing by at least 50,000, and the auction began. 5,200,000. The first bid came from Guodisheng himself. That old guy is probably trying to save face. Xia Wan shook her head, dismissing her own idea. She couldn't assume that a successful businessman like him would bid on her plate out of genuine interest. He's just helping to boost the price. Xia Wan understood Guodisheng's strategy. In true business minds, profit always comes first. Guodisheng probably hopes her Famille Rose plate sells for as much as possible. If she can get 10 million, then the starting price for his next piece will definitely be more than 1 million. While Xia Wan was thinking, the bidding had already gone through several rounds. 970,000. A British collector bid this high price. 9.8 million. Another foreign bidder added 100,000. Guodisheng looked around at the guests' reactions, confident there was still room to bid higher. He raised his card and shouted a price that even Xia Wan was startled by. 10 million. At this moment, Xia Wan began to doubt whether his earlier guess was correct. Is this old man crazy? He's acting as my proxy, but he's getting a bit too enthusiastic. Su Bing already knew that the antique was Xia Wan's. The prices shouted during today's auction had completely overturned his worldview. His monthly salary and allowances totaled only 56 yuan, yet these people were buying jewelry and antiques worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of Hong Kong dollars each. He wondered if he was living in the same world as them. He also knew that many of the auctioned items earlier belonged to his family's eldest. When his eldest said he wanted to invest 10 million to enter the Hong Kong property market, he thought it was a joke. But now, his eldest was selling a plate for 10 million? Su Bing started counting on his fingers. How many years of his salary was that? Looking at Guodisheng, Su Bing finally couldn't hold back and whispered into Xia Wan's ear, "Boss, isn't that old man your plant?" He and Chong Yongmian flanked Xia Wan on either side, whispering, but Su Bing couldn't hear. To him, that crazy old man who shouted 10 million was definitely connected to his boss. Xia Wan shook his head, really not. Su Bing clearly still doubted. He knew his boss was very clever. If he had arranged a plant to inflate the price, that was totally his style. Guodisheng's reputation in Hong Kong was not as great as it was in the 80s and 90s, but he was still a successful businessman. Except for Christie's staff, no one knew that the pink glazed branch plate was his. Everyone thought he was genuinely interested in Xia Wan's yellow glazed floral bird plate. Since Guodisheng was known for his sharp investment eye in the wealthy circles, his bid reassured the other investors who had already considered giving up. The host was quick-witted and emphasized again that this might be the only existing Yongzheng yellow-glazed porcelain. He repeated the cultural significance of the yellow glaze as an imperial color. Lu Lo, who had not participated in the porcelain bidding before, suddenly raised his hand. 11 million. The boldness of the 5 billion chief was impressive. As soon as he spoke, he added 1 million. The bidding quickly reached A. The British collector gritted his teeth and shouted, 11.5 million. A new round of bidding began, but this time, everyone consciously increased their bids by 50,000. Only one person was an exception. Whenever others hesitated, Guodisheng would raise the bid by the smallest amount, 50,000. Although this caused some guests to murmur, this old man truly understood the psychology of the wealthy. After reaching 10 million, each time someone bid an extra 500,000, he only added 50,000. The other wealthy bidders thought, if I can add 50,000 easily, you, a mere 50,000, want to beat me? Soon, someone else would raise the bid. Until Guodisheng finally shouted out a price of 16,555,000. It seemed everyone saw through his plan, and no one bid higher. 2 full minutes of silence followed. Guodisheng panicked. Surely no one would bid again? Had he messed up? His new Hongji stock was worth about 400 million, but he couldn't raise over 16 million in cash. Even if he could, would he spend that much just to buy a broken item and keep it? If he bid and then refused to pay, his reputation would be ruined. Tomorrow, Hongji stock would drop sharply. Plus, he'd have to pay the auction house a 20% penalty for breach of contract. He had already paid a 200,000 Hong Kong dollars penalty for his previous bid. Now, that's 3.3 million Hong Kong dollars in penalties. Guodisheng broke out in a cold sweat. Xiaowan was also nervous. She guessed Guodisheng wouldn't buy this item. He had finally bid 16.5 million, and if it sold, she'd be satisfied. Lao Deng, why did you keep adding 50,000? Did you forget that a good bidder shouldn't risk losing their reputation by overbidding? What should she do now? She hurriedly tugged at Chang Yongnian's sleeve. Chang Yongnian was surprised too. He whispered to Xia Wan, if he refuses to pay, we'll sue him. He has to pay a 20% penalty. The auction house doesn't keep that money. It all goes to you. Xia Wan calculated that if she didn't sell, she'd make over 3 million profit. Sounds good. But she still needed to buy land next week, and not selling this item would leave her short of cash. Fortunately, when the host announced the first bid of 16,555,000, the foreign bidder who had bid earlier glared at Guodisheng and then called out 16.6 million. The foreign bidder had learned to be cunning and stopped increasing bids by 50,000 each time. Guodisheng and Xiaowan relaxed their shoulders at the same pace. Xiaowan wiped her sweat and saw Guodisheng in front, also wiping his forehead. Su Bing, who had been watching them, muttered to himself, still say he's not your plant? Look, you two are acting exactly the same. The foreign bidders realized Guodisheng was no longer bidding. Several rounds of bidding followed, and the price reached 17.5 million. During this round, Chinese detective Lu Lo kept silent, seeming to have given up. Now only 2 British bidders remained. One of them sent an assistant to negotiate briefly with the other British bidder. A British man showed a conflicted expression on his face, nodded, and seemed ready to give up. The host called out, the current price is 17.5 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The room fell silent. Just as the host was about to confirm the first bid, the confident detective Lu Lo once again raised his paddle. 18 million. This man, true to the prototype of characters in classic Hong Kong films like The Legend of 5 Billion, Chasing the Dragon, The Money Empire, and Wind in the Willows, has a commanding presence despite being a villain. When he speaks, others feel a strong pressure. The last bidder, a foreigner, seemed annoyed and glared at Lu Lo. But as the chief detective in Hong Kong City, Lu Lo was no longer afraid of foreigners. Calmly, he took out a cigar, gently tapped it on his hand, as if urging the host to close the bid quickly. The host, intimidated by his aura, became nervous, his voice trembling slightly, speaking faster. Detective Lu bids 18 million. Are there any other bids? In Hong Kong City, Lu Lo was well known. Almost no one was unaware of him. Even the wealthy had to show him respect. The British man, though not afraid, probably also knew that Lu Lo was involved in both black and white circles. Offending him meant making life difficult in Hong Kong City. In the end, the British man gave up. After 3 bids, this Yongzhen yellow-ground porcelain flower and bird plate was sold for 18 million, breaking the auction house's record since its founding in Hong Kong City. Of course, Xiaowan knew that decades later, the auction house's porcelain sales often reached hundreds of millions. If she kept this Yongzhen plate until the 1990s, it could sell for over $1 billion. But she needed the auction money to buy the land in Shatian. If she mimicked Li Xiaoji's approach, she could make 40 billion. The key was if the money just sat in her account, it was just a number, empty and useless. What she wanted was to use money to influence the future of Hong Kong City, to protect good people like her idol. So money had to flow and turn into various resources to be effective. The auction continued, but Xiaowan paid less attention. She told Chang Yongnian she was leaving and pulled Su Bing away from the auction. The after-party outside was still going on. Not everyone had gone inside. Many wealthy women, brought by their husbands, were only interested in jewelry and didn't care much about the auction itself. If their husbands wouldn't buy them jewelry, they just came to enjoy the scene. Xiaowon also remembered the buffet at the party. Though most of the food was cold, it was summer and she didn't mind. She hadn't eaten dinner tonight. Those tiny cream cakes earlier made her hungry again. She and Su Bing each took some cold dishes onto their plates. At that moment, someone behind her bumped into Xiaowon. She was not paying attention and accidentally knocked over a 3-tier champagne tower on the table. Glasses shattered loudly, and the wine spilled all over Xiaowon. She turned around and saw the young celebrity Lily standing behind her with a nervous look. I didn't mean to, Lily said anxiously. Seeing her panicked expression, Xiaowon almost thought she was truly careless. But Su Bing whispered to her, she did it on purpose. During special training, we learned micro-expression analysis. Look at her face. She appears tense, but her body stands straight with shoulders broad, eyes shifting, and muscles relaxed. That's not real nervousness. It's a look of pride. After basic training, Su Bing joined the Special Operations team and was sent for months of intensive training. They were supposed to learn the same skills, but Xiaowon had been on missions earlier and later went to medical school, so she never learned them. Su Bing's warning was credible to her. She looked at Lily coldly and asked, "Are you crazy?" Lily looked innocent and insisted she didn't do it on purpose. Xiaowon sneered in disgust. She was really tired of the petty scheming among women. The world is so big, and some people are so bored they spend every day fighting over trivial things. Xiaowon had many ways to teach Lily a lesson, but she was too lazy to bother. Instead, she just stared coldly at the overconfident young starlet. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Lily quickly ran away. At this moment, a manager from Christie's, in charge of the cocktail party, approached.
He didn't know Xiaowon.
Usually, at such events, even if guests damage something, they aren't asked to pay. But he was still a bit unhappy and called a waiter over to tidy up, then asked Xiaowon, "Miss, may I see your invitation card?" He suspected she was an uninvited guest. Xiaowon didn't make things difficult for the staff and showed her and Su Bing's invitation cards. Once he saw their VIP invitations, his attitude immediately became respectful. He said, "Miss, we have a lounge and a restroom over there. Let me take you to freshen up." Seeing that the staff didn't cause trouble for her and Su Bing, Lily felt disappointed but also let out a breath of relief, thinking, why was I so scared? Why did I run away when I saw her? Lily's hostility towards Xiaowon was because, when she first entered, she noticed her benefactor Lu Fuhao and looked at Xiaowon a few more times. Although Xiaowon was dressed plainly, her natural beauty and lack of makeup still made her stand out as rare and beautiful. Lu Fuhao was known to be a lecher, so it was natural for him to notice Xiaowon. But Lily didn't think so. She believed Xiaowon was just a poor girl from the countryside with no background. If Lu Fuhao truly took a liking to her, perhaps with just a simple gesture, they could become a couple. To test Lu Fugao's feelings, Lily asked him for her first piece of jewelry. Unfortunately, Lu Fugao only made a symbolic offer twice and didn't genuinely intend to buy it. This made her angry, so she stormed out. Outside, she saw Xiaowon again and naturally took out her frustration on her. After tidying up her dress in the washroom, Xiaowon didn't change into her spare clothes to avoid suspicion. Instead of returning to the party, she went to the lounge. The manager kindly brought her some snacks and drinks. Chong Lianian excitedly told Xiaowon that all her 21 auction items had sold for a total of 31 million Hong Kong dollars. This far exceeded Xiaowon's expectations. Then, Chong Yongnian hesitated and said, "Miss Xia, Mr. Guo asked someone to tell you that he wants to meet you." Xiaowon was surprised. "Mr. Guo wants to meet her?" Xiaowon thought for a moment. Since she planned to enter the property industry in Harbor City, she would inevitably need to deal with local businessmen. She was a complete newcomer, so knowing an expert in the field wouldn't be a bad thing. Xiaowon agreed to meet Guodisheng privately. Guo was brought into the lounge. They exchanged polite greetings. During their conversation, Gua subtly inquired about Xia Wan's background. Miss Xia is quite talented at such a young age, managing to gather so many antiques. May I ask which prominent family from the mainland you come from? Xia Wan's attire and speech already revealed her mainland origins. Business people like Guodisheng, a major merchant in Harbor City, paid close attention to developments on the mainland. Both knew that Harbor City's growth was closely linked to the mainland. After learning that Xia Wan was tonight's biggest seller, Gua guessed she was likely a descendant of a high-ranking official from the mainland, which sparked his interest in forming a connection. Knowing insider information about mainland policies could help their business in Harbor City. Xia Wan pretended to be naive, saying, "I'm just a villager, not from any noble family." Guodisheng thought it was normal that Xia Wan didn't reveal much. Since they had just met, revealing too much might seem foolish. "Miss Xia, you owe me a big favor tonight," Gua joked to build rapport. Xia Wan found it amusing. This old man was clearly after a favor. Indeed, without Gua's help, her porcelain plate with yellow ground and pink flowers, valued at 18 million, wouldn't have sold for such a high price. But Xia Wan didn't want to owe him. She played dumb, saying, "Old Gua, mutual benefits are better than favors." Gua initially thought she was young and easy to fool, but after several attempts, he realized she was sharp and untrusting. He became more cautious in his attitude towards Xia Wan and asked, "Miss Xia, do you have any plans to invest in Harbor City?" Xia Wan thought to herself, "If I say I want to ruin your future for major families in Harbor City, you'll definitely think I'm crazy." She asked back, "Old Gua, do you have any good business opportunities to introduce?" "Miss Xia, what do you think about the real estate market in Harbor City?" Xia Wan was surprised. Does this old man not know that he's interested in investing in real estate? Could it be that he's currently short on funds and wants me to join in? She pretended not to understand and said, "I heard that houses in Harbor City aren't selling well now, with prices down by half. Several real estate companies' stocks have fallen to penny stock levels. Real estate in Harbor City probably isn't very promising anymore." Guodisheng cursed inwardly at her ignorance, but secretly felt pleased. An outsider is good. He was looking for an outsider's investment. If she were an insider, he would be worried about how to fool her. He began to analyze that the current state of Harbor City's real estate was only temporary and how he was optimistic about its future. Ultimately, it was because of Harbor City's strategic location and the fact that land was scarce and densely populated. Xia Wan pretended to be convinced. "Old Gua, you've got me eager to try. Do you have any good business opportunities to introduce to me?" Guodisheng had indeed set his sights on the large sum of money Xia Wan was about to receive tonight. He knew that mainlanders were usually hesitant to transfer this money back to the mainland. So, the money would likely stay in Harbor City or be transferred overseas. Due to last year's economic crisis, many companies in Harbor City were short on cash flow. Although their market values were in the hundreds of millions, it was all on paper. Stocks couldn't be sold, banks wouldn't lend money, and the actual usable funds were very limited. Otherwise, Guodisheng wouldn't have auctioned his antiques. But he believed this situation was only temporary. He estimated that in a few years, Harbor City's economy would recover and the real estate market would rise again.
This would be the best time to buy land.
Unfortunately, he didn't have that much cash. Guodisheng said, "Miss Xia, next week the Hong Kong government will auction several valuable land plots. Some of them I think have great potential for appreciation. Are you interested in investing with me?" Xia Wan's heart moved. From what this old man was saying, the wealthy in Harbor City also realized that now is the best time to buy land. Will the competition at next week's land auction increase? Like the piece of land in Sha Tin that she was interested in, with a starting bid of only 10 million, could there be bidding wars like tonight's antique auction? If someone bids higher, wouldn't she have to pay more? She had spent 31 million Hong Kong dollars on antiques tonight. After deducting the 10% commission to Christie's, she had 27.9 million Hong Kong dollars left. She could have bought several plots of land, but if someone bid higher, she would lose out. Xia Wan asked, "Old Gua, how do you plan to work with me?" Guodisheng had his eye on plot 1 for a long time. He estimated that if he could buy this land, he could build a landmark building for the port city. When the property market recovers, making billions is no problem. But the starting price for that land is 53 million, and it has been unsold 3 times. He received reliable news that the Hong Kong British government plans to lower the starting price by 20% at next week's auction. Not only he knows this, but his several competitors also know. An insider told him that Chung Kong Holdings has contacted another rival, planning for both to jointly buy the land at the starting price. Guo Desheng wants the land himself and definitely doesn't want his competitors to get it. But right now, his cash flow isn't enough. If he could partner with this wealthy mainland young woman who knows nothing about the business, it would be a smart move. Guo Desheng explained the advantages of the land to Xia Wan. Miss Xia, think about it. If we team up to buy that land and build a 100-story building, with shops downstairs, offices in the middle, and a luxury hotel at the bottom, in the future, you could stand in your hotel room and overlook Victoria Harbor. Isn't that amazing? Xia Wan imagined the scene Guo Desheng described and thought it was indeed pretty exciting. She had also researched Plot 1 before. In her past life, she visited the port city once and vaguely remembered that it later became the Global Trade Plaza, which seemed to have 118 floors. Suddenly, she looked at Guo Desheng, slapped her forehead, and realized, Global Trade Plaza, isn't that the new Hongji building? But when that building was completed, Guo Desheng had already been dead for many years. It was his son who built it. Xia Wan had just forgotten for a moment. That means, without herself, this old man also managed to raise funds and buy the land? Haha, such a good thing. She decided in her heart to invest. Participating in the future tallest building in the port city was an opportunity she couldn't miss. All right, old Guo, tell me, how do we cooperate? Seeing that she was interested, Guo Desheng was overjoyed. He had already planned to get all of Xia Wan's money and help her through her financial difficulties, then let her leave with nothing. Guo Desheng exchanged contact information with Xia Wan and invited her to a dinner over the weekend. He wanted to plan his next move to get her involved. They shook hands warmly, and the friendliness made Su Bing, who just entered, secretly think, the boss just said he didn't know this person, but look at how close they are. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were father and daughter. The others at the auction had already left. Chang Yongnian had promised Xia Wan to come tomorrow to pick up the check and send her and Su Bing out of the auction house. Xia Wan's walking now felt a bit light and floaty. She was now a real millionaire. It felt like a dream. She felt she wouldn't be able to sleep even if she returned to the hotel. Seeing that it wasn't too late, she said, let's go ask Zhang Biao if there's any news about Jiang Bei Wang these past few days. Chu Jiangnan didn't set a strict time for Xia Wan to return. But the business group would leave Port City the day after tomorrow. Xia Wan was a bit anxious because she still had no news about Jiang Bei Wang. They arrived at Zhang Biao's nightclub. Unexpectedly, the small troublemakers were busy beating drums and making noise all over Geelong, and surprisingly, they had some results. They brought back about a dozen young people who had been waiting for Xia Wan. Zhang Biao said to her, Grandma, the person you mentioned before might have changed his name. I asked my men to check based on the features you described. These dozen or so people were brought over from Taiwan by adults after a certain age. They are either orphans or adopted. Xia Wan thought Zhang Biao was very diligent in his work and praised him sincerely. Zhang Biao actually looked a bit shy. The leaders of the Qingzhou Bang, Yin Yo, and the leader of 14K, Shan Ji, had been beaten quite badly by Xia Wan and Su Bing before. Now, seeing the two of them, they were trembling in their legs. They came tonight to find Zhang Biao, originally to find out more about Grandma. Although the three of them had fought fiercely before, now that they were under the same boss, they had to temporarily put aside their grudges and discuss how to move forward together. Earlier, Zhang Biao had been boasting that he wasn't afraid of Xia Wan, just doing it to give face to senior Hong men. But when he saw Xia Wan, the bald man in his 40s or 50s, he suddenly showed a shy expression like a little girl, which stunned Yin Yo and Shan Ji. Was this grandma so terrifying that she had castrated Zhang Biao's spirit? Yin Yo and Shan Ji looked at their lower bodies and shivered, promising Xia Wan, Grandma, we will go back now and arrange it. Before tomorrow night, we will find all the suspicious people in our territory for you. Xiaowan nodded in satisfaction. She took each of those young people into a private room, carefully observed their features, and asked about their childhood memories. In the end, she confirmed that none of those young people were Zhongbei Wang. Over the past 2 days, Xia Chonglu had become familiar with Zhang Biao, and they had turned enemies into friends. After serving Xia Sanjin to sleep, Xia Chonglu secretly slipped out of the house and went to Zhang Biao's place to hang out and eat. Since they were all in Jilong City, Zhang Biao's nightclub was very close to his home. But he didn't expect that Xiaowan and Su Bing would also be there. After just finishing questioning those young people without finding Zhongbei Wang, Xiaowan was feeling down. When she saw Xia Chonglu, her face changed. "Little cousin, didn't you promise me not to get involved in the underworld? What are you doing here again?" Xia Chonglu was a bit afraid of his little niece. He quickly made an excuse, saying, "I just came to see if you're here. My dad isn't feeling well today. If you're here, I want you to go see him tomorrow." Xiaowan found it strange. Did he take his medicine on time? Why is he feeling unwell again? After taking the medicine given by Xiaowan, Xia Sanjin's health actually started to improve. Xia Chengel glanced around and half-jokingly said, "It's not Uncle Fan's fault. He came out during the day and probably whispered something to my dad. Ever since he left, my dad has been very gloomy." Xia Wan expressed her desire to visit Xia Sanjin. Fearing that she might reveal her plans to go out again, Xia Chengel hurriedly stopped her, saying, "My dad finally fell asleep. Let's wait until tomorrow." Xiaowan looked at the time, which was already late, and agreed. The next day, the trade fair had ended, and the delegation was free to explore. Xiaowan first went to the auction house to pick up her check. She had never received such a large check before, 27.9 million. Her hand holding the check trembled slightly. Chang Yongnian accompanied her to HSBC to cash it. Only after seeing the huge sum deposited into her account did Xia Wan finally relax a little. With this much money, she realized she didn't need to strive hard. She could live well just by relaxing. When she first came here, she had simply wanted to use her extra life to latch onto a powerful figure, earn some small money, and enjoy a peaceful life. But now that she had money, she didn't think about that at all. Instead, she felt like everything was just beginning, and she still had many things to do in the future. It seems that people's thoughts do change based on their circumstances. When you have nothing, you only think about possessing. When you have it, you want even more. When you have enough that money no longer troubles you, money becomes just a tool. Then, you pursue higher spiritual pleasures, perhaps power, love, or dreams. At this moment, Xiaowan's goal had shifted to helping more good people. She asked Chang Yongnian, "Changsheng, you work at the auction house and are well connected. Do you know any friends in the entertainment industry like agents?" Chang Yongnian was very grateful to Xiaowan. This time, she gave him the auction order to handle so he could earn a big commission. Not only that, he had already exceeded his annual target and could now become a full-fledged agent. So, when Xiaowan asked for his help, he was very eager. "Miss Xia, are you interested in investing in the film and audio industry?" Xiaowan nodded. "I have this initial idea, but I don't have the time to manage it myself. I need to find a reliable agent to work with." Chang Yongnian suddenly thought of a friend of his. Although he was just an ordinary staff member at Shaw Brothers now, he was honest, generous, and had made many friends in the entertainment circle. "Miss Xia, I happen to have a friend in that industry. Maybe I can arrange for you to meet him so you can learn more about that circle?" Xia Wan immediately agreed. Chang Yongnian made a call on the street and arranged to meet the friend at a nearby coffee shop. An hour later, a stylish man in his 30s entered the coffee shop. "Old Chang, how did you think of finding me?" The man greeted Chang Yongnian warmly and sat down. Chang Yongnian introduced him to Xiaowan. "Miss Xia, this is my good friend Chen Ziqiang. We grew up together. He now works at Shaw Brothers." Chen Ziqiang only glanced at Xiaowan, and his eyes lit up. He asked, "Miss Xia, do you want to act in movies? Your looks are really great. Since old Chang introduced you, I'll definitely recommend you to our company. We're currently planning a kung fu film, and I think you're perfect for a female role in it." Xiaowan felt she was incredibly lucky. She hadn't remembered who this guy was at first. When he mentioned the kung fu film, she naturally thought of the most popular kung fu stars from the 70s and 80s. Then she remembered this was the famous Hong Kong talent agent who discovered Jackie Chan. Considering the timeline, it was the period when Shaw Brothers was declining. Due to market changes and increased competition, Shaw's system was becoming outdated and struggling to keep up. Xiaowan thought if she could bring Chen Ziqiang into her fold, then top stars like Jackie Chan, Maggie Cheung, and Anita Mui might become her artists. If that happened, protecting Rong Xiao would be much easier. Haha, Xiaowan was amazed by her own brilliant idea. But how could she persuade this future top agent to work with her? While drinking coffee, Xiaowan discussed the current Hong Kong entertainment industry with Chen Ziqiang. Chen was very talkative. He was a top agent because he was generous and loyal. When many stars were just starting out or facing difficulties, he was always willing to help. That earned him good relationships in the industry, and many stars were eager to work under him. Xiaowan loved gossip about Hong Kong entertainment from her previous life. She had read several articles about Chen Ziqiang, even watched videos of him being honored by Hong Kong stars after his passing. Chen not only discovered Jackie Chan and was his longtime advisor, but also helped Jackie Cheung through tough times and was close to Maggie Cheung and Anita Mui. During the 70s and 80s, when triads controlled the entertainment scene, he often stepped in to rescue artists threatened by them. Xiaowan felt that such a person might share her ideas and ideals. She was eager to find someone like him. Brother Chen, I want to ask, are you thinking of leaving Shaw Brothers? Chen Ziqiang was actually planning to switch to Golden Harvest. When he heard Xiaowan ask this, he thought she might have heard some rumors. After chatting with her for a while, he found her quite agreeable. He said, Miss Xia, since you call me Brother Chen now, I won't hide it from you. I am indeed planning to change jobs. Shaw Brothers is a family business, and as outsiders, no matter how hard we try, we have no say. But Miss Xia, with your looks and qualities, you are really suitable for acting in movies. Even if I move to a new company, I can still recommend you for a role to try. Xiaowan smiled and shook her head. Brother Chen, I don't want to act in movies. I want to make movies. Can you tell me, now in Hong Kong City, how much does it cost to produce a low-budget action film? Chen Ziqiang was a bit surprised. He hadn't thought of Xiaowan as a wealthy person. He seemed to think she was bragging. Chang Yongnian glanced at Xiaowan, saw her nod, then leaned close to Chen Ziqiang and whispered that Xiaowan was his client and told him how much she had spent last night. Chen Ziqiang was shocked. Could this mainland girl really be a rich person? Miss Xia, do you really want to invest in making movies? Xiaowan replied, yes. I believe the entertainment industry has a bright future. Also, I think the artists in Hong Kong City are really struggling. I want to help them. Xiaowan didn't talk about grand principles. She only gave the reason Chen Ziqiang loved to hear most. Sure enough, when Chen Ziqiang heard that Xiaowan wanted to help the artists in Hong Kong City, he was moved. He asked, Miss Xia, you came from the mainland. How did you find out that artists in Hong Kong City are living hard lives? Many people thought that artists in Hong Kong City lived glamorous and wealthy lives, but they didn't know that only after Chen Ziqiang and others worked hard to establish the Hong Kong City Artists Association did the artists have some protection. Before that, artists in Hong Kong City were in a situation not much different from those performers in old society. They not only faced exploitation and oppression from their companies, but also threats and intimidation from triads. Physical injuries, mental harm, and humiliation of character were common. Xiaowan shared some things she knew and sighed. I know that life is full of suffering. I am weak and powerless, and I can only do my small part to help the suffering I see. Chen Ziqiang, a Buddhist himself, strongly resonated with her words. He immediately told Xiaowan, Miss Xia, if you want to invest in films in Hong Kong City based on last year's successful film by Golden Harvest, the investment would be around 1 million Hong Kong dollars. But that film had a very good script and cast, and its box office finally reached over 5 million. However, Shaw Brothers' recent films have almost all lost money. So, if you really want to invest, it's best to wait for a good script before making a move. Siawon initially thought that film investments would be very large. Thinking about how film stars in later generations earn hundreds of millions, and a single film could cost billions, she was surprised to learn that the classic Hong Kong movies only had investments of around $1 million. Even in the 1970s, compared to land prices, that amount was very small. Siawon made her decision immediately and went ahead with the plan. She has plenty of good scripts. She has watched most of the classic Hong Kong films, so it shouldn't be hard to produce a new one quickly. Big Brother Chen, I'll give you $5 million as startup capital. Can you find a good director and actors to run a film company? Don't worry about the script. I can write one for you. Chun Ziqiang was stunned. Are wealthy people this casual? They just met for less than an hour, and he's willing to invest $5 million to help him start his own film company? He couldn't believe such a lucky break was real. He was worried about being scammed. Siawon said, Big Brother Chun, don't worry. I won't interfere much with how you run the company. If you have a good script, you can produce it. I won't be around in Hong Kong often, so once I give you the money, how you spend it is up to you. You will hold 30% of the company, and I will hold 70%. If you agree, we can find a lawyer now to sign a contract, and I will transfer the money to you. Her investment was based on Chun Ziqiang's character. She trusted that giving him the money wouldn't lead to her losing it. Chun Ziqiang was like in a dream. He couldn't help but pinch Chang Yongnian and ask, Am I still awake? Chang Yongnian was also surprised. Why did Siawon decide to invest immediately after meeting Chun Ziqiang? Was it because her money was too easy to come by, and she had nowhere to spend it? But he quickly dismissed this thought. He knew that the richer someone was, the more careful they tend to be. It must be that Siawon believed Chun Ziqiang could really make money from filmmaking, which was why she invested. Chang Yongnian then nudged Chun Ziqiang and said, This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't take it, you're a big fool. Chun Ziqiang understood the difference between working for others and being his own boss. Now that a wealthy investor was willing to fund his film company, he was truly tempted. But Chun Ziqiang was honest. He knew his strengths and limitations. He sincerely told Siawon, Miss Xia, you might not understand our industry well. I'm better at being an agent than a producer. To run a film company, you should invest in a good producer who understands the market trends and can produce profitable movies. If you invest in me, you might lose money. Siawon valued Chun Ziqiang's character even more. He could have kept this information to himself and just taken the money, then figured out what to do later. But he chose to be honest. If he hadn't said this, she probably wouldn't have invested. Siawon smiled and asked, Big Brother Chen, I want to ask you, besides what you just mentioned, are there other tasks a producer should do? For example, publicity, contacting theaters, distribution, can you handle these? If not, can you find someone skilled to do them? Chun Ziqiang thought for a moment and said, Regarding the nature of things, I can handle that. My main problem is lacking the sharp market sense of a strong producer. Even if you give me money, I wouldn't know what kind of movies to make to earn profit. Siawon nodded and said, Brother Chen, since you say that if I tell you what kind of movies will make money in the future and even provide the scripts, can you do it? Chun Ziqiang nodded. Then there's no problem. But Miss Xia, how do you know which types of movies will be profitable? Siawon obviously knew, but she couldn't say it directly. She smiled and said, Before I leave Harbor City, I will give you a script. Rest assured. The two of them really went to the lawyer's office and signed a contract. Siawon transferred 5 million Hong Kong dollars to Chun Ziqiang, letting him prepare a film and television company himself. Chun Ziqiang felt everything was so unreal, but the money in his account was real. Siawon considered whether to tell Chun Ziqiang to sign with Rong Xiao early, but after thinking carefully, she realized Rong Xiao's success as a superstar was due to his own luck and life path. She just needed to help him when he faced danger and difficulties. Too much interference might backfire and affect Rong Xiao's star career. So, Siawon didn't say anything. She also planned to make Rong Xiao work hard for 2 more years, selling goods on the street and delivering items for others' businesses, to experience the hardships of life. After transferring the money, Siawon had lunch with Chun Ziqiang and Chang Yongnian. In the afternoon, she went with Su Bing to Xie Sonjin's house. As soon as they entered, They saw signs of burnt paper money at the door. After checking Xie Songjin's pulse, Xiaowan asked little uncle, "You already have liver damage, and the worst thing is emotional stress. I told you to try to stay happy. Why have you been upset these past 2 days? Is it because little uncle is not doing well?" Xie Changel overheard and shouted, "Niece, how can you talk like that? What do you mean I'm not doing well? I promised you I would follow your lead and work hard. What more do you want from me?" Xie Sanjin shook his head, saying it wasn't about Xie Changel. Seeing that Xie Sanjin didn't want to talk, Xiaowan didn't press further. She noticed a newspaper on Xie Sanjin's pillow and remembered the missing person notice she had published. Thinking that Xie Sanjin had been in Harbor City for many years, she casually asked, "Little Uncle Sanjin, have you seen the child in the newspaper recently?" Xie Sanjin was startled and quickly shook his head. "No, I don't know him." Xiaowan responded with an "no." She was just asking casually and didn't hold much hope. At this moment, Fanji arrived. Previously, Xiaowan had told him over the phone that she would visit Xie Songjin's house in the afternoon. After discussing, Fanji and his son decided that if Xiaowan could really acquire the land, Fanji would resign from Xian Hongji and follow Xiaowan in the future. Recently, he took leave from work to focus on helping Xiaowan handle the paperwork for the real estate company. Some documents require Xiaowan's signature and personal appearance. Fan Jilai came to see Xiaowan and Fan Dojung also arrived. After the young people left, Fan Dojung sat by Xie Songjin's bed and asked about his health. "Weren't you able to get out of bed a few days ago? Why do you look like this today? Are you feeling unwell again?" Xie Sanjin sighed but said nothing. Fan Dojung also sighed. After a while, he said, "That matter back then was our fault for not helping Lao Su enough, but we also raised his children. I believe Lao Su, being underground, would understand us." Xie Sanjin said, "Over the years, I sometimes dream of Lao Su and blame myself for being powerless to avenge him. I hold on to this life just to see what happens to that person." Fan Dojung looked upset and sighed. "Why do you think about these things? In this world, good people don't always get good rewards and bad people don't always suffer. For us common folks, just staying alive is already hard enough." Xie Sanjin gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe no one can deal with him." Fan Dojung shook his head. "He's now the chief investigator for the Chinese community in Port City.
Who can handle him?"
I heard that the British set up an anti-corruption bureau and even sent anonymous tips to report him, but nothing came of it. No news at all." Xie Sanjin looked a bit discouraged and said, "Old Fan, you raised Xiaoji to be so talented. It's a pity. We, Chonglu, have been turned into such a mess because of me." Fan Dojung hurriedly interrupted. "Don't think like that. Keep this from the children. Do you want them to seek revenge for Lao Su? That would just put their lives at risk." Xie Sanjin took out a newspaper from the bedside and asked, "Why did they only look for one child? And the name is wrong?" Fan Dojung took out an old photo, showing a picture of the Xie and Fan families. There were 3 children, 2 boys about the same age and a girl. Fan Dojung pointed to the chubby boy in the photo and said, "Look at his features. It should be him. This photo was taken during our first spring festival after moving from Shatian." Xie Sanjin took the photo and looked at the 3 children. He pointed to the girl and asked, "How is your family Shinru doing after she got married?" Fan Dojung mentioned his eldest daughter, and his mood improved. After chatting for a while, Fan Dojung reminded Xie Sanjin, "Don't let the children find out about this. We'll ignore the missing person notice. If the news leaks and Lao Su's situation is exposed, and that person finds out, the consequences could be terrible." Xie Sanjin nodded. "I understand the importance. He once sent people to find Lao Su's family everywhere. If we hadn't hidden the children well, with his ruthlessness, he would have wiped them out." Xiaowan, accompanied by Fanji, spent the whole afternoon handling the company's registration procedures. They also went to the bank to verify the funds. By evening, it was already dark. Xie Changel followed behind Xiaowan all afternoon, but there was nothing much to do. After they finished their work, they started to feel hungry. He wrapped his arm around Fanji's shoulder and said, "Second Fan, tonight you buy me a drink." Fanji pushed him away in disgust. Don't bother me. If you want a drink, earn your own money.
Don't try to rely on me.
Xia Chengel pouted. You're so stingy, just like your dad. Fanji's eyes widened.
Don't say my dad.
Do you believe I'll hit you if you do? Xiaowan watched the two of them, feeling curious. You two are childhood friends, about the same age. So why do you get along so badly when you meet? Xia Chengel was unhappy. He's read a little, so he looks down on others. Fanji frowned. And what about you? Why don't you try to improve yourself? You just laze around all day. Do you think you're worthy of your father? Xia Chengel stomped his foot. Why am I like a lazy? I don't gamble or womanize. I just want to join a club and make a name for myself. How am I a? Seeing they were about to fight, Xiaowan had to step in to stop them. Little cousin, Fanji has a point. Joining a club has no future, and you probably won't really stand out. I heard from Uncle Sanjin that you were quite smart as a kid. If you don't like studying, you could do business and make money. If that doesn't work, you look decent enough to go to an acting class and become an entertainer. That might be better than joining a club. Xia Chengel finally stopped talking. Since the trade delegation was leaving for the mainland tomorrow, Xiaowan and Su Bing decided not to go back with them. However, there were some things they needed to tell Zhang Qiushan, so they parted ways with Fanji and Xia Chengel and went back to the hotel. At the hotel, Zhang Qiushan and Li Baihe heard that Xiaowan and Su Bing wouldn't be returning with the delegation. At first, they disagreed. They almost thought the two might stay behind in Hong Kong City and not go back to the mainland. Xiaowan had to show them a letter of introduction from the Nanjing Foreign Trade Bureau and his visa. The return date on the visa was in half a month. This made Zhang Qiushan suspicious. Xia, the trade fair is over. Why are you staying? Since he couldn't reveal his special agent identity, Xiaowan made up a story. Our city sent us here to investigate. We want to set up an office in Hong Kong City. Zhang Qiushan finally relaxed and said, since we signed so many orders and will go back, the provincial government will probably also set up an office here. You guys from Nanjing thought ahead. Also, the Tianfu peanuts in this order are from Nanjing. I'll suggest to the leaders to transfer you to the provincial office. If they set up an office, you won't need to do it in Nanjing. After sending off the trade delegation, Xiaowan and Su Bing focused on searching for Jiang Beiwang in other parts of Hong Kong City. Over 3 days, they nearly explored the entire city. By the weekend, she still hadn't found anyone. Xiaowan continued to stay at the same hotel. Over the weekend, Guodisheng sent a car to pick her up for a dinner at his house. Xiaowan changed into a new beige Chanel-style dress, wore a pearl necklace she found in the space, and paired it with matching small leather flats. Her overall look changed a lot. Su Bing couldn't take his eyes off her. At that moment, he seemed to realize for the first time that her boss was a woman, and he felt a bit flustered. Then he blurted out a teasing remark. Boss, are you possessed by a fairy? In their country, simplicity is beautiful, and if a woman dressed like that, she might be called a fairy. Xiaowan grinned. Now she was a millionaire, so why couldn't she dress nicely? She loved Chanel clothes in her past life, but couldn't afford them then. Now she had money, but she could only wear such clothes in a place like Harbor City. She thought Su Bing would say something impressive, but instead, he called her possessed by a fairy. Do you understand the local customs? We're going to the Gua family's dinner, so we should dress properly. We can't let them outshine us, Xiaowan said. Su Bing didn't understand these things and refused to change into the suit she bought him. She persuaded him with some coaxing. At such dinners, formal wear is basic politeness. Military uniforms are also formal, but we can't reveal our identity, right? You wouldn't want others to think we come from the mainland and don't understand etiquette. Su Bing really wanted to wear his military uniform, but knew she had a point. He didn't want to go at first, but after seeing her dressed up, he felt he had to go. He worried that her fairy-like outfit might attract some shady characters, and since she couldn't fight in that dress, he had to protect her. So, Su Bing reluctantly agreed to go back to change clothes. When he returned after changing, Xiaowan almost burst out laughing. The new dark gray suit he wore looked very handsome on him. But he had tied a dark red pattern tie around his neck like a red scarf, which was hilarious. You don't know how to tie a tie, and at least you should put it under your shirt collar. You're not a martial arts hero, so why are you tying it around your neck like Neza? Xiaowan said, laughing, as she helped him redo the tie. While she was tying his tie, they got close, and Su Bing suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He took a few steps back, put his hand in front of him, and shouted at Xiaowan, "Fairy, get out of her boss's body." Xiaowan kicked him on the knee and cursed, "Are you done? You're the real fairy. Your whole family is full of fairies."
Hi, Su Bing Jukke Fulitsli.
Boss, you mustn't wear that when you go out. You'll definitely get taken by the Revolutionary Committee for questioning. The two of them went downstairs, where Fan Ji was already waiting. Fan Ji was also dressed in a suit today, but the quality wasn't as good as the one Xiaowan picked out for Su Bing. Xiaowan decided to bring Fan Ji along because, in the future, he might be responsible for many of her real estate dealings in Port City. Taking him to listen to Guodisheng might be helpful. When they arrived at Guo's luxurious hillside mansion, it wasn't as grand as the fancy parties Xiaowan saw on TV in her previous life. After entering the Guo family home, Guodisheng personally greeted them, smiling and saying, "I think Miss Xia prefers a more low-key approach, so tonight I only invited a few friends who might cooperate with us in the future." Xiaowan thought this arrangement was good. She didn't want to be the center of attention. Guodisheng introduced her to everyone. She hadn't heard of most of them, probably middle-level wealthy people from Port City in the 1970s who didn't make it to the top tier, so there weren't many reports about them later. However, there was a businessman named Tang Quan. Guodisheng said his family was a well-known industrial giant in Port City, which left a slight impression on Xiaowan. Of course, she didn't know much about this industrial magnate. She only knew him because she liked to watch gossip. This man had a very talented daughter who later became the mistress of the Guo family head. In later stories, she staged a power struggle within the wealthy family, nearly causing chaos in the Xian Hongji Company. Many stories about family battles in Hong Kong movies, like the Guo brothers' rivalry and the rise of the mistress, were popular gossip. Xiaowan also met Guodisheng's original wife. Mrs. Guo was elegant and kind, and when she saw Xiaowan, she said warmly, "I didn't expect Miss Xia to be so young and beautiful. Seeing you makes me regret not having a daughter." Mrs. Guo warmly took Xiaowan's hand and invited her to tour the Guo residence. Her enthusiasm made her feel truly at home. During their chat, Mrs. Guo even seemed to consider taking Xiaowan as her goddaughter. Xiaowan politely declined, not daring to become the daughter of such a wealthy family matriarch. This lady was formidable. After Guodisheng passed away, she controlled the Xian Hongji Company for over a decade. She was most famous for refusing to pay the 2 billion Hong Kong dollars ransom when her eldest son, Guo Bingchong, was kidnapped by Hong Kong's top gangster, Zhang Ziqiang. Zhang demanded the ransom, but she refused to pay. Her son was almost killed. Fortunately, Guo Bingchong's wife actively rescued him, paying 6 billion yuan out of her own pocket to get her husband back. However, after his rescue, Guo Bingchong didn't treat his wife well. Instead, he fell for a girl from the Tang family. Xiaowan thought this kind of wealthy family drama was just entertainment for gossip, and she didn't want to get too involved with such complicated stories. These people are all very tough, each with a mind as sharp as a sieve. Xiaowan feels she can't provoke them. The Guo family chef is very skilled. Xiaowan enjoyed a very rich Western-style meal and felt very satisfied. After eating, Guodisheng invited Xiaowan and the few wealthy men to the study for a discussion. Guodisheng's study is very large, almost like a small conference room. Once everyone sat down, sipping tea, Guodisheng began speaking. "Miss Xia, these gentlemen are my friends. We plan to jointly buy the first plot of land at next week's auction and build a 100-story building on it. A few days ago, I met Miss Xia and felt we got along well. I want to invite Miss Xia to join our project. Here are the plans and preliminary investment budget for the project. If you're interested, you can take a look." Guodisheng handed Xiaowan a few pages of information. The documents included the general plan and budget for the project. Xiaowan glanced at it. The estimated investment is 700 million yuan. She thought building a 100-story building would indeed cost that much, which was fine. But she was sure that everyone present together couldn't come up with 700 million yuan in liquid funds to invest in this project. So, these papers were just a big promise made to Siawan. Guo Disheng's purpose was simply to raise money and acquire land. As Siawan knew, in the remaining 16 years of Guo Disheng's life, he hadn't actually started construction on this land. The tallest building in Harbor City was built by his son. Siawan was very curious about how this old man planned to play tricks, so she pretended to be interested and asked, "Old Guo, I'd like to hear more about the cooperation details." Guo Disheng pointed to the wealthy men in the room and said, "For this project, a new company will be established, with a total investment of 700 million yuan. If Miss Xia wants to buy a share, I will have the manager responsible for this part from my company explain the details to her." The other wealthy men nodded, saying they were ready to invest in this project. Siawan smiled. Guo Disheng's words sounded fine, but she understood his tricks. Investing 700 million? If the company really invested that much, would Guo Disheng consider her few tens of millions? Probably the registered capital was 700 million, not the actual investment. This was Guo Disheng's first trap for her. If she didn't understand, he could easily trick her money into the new company's account. For example, if she invested 10 million yuan, her share would only be 1/7. Guo Disheng was testing whether Siawan understood shares and company capital verification. Siawan actually didn't understand. However, she was wary of Guo Disheng from the start. She came from a later time when registration companies were everywhere, so she quickly understood. If she truly belonged to this era, especially from the mainland, she might have been tricked easily. Of course, smart people would consult lawyers or experts in this field. Guo Disheng had set many traps for her, not just this one. Instead of exposing his tricks, Siawan took the lead and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. After hearing from Guo Lao the other day that there might be potential in the property market in Hong Kong City, I registered a company there a few days ago. Guo Lao knows this. I just did it for fun. Since you also want to set up a company for this project, there's no need to create a new one. We can just use my company from a few days ago. My company's registered capital isn't high, only 100 million. After we agree on the share distribution and sign the contract, you can transfer the money, and we can just update the shares. Isn't that faster than starting a new company? Don't forget, in 2 days, the land will be auctioned." Siawan wasn't bragging. Her company's registered capital was indeed 100 million. Fan Ji had helped her set it up with a friend from his business studies. Guo Disheng, resentment value plus 599. Guo Disheng looked at Siawan with a smile, but was secretly cursing. This girl looked innocent, but was actually playing him. Wasn't this the tricky plan for her? But she returned it exactly as he intended. They could transfer the money to Siawan's company, then change the shares. Once the money was in her company's account, the company belonged to her, and she controlled the funds. Once the money was in, could it be taken out? According to Guo Disheng's method, he could count the stocks of Xi and Hongji as registered capital. After others transferred money into the company, he would control the transactions. But if they wanted to invest in Siawan's company, they had to pay in cash directly. Was this mainland girl already aware of his tricks? But looking closely, Siawan appeared innocent, not seeming to have figured him out. The other Hong Kong businessmen didn't know Guo Disheng's plan to trap her. He had indeed partnered with them to buy the land, but the discussion was about how much each would contribute and their share of ownership. Guo Disheng had only casually mentioned that shares should be calculated based on actual investment, but they thought he simply forgot to specify this clearly. So, Siawan's proposal didn't upset them. One of the businessmen, Mr. Lin, looked friendly and patiently explained, "Miss Xia, using your company isn't suitable. Your company will probably invest in other projects too. We're not looking to take shares in your company. We just want to buy this land. The new company will only handle this one project." Siawan pretended to understand only now and humbly asked Mr. Lin how he invested in this project. Guo Disheng saw that this plan wouldn't work and hurriedly interrupted Mr. Lin. He was an experienced businessman and didn't feel awkward at all. He chuckled and said, "Sorry, I didn't explain clearly just now. Yes, what I mean is what old Lin just said. The land's starting bid price is expected to be adjusted to 42 million. There will probably be some competition, but I estimate the final price won't exceed 53 million. Let's assume 53 million for now, and everyone, tell me how much you are prepared to invest. The funds for the next project will be raised by Xi and Hongji. Xiaowan raised an eyebrow and thought, are they not considering me? Are they just revealing everything? There were 7 people present. Some invested 3 million, others 7 million. None of them were in real estate. They all looked at Guodisheng's face and trusted his investment judgment. They had worked with Guo before and decided to join this time. So, each person's investment was small. Together, 5 people only pooled 10 million. That was still 43 million short of 53 million.
Xiaowan didn't want to spend too much on this land.
She thought for a moment and said, I'll invest 5 million. Guodisheng, resentment level plus 399. He didn't expect Xiaowan to only invest 5 million. Miss Xia, are you sure 5 million is enough? Guodisheng asked curiously. Xiaowan raised her head and asked with a smile, is it too little? Didn't President Su just invest 3 million? Guodisheng had planned for everyone to buy shares today. He didn't expect Xiaowan to be so clever, and his rhythm was slightly disrupted. He forced a smile and said, President Su is in real estate, and he's just here to join the fun this time. Xiaowan looked at Guodisheng with a sincere expression and said, I'm just here to join the fun too. Guodisheng patiently persuaded her, Miss Xia, don't you have a lot of idle funds? In Port City, investing in land now is really the most cost-effective. He continued to promote his outlook on Port City's real estate future. The building he planned to build, a 100-story tower, would generate billions annually from rent and property fees. His explanation made the investment sound so profitable that it excited everyone, as if Xiaowan would be a fool not to invest more. If Xiaowan were impulsive and young, she might have just poured all her money into his project. Several wealthy people listening to Guodisheng nodded in agreement. The President Su, who invested 3 million, decided on the spot to add another 2 million. The others also contributed some more, and 5 people pooled 15 million. Xiaowan nodded eagerly and kept saying, Old Guo, you're right. Old Guo, your idea is amazing.
Wow, we can make so much money.
That's incredible. Old Guo, you're the best. Guodisheng spoke until his lips were dry, thinking he had convinced Xiaowan. After others added their investments, he watched eagerly for Xiaowan's decision. However, Xiaowan said, I know real estate investments can make money. Mr. Guo, thank you for teaching me such a vivid lesson. I've decided I can buy a few more plots of land myself. Guodisheng felt like he was about to blood. I asked you to invest with everyone else, and you say you want to buy land on your own? Guodisheng's resentment level plus 799. Miss Xia, real estate investment isn't so simple. It requires a lot of expertise. Guodisheng had to start explaining the risks of real estate investment to Xiaowan again. She listened very carefully, feeling she learned a lot. Having the CEO of Xinhongji personally teach her was truly very helpful. Seeing her eager to learn, Guodisheng secretly thought it would be great if this girl were his own daughter. In short, important matters should be handled by professionals. Do you understand? Guodisheng was exhausted and finally asked for her opinion. Xiaowan nodded gratefully, saying, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Guo. I will humbly learn from you in the future. I invested 5 million with you this time to practice. Still 5 million? This stubborn mainland girl simply wouldn't listen. Guodisheng's resentment level plus 999. If he had known this girl was so difficult to fool, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to set up this scheme. Guodisheng still had a killer move planned for Xiaowan. But she only invested 5 million. Was it worth all that effort? Originally, Guodisheng planned to make her invest at least 20 million. He would manipulate the agreement to appear as protecting her funds, setting a 3-year safeguard clause. After 3 years, even if land prices fell, Xiaowan could force sell her shares to Guodisheng at 2 million. During those 3 years, Guodisheng would pay her interest monthly at the current bank rate. He believed Xiaowan wouldn't refuse such protection. For wealthy investors, the most important thing is the safety of the principal. But this clause was actually a trap. Under Hong Kong law, it could be seen as a loan. After 3 years, Guodisheng could make Xiaowan leave with just 2 million and a little interest. If everything went well, he could even reduce her 20 million to just 200,000. He was willing to go to such lengths, even involving many friends to support his plan. Yet, this girl only said she would invest 5 million? Was it worth all this trouble for just 5 million? No matter how Guodisheng tried to persuade her, Xiaowan only agreed to 5 million. He wanted her to leave, but then he thought, 5 million is still money. He could only force a bitter smile and agree. She didn't need to pay now. Everyone only needs to sign an initial agreement. After the land is officially purchased, they will have a week to make the payment. The 6 people present, plus Xiaowan, have only raised 20 million yuan. The remaining 33 million yuan must be provided by Guodisheng himself. Xiaowan looked at Guodisheng with caring eyes and asked, "Old Guer, can you come up with 33 million yuan?" Guodisheng forced himself to say, "No problem, it's just 33 million. Easy enough." Indeed, even after the stock market crash, his companies in Hongji still has a market value of 400 million. At its peak a few years ago, it reached 8 billion. The 33 million yuan doesn't seem like much to Guodisheng. But Sin Hongji isn't just his alone. His shares total only 36%, and a large part of the stock is held by other board members. Also, to survive the economic crisis, most of his shares are pledged to banks. How could he suddenly find 33 million yuan in cash? Of course, it's difficult, but even a tired camel is bigger than a horse. Guodisheng was determined and found a way to get the money. Everyone happily agreed to cooperate. However, when Xiaowan left, it was obvious that Guodisheng was less enthusiastic. He seemed indifferent and a bit proud, probably just seeing her as an ordinary partner, not someone he could easily take advantage of anymore. When leaving the Guo family, Guodisheng didn't even think of arranging a driver to take them back to the hotel. It was Lin, the manager, who noticed that Xiaowan and the others had no car and kindly offered to give them a ride. Back at the hotel, Fanji didn't leave immediately. He asked about the outcome of Xiaowan's discussion with Guodisheng. When he heard that Xiaowan decided to cooperate with Guodisheng and planned to invest 5 million yuan, Fanji was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. Being able to enter the Guo family today was already a big surprise for him. He himself works at Xinhongji. Now, Xinhongji has thousands of employees, and Guodisheng is their chairman. Usually, Fanji sees Guodisheng as a kind of wise old sage. Just catching a glimpse of him is enough to excite him for a long time. Today, he not only visited the Guo family, but also had a big meal. "Xiaowan, you are truly amazing," Su Bing, who was dining at the main table with Xiaowan as her partner, said. Su Bing looked down on these Hong Kong businessmen. "Capitalism is truly decayed. When I was in school, I learned that the rich's wine and meat smell bad, and the poor freeze to death on the streets. I didn't understand it back then. Now I finally do. We proletarians will overthrow these capitalists someday." Xiaowan chuckled inwardly. The ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. In later generations, only that small northern country, relying on the Jin family's dictatorship, still holds onto the people's good hopes. Xiaowan considers herself just an ordinary person. She can't change history, only go along with it. Her current goal is to live her life well and, within her ability, help the poor and ordinary people more. Xiaowan briefly discussed his confrontation with Guodisheng today and talked with Fanji about it. Fanji didn't seem to notice any problems. Suddenly, Xiaowan realized that Fanji is still young. Right now, he can only handle some administrative tasks for the company. To truly run a real estate business, they need to find a skilled manager. The 3 of them were chatting in the hotel lobby. When Fanji was about to leave, a person suddenly rushed into the hotel through the revolving door. The 3 looked closely and saw it was Xia Chengle. Xia Chengle ran towards Xiaowan, holding his arm and crying, saying, "Little niece, my dad is missing." Earlier today, Xiaowan had visited Xia Sanjin during the day. His mental state was not good, and his illness had worsened. Xiaowan had also given him an injection, and he was feeling a bit better. My uncle is missing? With his health, where could he go? I don't know. This is the note he left me. Xia Chengel handed Xiaowan a piece of paper. It was a letter from Xia Sanjin to Xia Chengel, written in traditional Chinese characters. Because the handwriting was a bit messy, and Xiaowan was not very familiar with traditional characters, he found it somewhat difficult to read. Chengel, Dad wants to do something he's always wanted to do. Maybe he won't come back. You should find a place to hide first. Never go home, and don't look for me. If you hear that I am dead, don't come to bury me. Follow Xiaowan well. It's best to ask her to find a way to bring you back to the mainland. Don't stay in Hong Kong City. Remember, if you dare to join any gangs again, I, your father, won't forgive you even after I die. Son, live well. After reading the letter, Xiaowan was also shocked. It was clearly a farewell letter. Why would Xia Sanjin, who was in good health, want to seek death? Have you looked for Uncle Fan? Xia Chengel nodded. Yes, I looked, but Uncle Fan's house was empty. Fan Ji was also panicked. At this time, how could my dad not be at home? Fan Ji's mother had already passed away, and his older sister was married. Usually only he and his father were at home. Xiaowan, I'll go home and check. Fan Ji was about to leave. Xiaowan quickly said, let's all go together. After leaving the hotel, they stopped a taxi and headed to Fan's house. The worst happened. The family found a letter from Fan Dojung. The content was similar to Xia Sanjin's, also a farewell note. These two old men, both over 100 years old, why would they plan to seek death together at night? This puzzled the young people a lot. During the day, both old men seemed fine. Recently, because of Xiaowan's arrival, Xia Sanjin was preparing to leave Kowloon City. Xia Chengel and Fan Ji also planned to follow Xiaowan to work, and the lives of the Fan and Xia families should improve more and more. Why would these two old men want to give up? Xiaowan noticed a newspaper on the dining table at the Fan family. She picked up the newspaper and saw that it was the same missing person notice she had been looking for, the one she had posted herself. The notice had been published for several days, so why was Fan Dojung still leaving it on the table? Xiaowan was still beside Third Gold's pillow and had seen the newspaper. She carefully examined it again. Aside from her own missing person notice, there was nothing unusual on the page. Her sixth sense subtly told her that there might be some connection between the two events. Xiaowan recalled the day she asked Third Gold if he knew the child. His expression then seemed a bit hurried to deny it. Could Third Gold know Jiang Beiwang? But even if Third Gold and Fan Dojung knew about Jiang Beiwang, they wouldn't be willing to risk their lives over it. Naturally, Xiaowan became the main person everyone looked to. I think Uncle and Uncle Fan wouldn't want to commit suicide. That doesn't make sense. They must be planning to do something very dangerous. Maybe they left a will, because they might not come back. Think about it. What are the things and people they care about most? Both men started counting on their fingers, eager to speak. Clearly, Xia Chengel knew his father best. My dad cares most about not letting me join clubs, said Fan Ji. What my dad cares about most is me and my older sister, said Xiaowan. She shook her head. That probably isn't related. If they care about you, they shouldn't do something so risky. You two should think of other ideas. They then discussed some trivial matters about Third Gold and Fan Dojung's daily lives, things related to their late mother, neighborhood disputes, and grudges. Xiaowan felt none of these had anything to do with the old men leaving their wills today. Think again. What does your father love to do most? Xia Chengel asked. My dad still wants to open a watch shop, said Fan Ji. When he was less sick, he often hid in the basement working on his watches and wouldn't let me see them. Xiaowan found this a bit strange. Since Third Gold hoped Xia Chengel would follow the right path, if Xia Chengel was interested in watches, Third Gold should teach him everything, not forbid him from watching. Let's go to Uncle's house again and see if we can find any clues. Oh, Fan Ji, bring me a piece of your dad's clothes or something he often uses, she said. Although Fan Ji didn't understand what Xiaowan was planning, he still found a shirt that Fan Dojung had changed out of during the day and handed it to her. Today, Xiaowan was going to a banquet at the Guo family and hadn't returned to her room or brought a big bag, so it was inconvenient. She borrowed a backpack from Fanji, put the shirt inside, and said she needed to use the bathroom. After coming out, they all took a taxi to Third Gold's house in Kowloon City. It was already 10 at night, and everyone felt a bit nervous. If Xie Sanjin and Fan Dojiang are planning to do something dangerous, it might have already started. Xiaowan guessed correctly. At this moment, Xie Sanjin and Fan Dojiang are hiding across from an apartment building in Jilong. This building is not low-end. Many residents are wealthy men's mistresses or extramarital partners. They found a 3-wheeled trash collector's vehicle and have been riding it back and forth on this street several times. A beggar who often collects trash on this street confronts them. "Where are you two from?" "This is my territory. If you don't leave now, I'll call my brothers to deal with you." Fan Dojiang gives him 50 Hong Kong dollars and dismisses him. "Brother, tonight you rest here. We'll pick up trash all night." The beggar takes the money, curses, and walks away. Xie Sanjin, still unwell, is starting to struggle. "Old Fan, have you really found out? Does he come every night?" Fan Dojiang nods. "This isn't something you can handle alone. I've been watching him all these years. This is where his mistress lives, and he's been coming every night recently." Xie Sanjin stares at a manhole cover in front of the apartment building, showing a resolute expression. "Old Fan, go back. I can handle this alone." Fan Dojiang shakes his head. "What are you saying? If I leave now, how will you escape alone?" Xie Sanjin replies, "My body is already beyond saving." Fan Dojiang pats his shoulder. "After we hem up, you'll still need to escape. Didn't your niece say she could cure you? I think we shouldn't have come tonight. Can't we take our time to settle this score?" Xie Sanjin stubbornly says, "In these past 2 days, whenever I close my eyes, I see Lao Su. It's like he has something to tell me, but I can't hear him. I think he's just asking why I haven't avenged him yet. Old Fan, if it weren't for Lao Su, my wife wouldn't have been. It was clearly me who wanted to kill him, but Lao Su died in my place. I've carried this guilt for many years. But after killing a beast from the underworld gang, and with Officer Liu, who's supposed to be a cop, instead helping that beast and hunting down the killers, he shot Lao Su in the head." Tears stream down Xie Sanjin's face as he recalls Lao Su's loyal and righteous death, unwilling to close his eyes in his final moments. Fan Dojiang sighs. That dead beast was actually one of Officer Liu's men. He's nothing but a cop. Everyone knows the underworld gangs in Hong Kong City are all built up by him. Xie Sanjin says, "Yes, if it weren't for Officer Liu, those beasts wouldn't be so rampant. My wife wouldn't have." His wife was assaulted by a gang boss from Shatian and couldn't get over it, eventually passing away. That's why Xie Sanjin hates those gangs so much. When he heard that Xie Chengel wanted to join a gang, he was furious and wanted to beat him to death. Xiaowan and the others arrived at Xie Sanjin's house. Xiaowan never expected that, despite the small size of Xie Sanjin's house, there was actually a basement. "We had it when we moved in. When my dad was healthy, he used this place as his workshop. After he moved to Jilong City, he couldn't afford to run a watch shop, but he still occasionally helped neighbors repair watches or do odd jobs." Xie Chengel opened the wardrobe, lifted the wooden panel beneath it, revealing a hole. He crawled inside first, with Xiaowan and Su Bing following behind. Once downstairs, Xie Chengel found the light switch and turned on the light. To their surprise, the basement was wired for electricity. Xiaowan saw that the basement was quite large, almost the same size as Xie Sanjin's bedroom, indicating it was excavated during construction. In the middle of the basement was a big rectangular table with a desk lamp, many tools, and old clocks. It was clearly Xie Sanjin's workshop. Su Bing brushed dust off the table with his hand, then sniffed and said, "Boss, something's not right. I smell gunpowder." Su Bing, being a soldier, was very sensitive to the smell of gunpowder. Xiaowan's heart skipped a beat. Those 2 old men must have gone to do something dangerous. She and Su Bing searched the basement and found some materials for making bombs. It's homemade gunpowder, and these materials. "Boss, I suspect your little uncle has made remote-controlled or timed bombs. Xie Chang'e was stunned and terrified. No way. My dad wouldn't even let me fight. How could he make a bomb? Xie Wan confirmed Su Bing's suspicion. Don't forget, your little uncle is a watchmaker. He's skilled with precise instruments. If he learned how to make gunpowder, creating a bomb wouldn't be difficult for him. But do you know who he might want to up? Think about it. Who do your dad hate the most? Xie Chang'e stared in shock and stammered, no way. The person my dad hates most is that Chinese chief detective, Lu Le. Just hearing his name makes my dad furious. Fan Ji nodded. My dad also dislikes Lu Le. He often collects news about Lu Le from newspapers. But he's a chief detective. Aren't they just ordinary people? They can't be so righteous that they go out to eliminate villains, right? Xie Wan also found it unbelievable. How could it involve that Chinese chief detective Lu Le? He's a formidable character. Xie Wan had seen movies where many tried to assassinate him, but none succeeded. Even when the Hong Kong British government and the mainland government issued arrest warrants, he managed to escape to Canada, live peacefully, and die of old age in his 90s. If Xie Sanjin and Fan Dojung really intended to assassinate Lu Le with reckless courage, they were doomed to fail. Xie Wan was anxious. She didn't want Xie Sanjin to die at this moment. She still wanted to ask if Xie Sanjin knew Jiang Beiwang. Let's go quickly to find him and stop both of them. At this moment, Xie Sanjin and Fan Dojung saw 3 black luxury cars slowly approaching. As long as Lu Li's car stopped on the manhole cover in front of the apartment, Xie Sanjin would press the remote control button. The 3 cars stopped in front of the apartment building. The middle one just happened to be on the manhole cover. The bomb was made by Xie Sanjin himself. He was confident that the bomb's power could the middle car into the sky. If Lu Le was in that car, he would most likely be blown to pieces. Unfortunately, the streetlight in front of the apartment was broken, so from their position, they couldn't see clearly who was inside the cars. To be safe, Xie Sanjin decided to wait until Lu Le got out of the car before activating the bomb. A man in a police uniform from Gangcheng got out of the first car. Judging by his build, it wasn't Lu Le. A man also got out of the third car, and his build didn't look like Lu Le either. Finally, the door of the middle car opened. Xie Sanjin saw a man wearing a hat step out of the car. Lu Li's photos often appeared in many newspapers and magazines from Gangcheng. Usually, Lu Le didn't like wearing police uniforms. He preferred the style of British gentlemen, especially those with brimmed hats. Based on his height, Xie Sanjin judged that this man was Lu Le. Without hesitation, he pressed the remote control button. Over the past few years, Xie Sanjin had spent 2 years learning how to make bombs for revenge. He wanted to use a timed bomb. He was skilled with clocks and precise machinery, and after a year of studying the principles of timed bombs, he succeeded. He then spent another year trying to install the bomb on Lu Li's usual route, but he failed because Lu Le was clever and unpredictable. The bomb went off in the air, and he never had the chance to get close to Lu Li's car or house again, so he couldn't plan another bomb. Later, he spent 2 more years learning circuits and wireless transmission, finally making a remote-controlled bomb. He had been working on this remote bomb for 2 or 3 years, but unfortunately, he fell ill. He never had the chance or the resolve to carry out his plan. He wanted revenge but couldn't let go of Xie Chang'e. A recent newspaper ad reminded Xie Sanjin of Lao Su. When talking with Fan Dojung about this, Fan Dojung told him that he had also been paying attention to Lu Le all these years. Fan Dojung knew Lu Le often visited his second wife and had already found her address. Xie Sanjin felt this was fate. He couldn't sleep and finally decided to carry out his plan. He didn't expect Fan Dojung to see through his thoughts and insist on going with him. Leaving a letter for the children was just in case, but neither Xie Sanjin nor Fan Dojung actually wanted to die. They believed that if they could up Lu Le, they might escape. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The car in the middle was indeed blown into the sky as Xie Sanjin predicted. The 2 cars in front and behind were also affected by the explosion, shifting slightly, with all the glass on the windows shattered and the car bodies deformed by the blast wave. Fan Dojung didn't have time to see the outcome. He grabbed Xie Sanjin and ran away. The people in the 3 cars either died or were injured, and no one came after them. After turning onto the street, the 2 old men found their tricycle. Not long after they started pedaling, they suddenly noticed a bird following overhead. It wasn't an ordinary bird, it was a white-tailed sea eagle. How could a white-tailed sea eagle appear in Harbor City? The 2 men felt cold and scared. This eagle was watching them. Could they not escape? They initially planned to pretend nothing had happened and go home. CS Sanjin casually picked up an empty bottle from the truck bed and threw it at the eagle. The eagle suddenly soared higher to avoid the bottle, then swooped down as if to attack CS Sanjin, but it only flapped its wings aggressively and flew away. Both Fan Dojiang and CS Sanjin were quite frightened. They were still 7 or 8 kilometers from Kowloon walled city, and it was likely that before they got home, the streets would already be under lockdown. Fan Dojiang pedaled the bike with some effort. CS Sanjin sat in the back of the truck bed, coughing constantly from nervousness and excitement. Seeing Fan Dojiang struggle more and more, CS Sanjin said, "Maybe we should abandon the tricycle and take the bus?"
No.
"If we up a chief inspector, the whole Hong Kong will be hunting for us. If we stay nearby, we'll definitely be suspected." The streets were quiet late at night, and they could already hear the sound of police whistles. "Old Fan, maybe you should go ahead alone. I'll find a place to hide first." CS Sanjin felt like a burden. Without him, Fan Dojiang could ride much more easily. Fan Dojiang shouted without turning around, "Nonsense. Leaving you alone on the street means you'll either get caught or die on your own." Just then, a car stopped in front of them. Xiaowan stuck his head out of the car window. "Little uncle, Uncle Fan, get in the car." The 2 old men didn't expect to see Xiaowan and Subing here. They didn't have time to think much, and both got into the car. "We can't go back to Kowloon walled city now. There are too many people and eyes everywhere. Do you have any ideas where we can hide?"
Let's go to Sha Tin.
"There are many abandoned shacks there. We can hide for a couple of days." Xia Wan shook his head. "No, those abandoned shacks or places where homeless gather are the first places the police will search. Forget it. Let's go to Fan's house and hide there." Compared to Xia Sanjin's home, Xiaowan thought Fan Dojiang's neighborhood was less mixed and less likely to be suspicious. Subing was driving, with police cars whizzing past on the road. "Our car was stolen, so we can't drive in. You guys go back on your own and stay home tonight, go out less and live normally. I will closely watch this matter. If no one comes to search your house tomorrow, Uncle, you can secretly go back home and pretend nothing happened. If someone comes to arrest you, don't be nervous. Just follow the police and say nothing. I will find a way to rescue you. Never try to hurt yourself." "Xiao Wan, aren't you going to ask what we are doing?" CS Sanjin felt guilty for no reason. "Do I need to ask?" With such a big noise just now, almost the whole Kowloon Peninsula heard it. "Did you kill Lula? Is he dead?"
Probably dead.
"I blew up his car. He just got out of the car at that moment. How could he not be dead?" Xiaowan thought, but maybe not. This chief detective has a very strong life. "By the way, did anyone see where you 2 went tonight?"
No.
Fan Dojiang patted his head and regretted, "I gave a beggar 50 yuan. Xiaowan was tired and thought these 2 old men were completely reckless criminals. They hadn't even thought about a way out and still left witnesses. If Lulu really died, that's good. If he didn't, they would definitely find him." Xiaowan looked at their dirty clothes and sighed. "It's better that Uncle Fan doesn't go home now. Fan, give me your house key. I'll find some decent clothes there for you to change into. You 2 should stay at the hotel with me." Xiaowan went to Fan Dojiang's house, got 2 sets of clothes, and let the 2 old men change in the car. Then she took them back to the hotel. The hotel where Xiaowan stayed was quite fancy. Even if the beggar was caught and the suspicious person he described was questioned, the police wouldn't think a guest at such a high-end hotel was involved. After settling the 2 old men, Xiaowan and Subing returned near the crime scene. The area was already cordoned off. Xiaowan told Subing to park the car far away and wait for her. She went alone to gather information. Xiao Jiao was perched above Xiaowan's head. "Cluck, cluck, cluck. Stupid bird, how many times have I told you? You're not a chicken. You're an eagle." Siawon had already changed clothes and tied her hair into a ponytail in her hotel room. The big eagle sitting on her head was pecking at her hair, pulling it into a messy nest. Since this silly bird helped her tonight, she didn't hit it, but simply put it back into her space. Xiaoji was pulling on Siawon's pants, climbing up. Boss Xiaojiao, and I already found out. That detective wasn't killed by your uncle, but was taken to the hospital. She tore apart Fan Dojung's clothes and gave the pieces to Xiaoji, instructing it to mobilize the subordinates in Gangcheng to find someone. During this time in Gangcheng, Xiaoji had already unified the rat world on the Kowloon Peninsula. Now it was a rat with a mount. The rats in Gangcheng regarded it as a deity. Under the command of the Rat Emperor, tens of thousands of rats on the Kowloon Peninsula set out, and their search was very fast. Unfortunately, Siawon didn't have the features of Jiang Beiwang. Xiaoji and its subordinates searched for days, but couldn't find a young man named Jiang Beiwang. Xiaoji, have your subordinates keep an eye on Lu Le and those police. If they find any clues about the explosion suspect, notify me immediately. Boss, can you let that silly bird out to join me? How, Rat Emperor, are you now used to flying and can't walk? Xiaoji crossed its front paws, awkwardly wiggled its, and flirted with Siawon with a coquettish look. Siawon grinned. She found it hard to deal with Xiaoji, so she had no choice but to release the little bird to be its mount. Siawon couldn't understand why, despite both eating the cleansing pill, the intelligence gap between a rat and an eagle was so big. With Xiaoji and its subordinates watching over her, she didn't need to risk staying here. She and Su Bing drove the stolen car back to the original spot. Surprisingly, the owner hadn't noticed the car was missing. Watching Su Bing skillfully restore the car's wiring, Siawon sighed. It turns out Wang Xiang didn't lie to me. This car theft skill is really basic for our special operations team. Siawon wondered if she should learn from Qin Muyue. They walked back to the hotel together. Xia Sanjin and Fan Dojung stayed in Su Bing's room. The two old men felt they had done something great today and were too excited to sleep. Xia Sanjin's face was flushed, looking a bit frightening. Luckily, Siawon arrived just in time. Otherwise, the old man might have fallen into liver hyperactivity coma. Tonight, she had many questions for them but could only give Xia Sanjin acupuncture to help him. After a set of treatments, she let him sleep. At this moment, Xia Chengel and Fanji arrived. Dad, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Xia Chengel almost woke up Xia Sanjin with her shouting. Fan Dojung said, let your dad rest for a while.
I'll talk to you about anything.
Siawon was most concerned about whether they knew Jiang Beiwang. She took out a newspaper she had taken from the Fan family, pointed to the missing person notice, and directly asked Fan Dojung, Uncle Fan, do you know this kid? Fan Dojung turned his head away, his eyes flickering as if he was struggling with something. Siawon said directly, Uncle Fan, I posted this missing person notice. The kid in the paper is very important to me. If you know anything about him, please tell me the truth. Fan Dojung looked confused. You posted this notice? Why are you looking for this kid? Siawon said, because this child is a descendant of a hero. Fan Dojung looked at Xia Sanjin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, then at Fanji and Xia Chengel, who were watching him curiously. He said, I can't decide this alone. You should wait until your little uncle wakes up and let him tell you. Siawon realized that this matter was not so simple. It was likely very important to both Xia Sanjin and Fan Dojung. At this moment, Xia Sanjin was too upset to be excited, so Siawon gave up on waking him. All right, you all rest in this room. We'll talk about this tomorrow morning. Xia Chengel and Fanji also couldn't go home tonight. Siawon asked Su Bing to open 2 more rooms next door. They didn't speak all night, and the police didn't come to search the hotel. After a night's sleep, Xia Sanjin's spirits had clearly improved. Fan Dojung had already told Xia Sanjin that the missing person notice was published by Siawon. Sanjin, should we tell your niece the truth? Tell her. But once we do, neither of us will have a son. This can't be hidden forever. We helped old Su raise these 2 children as a way to repay his kindness. We don't want to claim the children as our own. If they still accept us in the future, It doesn't matter what their last name is. We are still their parents. If they don't accept us, then we'll just go on together. Fan Do-jung sighed and agreed with Xia Sonjin's words. When Xia Wan came to find them, they had already decided to tell the truth. Xiao Wan, your little uncle already knows what you want to ask. Go call Changel and Xiaoji here. When everyone was gathered, Xia Sanjin looked at Xia Changel and said, Changel, you're not my biological son. Xia Changel knelt at Xia Sanjin's feet, crying and saying, Dad, I was wrong. Are you angry again? I secretly went to Zongbiao's bar to drink a few days ago. I promise I won't go again. Dad, I've changed. I really have. Even if you're angry, please still accept me. Seeing his son, who had been raised for over 10 years, Xia Sanjin couldn't hold back his tears. Silly boy, get up. Today, I won't make you kneel. Xia Changel hurriedly shook his head. Dad, I'm not afraid to kneel. I just fear you won't want me anymore. The letter you left last night almost scared me to death. Watching this father and son, Xia Wan felt suspicious. Is little uncle not the son of little uncle Gong? No way.
Could it be?
Xia Wan carefully examined Xia Changel, finding it hard to connect him with the chubby boy in the photo. Although Xia Changel was not very reliable, he looked quite good, fair skin, regular features, moderate build, and over 1.75 meters tall. This father and son haven't sorted things out yet. Fan Do-jung suddenly looked at Fan Ji and said, Little Ji, I also need to tell you that you are not my biological son. Fan Ji felt a bit confused. His face darkened, and he said unhappily, Dad, I know you have a good relationship with Uncle Xia, but you can't just follow trends in this kind of thing. Last night, you and him went out together to cause trouble, which was already unreliable enough. Now you're planning to trick people again this morning? Do you not want a son anymore? Fan Do-jung was speechless after hearing Fan Ji. Fan Ji has always been obedient and loves studying, so Fan Do-jung usually can't show much authority in front of him. Xia Sanjin and Fan Do-jung shook their heads at the same time. We don't know anything about Zhongbei Wang. They both should have the surname Su. Old Su said they are twins, one named Su Rufeng, the other Su Ryun. But we can't tell which is which. Xia Wan and Su Bing looked at Xia Changel and Fan Ji. Xia Wan shook her head, and Su Bing made a face, both saying, How is that possible? How do they look alike? Xia Sanjin carefully said, Don't be fooled by how they look now, one tall, one short, one white, one thin. But when they were kids, they looked very much like the photo you posted. They were chubby because they had so much flesh that their eyes squinted. Old Su doesn't take care of kids. He just feeds them all day. When they first came to our house, there wasn't enough food for them. Fan Do-jung nodded in agreement. They were chubby at first, but then Ji lost weight quickly. Little Ji has always been more thoughtful, quiet, and he often dreams and cries at night. Xia Wan focused on the key point. Little uncle, are you saying that when they were kids, they looked a lot like the photo you posted? Fan Do-jung took out an old photo from his pocket and handed it to Xia Wan. Ji-jin didn't lie. Look, this is a group photo of our families taken over 10 years ago. Do these two kids in the photo look a bit like the one you posted? Though by then, they had already lost some weight, and their eyes looked bigger. Xia Wan carefully examined the photo, then took out another old photo from Chu Jiangnan, which was a family portrait of Zhongbei Wang. Comparing the two, they did look somewhat alike, especially the chubbier one, who resembled the little fat boy in the family photo, just a bit bigger, with nearly identical eyebrows and eyes. The organization asked her to find one child, but she ended up finding two? What kind of mess is this? Little uncle, Uncle Fan, let's not worry about who is who. First, tell me about old Sue's situation. I want to see if it matches. Because there was an extra child, Xia Wan suddenly felt that things might not be so simple. After all, the old photos had low resolution, were small and black and white. Especially the photo that Chu Jiangnan gave, which had gone through many hardships before being sent back to the mainland. The surface of that photo was heavily damaged and worn, making the child's mouth and nose unclear. The most noticeable features were the chubby cheeks and squinted eyes. Although Xia Changel and Fan Ji are now much taller, they might have been about the same height when they were young. Their eyes are both medium-sized, not big, with a fox-like shape. If they gained weight, they might have become squinted eyes. The black and white photo also made it hard to tell skin color. Even if they were dark and light as children, now it's unclear whether Jiangbei Wang is black or white. So, first confirm whether old Su is the security guard. Xie Sanjin said. Old Su said he came from Taiwan.
He used to be in the army.
That matched. Little uncle, what's old Su's full name? We all call him Old Su. After he died, his family was confiscated by Lulu, and we never saw his ID. Fan Dojung interrupted. I think his name was Su Zhu or Su Chu or something. I remember once we met outside a tea house, where a storyteller was talking about the romance of the three kingdoms, and they mentioned Su Chu. Old Su chuckled and said his name sounded like that of a fierce general from the story. Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief, confirming the information from Chu Jiangnan. The guard's name was Su Zhu. Then, how could there be an extra child? Xiaowan looked at Xie Changel, who was already confused, and asked little cousin, do you forget everything from when you were a child? Xie Changel looked puzzled. What are you talking about? How could I not be my father's son? I am his real son. Hearing this, Xie Sanjin felt comforted. Although this son was not very capable, he was filial. He gently said, Changel, when your real father had an accident, you were only 6 years old. Fan uncle and I were worried Lu Lo would eliminate you and Xiaoji, so we hid you in the countryside. We were wrong. Both of you were frightened and cold. The two children had high fevers together, which scared me and old Fan to death. We secretly took you to Jiulong and found a doctor from the mainland. The doctor said that the children had a fever that damaged their brains, and they might have forgotten everything from before. Xie Changel was truly anxious now. Dad, are you still planning to kill someone? I will help you. Are you afraid I and old Fan will worry, so you lied to us? Xie Sanjin and Fan Dojung sighed and shook their heads. We're not lying. You two really aren't our biological sons. When they said this, their hearts felt like they were being torn apart. Neither of them had their own sons. They had raised their sons with great care, and no one wanted to give them back. Fan Dojung was slightly better off than Xie Sanjin because he had a biological daughter. Xie Sanjin's wife was deeply hurt during that incident, and she never managed to have a son or daughter with Xie Sanjin. Really, what Uncle Xie and Dad said is true. My biological father is Su Zhu, and your biological father is Jiang Cheng. Our mothers are sisters, so you are my cousin, Fanji suddenly said, shocking everyone in the room. Fan Dojung looked at his son, trembling, and finally managed to ask, Xiaoji, have you lost your memory? Fanji, with a serious face, shook his head. I've never lost my memory. I was just afraid you wouldn't want to raise me, so I learned to act like Chang Lo and pretended to forget. We're not twins. We're cousins. I am a year older than him. Fanji then turned to Xiaowan and said, Xiaowan, Chang Lo is the person you're looking for in Jiangbei. I am not. My name is Su Rufeng, now called Fanji. Now, can you tell us why you're looking for Chang Lo? Xiaowan didn't expect the truth to come from Fanji's mouth. It turned out that the children Su Zhu took away included not only Jiang Cheng's child, but also his own son. Xiaowan explained Jiang Cheng's identity as an underground party member and told how he was betrayed by traitors and sacrificed heroically. Your young uncle, your biological father, was a hero. He infiltrated the enemy's army for a long time and contributed greatly to the liberation of our land and the founding of New China. You are descendants of a hero. Your grandmother has waited for you and your father for decades. She is now 85 years old and has asked the organization to find you. My colleague Su Bing and I came to Hangqing to find you. We didn't expect to meet you on the first day, but to have never recognized each other. Xie Changlu couldn't believe he had a heroic father. Little niece, you want to take me back to the mainland? Can I not go? I can't leave my father. Xiaowan felt a bit conflicted. She said, I think the organization will respect your personal wishes. I suggest you come with me to the mainland to see your elderly grandmother first. Because your situation is special, the organization will take care of you. If you want to return to Hangzhou and live with your foster father, that's reasonable. The organization wouldn't force you to stay. Xie Changlu had no memory of his biological father or grandmother, but felt very close to his foster father, Xie Sanjin. So, Xiaowan wanted him to go to the mainland, but Xie Changlu strongly resisted. Xiaowan thought this matter could wait. They had found the person and their task was basically done. If Xie Changlu didn't want to go back, she couldn't force him. Little uncle, if you're worried about little Uncle Gong, I will see if I can arrange for him to return to the mainland with you. However, the current situation in the country might not allow it. Let's wait another 2 years. By then, little Uncle Gong should be able to visit his family in the mainland. Has he not been back to Xie family village for many years? Hearing that there might be a chance to return to Xie family village, Xie Sanjin felt very excited. Xiao Wan, do you think my health can last until then? I want to go back to Xie family village. Even if I die, I want to be buried in the family grave. Little Uncle Gong, don't worry. As long as you don't do anything reckless and take the medicine I give you on time, your health can last another 10 or 20 years. They called for room service and had breakfast together. Xie Sanjin and Fan Dojiang slowly recounted the events from those years. Back then, both he and Lao Fan still lived in Shatian. About 15 or 16 years ago, Lao Su became our neighbor. He lived alone with his 2 children and had to go out to work, which was inconvenient. Occasionally, he would ask neighbors to help take care of the children, and over time, everyone became familiar. Lao Su worked as a porter at a warehouse. He was honest and skillful. Sometimes, when thugs harassed us, he would step in to help chase them away. At that time, my master had already passed away, and I ran a small clock shop. Lao Fan learned dentistry and became a dentist. Don't think that only Kowloon walled city was chaotic. Any poor area in Hong Kong was quite disorderly. We ran our business, but the triads came to collect protection money. There was a named Shingo in our neighborhood. When he came to collect protection money, he set his sights on my wife. I was kidnapped by that beast, and I watched helplessly as he took my wife. Hearing this, Xie Sanjin burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Xiaowan was worried about his health and gently pressed on some acupuncture points to soothe him. Fan Dojiang said, "Let me tell it now. I heard noise from next door and wanted to help. As a dentist, I wasn't a match for those thugs." Lao Su arrived and killed Shingo, then subdued his men. A few other gangsters and both Lao Xie and I took action. We dealt with their bodies ourselves. We thought that after killing them, there would be no leaks. But unexpectedly, Lu Lo, claiming to investigate the case, brought police and the triads to stand up for those thugs, aiming to attack our village. At that time, he wanted to show his power, beating people at will and shooting those who resisted, claiming they assaulted the police. Lao Su couldn't stand it and stepped forward to seek justice. Lula said he was justice, then shot Lao Su in the head. Before he left, Lao Su told us to take the children and run. He stepped forward to distract them, but we never thought that a police officer like Lulo would be so ruthless. When Fan Dojiang spoke, his face still showed fear and shock, and it was easy to imagine how angry and scared they must have felt facing a combined police and triad crackdown. Xiaowan sighed and said, "No wonder you all wanted to kill Lula." She was now unsure whether she should tell Xie Sanjin and Fan Dojiang that Lula was not dead. Maybe she could go see Lula herself and, if possible, help him out. This father and son clearly still had many things to talk about. Xiaowan thought she didn't need to get involved anymore. She and Su Bing left Xie Sanjin's room. Su Bing asked Xiaowan, "Boss, your little cousin Jiangbei Wang is here, but he doesn't want to come back with us. What should we do?" The task from Captain Chu was to bring him back. Xiaowan shook her head and said, "We might not bring him back this time. We can go back first and report to the organization. They will arrange for someone to pick him up. I think, given Xie Changle's personality, returning to the mainland might be uncomfortable for her."
Su Bing not dead.
Indeed, Xie Changle was lively and loved to cause trouble. If she returned to the mainland now, with the current situation, it might not be a good thing. The two of them each went back to their rooms. Xia Wan saw Xiao Jiao standing on the windowsill. Cluck, 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 cluck. Little Ji asked me to tell you that she found something good and wants to know if you want it. Since Xia Wan had nothing to do now, she didn't know what Xiao Ji considered good, so she let Xiao Jiao lead the way to see Xiao Ji. Outside the hotel, Xiao Jiao was flying overhead while Xia Wan chased on the ground. Foolish bird, slow down. I can't believe I'm doing worse than a mouse. Xiao Ji has a mount, and I can only rely on my legs. Is there no justice? Fortunately, Xia Wan had learned Ghost Shadow Step, so she could barely keep up with Xiao Jiao. But it was daytime, and the streets of Harbor City were crowded. She had to be careful not to cause panic among the people. They couldn't let the news spread that many citizens were seeing ghosts, right? Luckily, Xiao Ji wasn't too unreliable. They reached the place Xiao Ji had agreed to meet Xiao Jiao, which wasn't far. Turning a few streets, they entered a quiet alley. Just as Xia Wan stopped, she noticed some mice peeking around. These must be Xiao Ji spies. Soon, Xiao Ji crawled out of a hole. Boss, I was asked to monitor that detective. He wasn't seriously injured and was discharged from the hospital this morning. My men followed him home. Guess what I found? Hearing about Lu Le, Xia Wan understood immediately and asked, You didn't find Lu Li's vault, did you? Xiao Ji leaned in with a look of pride. Boss, you're so clever. One guess, one correct. Did I make a contribution? Xia Wan smiled. Thinking about the vault worth 500 million made her excited. Killing Lu Le might be difficult for others, but for her, it shouldn't be too hard. However, Lu Le was a government official. Although the Hong Kong government had started investigating him, they hadn't yet gathered enough evidence of his corruption. Based on the movies I watched in my past life, it was precisely because the Anti-Corruption Bureau later found a large amount of evidence of Lu Li's corruption that they launched an arrest operation. At the same time, the entire Hong Kong government carried out a major cleanup of the police force. Only then did the order in Hong Kong start to improve gradually. If I had killed Lu Le at that time, it might not have changed what happened later. Lu Le himself isn't so frightening. What's scary is the corruption within the entire police force. Since I already knew Lu Le was about to be purged, I thought it was better not to kill him myself and change the course of history. However, stealing from Lu Li's treasury probably wouldn't have much impact. After all, he eventually took those assets to Canada to spend freely. It would be better to give everything to her, so she could help support national development and assist ordinary people. Once I made my decision, I asked Xiao Ji specifically about the location and security of Lu Li's treasury. The treasury of the 5 billion detective isn't easy to break into. I decided to wait until tonight to act. I didn't bring Su Bing along because such an operation is safer if I do it alone. Lu Le has many homes, and he keeps multiple hideouts. Ordinary people don't even know which one is his real home. Over the years, he has offended many people, and many in Hong Kong want him dead. He doesn't even know which house he'll sleep in each night because he always makes last-minute decisions. The explosion last night didn't really hurt him much. He was on the third car. The person who got out of the middle car wasn't him. Lu Le has several bodyguards who look very similar to him. He even deliberately dresses them alike to help him avoid assassination attempts. The explosion caused the middle car to fly into the air. Those on the middle car and the person who had just gotten out were killed or seriously injured. But no one in the front or back cars got out. They were just pushed aside by the blast wave. The front of the third car was completely deformed. The driver was seriously injured, but Lu Le, sitting in the back seat, only suffered minor injuries. Lu Le believes he must be very lucky because he always survives assassination attempts. This makes him a little proud. He immediately mobilized all the police in Hong Kong to find the culprit. But the attacker was very clever and didn't reveal where the explosives came from. The powerful explosives were homemade. They caught a beggar nearby who said he met 2 men last night riding a tricycle collecting trash, and they gave him 50 yuan. Lu Le suspects these 2 men are likely the culprits. Unfortunately, the beggar didn't see their faces clearly, only their height, build, and rough clothing. With a population of several million in Hong Kong, finding them is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lu Le doesn't want to stay in the hospital because it's too conspicuous. He returned to his private villa, which has the highest level of security. Not only was an electric fence and alarm system installed on the wall, but inside the villa, he also hired dozens of guards to watch over the property. As long as the Hong Kong British government didn't send troops to attack him, Lu Lo believed this place was impregnable. On his way home, he was very cautious because the enemy might use remote-controlled bombs, which made Lu Lo feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Along the way, there were not only police cars leading the way, but also mine-clearing vehicles checking ahead. Some pedestrians saw this and sneered. This chief inspector's is even bigger than the governor's. Agents from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, secretly monitoring Lu Lo, were furious when they saw the convoy. Unfortunately, once a person gains enough power, even if everyone knows they are guilty and corrupt, catching them is not just about having evidence. As night fell, the bustling port city was quieter than usual tonight. The citizens already felt the tense atmosphere outside. Those who could avoid going out did so. Xiaowon waited until midnight before leaving. During the day, she had scouted near Lu Li's private villa, but the security was too tight. Anyone not a resident within 3 kilometers was stopped by police at roadblocks. The roads were filled mostly with military vehicles. Only one vehicle, a red off-road car that had come from India, was different. She took the car, removed the license plates, and hit the road. There were no surveillance cameras on the roads at this time, so Xiaowon felt very safe. Even if witnesses saw her, they wouldn't recognize her Indian-made off-road vehicle. About 3 kilometers from her destination, she parked the car and stored it back in her space. She saw the police set up a roadblock, activated her ghost step, and easily bypassed it. Xiaowon arrived outside the wall and saw the tall fence topped with an electric grid, feeling stuck. She couldn't jump over it. If she cut the wire, the alarm would definitely go off. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly remembered the tunneling technique she had learned from the lottery at the beginning. She had practiced it a few times, but that technique required a lot of spiritual energy. Outside the space, there was no spiritual aura, so she was afraid that if she tunneled halfway, she might get stuck underground, which would be very unfortunate. So she didn't practice it much. Later, with the help of energy replenishing pills, she could restore her spiritual energy outside the space. But she felt that using tunneling magic underground was risky because she might lose her way and get dirty, which was very inconvenient, so she mostly abandoned it. Now, in this situation, it was just right. Plus, with Xiao Ji leading the way, she wouldn't lose her direction. She released Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji whistled, and nearby mice came out to greet it. These mice were originally from this area and had reported the news about Lu Li's treasury to their mouse emperor. Little ones, is the inspector still at home? Yes, he's still there.
Good job.
I reward you with a sip of clever water. Xiao Ji gave Xiaowon a small bottle of water diluted many times with cleansing elixir, which he then shared with a few mice. Each mouse took a sip and became enchanted. They had long known that the mouse emperor rewarded clever mice with wisdom water for their loyalty, but they never expected to drink it themselves. Their loyalty to the mouse emperor reached a new high. Seeing the mice's eyes become clearer, Xiao Ji waved his hand and said, "Follow me." The mice all stood upright, placed their right front paw near their heads, and saluted respectfully. We promise to complete the task. Xiaowon found this interesting and asked Xiao Ji, how did they learn to salute like that? Xiao Ji felt a bit guilty and tried to cover it up. Suddenly, Xiaowon realized they were imitating her. Xiao Ji must have often seen her salute and taught the mice. Mouse Emperor, you really are something. Xiaowon didn't know what to say about her clever pet mouse. The main task was urgent, so the mice burrowed underground. Old 5 Bopi was also released. When it came to digging tunnels, Old 5 was the best. The mice led the way, and once they had dug the holes enough, Xiaowon followed their trail using earth teleportation magic. Coming out underground, Xiaowon found herself in a storage room. Boss, they said this is already inside the villa. We crossed the yard to avoid being seen by the guards, she said, feeling satisfied. The vault is in the room on the far left on the 2nd floor. There's a big safe inside, but we can't get in or open it. Hearing about the safe, Xiaowon felt a bit stuck. She had seen movies where thieves skillfully open safes, but she didn't know how to do it herself. She decided to check the room first. Carefully, she opened the storage room door. Outside wasn't dark. There was a ceiling light in the corridor. She tiptoed forward and saw someone in the living room, probably a night guard. Luckily, it was late, and the guard looked tired, half leaning on the sofa and pretending to sleep. If it had been bright, even with her shadow step magic, she might have been spotted crossing the room. She covered her face and slipped up the stairs quietly. The mice said the vault was next to Luli's bedroom. Xiaowan was still a bit wary of this Chinese chief detective and didn't want to disturb him. Someone with extraordinary luck might have some secret way to protect themselves. When she reached the door of the far left room, she found it was locked. Forcibly opening it would surely wake Lu Lo. She had no choice but to return to her space and ask Xiaoji, "How did your subordinates get in?" Xiaoji replied, "That room's walls and door are specially made and can't be drilled through." They slipped in when Lu Lo opened the door. When escaping, they tried to go out the window but found an electric grid there. It was electrified, and they nearly got shocked. She hid in the room all day and only sneaked out when Lu Lo came in the next day. After that, she never dared to enter this room again. Xiaowan felt frustrated. This was the hardest treasure room she had ever tried to access. Compared to Lu Li's vault, Wang Hongguang's basement was like an open door welcoming her. Is Lu Li's bedroom also protected the same way? The rat in his house said there's no electric grid on the window. You can get in through the window. Thinking about it, Xiaowan understood. Although Lu Lo had sent his wife and children abroad now, they used to live here. His bedroom must be accessible to his wife and kids, so he wouldn't set up too many dangerous traps, or else someone could get electrocuted. Then take me to his bedroom. Xiaowan didn't want to disturb Lu Lo initially, but now she saw she had no choice. Xiaoji was very familiar with this kind of trick. It carried a jade ring and ran back to the first floor, found a spot, and slipped outside. From the outer wall, it climbed up to the window of Lu Li's bedroom. It was summer now, and the window was half open for ventilation. From the space, Xiaowan saw that the lights in the bedroom were off. Xiaoji was cautious, not approaching the metal window frame, afraid it might be electrified. Xiaowan tossed a chicken claw outside. Xiaoji carefully touched the window frame with its claw and didn't hear the crackling sound, so there was probably no electricity. Xiaoji then jumped inside through the window. Xiaowan thought of the soul-recalling banner she used before on Concubine Shi. She found that after using the banner to summon and then return the soul, she had no memory of it in her body. She shook Lu Lo on the bed and recited the spell on the banner. "Wandering soul, where do you remain? The 3 souls have descended, the 7 spirits come. Quickly obey the command."
Sal.
A white shadow floated up from the bed and was drawn into the soul-recalling banner. Lu Li's body on the bed was now just an empty shell. If Xiaowan didn't return his soul, Lu Lo would be dead. She clicked her tongue. Our ancestors really gave us a powerful tool. She searched the bedroom and found a key inside a piece of clothing by the bed. It should be the key to the neighboring room. First, she tried the key on the bedroom door and found one that fit. She inferred that among the 2 similar keys, one was for the next room. Sure enough, when she slipped into the next room and inserted one of the keys, the door opened. But she didn't go in immediately because the rat told her that when no one was in the house, the room's infrared alarm would turn on. Fortunately, the rat had already told her that the alarm switch was near the door. The password was 864951. Xiaowan put on gloves and entered the password. Sure enough, when she re-entered the room, the alarm didn't go off. Following the rat's directions, she found the safe, but was stunned. The safe's door was so complex that she couldn't see a lock hole. How was she supposed to open it? Xiaowan carefully examined the device. It had no keyhole or password buttons, only something that looked like a camera. Could it be a fingerprint lock? Such advanced locks existed now. If Xiaowan were from the future, she might not even recognize it. She had no choice but to run back to Lu Li's bedroom, put Lu Li's body into the space, and then take it out again. Supporting Lu Li's body, She tried each finger one by one. None worked. Could it be an iris scanner? Xiaowan gritted her teeth. Lulu was really impressive. Maybe iris scanners are just being developed in the West now? She had no choice but to pry open Luli's eyes and aim at the hole. The left eye didn't work. The right eye, yes. She let out a long breath of relief and threw Lulu into the space. When she opened the safe door, Xiaowan was startled. This wasn't a safe at all. It was a secret room where a person could walk in freely. No wonder it looked smaller than the room next door. It was an attic. The walls were made of steel plates and layered granite, fireproof and waterproof, built exactly like a safe, probably custom-made by a safe manufacturer. Xiaowan crawled inside. She had never seen so much money in her life. About 1/3 of the attic was filled with stacks of cash, mostly Hong Kong dollars, with some pounds and US dollars. Xiaowan really didn't know how much money this was. She remembered scenes from TV shows where corrupt officials' beds were lifted to reveal stacks of cash underneath. Compared to Lu Li's mountain of money, those seemed insignificant. This must be several billion, she thought. Even counting, she'd need a whole day. Maybe the 5 billion the police chief embezzled wasn't just 5 billion. If he brought 5 billion to Canada, what about what he didn't take with him? She stopped thinking and desperately grabbed the money. The cash was bundled in stacks, not a single hole, so she couldn't put it all into the space at once. Only the stacks she touched could be stored. She simply lay down on top of the money. Soon, the stacks collapsed around her. Xiaowan was buried alive in money. Who could understand the pain and joy of being buried alive by cash? Just bury me, she thought. As long as the money she touched could be stored in her space, she kept using her mind to control it. She didn't know how much time passed, but finally her body touched the floor. Then, she repeated the process, rushing toward another pile of money. It took her half an hour to move the mountain of cash. Now she understood why Lulu had been buying antiques so crazily lately. With so much money, he couldn't keep it all in the bank. He was a government official, and the Hong Kong government had established the ICAC, so his accounts could be monitored. Just transferring this money away might make Lulu scramble to find a way. It's 1974 now, and the Anti-Corruption Bureau has just started investigating him. Lulu has already sent his wife and children away. Next year, he plans to escape to Taiwan through the mafia, then move to Canada. Some of his money has probably already been transferred, but most of it is likely still here. After finishing collecting the money, Xiaowan got up from the ground, calming her excited feelings. She then turned to the 2.5-foot-high boxes on the other side. She opened the first box, an entire box of gold bars. She opened the second box, another full box of gold bars. Xiaowan was very excited. Her space room requires gold bars to open. But she hasn't found any gold bars in a long time. With so many gold bars, she thought she could open all the rooms in her space. She was about to make a big profit. Without hesitation, she took both boxes of gold bars. There are also shelves on the wall holding some boxes. The layout looks a bit empty. Xiaowan picked up a sandalwood box, feeling it looked familiar. When she opened it, she almost gasped. Inside was her Yongzheng Famille rose yellow flower bird plate.
Ha ha ha.
The antique she sold has come back into her hands. Does this count as returning to its original owner? Xiaowan naturally thought so. The other boxes also contained antiques, but no antique jewelry. She had heard Lulu bought many antique jewelry at auctions. Could it be that he gave them to his second wife? Or maybe those antique jewelry were already packed and sent abroad by Lulu? After thoroughly looting the vault, Xiaowan happily closed the door and restored the room's layout. She returned to Lu Li's bedroom and went back into her space, intending to throw out Lu Li's shell. But she awkwardly discovered that when she was collecting the money earlier, she had just grabbed it randomly, and Lu Li's shell was buried in the pile of money. Oh no, did she really crush him to death? Xiaowan dug and dug, finally digging him out. She told Xiaoji, "Take your son and help me sort these banknotes into stacks of 10 million each. Consider it your math test for this month." Xiaoji spat blood and protested, "Boss, I've already done a big favor. Can I skip the test?" Xiaowan firmly said, "You and your mice, Study math, physics, and chemistry well. Don't just read storybooks and learn useless stuff, daydreaming all the time. Xiaoji's eyes rolled, thinking, just let my wife and kids learn. That yellow-faced woman at home should have something to do, so she doesn't keep staring at me. Anyway, when the boss isn't around, I can supervise without anyone bothering me. After making up his mind, Xiaoji pretended to agree. Xia Wan carried Lu out of her space. After tossing his shell back onto the bed, she took out a soul-summoning banner and recited, "Heaven's gate opens, Earth's gate opens, 1,000-mile boy sends the soul." The lost soul, Lu, hurriedly followed the command. Return. A puff of white smoke emerged from the soul banner, slowly drifting toward the body on the bed and gradually forming into a human shape. Xiaowan didn't care whether the soul could return or not. She let Xiaoji lead her back along the same path. Lu was awakened by pain. He felt as if all his bones were crushed by a heavy object. He pressed the alarm bell by his bed, and soon the security guards downstairs rushed in. "Is there anything unusual at home tonight?" "No, everything is normal." However, Lu felt something was off. At this moment, the guards finally saw Lu's condition and were shocked. "Detective, what happened to your face?" Although Lu was in pain, he could still move normally. He got out of bed and looked in the mirror, noticing his face was bruised and swollen. When he lifted his pajamas, he saw bruises all over his body. Lu was shocked. No wonder he was in so much pain. Could someone have sneaked into his bedroom and beaten him up? "Sound the alarm. Someone has been here." The security across the villa was alerted to find the intruder. Not a single hair was found. Lu was frustrated. He couldn't understand how a master could sneak into his house unnoticed and beat him up. If it was an enemy, why only beat him and not kill him? His heart tightened with worry, and he hurried to the neighboring vault. Luckily, the door was locked, and the security system was functioning normally. Everything inside was as usual. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. This vault was built with millions of dollars and was extremely secure. He sent the guards out and locked the door before opening the safe. The iris recognition lock. Most ordinary thieves probably wouldn't even know about it. Only he could open it. He aimed his eyes at the scanner, and the door opened. Lu, resentment points plus 999. Lu, resentment points plus 999. Xiaowan was overwhelmed by Lu's rising resentment points. "Really? You just took a little of your money, and you've been obsessing over it for a whole day and night? These funds are stolen from the people's wealth, not earned by your hard work for 12 hours a day. Why are your resentment levels so high?" Xiaowan returned to her hotel, lying in her space, watching the mice move the stacks of money happily. The last room in the house inside the space opened. Inside was a card exchange machine with the words "Gather 5 blessings," exchange for surprise cards. Xiaowan still didn't understand what this was. In her previous life, during certain festivals, she would see similar Gather 5 blessings games on online shopping sites, but they never explained how to collect the cards. When she asked Chi, he said that the cards would drop naturally during special events. She was too lazy to bother with it. Most frustrating was that her 2 big boxes of gold bars had been completely taken away. She discovered that this space could not store any gold bars. Her ancestor, upon seeing gold bars, would take them all away. But since she had already earned so much, Xiaowan thought it was okay to honor her ancestors with the gold bars. Without the space given by her ancestors, she would be nothing. One must not forget their roots. In another dimension, Xiaoban, the old ancestor of the Xia family, saw his descendant Xiaowan offering 2 boxes of gold bars. Even with a serious face, he slightly smiled. "This descendant is good. Since she works hard helping me gather resentment and money, I should give her more benefits." Ordinary people think that space is just a magic tool, but no one expected that it was actually a temporal node left by Xiaoban in the mortal world. Alas, with spiritual energy in the mortal realm depleted and the Great Way declining, only his future bloodline could help him activate this space-time node. Unfortunately, his descendants were not talented enough. He waited many years and finally seemed to have found someone who might succeed. Xiaowan didn't realize she was just a tool for her ancestor. When she saw Xiaoji slacking off again, she took a sip of tea brewed with spiritual spring water and shouted, "Xiaoji, you failed your math exam. You're banned from going out to play this month." Hearing this, Xiaoji immediately wailed, "Big sister, don't do this. I've carried guns for you, set off cannons, and even helped you find the treasury. You can't treat me like this." Xiaowan felt that Xiaoji had become a bit arrogant lately. Maybe he truly regarded himself as the Mouse Emperor. She snorted coldly and waved her hand at Xiaoji's eldest son. "Big Prince, come here." The Big Prince neatly arranged the banknotes in his paws, then drew a number on the ground with his claws before walking towards Xiaowan with a graceful, noble gait. "Greetings, Empress Dowager." "I don't know what the Empress Dowager commands." Seeing Xiaoji's eldest son, Xiaowan thought of Lu Duanduan from Joy of Life. Such manners, appearing in a mouse, made her admire Consort Shi a little. It seemed that not only was Consort Shi jealous and competitive, but she also had a good way of teaching her son. Xiaowan felt like she was being controlled by a mouse and sat up straight, clearing her throat. "Big brother, you do things more seriously and diligently than your father. Our family needs someone like you to be the pillar. You don't have a name yet, right? I just thought of a name that suits you. From now on, your name will be Duanduan." It was clear that the Big Prince was happy with the name Xiaowan gave him, but instead of dancing with joy like other mice, he first bowed to thank her. "Thank you, Empress Dowager, for the name. Duanduan likes it very much. From now on, Duanduan will continue to serve the Empress Dowager wholeheartedly." Xiaowan nodded with satisfaction, thought for a moment, and then rewarded Duanduan with a small pill of the washing marrow pill. "Duanduan, you've grown a bit more now. You can take the washing marrow pill again. Come, now take it so you won't be taken by your father," and then took the small pill of cleansing elixir, but did not swallow it immediately. Instead, she knelt and asked Xiaowan, "Empress Dowager, I will never forget the kindness of my parents. I cherish the brotherly love in my heart. I humbly ask for your permission to share this elixir with my father, mother, and brothers." At this moment, Xiaowan was truly moved. Den's good manners were remarkable. She even thought about asking concubine Shi for advice on how she managed to raise such an outstanding son. In the future, she would have children too, and it would be wonderful if they could be as sensible as Enden. Xiaowan told Enden to stand up and said, "Enden, you are very well behaved. You don't need to refuse. The one in your hand is yours to eat. I have some too, and your brothers have worked hard. Call them over, and I will reward them all. Also, call your mother over. She deserves a reward too." Xiaowan was not stingy with the cleansing elixir. She had plenty of it, and considering the special constitution of the mouse, she divided one pill into 10 small balls for Enden. Seeing his wife and children all sharing, Little Squeak was upset. The story of the 9 sons vying for the throne was once again brought to mind. Watching his wife and sons eat the elixir, he lay down in a line, eager to rush over and kick each one. "Humph, you rebellious children, don't think you can take over my throne. And you, yellow-faced woman, you're probably hoping I'll die early so your son can become emperor. None of you will succeed." Little Squeak's cheeks puffed in anger. Xiaowan secretly observed his expression, feeling secretly pleased. Let him be proud. Can I not handle a single mouse? Little Squeak was deeply regretful, realizing he might lose favor at any moment. He understood that without the emperor's favor, he would only return to his dirty, chaotic mouse hole outside. The outside world was full of excitement and novelty, but that was just a distraction from life. Living outside was not as comfortable as living in the emperor's space. Even though he was now smarter than an ordinary mouse, he could still be killed outside. "Boss, I was wrong. I'll listen to you. I'll count the money now, and I'll learn math well." Little Squeak apologized and flattered Xiaowan, rushing toward the pile of banknotes and beginning to count honestly. There weren't many notes left to count anyway. When the other mice woke up, Little Squeak had already finished counting and stacking the remaining notes. Xiaowan approached and started counting them in groups. 1, 2, 3. 31, 32, 33. 39. There were 39 stacks of Hong Kong dollars, each worth 10 million. A total of 3.9 billion. Most of Chief Lu Li's fortune was probably here, right? There were also several million US dollars and pounds. Xiaowan feels that her life has reached its peak. She is now a genuine wealthy person. She has so much money. Xiaowan can't just leave it out in the open. Although she controls whether it rains in her space, she still occasionally makes it rain on her crops. She drove a military vehicle to move most of the money to the reversal hall. The house is large enough to hold everything. Xiaowan doesn't plan to deposit the money in a bank. She guesses Lu Lo must be frantically searching for a way to get rich overnight. But since she sold her antique for 31 million and has 30 million to spend, it probably won't attract much attention. Xiaowan just came out of her space when Su Bing came to see her. Boss, I just checked out Jilong City Fortress. I found out that, for some reason, the police have all withdrawn from there.
Xiaowan guessed why.
After Lu Li's vault was robbed, he probably thought there was a connection between the explosion and the theft. Both events happened within a few days of each other, so it's understandable. The person who stole from the vault was very mysterious. Despite dozens of guards and a sophisticated security system, they managed to sneak into the villa, open the vault, and steal everything without anyone noticing. Lulu believed it was done by experts, possibly not by an individual but by a famous thief, a country, or an organization. The residents and thugs of Jilong City Fortress are no longer suspects. As Xiaowan predicted, Lulu is now under immense mental stress and nearly collapsing. He knows the Anti-Corruption Bureau has started investigating him, so he's begun moving his assets. But he has too much money. Since he can't transfer bribed money via bank, most of his wealth is in cash. Moving it all out isn't something he can do overnight. He never expected someone to strike at his foundation. The vault contained half of his assets, just gone like that. Lulu knows he won't be able to recover the money. His top priority now is to find out who is targeting him. If it's the government, he must leave immediately. His main focus is on high-ranking officials of the Hong Kong British government and the newly established Anti-Corruption Bureau. Continuing to deploy police across Hong Kong will only increase their attention on him. Lulu immediately decided to send his antiques and jewelry, stored with his second wife, to Taiwan in advance. He also told a real estate businessman who visited him yesterday that he could secretly invest in his company under his son's name, offering 50 million. Even if this deal loses money, it's better than having his funds stolen. Xiaowan told Xia Sanjin and Fan Dojiang they could return home. Just live normally. Uncle Fan helped Sanjin find a new house, right? You can move today. If someone questions where you went yesterday, moving also counts as an excuse. Xia Sanjin and Fan Dojiang both felt nervous and kept asking Xiaowan if she was really okay. Xiaowan confidently replied, "As long as you don't reveal anything, it will be fine." Su Bing looked at Xiaowan curiously, feeling that her calmness meant she had done something secret. Xia Sanjin pulled Xia Chonglu aside and said, "Xiaowan, I discussed with Chonglu all night. He will go back to the mainland with you to see his grandmother." Xiaowan didn't expect this decision from Xia Sanjin and his son. She asked little uncle, "Why are you suddenly willing to go back?" Xia Chonglu awkwardly said, "It's because my dad and Xiaoji persuaded me. Xiaoji told me about his impression of my real dad and my grandpa, and they both hope I go back. Also, my grandma is getting old and she might not have much time left." The dad Xia Chonglu mentioned is Xia Sanjin. Xiaowan looked at Xia Sanjin and said, "Little uncle, thank you. Don't worry, I will take good care of him when we go back. We are all from the Xia family. My dad has some status there. As long as little uncle doesn't cause trouble, he will be safe. In 2 years, I will come to Hong Kong to bring you back to Xia village." Xia Sanjin also felt reluctant to leave his son but held back his feelings and said, "Xiaowan, I just want Chonglu to check things out first. After you see his grandma, if there's time, bring him back to Xia village." Xia Chonglu quickly interrupted, "I already told my dad that I will still be his son and call myself Xia Chonglu. You need to take me back to Xia family village to pay respects to our ancestors."
11e one smiled, respectons Chang Le's wish.
If he wanted to be part of the Xie family, she would treat him as one. All right, I have a land auction tomorrow. After it's over, we will return to the mainland. As a Hong Kong resident now, it isn't easy for Xie Changli to go back to the mainland. Entering is relatively simple. Even if detained, a call to Chu Jiangnan would quickly get him released at the border. Leaving is more complicated. Before Hong Kong's return, the mainland didn't have a consulate there because Hong Kong was a special administrative region under Chinese sovereignty. All diplomatic affairs were handled by the Office of the Commissioner of the Foreign Ministry in Hong Kong. Su Bing knew Xie Wan was busy and offered, "I'll go to the office of the commissioner and get her a travel permit." Xie Wan had a letter of introduction and an official stamped explanation prepared by Chu Jiangnan. She handed the documents to Su Bing and asked him to help Xie Changli get a visa. Fan Dojiang and Fan Ji told Xie Changli, rest assured, go back to visit your family. After you leave, your dad will move next to us, and we will take good care of him until you return. Xie Wan also said, before I leave, I will prepare medicine for little uncle. His illness will definitely get better. The next day, Xie Wan attended a land auction with Fan Ji. Participants had to pay a deposit. A few days earlier, Xie Wan had asked Fan Ji to pay a 1,000,000 yuan deposit to qualify for the bidding. When she entered the auction hall, she immediately saw Guodisheng. The old man suddenly became proud and, upon seeing her, ignored her with an arrogant look. Xie Wan realized that this old man might be backing out, as he no longer seemed interested in her 5,000,000 yuan bid. Could it be that he suddenly became wealthy? Although they had signed a cooperation investment agreement before, it was hardly binding. Before paying, Xie Wan could withdraw at any time, and Guodisheng could also kick her out at any moment. She took the initiative to approach Guodisheng and greeted him. Old Gua, it looks like you're well prepared today? Guodisheng sneered. Miss Xie, you really came to bid on land yourself? The other wealthy people who had dined with her that day didn't come. It seemed they invested based solely on Guodisheng's reputation. That was normal, as they all had their own businesses and weren't in real estate. Xie Wan's personal appearance at the auction clearly indicated she might become a competitor to Guodisheng in the future. Guodisheng said, Miss Xie, since you insist on investing yourself, shall we cancel our previous cooperation? Xie Wan felt a slight regret. She had thought Guodisheng, as the founder of Xian Hongji, would be generous and broad-minded. Even if there was some scheming, they could still cooperate. That's how business works. Cooperation and competition are all for profit. She didn't expect Guodisheng to suddenly change his mind and refuse to work with her. Missing the chance to learn from him was a pity. Actually, Guodisheng was just afraid she might steal his ideas. Her performance that day made him no longer see her as a clueless young lady from the mainland. Since she wanted to get into real estate herself, he definitely wouldn't let her interfere or take a stake. Xie Wan felt disappointed but kept a sincere expression, smiling at Guodisheng. I listen to you, old Gua. The future is long, and who knows what will happen. Anyway, I want to thank you for teaching me so much. You are my guide. At that moment, Guodisheng was unexpectedly touched by her words and secretly wondered, am I overthinking? Maybe this girl isn't so scheming. She just genuinely wants to learn business from me and make money. If that's the case, having one more friend is better than having an enemy. His expression softened a little, and he nodded, saying, Then I wish Miss Xie success in your future business. Today's auction, I hope you win big. Xie Wan smiled with her eyes slightly raised and nodded vigorously. Yes, win big, win big. Guodisheng felt a bit dizzy. It was as if he saw a clever little fox viewing him as prey. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Today's land parcel. Can he still take it? Will that little fox cause trouble? After Xie Wan sat down, she quietly looked around the auction hall. She saw a familiar face, the wealthy man Li Chao, who often appears on financial magazines and newspaper headlines. Li Chao is quite impressive. In the 1950s, he started a plastic peanut business and made his first fortune. In 1971, he entered the real estate market in Port City, and the next year, his company, Chongjiang Industries, went public. When Xie Wan arrived in Port City, She bought 50,000 Hong Kong dollars worth of shares in Changjiang Industries. She didn't know then that in the next few days, she would raid Li's treasury. But those 50,000 Hong Kong dollars could multiply many times in a few years. Xiaowon admired Li Chao's sharp investment sense. She had read his full biography and knew well how he rose to wealth. His real wealth started in 1978 when he partnered with HSBC to buy 22.4% of Hutchison Whampoa. He used most of his port and dock assets to develop real estate, earning huge profits. In the early 1980s, he officially entered the mainland market. In 1984, he opened a branch in Shekou, Shenzhen. By 1992, he was heavily investing in mainland real estate. By 2013, he sold many of his assets in Port City and mainland China, cashing out $12.9 billion and transferring the money to Europe. This person is quite terrifying, like a machine that makes money without emotion. Guodisheng said Li Chao also wanted plot number 1. Looks like today, the two might have a showdown. Xiaowon also saw a younger familiar face. Wasn't that Li Zhaoji, the former owner of the land in Sha Tin she was interested in? The man who made 2 million into 40 billion? It seems today is truly a gathering of real estate giants. Xiaowon started to feel a bit excited. Should she stay low-key or cause some trouble for these big shots? She remembered Li's recent 100,000-point resentment value and thought it was tempting. If she could find more people like Lu, she wouldn't worry about running out of resentment points. She decided to test later who could generate more resentment points, then pick their business to cause some chaos. Anyway, she had plenty of money and wasn't afraid of not being able to pay at the end. The auction began, led by officials from Port City's land management department. The atmosphere was noticeably more serious than Christie's auctions. The official spoke first, giving an outlook on Port City's economic growth, mentioning that to boost the real estate market, the starting prices for several plots would be reduced by 20%. Plot number 1, which Guodisheng and Li Chao were interested in, was included. Unfortunately, the land Xiaowon liked, plot number 3, still had a starting bid of 10 million. Maybe because that land was more remote and the British Hong Kong government wasn't in a rush to develop that area. The auction began, and the host displayed the terrain map, area, land exploration data, and announced the starting bid of 42 million yuan. This piece of land had been rejected 3 times before. When the host said the bidding started, everyone in the room fell silent, with no one immediately offering a bid. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. Even Guodisheng and Li Chao, who wanted the land, remained silent. The officials grew a bit anxious. Surely, it wouldn't be rejected again at the start? This was a common tactic used by businessmen like Guodisheng and Li Chao. They were trying to pressure the officials psychologically. Without their repeated pressure, the starting price wouldn't have been lowered. Xiaowon looked around curiously, feeling like she was learning something. The host, a bit nervous, emphasized again how excellent the location was. Still, no one bid. This area was a key development spot planned by the Hong Kong government, which didn't want the land to stay unused for long. The officials wiped their cold sweat and, helpless, hinted to the host that they could withdraw the land. Only then would someone bid, when moving on to the next auction. The bidder, whom Xiaowon didn't recognize, raised his card hesitantly, 42 million. It seemed like he thought the land was quite useless. The official sighed in relief. Finally, it wouldn't be rejected again. 42 million was 42 million. After all, these lands wouldn't belong to the British anymore. They just needed to get the money. However, something unexpected happened. The room gradually started to fill with more bids. Each bid increased by 50,000 yuan, and the bidders were quite restrained, actually raising bids in increments of 50,000 or 100,000. Throughout the process, Guodisheng and Li Chao never bid. It was clear that these bidders were just trying to get a good deal. Everyone saw the value of the land, but due to the recent economic crisis and tight cash flow, banks weren't lending money, so people were hesitant to invest such a large sum. This land was expensive not only because of the land itself, but also because of the high development costs. As Guodisheng had estimated before, building a 100-story skyscraper would require at least 700 million yuan in investment. Meanwhile, the current market value of Xian Hongji was only 400 million, and Li Chao's Chongjiang real estate was worth just 200 million. Developing this land into ordinary buildings would be a huge waste. That's why Guo Disheng hadn't developed the land after acquiring it. Instead, he kept increasing its value and used it as fixed assets to mortgage to banks for other projects. It wasn't until he died that his son started construction. After a long process, the price finally reached 43 million. Many people's mental limit was 45 million. Xia Wan gradually understood the logic behind it and decided to cause some trouble. 45 million. This was the first bid Xia Wan made. Suddenly, a wave of resentment flooded her like a tide. Just moments ago, the bid was 43 million. Now, it jumped to 45 million, an increase of 2 million. Was he foolish, or just trying to show off his wealth? Guo Disheng trembled and turned to glare at Xia Wan with a warning look. Guo Disheng, resentment points plus 799, said Li Chaoren, who didn't know Xia Wan and just glanced at her with a frown. Li Chaoren, resentment points plus 199, Xia Wan chuckled softly, speaking loudly enough for everyone to hear. I just think it's a waste of time to keep raising the bid by 55,000 each time. Another wave of resentment points hit. Some people's eyes seemed to say, "Are you in such a hurry?
Who are you?
Is your time more valuable than ours?" The only person smiling at Xia Wan was an official from the land management department. At that moment, he remembered what Xia Wan looked like. Guo Disheng's true bid was actually 45 million. Now he regretted it. Why did he think of trying to trick this young girl? If he hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't have known about the land auction. He had added a pair of hands out of nowhere. What a mistake. He wasn't short of money now. A fool had invested 50 million in him, and with his own funds, he had prepared 80 million for this auction. As long as the land didn't go over 60 million, he could buy it. But that wouldn't be profitable. 45.5 million, Li Chaoren made a bid. Guo Disheng had no choice but to follow, 46 million. Xia Wan raised her bid again, 48 million. 2 million more? Other bidders, after being overwhelmed with resentment points, gave up on bidding altogether. Guo Disheng looked back at Xia Wan again, this time silently mouthing, "Miss Xia, what do you mean?" Their seats were very close, just one person apart in front and behind. Xia Wan innocently said, "Old Guo, I'm helping you. Just like at Christie's auction, you're helping me, right?" Guo Disheng couldn't help but curse. "MMP, is that the same? Last time I helped you bid up the price, you were the seller. This time I'm the buyer and you're raising the bid for what?" Xia Wan raised a hand in surrender, looking frustrated, and said, "People don't understand, and you won't teach me." Guo Disheng, resentment points plus 999, he said. Does he blame her for not knowing? How can she not understand? Is she an idiot? Xia Wan looked down, upset, as if she had done something wrong, which made Guo Disheng wonder if she truly didn't understand. She covered her mouth and whispered, "I won't say anything anymore. Old Guo, that Li guy bid again. You two can fight it out." True to her word, she didn't bid again for this land. But in the end, the land was sold for 55 million, 2 million more than the previous starting price that was not sold. This was mainly thanks to the bidding competition between Li Chao and Guo Disheng. When Guo Disheng stubbornly shouted out 55 million, Li Chao gave up. In the end, Guo Disheng still won the land, but he was not happy at all. He had spent an extra 10 million more than he had estimated. After getting the 50 million investment, he had planned to buy 2 more ordinary commercial plots. Now his funds were tight again. Everyone was congratulating Guo Disheng for winning, but he felt upset and could only pretend to smile and nod politely. Xia Wan noticed that among all the bidders for this land, only Li Chao contributed the least amount of resentment points. Besides the initial 199 resentment points she gained when she first bid, Li Chao showed no further resentment towards her. This seemed very strange. Could it be that Li Chao didn't really want this land? Maybe he was just pretending to compete to drain Guo Disheng's money? Xia Wan realized she had learned a new trick. That's how business works. Using competition to drain rivals' funds is like using gunpowder on the battlefield. When the enemy is exhausted, victory naturally belongs to you. Sure enough, the second piece of land was a 200,000 square foot plot in Simsha Sui, suitable for building offices or apartments. The starting price was only 8 million. Li Chao bought it for just 8.5 million. This time, Xiaowan didn't cause trouble. Because the next land was the one she was interested in, the vacant land in Sha Tin. It covers 0.16 square kilometers, with a starting price of 10 million. She hoped no one would bid against her. When the auction started, no one offered a bid. This land had been passed over many times before, and finally, the British Hong Kong government cancelled its auction. It wasn't auctioned again until 3 years later. Xiaowan quietly asked Guodisheng in a low voice, "Old Gua, this land is so big and so cheap. Why doesn't anyone want it?" Guodisheng, still angry from Xiaowan's earlier interference, wanted to trick her. So he held back his anger and replied calmly, "This land is actually quite good. But now everyone's funds are tight. If you have the money, you can buy it." Xiaowan looked like she had learned something and said obediently, "Then I'll bid." "Old Gua, don't trick me, okay?" Guodisheng thought to himself, "If you trick me, whether intentionally or not, do you think I won't trick you back? Mainland girl, if you buy that vacant land, at least for 10 years, the government won't develop that area. It's just throwing money away." Actually, Guodisheng's judgment was correct. Because of its location, after Li Zhaoji built houses there, the land was hard to sell. Li Zhaoji kept the property for over 10 years and only sold it in the 1990s. Due to its appreciation, this land earned the most, totaling 40 billion. Li Zhaoji quickly became one of the 4 richest people in the port city. After receiving Guodisheng's approval, Xiaowan bid 10 million yuan openly. No one else competed with her. Everyone thought she didn't understand the market. Xiaowan's only concern was Guodisheng, who might deliberately cause trouble for her, thinking she bought the land because she listened to him. He secretly chuckled, knowing he wouldn't bid against her to cause trouble. He also worried that if he bid higher, Xiaowan would modestly give up the bid. Xiaowan successfully bought the land at the starting price of 10 million yuan, her dream property. Today, Li Zhaoji, who was just here to observe, suddenly felt like something important was slipping away from him. His family was already wealthy in the port city, and his company was still controlled by his father. He didn't have much money and wasn't strong enough to compete with others alone. But he believed in real estate, so during the stock market crash, when prices plummeted, he bought a lot of shares in Guodisheng's new company, Hongji. He predicted that once the stock market recovered, his shares could multiply dozens of times. Then he would have enough money to invest in real estate himself. At this moment, he didn't know that his greatest wealth in life was already slipping away. During the auction, Xiaowan started to loosen up. She had visited all 10 plots of land. Based on her view of the future development of the port city, she believed that buying any of these plots wouldn't lead to a loss. Only timing and what to build mattered. The 4th plot was clearly the one Li Chao was most interested in. The starting price was 12 million yuan, and when the bid reached 13 million, Li Chao made a bid. Guodisheng wasn't sure if he was genuinely interested or just causing trouble, so he kept raising the bid to 15 million. Xiaowan had visited that land, which was right next to the future Zhongyin Tower, an excellent location. She bid an additional 2 million yuan, 17 million. This time, she didn't feel Guodisheng's resentment, but instead sensed Li Chao's frustration. Li Chao glanced at Xiaowan and increased his bid by 1 million. Xiaowan then looked at Guodisheng. In the end, Guodisheng gave up. Xiaowan softly said to Guodisheng, "Old Gua, he just played you. Why don't you play him back?" "Never mind. I'll help you get revenge." Guodisheng was speechless, unsure if she was acting crazy or just foolish. He didn't want to pay her any attention. Xiaowan bid again. 20 million. The crowd gasped. Who was this reckless bidder? Was there such a bidder? Li Chao's resentment value plus 699. He didn't look at Xiaowan but seemed to be calculating something silently. 21 million. Li Chao increased his bid by 1 million. Guodisheng grinned and nodded at Xiaowan. Xiaowan sneered inwardly, thinking, "You're secretly happy. Huh? You think I'm really helping you deal with Old Li?" No, I just have too much money. She continued bidding. 23 million. Again, she raised by 2 million. The crowd started whispering among themselves. Li Chaoren looked back again. He was trying to decide if the young girl was just causing trouble or if she was determined to buy this land. Honestly, his main goal today was this piece of land. He believed this area would become the financial center of the future port city, and its value would be immense. But paying over 25 million yuan for it seemed a bit too much right now. 25 million yuan was enough to buy 3 regular commercial plots. After exchanging a quick look with Xia Wan, Li Chaoren decided to give up. He was sure the girl was not local. There was no need to compete fiercely in today's auction. Maybe next month, a better piece of land would be available. Spending all his money now would make it hard to gather such a large sum again soon. In the end, Xia Wan bought the land on Jingzhonghua Garden Road for 23 million yuan. She suddenly felt very excited. She planned to build a tall building there, next to the Bank of China Tower. That would be her future business headquarters. Xia Wan didn't participate in the next 2 plots. When it came to the 7th piece of land, she followed Fan Ji's advice and bought a small plot suitable for building a residential building, costing only 7 million yuan. Her only competitor for this land was Li Chaoren. The starting bid was 5 million yuan. After 2 rounds of bidding, Li Chaoren bid 5.5 million yuan and then gave up after looking at Xia Wan. He probably thought this wealthy girl was too reckless and didn't want to fight her for it. The last plot of land saw a fierce competition between Guodisheng and Li Chaoren. Both seemed very fond of land suitable for building commercial skyscrapers. Xia Wan understood that the next 20 years would be a period of rapid economic growth for the port city. Mainland China was opening up again, and many companies were establishing offices and branches there. The rental income from office buildings in the city was quite good. In the end, Li Chaoren won the bid with 17 million yuan. No one expected that the biggest winner today would be an unknown wealthy young girl. Out of 10 plots, Xia Wan bought 3, spending a total of 40 million yuan. Guodisheng was impressed by her. He had thought she only had 27.9 million yuan from selling antiques, but now he realized he had underestimated her wealth. He felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have kept working with her. He was sure he could find a way to make her spend all her money. Unfortunately, she had already bought 3 plots herself, so chances of working with her were slim. But Xia Wan didn't think so. She believed Guodisheng could still be persuaded. In business, there are no true friends or enemies, only interests. Xia Wan nervously asked Guodisheng, "Old Guo, the land I bought today, is it really as profitable as you said? Won't I lose everything? You are my guiding master, so you must take responsibility for my investment." Guodisheng was momentarily stunned. Seeing the young girl in front of him, she looked very young, probably under 20. Was she truly eager to learn from him? Did she really not understand much? He awkwardly said, "I can't really be your teacher." Xia Wan sincerely replied, "Everyone has a teacher, especially someone like you, a business expert. When I come to Hangqing again, I will ask you for advice." Guodisheng sensed something more. "Are you leaving Hangqing?" he asked. Xia Wan nodded. "Yes, I leave tomorrow night. I might not hear your guidance for a long time. When I come back, I will bring local specialties from my hometown." At that moment, Guodisheng believed that the young woman was truly inexperienced. She bought land without concern and was leaving, simply investing in land based on her own words. Who in the mainland has that much money? What kind of person could she be? Guodisheng thought it over and decided it was better to maintain good relations with Xia Wan. Who knows if she might do business with the mainland in the future? Knowing a high-ranking official's descendant could only bring benefits. His attitude towards Xia Wan changed. He warmly invited her to visit his home again, and even left her his office and personal phone number. Li Chaoren saw their friendly interaction and was confused. Just earlier, he thought the young girl was working with him to trick Guodisheng. But now he realized he had also been fooled by her. Who is she? He decided to find out more. Xia Wan visited the head of the Land Management Bureau and paid in cash. This confirmed her identity as a landowner. Only wealthy landowners prefer to pay in cash. After receiving the land purchase certificate, Xiaowan and Fanji returned to the hotel. She had many things to tell Fanji. She called him Uncle Fanji, and they became peers. This was different from Xia Sanjin and Xia Chengel, who were relatives of the Xia family and each had their own opinions. She said, "Fanji, you already resigned from Xian Hongji, right?" He nodded. "Yes, I resigned. From now on, I will focus on helping you." Xiaowan paid him 3 times his salary at Xian Hongji. She had also asked Chang Yongnian to find a professional accounting firm to review the company's finances each month. She invested 10 million yuan into the company. Hearing that Fanji had resigned, Xiaowan smiled and said, "Welcome to be the first employee of our New Earth real estate. I will leave Hangqing tomorrow and might not return for half a year. Over the past 6 months, I need you to complete some tasks." Xiaowan fully delegated authority to Fanji, allowing him to establish a company and even giving him the prime residential land in Simsha Sui to practice with. "That land, you decide how to use it. I only have one requirement. Cancel the shared area and sell the residences based on actual usable space." Fanji was surprised. Since the 1950s, Hong Kong had included shared areas in property sales, which was a major source of profit for developers. Xiaowan's demand to cancel shared areas challenged the entire rules of Hong Kong's real estate industry. "Xiaowan, this is very difficult to do. Removing shared areas will increase our costs and reduce profits." Xiaowan insisted, "I don't care. Even if we don't make money, you must insist on removing this unfair clause from our residential sales. As for how to operate it, consider this a test for you." Fanji couldn't understand Xiaowan's idea. But Xiaowan knew that making money wasn't her ultimate goal. Her real purpose was to use money to change some unfair rules that caused suffering for future generations. She didn't believe that without shared areas, developers wouldn't make money. Shared areas were created in Hong Kong and widely criticized by homebuyers in later generations. Why should buyers pay extra for public facilities that are already included in the house price? Moreover, those public facilities were often rented out by property management companies. For example, parking lots in residential areas were public land included in shared areas, yet owners still had to pay rent again to park. Was it reasonable to use owners' land and then charge them rent to use it? Just after Xiaowan finished speaking, she heard a ding in her mind. To create a harmonious society and challenge unfair rules, a Harmony Blessing card has dropped. Collect 5 cards to have a chance to draw a surprise card. Xiaowan was startled. Could this be the new feature of the Collect 5 Blessings room in her space? Suddenly, a Harmony Blessing card appeared, leaving her a bit stunned. Since she had a Harmony Blessing card, could there be other cards like Patriotic Blessing, Diligence Blessing, Kindness Blessing, or Prosperity Blessing? As the year ended and a new one began, auspicious signs appeared, wishing everyone deep blessings and peace and joy year after year. Xiaowan and Su Bing returned to the mainland the next day with Xia Changlo. After handing Xia Changlo over to Chu Jiangnan, Chu Jiangnan smiled and said to Xiaowan, "Dr. Xia, you're really impressive. You went on a mission to Hong Kong and shocked our Sichuan province foreign trade system. Now the leaders of the foreign trade system keep coming to the military to ask for people and are requesting to transfer you to their system." Xiaowan raised her chin proudly and said to Chu Jiangnan, "Someone so talented can't be hidden, no matter how hard they try." From Chu Jiangnan's tone, it was clear that the foreign trade orders brought back by Zhang Qiushan and others had attracted high attention from provincial leaders. It was a great honor for an inland province to suddenly have the ability to earn foreign exchange. However, when the foreign trade officials tried to meet the person responsible for this achievement, they searched all departments in the province, but couldn't find him. Eventually, someone with inside knowledge revealed that this person was a soldier temporarily assigned to join the trade team. The foreign trade leaders were surprised. Such talent shouldn't be hidden in the military. Unfortunately, when they finally found his direct supervisor, he refused to let him go. The leaders sighed in regret. After several efforts, they spoke with local military officials and received a verbal promise. Once he completed his current mission, there might be a chance for him to exchange experience at the Foreign Trade Department. Military Dr. Xie, you should consider setting a date to visit the Provincial Foreign Trade Office, give a lesson, and share experiences, Chu Jiangnan suggested. Hearing this, Xiaowan hurriedly shook her head. No, I can't. I only have 3 days of leave left, and I need to go home and rest. My teacher said I must return to school for an internship after half a month of vacation. My dream is to become a qualified military doctor. Everything else is secondary and shouldn't interfere with my main goal. Chu Jiangnan didn't insist and let her arrange her own schedule. When Xie Chengel arrived on the mainland, he was very nervous. When he heard Xiaowan was leaving, he grabbed her sleeve and begged, "Little niece, you can't just leave me here alone." Xiaowan was indeed busy. She looked at Chu Jiangnan and said, "Captain Chu, could you let Su Bing accompany my uncle for now? After he completes his family recognition ceremony, could you send him to my home in Nanchang?" Considering Xie Chengel's situation, Chu Jiangnan agreed. "All right, I'll report this to my superiors." After comforting Xie Chengel and promising to arrange for him to stay at the Xie family in Nanchang in a few days, Xiaowan returned to Nanchang. She didn't tell her family in advance, wanting to surprise Qin Muyu. During this time, Qin Muyu spent all his days with the regiment, training soldiers who had once mocked his trembling legs to exhaustion. As long as his wife was not at home, no one could match his stamina. The soldiers found it unbearable and complained to Captain Wang, "Captain, you need to think of a solution. Although the deputy captain is new, it's not that intense, right? Besides, we all know each other well. When he was our battalion commander, he wasn't this strict." Captain Wang was now at ease, as the regiment's training tasks and discipline were managed by others. He could sit and enjoy tea at the headquarters, report to the division about his thoughts, and then go home to his wife and children. He had no intention of mentioning Qin Muyu. Moreover, their families already had a good relationship. Before Xiaowan got married, he often brought vegetables to their family. His wife liked Xiaowan very much. If he had disciplined Qin Muyu, when Xiaowan returned, he would have complained to his wife, and she would have scolded him. Since telling Captain Wang about the situation didn't work, everyone turned to Xie Yuanchao. After Xie Yuanchao was transferred back to the 2nd Division, he took over Qin Muyu's previous position, now serving as the commander of the Wild Wolf Battalion. He is naturally straightforward and, having returned from the border, the soldiers in the battalion respect him a lot. Soon, Xie Yuanchao became close with the soldiers. Qin Muyu loved training his old subordinates to lead by example. The Wild Wolf Battalion was known for being fierce and aggressive in battles, earning many honors in previous wars. The soldiers in this battalion had a strong sense of pride, and when Qin Muyu chose them for training, they refused to lose face. But even the fiercest wolf can't withstand Qin Muyu's relentless training day and night. Several company commanders held a small meeting with Xie Yuanchao. "Commander, you should control your brother-in-law. You're his brother-in-law, after all. He shouldn't be so harsh on you." Xie Yuanchao sighed with Iqualan and said, "You think I haven't told him? I was so exhausted last night I almost peeled, but I still forced myself to find him for a drink and talked about this. You don't know, I can't argue with him. He has his own logic, and in the end, he even tricked me into practicing fighting for another hour while drunk. Sai, my sister is on a business trip, and he's got nowhere to vent his energy. Who told you all to mock him before?" The company commanders asked hurriedly, "When will your sister return, Commander?" Xie Yuanchao shook his head. "I don't know. No news at all. I think Muyu is worried too, but can't help, so he trains every day to relieve anxiety." The company commanders couldn't help but pray to heaven for Qin Tuanzhang's wife to come back soon. Xiaowan never expected that the person most eager for her to return was actually a soldier under Qin Muyu. She had wanted to surprise Qin Muyu, but as soon as she entered the family compound, a guard, acting on a comrade's request, called Qin Muyu's unit to say, "The vice commander's wife is back." Qin Muyu was demonstrating barehanded choke holds on soldiers. The signal soldier quickly ran over to inform Xie Yuanchao and the other company commanders. They crowded around Xie Yuanchao to watch Qin Muyu's demonstration. Xie Yuanchao cleared his throat and called out, "Report to Captain Qin." Qin Muyu released his opponent, who was being choked on the ground, and stood up, asking Commander Xie, "Did you learn wrestling in Tibet? Why don't you come and demonstrate with me?" Xie Yuanchao shrank back in submission. The other company commanders pushed him forward. Reluctantly, Xie Yuanchao had to steel himself and go ahead. Seeing these two demonstrate fighting, the soldiers cheered and clapped. The scene was lively, and Qin Muyu's words were drowned out by the cheers. Xie Yuanchao had no choice but to grit his teeth and practice with Qin Mai. During their fight, Xie Yuanchao's mind was elsewhere, and Qin Mai easily knocked him to the ground. Since he was his brother-in-law, Qin Mai immediately reached out to help Xie Yuanchao up. Only then did Xie Yuanchao have a chance to shout loudly, "Xiao on his back." Hearing that his wife was back, Qin Mai immediately let go and ran away. Poor Xie Yuanchao, who was pulled halfway, sat down heavily on the ground. How can a man who marries a wife act like he's lost his soul? Wow, this is so scary. Maybe I should wait a few more years before getting married. Or maybe I shouldn't marry at all, since Xie Xing will carry on the family line. Thinking about what happened at home recently, Xie Yuanchao lost his mood and took leave to chase after Qin Mai. He thought to himself that he must prepare his sister mentally before she hears any rumors. As Xie Wan entered the apartment building, she noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. Usually, the neighbors' wives didn't act like this. Nowadays, neighbors are closer, often chatting about family matters, mostly without bad intentions. Xie Wan and Qin Mai were generous and well-liked by the neighbors living in the same building. Moreover, Qin Mai was now the highest-ranking person in this apartment building. Many of the neighbors' husbands were his subordinates, so they showed even more kindness to Xie Wan's family. Only Li Yufeng felt very dissatisfied with Qin Mai and Xie Wan's family. Her husband, Jiang Jianjun, was originally a battalion commander. Recently, a deputy battalion commander was transferred to the northwest. Jiang Jianjun was the oldest among the few full battalion-level officers. Rumor had it that he might be promoted to fill that position. For a while, she was quite proud of herself. Unexpectedly, Qin Mai, who had been transferred away, returned and was directly appointed as deputy battalion commander. This made Li Yufeng very angry. She often argued with Jiang Jianjun at home. "You useless man, why don't you go to the division and cause trouble? Why was he promoted to deputy battalion commander? He's only 26 and you're 35. It's your turn now." And he left and came back to take your spot. That's what you call scheming? If you don't go to the leaders for an explanation, I'll go to the division myself. Jiang Jianjun reasoned with her. Promotions in the army aren't just based on age and experience. Qin Mai's military achievements are several times mine. How can I compare to him? Li Yufeng was unconvinced. Who knows if his military achievements are real? They weren't achieved in your unit, so who can prove it? Jiang Jianjun couldn't argue with her and had to ignore her. Deep down, he also felt uncomfortable. When Qin Mai was transferred away, he had carefully calculated and felt hopeful about his own chances this time. When Xie Wan and her family first moved in, Li Yufeng took over the kitchen space to store honeycomb coal. Later, neighbors from another building told her several times that, under Jiang Jianjun's pressure, Li Yufeng finally agreed to move the coal. Since then, the two families had some tension. Xie Wan greeted Zhang Xiaolan, who lived next door and was usually her best friend. "Little Xie, you're back? No hot water at home? I just boiled 2 bottles. You can take them back." Xie Wan guessed that Qin Muyue was probably staying at the army again while she was away, so she hadn't lit the fire at home. She thanked Zhang Xiaolan and took the 2 bottles of hot water. "Sister-in-law Zhang, thank you. I'll light the fire later and return the water." Zhang Xiaolan waved her hand. No need. I'll keep boiling. You go inside quickly." She pushed Xie Wan into the house. Xie Wan found it a bit strange. "Sister-in-law Zhang, has something happened while I was away?" Zhang Xiaolan hesitated but followed her inside, closed the door, and said, "Xiao Wan, don't worry. Hurry up and pack your things. Go back to your parents' house." Xie Wan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? The neighbor's eyes earlier seemed to hold teasing and sympathy. Could Qin Muyue have been unfaithful while she was away? The thought just appeared, but she shook her head to dismiss it. No, that's impossible. Unless Qin Muyue wanted to become he wouldn't dare do such things. If something went wrong, he was probably being plotted against.
She still believed in that.
Sister-in-law Zhang, please tell me clearly, what exactly happened? Since Zhang Xiaolan was her best friend and didn't want her to be scared, she initially thought she shouldn't say anything but couldn't hold back. Xiao Xia. They say you're not the biological daughter of teacher Xia. When Xia Wan heard this, she laughed. She was sure the original owner was the daughter of Xia Dahong. Otherwise, her bloodline wouldn't activate the ancestral space of the Xia family. Who spread such rumors? Isn't it boring? She thought it was just jealous military wives spreading rumors out of envy. Seeing that Xia Wan didn't seem worried, Zhang Xiaolan hurriedly said, "A few days ago, Li Yufeng even brought your real father here." Later, Captain Qin took him to teacher Xia's house. Xia Wan was confused now. Real father? Brought by Li Yufeng? Could he be a scammer? She couldn't get a clear answer from Zhang Xiaolan either. She wanted to take a shower first and wait for Qin Muyue to come back to ask, but when she saw Zhang Xiaolan off, she noticed several sisters-in-law standing in front of her door. Seeing they were caught in the act, everyone looked awkward. Huang Juhua and Feng Xiaohong awkwardly smiled at her and tried to make excuses. "Xiao Xia, we just came to see if you need anything." Only Li Yufeng looked at her with a mischievous smile, showing no embarrassment. Xia Wan frowned and directly asked Li Yufeng, "Sister-in-law Li, I heard you found my biological father and brought him to my home? Thank you so much." Li Yufeng, with a teasing smile, said, "What's there to thank? I just happened to meet him. That day, I was coming back from grocery shopping and saw an old man sitting outside the gate, unable to get in. I asked out of kindness. Turns out, that old man said he was your father. I just brought him in casually." The scene back then was not as light as Li Yufeng described. When Li Yufeng heard he was Xia Wan's father, she was like discovering a new world. She was so excited she almost started shouting and telling everyone in the building that Xia Wan was not the daughter of teacher Xia, but had a real father. Li Yufeng thought that Qin Muyue could only hold her husband's position because of Xia Wan's connections. If Xia Wan was not teacher Xia's biological daughter, then Qin Muyue would lose her influence. The news spread quickly through the building. People were skeptical at first, but seeing Li Yufeng bring the man home and hearing him curse Xia Wan for being unfilial, claiming he came to demand justice from the army, everyone believed it. Later, when Qin Muyue returned, she sent the man to Xia Dahong's house. No one knew how the matter was finally resolved. They only heard that Qin Tuanzhang had been training so intensely lately that he seemed crazy. Connecting this to the incident, everyone was more convinced that the man was probably Xia Wan's real father. Maybe Qin Tuanzhang was about to lose her support, which made her upset. However, her men warned her not to cause trouble or show any reaction in front of Qin Tuanzhang, so no one openly asked Qin Muyue about it. Hearing Li Yufeng's story, Xia Wan frowned and asked what her so-called father looked like, getting a sense of the situation. Just then, Qin Muyue returned. "Xiao Wan. Oh, why is everyone gathered here?" Qin Muyue, who had been smiling when she saw Xia Wan, saw the group of military wives at the door and stopped smiling, her face turning serious. Although they were all soldiers, Qin Muyue was different from these wives' husbands. She had truly fought enemies. Soldiers who had killed before had a very different aura from those who hadn't. On this hot summer day, the wives suddenly felt cold. "Captain Qin, Xiao Xia is back. We won't bother you." Immediately, the group of wives scattered like frightened birds. Inside the house, Xia Wan asked Qin Muyue what was going on. Qin Muyue, who had been worried about her wife, was excited to see her return but had to calm down and explain after encountering this troublesome matter. The person who came was indeed the original owner's stepfather, Ren Taizhu. Xia Wan sneered, "He's out of prison and still wants to blackmail me?" Previously, Ren Taizhu was wrongly accused of the death of Tao Hongmei and was imprisoned for a long time. Later, when Shiryu was arrested and Zheng Hu's murder was exposed, he was released. Xiaowan didn't want to get involved with her stepfamily. She had already made the eldest son of the Rin family into a fool to avenge the original owner, and she believed others weren't deserving of death, so she ignored them. Unexpectedly, Ren Taizhu came to find her. When he claimed he had raised Xiaowan since she was a child and that she should support him, she laughed in anger. Xie Dahong sent Tao Hongmei 5 yuan each month, which was very little compared to his salary, but it was enough to raise a child in the countryside. However, the original owner was often abused, underfed, cold, and forced to work every day. Ren Taizhu still had the nerve to say he had raised her and expected her to support him. Xiaowan, I think it's best for Dad to handle this, she said, and sent him to her father. Qingmia nodded and praised her.
Clever.
Luckily, it didn't foolishly give him money, but sent him away. I wouldn't give a penny to that family, not even to feed dogs. Qingmia had seen how Xiaowan looked in the village before and didn't like the Ren family. He had considered giving them money to get rid of them, but thought his wife would be angry if she returned. So, he simply sent them to Xie Dahong. He knew his father-in-law still held a grudge about Xia's abuse in the village. Sure enough, on the same day, Xie Dahong sent security to take her back to the village and handed her over to the village captain. Now, Ren Taizhu was working in reform through labor. Xiaowan was pleased after hearing Qingmui's report. Then why are there rumors that I'm not Xie Dahong's biological child? Qingmui's face darkened. He frowned and said, that old man was taken back to the apartment building by Li Yufeng while I was away. When I returned, I don't know what he said to her. Xie Dahong was a deputy division commander, and only high-level officials knew his family's secrets. Most residents of the apartment building were middle-level officials' families, mostly battalion or deputy battalion level. Qingmia was a full battalion officer and had just finished renovating his new house. Although they could apply for a larger place, the couple didn't plan to move yet. Xiaowan said, it's fine. I know it's not appropriate for you, a man, to argue with Li Yufeng. Besides, our family's matters shouldn't be discussed without my and my father's approval.
Qingmuye nodded.
I don't know what they're whispering behind my back, but I've noticed a few of the sisters-in-law giving me strange looks lately. Just explain things to them when you return. Go take a shower. You must be exhausted. Xiaowan didn't think much of it and let the matter go. A fake thing can't become real, and a real thing can't become fake. Besides, whether she is Xie Dahong's daughter doesn't matter much to Xiaowan now. If it weren't for Xie Dahong's recent good behavior, whether she recognizes him as her father would depend on Xiaowan's mood. The young couple just see this as a small interruption. After Xiaowan finished her bath, she took out the gifts she bought for Qingmu in Gangcheng, clothes, shoes, and a shaving kit, showing her treasures. They talked and played around, making Qingmu feel itchy and eager. The young couple closed the door and did their own thing, while outside in the apartment building, several women gathered together, whispering. Li Yufeng was chopping vegetables, smiling proudly. Some people rely on their parents or family connections and achieve quick success at a young age. Unlike us, born into poor farming families, working hard all our lives, and in the end, they don't even leave a drop of leftover soup for us. Now, some people are being brought back to reality. I want to see if Commander Xie still recognizes her as his daughter. Many military wives living in this apartment building are from the countryside, so their manners aren't very refined. Who isn't interested in gossip? Huang Juhua, who lives on the first floor, specially brought her own dishes upstairs to listen to the gossip. She leaned next to Li Yufeng while chopping vegetables and asked, that old man who came the other day said he was Xiao Xie's father and asked for support money. Did he clarify what was going on? Li Yufeng felt a bit guilty. Actually, Ren Taizhu had clearly said he was Xiaowan's stepfather. When he talked to her, he even called Xiaowan a wild child. She found that very exciting at the time. Although Li Yufeng didn't know much about Xiaowan's family, she knew that Ren Taizhu wasn't her real father. She was just holding back her anger, waiting for Qingmu to take Ren Taizhu away. When others asked her what was going on, she inexplicably told them that Ren Taizhu was Xiaowan's biological father. She simply didn't want Xiaowan to be Dahong's daughter. Women's jealousy can be very fierce. So when asked, she deliberately said that was her real father. She even imagined more details as she spoke, making her story more convincing and more lively. When Huang Jihua asked her again, Li Yufeng started to tell her story vividly. Let me tell you. She whispered her imagined story to Huang Jihua as if it were true. Huang Jihua listened with great interest. Sometimes their voices got a little louder, and others in the kitchen cooking could hear a few words. Zhang Xiaolan, who was annoyed, raised her voice to scold Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng, show some decency. If you have the guts, say these things directly to Xiao Xia or Commander Xia. Li Yufeng rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaolan. You're so obsessed with being a sycophant. Your master is about to fall from power, and you're still acting like the boss. I can't meet with my teacher. He is a high-ranking official, and I can't reach him. I just want to see when your master gets kicked out of the house. That would be satisfying. While Li Yufeng was proudly talking and spitting, suddenly a cold voice asked from behind, Who do you want to see being kicked out? Xia Wan is small and delicate, while Li Yufeng is tall, broad, and quite fat. But when they stand together, Li Yufeng seems to be overshadowed in presence. Feeling guilty, she tries to slip away. Xia Wan didn't want to explain her family troubles to outsiders, but just as she was about to start a fire, she overheard them gossiping behind her, which made her a bit angry. She grabbed Li Yufeng and said, Sister-in-law Li, I just overheard outside that you were talking about me. Since I have time now, could you please tell me what you just said about me? Li Yufeng had already spread rumors, so she didn't dare confront Xia Wan directly. Xia, let go. You're in the army. How can you hit us common folks? Li Yufeng, a big woman, struggled to break free but couldn't. She grew anxious. Xia Wan held on tightly, refusing to loosen her grip. I'm just afraid that if I let go, you'll run away and won't say these things to my face. Sister-in-law Li, what are you feeling guilty about? Li Yufeng stubbornly replied, Who's feeling guilty? My son is doing homework at home, and I'm worried about him slacking off. What's that got to do with you? She yanked hard, and with a ripping sound, her hand, held by Xia Wan, dislocated. Oh no, my hand is broken.
Li Yufeng bay lật.
Xia Wan had learned some bone-setting techniques from Su Xingbai. Before Li Yufeng could react, she grabbed her hand again, adjusted it, and set it back in place. Li Yufeng's pain eased, but she was sweating heavily, unsure if from pain or fear. When she finally realized what happened, she sat down heavily on the ground and started to make a fuss. Someone's been hurt, someone's been hurt. The others in the kitchen were also startled and didn't know how to stop her. At this moment, a figure appeared in the corridor and sternly called out, Xiao Wan, what are you doing over there? Except for the day Xia Wan got married, Xia Dahong had never been to the dormitory building. But the military wives inside all knew Xia Dahong because he was the deputy commander of the 2nd Division. No one expected him to show up now. Xia Wan was also surprised and came out of the kitchen, asking, Dad, why are you here? Xia Dahong had recently gained some weight. After walking in the sun, his face was sweaty. He took out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and said, I heard from the aid station that you came back. I happened to be passing by, so I came to see. Have you packed up? Once you're ready, come home with me for dinner. Xia Wan guessed that Xia Dahong had heard some rumors and came on purpose. With Xia Dahong's high emotional intelligence, he doesn't need to explain anything. His mere presence makes all rumors naturally disappear. Xia Dahong glanced toward the kitchen and recognized Zhang Xiaolan, nodding slightly. When Xia Wan got married, Zhang Xiaolan had run around helping a lot. As a respected teacher, Xia Dahong even greeted her, which made Zhang Xiaolan a bit excited. She stepped out of the kitchen, somewhat shy, and greeted Xia Dahong. He said, My daughter told me you take good care of her. Among neighbors, we should help each other. By the way, the logistics department plans to set up a military family committee. Each building will select a good representative to manage a family area. I think you are very suitable for this. This made Zhang Xiaolan very excited. The respected teacher himself called her an outstanding military family representative, and now she would manage this apartment building? Had she really become the official building manager? Other military wives came out to greet Xia Dahong as well. He behaved very kindly. Although he didn't know everyone when they greeted him, he nodded kindly. He had no airs of a senior officer, instead acting like a caring father visiting his daughter's home, friendly with neighbors. Li Yufeng had already gotten up from the ground but dared not step forward. Huang Juhua hurriedly nudged her and said, "Didn't you just say you wouldn't see the teacher? Now that he's here, why don't you ask him?" Li Yufeng wished she could sew her mouth shut. She was so guilty she dared not let Xie Dahong notice her. After Xie Dahong and Xiaowan went inside, Zhang Xiaolan asked Li Yufeng, those rumors you spread earlier, were they all lies? Did you really think we're all fools? They are father and daughter. How dare you spread rumors behind the teacher's back? I think you want to be sent for re-education. Other military wives also started to complain about Li Yufeng. Anyone with eyes could see that Xie Dahong came personally because he knew about the gossip behind their backs. If he got angry and disciplined their husbands, it would be frightening. Li Yufeng, we were all deceived by you. Zhang Xiaolan, you need to help us clarify this with Xiao Xie. Li Yufeng was also scared. She wanted to slap herself. How could she have been so foolish to tell such an easily exposed lie? She only talked nonsense in the apartment building. How did it reach the teacher's ears? She looked at Zhang Xiaolan with full resentment, convinced she had reported her. Seeing Qin Mai also at home, Xie Dahong joked, "Xiao Yi, why are you at home? It's still working hours. Didn't you say you've been training day and night, refusing to stop even for a moment?" Qin Mai looked a bit embarrassed. I heard Xiaowan came back, and I was worried she didn't bring her keys, so I came to deliver them. I'll go back to work now." After saying this, Qin Mai tried to leave quickly. Although he is my father-in-law, he is also my superior. He always behaves very professionally, so getting caught sneaking out was quite awkward for him. Xiaowan quickly grabbed him and pointed at his watch, saying, "Only half an hour left until work ends, enough time for you to run back and forth." Qin Moi hesitated, unsure whether to leave or stay. Suddenly, he realized something and turned the question back on Xie Dahong. "Dad, since you're not off work yet, how come you're wandering around here?" Xie Dahong replied seriously, "Who's wandering? I'm working now." The logistics department reported some mice in the residential area. "I came to check the situation." Qin Moi thought to himself, "You're making excuses again. As a senior officer, it's not necessary for you to personally handle mice problems." Xiaowan was thinking, could it be that Xiaoji's subordinates are causing trouble? I need to remind Xiaoji tonight to control those mice. The mice must follow family planning to keep their numbers in check. Since Xiaowan saw that Xie Dahong had come specifically to support her, she went inside and took out 3 bottles of top-quality foreign wine and a box of cigars, placing them on the table. She said, "Dad, I remember you liked foreign wine last time. When I went to Gangcheng, I brought you 3 bottles. Each costs several hundred Hong Kong dollars. And these cigars, try one, taste it." Xie Dahong smiled so broadly his mouth almost twisted his neck, but he muttered, "You kid, always spending money recklessly. How much is your salary? You're spending Hong Kong dollars on wine? How much can your daily allowance be? You're buying wine with it?" When the 3 of them returned home for dinner, Xie Dahong secretly called Xie Wan into the study. He mysteriously handed her an envelope, saying, "Xiaowan, this is the money and receipts I've saved over the past 2 months. All for you. Don't tell your brother. He's a jealous type." Xiaowan didn't lack money or receipts now. She also didn't think her brother, Xie Yuanchao, was jealous.
"Dad, I don't want it."
"Keep it for my brother to get married. Don't say he's jealous. It's because you've wronged him before. He won't be jealous of me." Xie Dahong was caught off guard and a little upset. He sulkily took back the envelope and said, "You're just favoritism towards your brother. Humph, when he gets married, you'll see."
"He's just SO."
Xiaowan became alert and asked, "Dad, is my brother dating someone?" Xie Dahong nodded. Someone introduced him to a girl. They just started talking, and he's already smitten. Xiaowan found it strange. She had only been gone for about 10 days, and now her brother was dating? Who was this impressive person? Xiaowan thought that Xie Dahong didn't seem like someone who would speak carelessly about such matters. However, Xia Yuanchao refused to admit anything. Could it be that there was something wrong with the woman, making Xia Yuanchao too embarrassed to say? After all, they are siblings, and Xiaowan couldn't interfere too strongly with her older brother's love life. She could only keep this in her heart and decide to observe secretly. That evening, the family had a nice meal together. After dinner, Xiaowan took out the gifts she had prepared for everyone to share. Not only did Xia Yuanchao and Xia Xing receive gifts, but Lu Lan and Aunt Zhou also received presents. Xia Dahong started making calls again, showing off the foreign wine and cigars his daughter brought him. Commissar Su answered the call, feeling a bit annoyed, and complained to Su Mama, "You see, raising daughters and sons is so different. Look at little Wan and then look at your son. Mai went back last time. Didn't he say they went on a mission together? Little Wan knows to bring gifts for old Xia, but your son came back and didn't even call." Hearing that her son was back, Su Mama worried whether Su Bing might have been hurt during his mission outside, so she immediately called the special duty team. Su Bing answered the call. After a few words from Su Mama, Su Bing grew impatient. "Mom, I'll come back another day to listen to your nagging. I'm busy now." Su Mama was so angry she repeated Su Jingwei's earlier complaints. Su Bing clenched his teeth, remembering where those foreign wines and cigars came from. Weren't they all taken from Xiao Biao's nightclub? If he had known, he would have taken a couple too. After dinner, Xiaowan checked Xia Xing's homework. Qin Muyue wanted to talk to Xia Yuanchao, but he said he needed to go back to the dorm. Since Lu Lan came to their house, Xia Yuanchao felt it was less convenient at home and often stayed in the dorm. Tonight, Qin Muyue found it strange because he just heard Xiaowan ask Xia Yuanchao about something. He went into Xia Xing's room and told Xiaowan, "Your brother is going back to the dorm first." Xiaowan immediately put down her homework and asked Xia Xing, "Do you know about Big Brother's relationship?" Xia Xing shook his head, but his eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Sister, are you going to investigate? Check if his is big?" Xiaowan slapped the back of Xia Xing's head and scolded, "Are you still stuck on that? Big Brother is looking for a wife for us, not a pig." Since the spring festival in Xia village, where she heard that a big could help have children, Xia Xing had developed a new obsession. He hoped his big brother would find someone who could give him nephews and nieces, so he wouldn't be the youngest at home. Xia Wan took Qin Muyue back to the living room and just happened to see Xia Yuanchao go to the bathroom to wash up before heading out. It's suspicious that he only just came back from a shower? Yes, there's a bathhouse over there, more convenient than at home. Xiaowan likes Qin Mai because he always goes along with her. She knows Qin Mai doesn't like gossip, but to keep her happy, he pretends to be interested, which makes her even more excited. Xia Yuanchao pretends to ask them casually, "Are you guys leaving now? I'll go back first." Without waiting for their answer, he steps out the door. Xiaowan pulls Qin Mai and says, "Let's follow him." I don't believe he's going back to the dorm. Sure enough, after leaving the Xia family house, Xia Yuanchao rides his bike, heading in a different direction from the dorm. Xiaowan feels a bit annoyed. My bike is parked over at the apartment building. Qin Mai sees a few cars parked near the security guard and asks to borrow one. He pushes it out and says, "Get in." The two secretly follow Xia Yuanchao out of the family compound onto the main road, riding into the city. Xiaowan suddenly remembers when she was dating Qin Mai, they also sat on a bike like this, thinking they were on a secret mission. Qin Mai was just joking around, but riding along he also remembered how fun it was. There was a small bump on the road and Qin Mai, who could have avoided it, deliberately pressed down on it. The bike jolted, and Xiaowan naturally held him tighter. Qin Mai, pleased with himself, looked for more bumps to enjoy the feeling of his wife holding him close. At first, Xiaowan didn't notice, but then she pinched his soft waist and said, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Ride properly, or we'll lose him." When they entered the city, many residents were out for evening walks. They really did lose him. "Let's go to the cinema." "He's probably on a date," Xiaowan said. With his personality, he'd only go to the cinema for a date at night. When they arrived, they saw Xia Yuanchao and a girl about to go inside. "Is that her?" Xiaowan recognized the girl's profile. She was a bit surprised. She had suspected earlier that it might be Lu Shiqi. Su's mother had once arranged a marriage between Xia Yuanchao and Liu Shiqi. Although Liu Shiqi had once scolded Xia Wan for defending Yu Yun, making Xia Yuanchao unhappy, their arranged marriage failed. Still, Liu Shiqi was very pretty. When Xia Dahong said her brother was dating someone, Xia Wan immediately thought of Liu Shiqi. But it turned out not to be her. Could it be Huang Lili? The girl who shared Liu Shiqi's dorm and spread rumors about her, a talented soldier. Compared to Liu Shiqi, Xia Wan liked Huang Lili even less. Liu Shiqi was at least brave, but Huang Lili was just a gossiping woman, as bad as Li Yufeng from the apartment building. Was her brother out of his mind? Why would he like someone like her? Let's go inside too. I want to see how she's fooling my brother, this big fool. Seeing that Xia Wan looked upset, Qin Mai naturally bought 2 movie tickets. The 2 of them went inside together. Before the movie started, Xia Wan looked around and found her brother Xia Yuanchao and Huang Lili sitting in their seats. Big brother, what a coincidence. You're here to watch the movie too? Xia Yuanchao looked a bit nervous. Why did his sister and her husband suddenly appear? Huang Lili saw Xia Wan and was also surprised. It was clear she already knew Xia Wan was Xia Yuanchao's sister. They had a past conflict. She had dated her brother, and what if Xia Wan objected? Big brother, your seat is in front. I have poor eyesight, so can we switch? Hearing Xia Wan want to change seats, Xia Yuanchao stood up. Huang Lili also stood up. Xiao Wan, let me introduce you. No need, big brother. I know this comrade Huang. We are comrades in the new recruits unit. Brother, go sit at the back with Mai. I'll sit with Huang Lili. Hearing that Xia Wan said she and Huang Lili were comrades, Xia Yuanchao was quite happy. Although he felt a bit disappointed that she only wanted to switch with him, he didn't think it was wrong. He turned to Huang Lili and said, Comrade Huang, since you are my sister's comrade, you can sit together. Huang Lili almost felt like vomiting blood. Today was her and Xia Yuanchao's second official date. Was Xia Wan deliberately causing trouble? The movie started. Xia Wan and Huang Lili sat together, not feeling awkward, and watched the screen with interest. Huang Lili thought she should improve her relationship with Xia Wan. She nervously offered her a big white rabbit candy. I'm worried it'll stick to my teeth, Xia Wan shook her head. Huang Lili forced herself to apologize. Xia Wan, I was wrong before. Can you forgive me? Xia Wan pretended to forget and asked, what happened? Huang Lili couldn't keep recalling everything for her again, so she turned her head and focused on the screen, but she couldn't really pay attention to what was happening. Huang Lili's family wasn't well off, but she had an aunt who married well. She married a battalion commander. She became a performing arts soldier partly because she looked good and had a nice voice, and partly because her aunt and uncle helped her. Xia Yuanchao was introduced to her by her uncle. When she heard he was the son of Commander Xia, she liked him immediately. She knew Xia Yuanchao was quite selective. Before they officially met, she carefully staged a chance encounter to make him like her first. Then her aunt took her to meet him. Sure enough, Xia Yuanchao had a very good impression of her after seeing her acting deliberately earlier. They agreed to start dating. She felt proud, walking tall in the troop, confident that she would become the daughter-in-law of Commander Xia. I didn't expect to hear by chance in the cultural troupe that Liu Shiqi was also arranged to marry Xia Yuanchao. Moreover, it was because of Xia Yuanchao's sister that things fell apart. After asking around, I found out that Xia Yuanchao's sister is actually Xia Wan. This made Huang Lili very anxious. During their first date, she subtly told Xia Yuanchao that although they had agreed to be a couple, they had just met, so she hoped to keep their relationship private for now. Xia Yuanchao thought she might be worried that if things didn't work out, it could hurt her reputation, so he agreed to keep it a secret from everyone for the time being. Huang Lili finally felt relieved. She was confident that given some time, she could make Xia Yuanchao fall in love with her. As long as Xia Yuanchao liked her, what could Xia Wan, as a younger sister, possibly do to stop her? Later, she also heard from her aunt that Xia Wan was not Xia Dahong's biological sister, which made Huang Lili even more reckless. She thought men are often attracted by looks. To Xia Yuanchao, Xia Wan, a stray younger sister he picked up, couldn't be more distant than his own girlfriend. Today was their official second date. Xiaowan suddenly appeared, catching Huang Lili off guard. But she still believed she had a chance. Qin Mai initially thought they would watch a movie together, but it turned out to be her brother-in-law, and he shot a resentful glance at Xie Yuanchao. "Brother, didn't you go back to the dorm?" Xie Yuanchao's lie was exposed, and he could only awkwardly smile. Although Qin Mai was his brother-in-law, he was also his boss. Qin Mai was feeling quite annoyed. Today, his wife had just returned. He had been following Xie Yuanchao with his wife to make her happy. Seeing Xiaowan look unhappy just now, he was sure that the girl Xie Yuanchao chose was not reliable. He asked Xie Yuanchao in a deep voice, "Brother, why are you hiding your relationship with Xiaowan?" Xie Yuanchao scratched his head. "I didn't mean to hide it. We just met not long ago, and it's not time to meet the family yet." Qin Mai couldn't interfere in his brother-in-law's marriage, so he just hummed and started to doze off. He needed to rest well, preparing for tonight's battle. After the movie ended, both groups left the cinema. Xiaowan asked Huang Lili, "Comrade Huang, where do you live?" Huang Lili said she lived in the cultural troops dormitory. The troop was an independent unit, not exactly in the same place as the 2nd Division's base, just nearby and on the way. Xie Yuanchao and Huang Lili both rode bikes. They were originally riding side by side, but Xiaowan directed Qin Mai to move between them, separating the two. She kept asking questions eagerly. "Brother, how did you meet Comrade Huang?" "Brother, is that Captain Xiao who lives in our building? His wife is called Huang Jihua." "Oh, Huang Jihua is your aunt, Comrade Huang." When they reached the entrance of the cultural troop, Huang Lili still didn't find a chance to talk alone with Xie Yuanchao. But Xiaowan had already figured out their matchmaking process and how things were developing. She heard that they had met once before the match was arranged. On the way home that day, as Xie Yuanchao passed the small woods in front of the residential area, a limping orange cat ran out and nearly bumped into him. A girl was chasing after the cat and called out, "Comrade, please help me stop it." Xie Yuanchao was confused, but still helped the girl catch the cat. The girl had gauze and red medicine, saying she wanted to bandage the cat's wound. She asked Xie Yuanchao to hold the cat for a moment. The girl explained she found the stray cat injured and went to the clinic to get gauze and medicine to help it. Xie Yuanchao, a rough man, held the orange cat and looked at the pretty girl gently bandaging the cat, softly talking to it and calling it hush-hush. He was so captivated that he lost focus. He thought this girl was kind-hearted and very gentle in her words and actions. The girl was wearing a floral dress, and when she bent down to apply the medicine, her neckline revealed just enough to catch his eye, making his heart race. He quickly looked away and didn't dare to stare again. After bandaging the cat, Xie Yuanchao hurriedly ran off, without even asking the girl's name. But as if fate had arranged it, the next day, Captain Xiao, who was persistent, dragged him to a blind date. He saw the girl again. Naturally, Xie Yuanchao agreed to try dating her. The girl was Huang Lili. After hearing their story, Xie Yuanchao's sister, Xiaowan, sneered inwardly, thinking, what kind of destined love is that? Maybe he was just tricked into it. At the entrance of the cultural troupe, Huang Lili got out of the car looking a bit wronged, gazing at Xie Yuanchao and asking, "Captain Xie, aren't you going to walk me in?" Xie Yuanchao also felt that today's date was a little insincere, so he got out of the car to walk Huang Lili in. Xiaowan, very enthusiastic, held Xie Yuanchao's arm and pouted, "Brother, hurry up. I'm so tired and want to go home and sleep." Huang Lili wanted to say, "If you're tired, why don't you leave first? Isn't your husband right there?" But to keep her image in Xie Yuanchao's mind, she couldn't say that. She could only pretend to be generous, saying, "Since Xiaowan is tired, you two should go back quickly." She thought that if Xie Yuanchao was polite, he would let Xiaowan and Qin Mai leave first. But Xie Yuanchao was straightforward. He was a devoted brother who loved his sister very much. Thinking that his sister had just returned from a business trip, he didn't want to wait any longer. He immediately got back on his bike, waved to Huang Lili, and said, "Comrade Huang, goodbye. I won't go in." Watching the three of them leave, Huang Lili felt upset and wondered if Xiaowan might cause trouble. On the way home, Xia Yuanchao felt a bit embarrassed. He never expected that Xiaowan was deliberately following him to the cinema. He thought it was just his sister and her husband deciding spontaneously to go see a movie and happened to meet him there. He couldn't help but scold Qin Mai, saying, My sister just came back from a business trip. Why don't you let her rest at home? This movie is SOSO, there's no need to see it. Qin Mai kept riding his bike, too lazy to bother with this straightforward older brother-in-law. Xiaowan felt a bit worried, thinking her older brother had spent the past 5 years in a simple border town and had forgotten how tricky people can be. There, for Xia Yuanchao, there were only enemies and friends. Enemies were obvious. Friends were few, and everyone stuck together for warmth, without anyone plotting against each other. After returning to the mainland, besides dealing with Xia Dahong and Shi Yun, he seemed to see everyone as good people, always cheerful. This made her think she should be more alert. He probably didn't realize he was quite popular, with many women hoping to be with him. Big brother, you once said if I helped you find a partner, it still counted, right? Xia Yuanchao said confidently. Of course, Xiaowan replied. She pouted and asked, Then why didn't you tell me? Xia Yuanchao explained again, saying he'd just met her recently and it wasn't the right time to introduce her to the family. Big brother, if it's really time for you to meet the family and I think you're not suitable, what will you do?
Huh.
Xia Yuanchao seemed to realize this was an important question for the first time. I believe I like her and you definitely like her too, he said a bit hesitantly. Xiaowan clearly said, Big brother, I met Huang Lily during basic training.
She even spread rumors about me.
You can check, she probably still has a reprimand because of that. I think you two aren't suitable. Xia Yuanchao was stunned. Xiaowan, do you think you might be misunderstanding Huang? I don't think she's like that. Brother, do you think I would falsely accuse someone easily? He hesitated, feeling sure that Xiaowan wouldn't harm him, but he also trusted his own judgment. How could such a gentle, kind girl be a gossipmonger? Xiaowan, I don't doubt you, but I think there's definitely a misunderstanding. I really think Huang Lily is a good person, he said. Xiaowan's heart sank. She thought, oh no, he's falling for her. It might be hard to change his mind with just a few words. If she insisted on breaking them up, it might even affect their sibling relationship. She knew she had to be careful. Xia Yuanchao, I want to tell you seriously. Sometimes what you see isn't the full truth. Not only enemies can hide their true selves. Women can pretend too when they like a man. Be more careful, she warned. Hearing her call him by his full name made Xia Yuanchao realize this was serious. But deep down, he felt reluctant about Huang Lily. Little Wan, don't worry. I trust you. I'll observe a bit longer. Xia Yuanchao decided to use a delaying tactic first. Qin Mai was worried that the siblings might argue, so he quickly said, Big brother is an adult now and can control himself. Xia Yuanchao gratefully agreed, Yes, I can control myself. Xiaowan sighed, knowing that men's words are often lies. Earlier, Xia Yuanchao had said he wanted her to help check potential partners, but when he actually met someone and developed feelings, it was clear he wouldn't give up easily. Back at the residential area, Xiaowan and Qin Mai returned their car and went home separately. Seeing Xiaowan's low spirits, Qin Mai comforted her. Little Wan, don't worry about Big Brother's matter. He just came back from Tibet, where there are probably very few pigs, so he's easily confused. Xiaowan was amused and playfully pinched Qin Mai. Oh, so you're calling my brother a pig? But she actually thought Qin Mai was right. I'll be returning to Chongqing in a few days. Please keep an eye on him and remind him that marriage is a serious matter and should be considered carefully. Qin Mai felt a bit awkward. Being a man, it seemed strange to keep tabs on his brother-in-law's dating life all day. Xiaowan suddenly had an idea and said, bring him to our house more often, so he can get to know Li Yufeng next door. Qin Mai was puzzled. What does Li Yufeng have to do with this? Xiaowan explained, I've noticed that Li Yufeng is closer to Huang Juhua. But Li Yufeng is very jealous. Since Huang Juhua is Huang Lily's aunt, and Li Yufeng knows Huang Juhua's niece is close to my brother, she'll definitely feel jealous. She probably knows a lot about Huang Juhua's family, or she'll try to find out. She'll do her best to interfere with my brother and Huang Lily. Mai looked at Xiaowan in surprise. Honey, what's with your brain? Are you using military tactics? Isn't this just using one person against another? Xiaowan pouted. It's because you're too useless to help. I thought of using poison to fight poison. Li Yufeng, with her gossiping tongue. I wonder if I can get her to help me deal with Huang Lily's gossiping tongue. Our family can't marry a gossiping woman. Xiaowan stayed in Nancheng for 3 days before returning to Chongqing. School was already on holiday. After tidying up her dorm, she went straight to the affiliated hospital to report to Zhou Aimin. Seeing that Xiaowan had returned early, Zhou Aimin's usually stern face briefly showed a smile. But that smile disappeared quickly. He said seriously, from today on, you will handle all the medical records. Any questions? Xiaowan nodded quickly. No problem, Teacher Zhou. You can rest assured, I will be very careful. Wu Jian, as if relieved, brought several thick stacks of medical records to the table assigned to Xiaowan and exclaimed, My dear sister, you're finally back. You're not here, Zhang Weiguo is also not here, and there is no one to help. Even my own brother is getting tired. Since everything has already been exposed, Wu Jian no longer hides the fact that he secretly brought back Xiaowan. He even argued with Zhou Aimin several times, complaining that Zhou Aimin stole his apprentice. But Zhou Aimin is the director, and Wu Jian couldn't win against him. Plus, he was punished harshly by Zhou Aimin. Xiaowan shared the chocolates and candies she brought back from Port City with everyone. She bought a lot, and after sharing around, there were still many left, so she put them in the nurse station for everyone to take. The nurses, who had never tasted such chocolates before, were amazed and said, They're so delicious. Little Xia, this must be expensive, right? Why are you so generous? How much did it cost? Xiaowan didn't want to seem too luxurious, so she joked, It didn't cost anything. It was sent by colleagues from the Foreign Trade Department. She then gave a box of chocolates to Wu Jian as a thank you. Wu Jian was surprised and said, My dear sister, you don't have feelings for your brother, do you? Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Xiaowan hit her head and remembered that Wu Jian had returned from abroad, so he must have eaten chocolates before and understood their significance in Western culture. She quickly took back the box of chocolates, glanced at Wu Jian, and said, Dr. Wu, you're quite narcissistic. Never mind, I'll keep it for Zhang Weiguo. Hearing that, Wu Jian hurriedly snatched it back and hid it in his drawer, saying, I'll take it home for your sister-in-law to try. That day, Zhou Aimin had several appendectomy surgeries and surprisingly took Xiaowan into the operating room. At first, Xiaowan could only assist with her eyes. Near the end of the shift, Zhou Aimin asked her to switch to the second assistant position, helping with stopping bleeding and cleaning the abdominal cavity. The next morning, after the department's morning meeting, Zhou Aimin suddenly told the head nurse, starting today, schedule Xiaowan for night shifts too. During night shifts, she will follow Wu Jian. Interns do not usually work night shifts. When their mentors are on duty at night, they should volunteer to join, if they are responsible. Zhou Aimin, nearly 60 years old, and the department head, doesn't need to work night shifts himself. Only in critical cases do doctors call him to come in for support. Zhou Aimin's arrangement was to ensure that Xiaowan's workload was enough, and to have Wu Jian help her. If others who lacked motivation heard this, they might think Zhou Aimin was unfair to Xiaowan. But Xiaowan was very happy because she no longer had to sneak in at night secretly. Many surgeries during the day are done in specialized departments, and emergency cases are usually simple. At night, when other departments are closed, all kinds of patients come into the emergency room. The most valuable experience for training is during night shifts. Wu Jian looked annoyed and muttered, Haha, old guy, you know you're getting too old for night shifts. That's why you're giving your apprentice to me. Always trying to take advantage of me. After the shift, Wu Jian held his head high and said to Xiaowan, From today on, you're no longer your half-brother. I am your second master.
Got it?
Xiaowan nodded obediently. Dr. Wu, whatever you say, I'll do. As long as you teach me, even if you call me your second grandpa, I'm fine with it. That night, they were on duty together. At 9 o'clock, Xiaowan accompanied Wu Jian to check the rooms. The emergency department has 60 beds. Patients here usually stay only a short time. Once their condition stabilizes, they are transferred to other departments. If their condition is unstable, they might have to go to the morgue. Staying in the emergency department all night is impossible. The ward rounds took an hour. Watching Wu Jian communicate with patients and remind their families about precautions, Xiaowan thought about how important the doctor's role was. At 11 o'clock, Wu Jian fell asleep in the doctor's office, and a patient called Xiaowan to wake him. He had worked all day and still had night shift, really exhausting. Xiaowan was organizing medical records when the nurse called her over. When she arrived, she saw a young man helping an elderly person and urgently shouting, "Doctor, my dad has had stomach pain all day. Please help him." Xiaowan asked the nurse to bring a bed over and help the elderly lie down. After pressing on his abdomen, she diagnosed him with likely acute appendicitis. But after asking the young man about when the symptoms started, she became worried it might have perforated. "Sister O, go call Dr. Wu. He might need emergency surgery." Xiaowan brought over the ECG machine and performed an electrocardiogram. After Wu Jian examined him, he ordered the operating room to be prepared immediately. "It probably hasn't perforated yet, but it will if we wait. Get the family to sign the consent." While washing his hands, Wu Jian joked, "Maybe you should do this surgery yourself. I can assist you." Xiaowan was thrilled. She was working the night shift just for this kind of hands-on experience. She had already learned how to perform an appendectomy with Wu Jian, but she was only assisting. Wu Jian didn't dare let her operate independently. Now, with Zhou Aimin's more relaxed attitude, Wu Jian was bolder and even agreed to let her be the lead surgeon. "Big brother. Call me second master." "All right, second master. Is this allowed?" Wu Jian was surprised. "What rules?" "Can't you do it?" Xiaowan asked carefully, "But I'm still an intern. Isn't there a medical review process?" Wu Jian was even more confused. "I usually supervise students doing surgeries." "What review? What about internships? You're here to learn, right? If I don't let you operate now, how will you learn to do surgeries independently in the future?" Xiaowan finally realized that in the 1970s, the medical system was not as strict and the doctor-patient relationships weren't as harsh as in later years. In medical school, teachers mentor students. When they see you learn well, they let you practice more, hoping you'll become independent soon. Xiaowan couldn't quite describe her feelings. She chose to study veterinary medicine instead of human medicine, not because she was bad at school, but because she was really scared by the medical disputes shown on TV. Even though she loved medicine, she didn't dare pursue that career. Not only medical disputes, but also the danger to doctors' lives in later times made her hesitant. There had been many incidents where patients' families attacked doctors if they failed to save someone. Living in such a simple time is really good. Xiaowan couldn't help but sigh. Wu Jian turned to look at her. "What's wrong? Wasn't it just a surgery? Do you want to compose a poem on the spot? Appendectomy is just a small operation. You see me do so many surgeries, and now I've even learned from old Joe. You should get a turn too. Don't worry, I'm here with you. If there's a problem, I'll stop you in time." Xiaowan chuckled. "I know. It's not the first time. Am I a little excited?" Wu Jian nodded. "You're quite brave. Even men can get nervous the first time they open someone up." Thinking about it, performing an appendectomy involves opening the abdomen. The anesthetist, Lu Chunyang, was a seasoned doctor in his 40s. He usually got along well with Wu Jian. Seeing where they stood, he understood that today Xiaowan was the lead surgeon. The patient was still awake, but no one said anything to avoid worrying him. Lu Chunyang gave Xiaowan an encouraging look. She clasped her hands in front of her and made a pleading gesture. During surgery, the anesthetist is very important. Xiaowan began choosing the incision site. In later times, most appendectomies are done with laparoscopic surgery, but now they still had to open the abdomen. The usual incision for an appendectomy is at McBurney's point, the spot on the right lower abdomen where pain is most intense, about 1/3 along the line from the navel to the right iliac crest. Xiaowan chose an oblique incision on the lower right abdomen. Watching her steadily cut open the patient's abdomen and start exploring the appendix, Lu Chunyang was a bit surprised. "Little Xia, this doesn't look like your first time leading a surgery," he said. "This knife technique makes me think she used to be a butcher," Wu Jian joked. Xiaowan quietly handled the appendix, mesentery, and root, steady as an old dog. After sewing the last stitch, she replied to Wu Jian, "You're the butcher. I call this sweeping away enemies with unstoppable force. In the world of knife skills, only speed is unbreakable. Do you understand?" Wu Jian scoffed, "You're the one who taught me. Do I understand or not?" At that moment, Xiaowan's mind chimed. Professional skill upgrade, reward, a dedication badge. Xiaowan was surprised that her first time leading a surgery could earn her a dedication badge. She was very happy, smiling as she looked at the removed appendix and laughed foolishly. Wu Jian suddenly felt a chill. Who the heck looks at an appendix and laughs like that? Xiaowan, you wouldn't want to eat it as a midnight snack, right?
Xiaowan awkwardly said, "No,
I'm just happy, and it suddenly looked nice to me." Wu Jian peeked at the appendix on the plate, making a gagging face, and said, "This thing looks ugly no matter how you see it. Can you really find it attractive? Do you have a weird obsession with ugly things? If so, I'd be relieved. I was worried that, with a handsome master like me, you might have bad intentions." Xiaowan knew Wu Jian loved joking and didn't bother to argue. She glared at him and pointed at the patient's abdomen, scolding, "First assistant, don't you have any awareness? It's your turn to close the abdomen." Wu Jian stared in disbelief. "You're rebellious. You dare to let your master really help you? Close the abdomen yourself." Xiaowan's confidence weakened a bit. While sewing, she muttered, "Why is it always me closing the abdomen? When you're the lead surgeon, I'm the assistant, and I close the abdomen. Now that you're my first assistant for the first surgery, you want me to do it myself? Don't you want me to fully experience the joy of leading the operation?" Lu Chunyang and the other nurses burst into laughter, thinking this master and apprentice duo were quite the comedians. The next day, Zhou Aimin found out that Xiaowan had led an appendix surgery the night before. Zhou Aimin asked Wu Jian to give a detailed report of the operation and personally check the patient's wound and recovery. Xiaowan felt a bit nervous, worried Zhou Aimin might think she wasn't qualified and take away her right to lead surgeries. Participating in a surgery and leading a surgery are very different. From last night's operation, Xiaowan learned a lot. During this season, the emergency room sees the most appendix cases. That morning, before entering the operating room, Zhou Aimin told Xiaowan, "This patient probably has a perforation. Do you dare to lead the surgery?" Xiaowan's heart skipped a beat. The last patient was lucky. After opening the abdomen, it was found not to be perforated, with no contamination, so the surgery was easy. She never expected Zhou Aimin to ask her to lead a surgery that was definitely perforated the next day. Was that a bit too much? But Xiaowan was not afraid. She bravely agreed, "I dare." Zhou Aimin frowned. He just wanted to see Xiaowan's skill. With him there, nothing would go wrong. When Xiaowan heard it was a perforation, she didn't hesitate at all and seemed a bit eager to finish quickly, which made her slightly annoyed. But since the words had already been spoken, she couldn't take them back. The surgery began with an incision at McBurney's point on the lower right abdomen. The patient was a bit overweight, with thick subcutaneous fat. Xiaowan carefully cut through the dermis and subcutaneous layers step by step. She looked at Zhou Aimin, who probably rarely assisted in surgeries, and suddenly realized it was her turn to use the electrocautery for hemostasis. Xiaowan internally complained, "This assistant's eyesight isn't as good as Dr. Wu's." Of course, this was just her playful remark, and she didn't think about Zhou Aimin. If not for teaching her, as a senior director, how many chances would he have to assist? Carefully, Xiaowan explored the abdominal cavity and found a large amount of pus seeping inside. That was unfortunate. She had to first clean out the pus before fully exposing the surgical field.
"Gauze,"
she called out, and the nurse handed her some gauze. Xiaowan began to peel away a bunch of intestines. Zhou Aimin silently nodded. Although she was a female student, her fearless attitude toward dirt and hardship was quite impressive. Finally, Xiaowan cleared the pus and exposed the beginning of the cecum. Following the cecum, she found an inflamed, thickened appendix. The appendix was about 10 centimeters long and 1.5 centimeters in diameter, with gangrenous perforation at the root, surrounded by fat and tightly adhered to nearby tissues. Facing such dense adhesions, Siawon had no experience. She didn't force her way through, but looked at Zhou Aimin for help. "Professor Zhou, please demonstrate how to peel off the adhesions," she asked. Zhou Aimin nodded slightly. His earlier impatience was gone, and he took the scalpel, kindly saying, "Watch closely, I'll show you." Zhou Aimin valued training students' skills, but he cared even more about their moral standards. If Siawon had dared to cut without confidence just now, he would have immediately asked her to leave the operating room. Although nearly 60 and about to retire, Zhou Aimin's hands were still very steady. Watching his fingers move on the mesentery, Siawon suddenly had a vivid imagination. Those ugly adhesions seemed to turn into piano keys, and Zhou Aimin was playing a symphony of life. "Do you understand?" Zhou Aimin asked. After separating part of the adhesion, he handed the operation over to Siawon. She continued to peel away the tissues. The necrotic adhesions had to be removed carefully without damaging the blood vessels. This was a delicate task. Once the adhesions were separated, Siawon quickly cut out the swollen, perforated appendix. Alcohol swab. Saline solution. She also needed to clean and disinfect the remaining stump of the appendix. Then came the suturing. Zhou Aimin fully trusted her suturing skills. Siawon learned her lesson this time. After suturing, she asked Zhou Aimin to check her work, then she consciously started to close her abdomen. She didn't dare to imagine asking Zhou Aimin to help her with the closing. The surgery was finished. Zhou Aimin nodded at Siawon. "Today, you will be the lead surgeon for all my appendectomy surgeries." Siawon was very happy. Did Zhou Aimin approve of her? After a day of surgeries, Siawon had no night shift and returned to her dormitory. She was alone there. She locked the door and entered her space. Siawon's time was very tight every day. To get enough rest, she moved the bed from her study to the backtracking hall. Inside, time was frozen. She could sleep until she woke naturally, while outside, everything remained the same. This made Siawon feel incredibly lucky. She suddenly had much more time for rest or study than others. She was so exhausted that she didn't even want to practice her skills. She lay down on the bed and slept deeply, waking naturally later. Then she started to record her notes. She wanted to write down her insights and what she learned from the day's surgeries. While writing, she suddenly had some doubts about a step in the surgery. She tried to recall, but the blood vessels inside the abdomen were tangled and complex, and she couldn't quite remember. Suddenly, she remembered that the backtracking hall could virtualize and trace back past events. Siawon spent 2,000 resentment points and traced back to the surgery she did 2 hours earlier. Because she was the main subject of the trace, in the virtual scene, she was still performing the surgery. Even in her daze, the Zhou Aimin beside her glared at her. Siawon was startled awake, as if she had discovered a new world. She began to repeat the surgery and asked the Zhou Aimin beside her question. To her surprise, Zhou Aimin answered her. Siawon felt she had found a very unusual way to use the backtracking hall. Since the past trace back in the hall was real, could she do the surgery again after finishing it, or even countless times? After all, surgery is a craft. Practicing suturing 1,000 times is different from practicing only a few times. Her skills would be completely different. Repeating the surgery every day would be much better than just thinking about it or writing it down. Siawon decided to try. After completing the surgery, she used her resentment points to exchange for 10 hours of backtracking time. The scene in front of her changed again. She returned to the operating room, ready to cut open the perforated appendix patient. In the virtual scene, even the surgical tools and characters were restored to reality. Siawon immediately started the surgery. Thinking that the Zhou Aimin on the other side was fake, she asked questions while operating. "Old Zhou, tell me, what are the differences between these types of incisions?" Opposite, Zhou Aimin glared at her. "Did you not study for the exam?" Zhou Aimin addressed Siawon as Old Zhou without any noticeable feeling. Siawon deliberately said, "I didn't remember." Zhou Aimin huffed and glared, but still explained the differences between several incision methods to Siawon. Siawon grinned. It was amazing. Could this virtual Zhou Aimin have the same skills and knowledge as the real one? Then what was she waiting for? She had many questions, so she quickly asked. Unfortunately, this virtual Zhou Aimin not only had the same knowledge level but also the same temper as the real one. As Siawon asked more questions, old Zhou felt she wasn't focused on the surgery and that her questions were too silly, so he directly kicked her out of the operating room. To avoid wasting her grudge points and start over, Siawon had to lower herself and flatter this virtual Zhou Aimin. Only then did she get another chance to enter the operating room during the next surgery. This meant she could review, but not practice surgeries wildly. However, when encountering normal problems during surgery, she could ask Zhou Aimin, who patiently answered her. When the last surgery was finished and the time for the rewind was about to run out, Siawon mischievously asked the fake Zhou Aimin, "Old Zhou, you looked down on me back then. Do you now see me in a new light?" The person in the reversal hall was actually a clone of the real person at that past moment. The Zhou Aimin opposite her, being asked so directly and embarrassingly, turned angry and roared, "Get out. Starting today, you will work night shifts for a whole week." Siawon stuck out her tongue. "Haha, lucky or fake. I can't afford to offend you." When the rewind time ended, Zhou Aimin and the operating room disappeared together. Siawon stood in the reversal hall, feeling very proud. Haha, with this cheat device, are there surgeries she can't learn? She exchanged another 10 hours to continue practicing. After dozens of hours of practice, Siawon dared say that now, besides Zhou Aimin, no one else in the affiliated hospital could perform appendectomy surgeries as skillfully as she could. When she left the reversal hall and looked at the time on her watch outside, only 10 minutes had passed before she returned to her dorm after work. In another timeline, Xie Bian, the ancestor of the Xie family, suddenly felt his magic power slowly draining away. What's going on? Xie Bian checked his body but found nothing wrong. Could it be that the spiritual energy in the underworld has also become insufficient recently? He hadn't yet thought that it was his unfilial descendant, Siawon, consuming his magic and abusing the rewind function. The reversal hall in that space was actually created by him using his own magic to imitate the underworld's reversal hall. Originally, he made it to give Siawon more time to practice and, in case of trouble, to handle the judgment of evil spirits on behalf of the underworld. He never imagined that his unfilial descendant would have such a wild idea, using this rewind function to practice surgeries. Fortunately, the rate of magic power loss was not very high, and it stopped shortly after, which eased Xie Bian's worries. He believed it was related to the lack of ghostly energy from the underworld, so he hurried to Wangchuan to check there. Siawon prepared a delicious meal for himself in the space and was happily eating when Prince Duan, carrying a small notebook on his back, hurried over. When he reached Siawon, Prince Duan took down the small notebook, tidied his appearance, and bowed to report, "Your Majesty, I have some updates to share." Siawon was biting into a chicken leg when he saw this well-mannered little mouse. He couldn't help but put down the chicken leg, quickly wiped his oily hands and mouth with a handkerchief. As soon as he saw Prince Duan, he couldn't help but pay more attention to his words and actions, afraid of being outdone by a mere mouse. "Duan, this is your family's place. Feel free to do as you like. If you have anything to say, just say it." Prince Duan, the crown prince, did not relax his demeanor despite Siawon's suggestion. He stood upright with a respectful expression, holding his small notebook to report, "Your Majesty, according to my calculations, in the past 6 months, we have born 36 calves. Currently, the pasture has 97 adult cattle and 36 calves. After nearly a year of development, the scale of the farm has increased by a third. However, the utilization rate of the space is still less than 1%. I suggest we consider adding more breeds to the farm. Also, the medicinal fields have been harvested 3 times, and the herbs stored in the space are piling up. I wonder how your Majesty plans to handle these herbs." Siawon was stunned. She was so busy every day that she had no time to pay attention to the development of the medicinal fields, farms, and pastures in the space. She never expected that after Prince Duan took the pill for cleansing the marrow, he would become so clever, managing all the resources in the space for her. Xiaowan was overjoyed and praised. Duan, you are thoughtful. In a few days, I will go back to Nanqing and ask Qinmoy to bring in a few sheep. As for the herbs, please take your brothers and organize them by category. I will find a way to handle them. Prince Duan flipped to a page in his small notebook and said, Your Majesty, the herbs have been sorted according to your instructions. The quantities of each type are recorded in this notebook. Xiaowan took the small notebook and looked at it. It detailed the harvest times and quantities of the herbs. Duan, you've done such a good job. You are much more capable than your father. Your Majesty, you flatter me. These accomplishments are not just mine. Most of the work in identifying and organizing the herbs was done by my second brother. I am only responsible for coordinating and recording. Xiaowan listened with curiosity, realizing she didn't know that the second son of Xiaoji's family also had the skill of identifying herbs. And please go call the second brother over. I want to test him. Enden ran back to the mouse nest and soon returned with a small mouse. The little mouse was completely white, with only 2 black spots around its eyes, which made it look like it was wearing glasses. The small mouse followed Enden, walking crookedly and sometimes not avoiding stones on the ground. To prevent him from bumping into things, Enden gently placed a paw on the mouse's shoulder, almost helping him to the front of Xiaowan. Your Majesty, my second brother has an eye condition. Please forgive his mistake, Enden said. Xiaowan looked curiously at the innocent little mouse on the ground. Is this the second brother of Xiaoji's family? The child is usually very quiet and hardly noticeable, so today was the first time she seemed to notice him. Second brother, what's wrong with your eyes? The second brother was nervously plowing the ground, making a few squeaking sounds, but couldn't explain clearly. Enden explained for him. Second brother loves reading and has hurt his eyes. Xiaowan felt a bit guilty. She had noticed that one of her mice was nearsighted. She had just given them a pill to strengthen their bodies, but didn't expect it wouldn't cure his nearsightedness. Softly, she comforted him. Loving to read is good, but you still need to protect your eyesight. Second brother, in a few days when I go out, I'll help you get a pair of glasses. Don't worry. Do you recognize all the herbs in the medicinal field? Hearing that she wanted to give him glasses, the second brother looked up with confused little eyes and softly nodded, seeming to have many words of gratitude, but unsure how to express them. Xiaowan checked his knowledge and found that this little mouse not only knew about herbs, but also recited their properties perfectly. Where did you learn this? She asked. I learned from the Empress's study, he replied. Indeed, her study had many medical books. She had thought these mice only read storybooks, but unexpectedly, one loved medical books. Very good. From now on, the medicinal field in the space will be yours to manage, she said. The second brother looked at the crown prince nervously. Enden nodded, and to help him see better, leaned closer and said, You should thank the Empress quickly. Only then did the second brother dare to respond, clearly listening to his older brother. Your Majesty, I have a request, Xiaowan said politely, feeling a bit awkward with his shy mouse. Just say it, she replied kindly. The second brother gathered his courage and said, Empress, can I learn how to prepare medicinal herbs from you? My older brother said you're very busy, and the herbs stored in the space have been there too long. I want to learn how to prepare them, so I can help you. Xiaowan was very happy to hear this. She had been worried about not having enough time to prepare medicines herself. She had even considered next time returning to Nanqing and giving all the herbs to Su Huiran to help prepare. Now that the second brother wanted to learn, she was more than willing. However, she wasn't sure if this tiny mouse might accidentally fall into the pot and get cooked. That night, Xiaowan didn't rest either. Instead, she took her second son and prepared some medicinal herbs by frying, roasting, or drying them. The small mouse was very tiny, so she could only handle a small amount each time, but it seemed to enjoy the work. Xiaowan thought about making a small stove and a tiny pot out of clay in the space. She also planned to go out during the day to get miniature versions of pestles, iron pots, and cleavers. She reminded her second son to take good care of his younger brother's safety. If necessary, she suggested tying a rope around the second son's waist while he was processing herbs, so someone strong like Old Fifth could rescue him at any time. Along the way, Little G came to check on them several times but couldn't help. Frustrated, he carried his paws and went back to the mouse nest. Inside the nest, Little G saw Fei Gui Fei wearing a tiny nurse's cap, and he was eager to go over and cuddle her. Fei Gui Fei pushed him away and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have something to do tonight. You should go to bed by yourself." Little G was confused. "You're dressed like that, isn't it for role-playing with me?" Fei Gui Fei blushed and scolded, "Your Majesty, you're so improper. I'm just going to check on the cows in the pasture. One of the cows is about to give birth, and I need to watch over her." After saying that, she quickly ran off. Little G looked at the empty bedroom and suddenly felt lonely and cold. Since his wife and children had once again undergone a transformation, they seemed to have found their own happiness and direction. His wife loved helping cows give birth, his eldest son had become the main manager of the space, his second son was obsessed with reading medical books, and the little ones each had their own things to do. None of them were like before, constantly around him. He used to dislike how clingy his wife was and how annoying his children were, but now no one paid attention to him, and Little G felt sad. You all must be deliberately ignoring me. Think this will scare me? There's a beautiful world outside waiting for me. You'll regret it someday." Little G decided to go ask Xia Wan to let him out. There must be a beautiful mouse in Yuqing, a truly stunning mother mouse. Hee, when I bring back a beautiful mouse from Yuqing, you'll all regret it. Xia Wan didn't know her mouse had gone out to explore the wild. She worked until early morning, and when she saw her second son could prepare herbs according to their properties from the book, she went back to restoring hall for a nap. After a good sleep, she left the space to continue working. On the way, Xia Wan kept thinking that the space's ability to go back was great, but it used too much resentment points. Each hour of time travel cost her 1,000 resentment points. Although she had earned over 300,000 resentment points in Hong Kong City, it still wasn't enough to keep spending like this. She thought, I can't just keep spending without earning. As soon as I entered the emergency office, I saw Wu Jian secretly taking tea leaves from Zhou Aimin to brew tea. Taking without asking is called stealing. Wu Jian's hand trembled in fright, nearly dropping the tea can. Wu Jian, your resentment points plus 199. Dear sister, why do you walk so quietly?
You scared me to death.
I've never done anything wrong in my life, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door at midnight. I'll tell Teacher Zhou that you've been stealing his tea. Wu Jian didn't believe Xia Wan would really tell Zhou Aimin, so he proudly brewed his tea. Just as Zhou Aimin entered the office, Xia Wan loudly asked Wu Jian, Dr. Wu, why does your tea smell so good? Could it be this year's Westlake Longjing? Zhou Aimin sniffed twice, glanced at Wu Jian and his teacup, then quickly walked to his desk, opened the tea box, and saw that the good tea, just opened, was almost gone. Wu Jian, from today on, you'll be on ambulance duty during the day and night shift at night. Wu Jian let out a heartbreaking wail, adding 999 resentment points to Xia Wan. Old Zhou, you're just taking revenge. Just because I drank some of your tea? Even the notorious Zhou Ba Pai isn't as mean as you. Xia Wan covered her mouth tightly, trying not to laugh. Xia Wan, you've changed. Seeing Xia Wan laugh, Wu Jian looked at her with deep resentment and complained. Dr. Wu, what did you just say? Do you want me to ask the head nurse who stole and drank the milk she expressed yesterday? Wu Jian was startled and hurriedly bowed to Xia Wan. If the head nurse found out that the milk she expressed into bottles was stolen and drunk by him, Wu Jian thought he might as well give up on life. Girl, whatever you do, you can't tell anyone about this. I beg you. Xia Wan was curious about Wu Jian's strange habit and quietly asked, is human milk really that tasty? Wu Jian sincerely replied, it's been so hot lately, and the head nurse is so stingy. I was just worried she'd take the spoiled milk home for her baby. Xiaowan was skeptical that Wu Jian was that kind-hearted and said, "Haha, I'll tell the head nurse you're trying to be kind." Wu Jian awkwardly said, "That's part of it. Also, human milk really is nourishing. I work night shifts every day and feel so weak. Since the milk would be thrown away anyway, I might as well drink it to boost myself. Don't you think?" Xiaowan made a disgusted face and gave Wu Jian a look of deep contempt. Wu Jian begged again, "Xiaowan, what will it take for you to shut up?" Xiaowan counted and noted that Wu Jian had contributed 5,000 resentment points to her this morning. Not bad. People shouldn't be too greedy, and they shouldn't exploit a single sheep too much. She said, "Don't worry, I won't tell the head nurse. Besides, she herself said I could drink that milk. If I don't, she'll just leave it." Wu Jian's resentment value increased by 99. "Why does she get to drink with you, but not me? I'm the hardest working old bull in this department." Xiaowan looked at her half-brother as if he were an idiot. Judging by his emotional intelligence, he probably wasn't much smarter than her other half-brother. Wu Jian was still complaining, "Dear sister, have you only been with Zhou Aimin for 2 days, and now you're ready to betray us and leave the team? Don't need me as your second master anymore? I've noticed you're especially angry with me lately." Xiaowan was startled. Was she about to be caught? She quickly forced a smile and said, "How could that be? It's just because you're my half-brother from a different mother. I talk to my other brother like that. I get so involved, I really treat you like a real brother, so I dare to speak freely." Wu Jian finally understood. Both Zhou Aimin and Wu Jian realized that Xiaowan was improving very quickly. Just after one night, her skills in appendix surgery had improved dramatically. With her calm demeanor, they thought she had performed hundreds of appendix surgeries. After observing her surgeries all day, Zhou Aimin was sure she could handle appendix operations independently. Coincidentally, Zhang Weiguo had returned early, so Zhou Aimin arranged for Zhang Weiguo to assist Xiaowan. Most of the appendix surgeries in the department were shared between the two. But Xiaowan was no longer content just doing appendectomies. She kept pestering Wu Jian, "Dr. Wu, dear brother, take me to other surgeries. I can't just do appendixes every day." Wu Jian was fed up with her nagging and took her to a gallbladder surgery. Of course, Xiaowan was only an assistant. The next day, she begged Wu Jian to let her be the lead surgeon for a gallbladder operation. Wu Jian scolded, "Are you dreaming? I didn't let you just watch. I've been very kind already. You just started assisting, and now you want to be the lead? Do you think you're a genius?" Xiaowan bet with Wu Jian, "Brother, second master, next time we do a gallbladder surgery, switch me to the main surgeon. Watch me closely. If I make even a small mistake, you can kick me out of the operating room, okay?" Seeing her confident look, Wu Jian finally let her lead during an emergency gallbladder surgery one night. To his surprise, she actually performed well and did it very smoothly.
Did you?
"Have you ever done a gallbladder surgery before? Are you pretending to be a beginner?" Xiaowan giggled foolishly. "No, second master, isn't it because you taught me so well?" Wu Jian started to doubt himself. Could it be that I taught her too well? He eagerly went to boast to Zhou Aimin, "Old Zhou, your teaching skills are no match for mine. I only took Xiaowan through one gallbladder surgery, and I've already taught her everything. She can now perform gallbladder surgeries on her own." Zhou Aimin was shocked. Nonsense. Gallbladder surgery is much more difficult than appendix surgery. Without a month or two of practice and assisting in dozens of surgeries, how can you let her operate alone? Wu Jian looked down on Zhou Aimin. "That's because your teaching level is poor. Don't you know that a teacher should tailor their teaching to the student? When encountering a disciple with strong hands-on skills, you must let them practice as soon as possible." Zhou Aimin didn't believe that Xiaowan had truly mastered the skills, so he asked the head nurse to check whether she had performed a gallbladder surgery. There was no emergency case, but a gallbladder surgery was scheduled in the gastroenterology department. Zhou Aimin personally spoke to the head of the gastroenterology department, saying, "Old Liao, I helped you with the surgery." Director Liao found it interesting and joked, "Old Zhou, you wouldn't be craving a gallbladder surgery, would you? Take it, take it. You're at that age, and doing gallbladder surgeries isn't tiring for you?" Zhou Aimin didn't explain. He took Xiaowan and Wu Jian into the operating room, letting Xiaowan perform the surgery as the lead surgeon and Wu Jian assist. Under Zhou Aimin's watchful eye, Xiaowan completed the gallbladder surgery perfectly, almost replicating Wu Jian's technique. Zhou Aimin was both surprised and a bit disappointed. The surprise was because he saw a surgical genius. The disappointment was because Xiaowan not only copied Wu Jian's strengths, but also his flaws. "Follow me and learn gallbladder surgery during this period," Zhou Aimin said after pointing out some mistakes in Xiaowan's operation. The next day, after performing another gallbladder surgery with Zhou Aimin, Xiaowan's skills had subtly surpassed Wu Jian's and were approaching Zhou Aimin's level within just one day. Surgery is really a skill built over time. Zhou Aimin couldn't understand how Xiaowan became so skilled after only a few practice sessions. Little did he know, every night after surgery, Xiaowan would repeatedly review the procedure in the virtual training room. There, she could ask questions to a virtual Wu Jian or Zhou Aimin and get answers, which helped her improve rapidly. Seeing Zhang Weiguo standing nearby, only offering moral support, Zhou Aimin showed a look of disdain. He used to think Zhang Weiguo was a promising talent and even planned to make him his apprentice. But now, he changed his mind. Xiaowan was truly his disciple. Zhang Weiguo shivered. He was very familiar with Zhou Aimin's disdainful look. In the past, that look was always directed at Xiaowan. Back then, he felt very sorry for her. But now, was he the one being looked down upon? Zhang Weiguo wanted to cry. Zhou Aimin showed a kind expression to Xiaowan, which surprised everyone in the operating room. Usually stern, Zhou director had never shown such an expression to students or subordinates before. "Xiaowan, let Wu Jian close the abdomen. Come out with me. I have something to tell you." Wu Jian was unhappy and said, "What? You want me to close the abdomen? Why me?" Zhou Aimin rolled his eyes and said, "Because Xiaowan's gallbladder surgery is better than yours." Wu Jian shouted, "Better than me? I taught her how to do the gallbladder surgery. How could she be better than me?" In fact, after Wu Jiangang watched Xiaowan's surgery, he realized that Xiaowan had only been studying under Zhou Aimin for a few days. In terms of handling details, she had already learned the essence of Zhou Aimin's techniques and was more thoughtful in some areas than he was himself. Confused but following Zhou Aimin out of the operating room, Xiaowan didn't quite understand what the old man's true intentions were. Although she didn't communicate much with Zhou Aimin outside, she had already learned a lot about him. During this time, whenever she had the chance, she would go back to the memory chamber to review Zhou Aimin's guidance on her surgeries and ask him questions. It had to be said that Zhou Aimin truly knew a lot, and as long as Xiaowan's questions related to surgery, he would answer carefully. Now, Xiaowan knew that the replica in the memory chamber was exactly the same person as in real life, with the same soul. Zhou Aimin's professionalism was really good, though he was a bit strict with people. He was also thinking about how he had been overly harsh on Xiaowan before and felt a little embarrassed. He asked cautiously, "Xiao Xia, after your one-year training period ends, do you plan to continue learning from me?" Xiaowan was startled. She hadn't expected him to ask that. She honestly shook her head and said, "I haven't thought about it." Zhou Aimin's resentment level increased by 399. He looked a bit disappointed. It seemed the young girl held a grudge and wanted to graduate quickly and stay far away from him. Sigh. It was his own fault for being too presumptuous and dismissive, treating her as someone just passing time and ignoring her for half a year. Zhou Aimin cared about his reputation, and he found it hard to say what he wanted to later. Hearing Zhou Aimin's resentment level rise, Xiaowan wondered, what does teacher Zhou mean? Does he hope I'll continue studying with him after graduation? Even if it's unlikely, it's no loss to me. Having such a great teacher is a good thing. I'd be foolish not to learn from him. She quickly added, "Teacher Zhou, I hadn't thought about this before, because I'm a trainee. When my training period ends, I have to return to my original unit. Even if I wanted to stay and learn from you, I don't have the chance." Zhou Aimin's mood, which had sunk low, suddenly revived. He was a bit excited as he said, "That's not a problem. You're a natural surgeon. Your unit originally wanted to train you as a battlefield doctor. When you're on the battlefield, there's no time for training. The only place you can really improve your skills is in emergency care. If you want to learn from me, I'll talk to the hospital leaders and arrange for you to become a formal undergraduate student to study with me for another 2 years. When you graduate, I guarantee you'll be able to handle over 90% of battlefield injuries. No one is more suitable than me to train an excellent military doctor. Xiaowon was a bit stunned, as if she had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. She had heard that Zhou Aimin was a battlefield doctor who fought in the Korean War. With his guidance, she believed she could learn the most complete emergency surgery skills for the battlefield. This was also why, despite being ignored by Zhou Aimin at first, she still followed him closely, hoping to learn from him. She was preparing for a war 5 years later. She had watched some movies about that war. During that war, many of our soldiers sacrificed their lives. Xiaowon thought that when the time came, she would go to the battlefield and fight to save her comrades in the midst of gunfire and explosions. She needed to master battlefield emergency surgery perfectly to handle such scenes. After realizing this, Xiaowon respectfully bowed to Zhou Aimin and said, "Teacher Zhou, I want to learn from you. I want to become an excellent battlefield doctor. Please accept me as your disciple." Zhou Aimin was very happy and laughed loudly. "Good. From now on, you are my closed-door disciple." Just after finishing a surgery, Zhang Weigua came out of the operating room and was stunned. He asked Zhou Aimin sadly, "Teacher Zhou, why did you close the door? What should I do?" Zhou Aimin was momentarily stunned and forgot about him. He looked at Zhang Weigua with disdain. He thought his talent is a bit lacking, not as good as little Xia but better than most people. "Forget it, teaching 1 is enough. Teaching 2 is fine, just as an addition." Zhou Aimin said to Zhang Weigua, "You're also considered. Xiao Xia is my closed-door disciple, so you can be my gatekeeper." Zhang Weigua scratched his head. Is there such a comparison? But then he thought again and became happy. He said to Xiaowon, "Haha, that means I'm still your senior brother, and I got in earlier than you." Wu Jian leaned against the door of the operating room and muttered, "Despicable, stealing my disciple." "What closed-door disciple?" "Xiaowon, remember this. From now on, you will be my Wu Jian's top disciple." "Isn't that impressive?" Xiaowon grinned. "All right, master, I don't mind having more." Back in the office, Xiaowon looked quite proper as she poured tea and bowed to Zhou Aimin to show her respect. This kind of apprenticeship is different from ordinary students learning from teachers. It's a more personal relationship. The teacher is willing to pass on their secret skills. Not only technical skills, but sometimes, even the teacher's connections can be inherited by the disciple. The teacher also helps pave the way for the disciple's future. When the disciple succeeds, the teacher feels proud. Zhou Aimin took this seriously. That day, he went to the hospital leadership to request a letter to connect with Xiaowon's unit so she could be transferred to a formal undergraduate program. When Chu Jiangnan received the negotiation letter from the medical university, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Previously, to secure this training qualification for Xiaowon, he had begged and pleaded, finally managing to get it. At that time, it was to buy her loyalty and make her willingly stay in the special operations team. Now, he felt like he was just throwing a meat bun to a dog. This person was sent out to study, so why does it seem like she might not come back? He wouldn't do a business that loses money. Chu Jiangnan personally went to Yuqing to talk face-to-face with Xiaowon about this matter. After Xiaowon shared her thoughts, Chu Jiangnan felt even more conflicted. Xiaowon wants to become an excellent military doctor on the battlefield. As a friend and leader, Chu Jiangnan couldn't bring himself to oppose her. But if Xiaowon focuses on becoming a military doctor, what should they do if the special operations team needs her to complete difficult missions? Although Xiaowon hasn't been in the special team for long, she has completed several missions with high difficulty and perfect results. Chu Jiangnan didn't want to give up such a capable subordinate. In the end, Xiaowon promised Chu Jiangnan that during her 2 years of studying, if the team needed her, she would prioritize their missions. After graduation, she would also return to the team. After discussing this with the leaders of the medical school, Zhou Aimin was somewhat dissatisfied, but if he didn't agree, the team wouldn't allow Xiaowan to stay here for further study. Zhou Aimin could only reluctantly agree. At this moment, Zhou Aimin realized that his talented disciple was actually a member of the special team, which explained why her file was so highly classified. Zhou Aimin became even more convinced that his disciple would become an excellent battlefield medic in the future. From that day on, Zhou Aimin dedicated himself to training Xiaowan, teaching her everything he knew. Qin Mai and Xiaowan had arranged to visit her this weekend. On Saturday noon, he took half a day off, prepared the car, packed his wife's things, and was ready to leave. As he stepped out, he ran into Li Yufeng on the stairs. Since the rumor that Xiaowan was not the biological daughter of Xia Dahong was exposed, Li Yufeng usually avoided seeing Qin Mai and his wife. Today, however, she surprisingly straightened her back and glanced at the mesh bag Qin Mai was holding, sneering. This made Qin Mai feel something was off. He used to be the best member of the special team. If this was just a neighborhood matter, he wouldn't pay much attention. But recently, Xiaowan had given him a mission, and he took her words very seriously. In her plan, Li Yufeng was a key part, so Qin Mai had to be very cautious about her actions. Li Yufeng's behavior today was very unusual.
Why?
Li Shaozi, did Commander Jiang not come home for lunch?
Qin Muye 主动叫住了李玉凤。
Li Yufeng's husband, Jiang Jianjun, is a battalion commander now assigned elsewhere, outside Qin Mai's jurisdiction. Li Yufeng probably didn't expect Qin Mai to greet her first, so she looked a bit flustered and stammered, "No, he's not here. He's napping inside." She initially wanted to deny it but realized that would be too obvious, so she honestly told the truth. Qin Muye smiled and said to Li Yufeng, "Forget it. When I return from Yuqing, I'll invite him for a drink." Li Yufeng hesitated and replied softly, "Oh." Suddenly, she looked up sharply and asked, "Little Qin, no. Captain Qin, are you really going to invite my old Jiang for a drink?" Qin Muye nodded with a smile. "Yes, I wanted to invite him a few days ago. But that day was inconvenient, so maybe next week. I'll prepare some good food and have a proper drink with him. After all, we are old comrades and neighbors." Li Yufeng's face showed a happy smile, clearly very pleased. She seemed to be debating whether to tell Qin Muye something, and finally whispered, "Captain Qin, are you going on a business trip?" Qin Muye nodded. "Yes, I need to go out for a while." Li Yufeng's expression was complicated, and she quietly reminded him, "You'd better come back early." Qin Muye wanted to ask if she had something to tell him, but Li Yufeng shook her head nervously and hurriedly said, "I need to wake the kids. Goodbye, Captain Qin." Qin Muye became more certain that Li Yufeng had something important to say, probably related to his family. Since Xiaowan arranged his task, Qin Muye had been almost always accompanied by his brother-in-law Xia Yuanchao. A few days ago, he even took him back to the apartment building and had a drink with several battalion commanders. As a new deputy battalion commander, it was normal to socialize with the officers below him to build relationships. Because Li Yufeng's husband, Jiang Jianjun, was transferred to another unit, he wasn't invited that day. Instead, Huang Jihua's husband, Qiu Jianshan, attended. Qiu Jianshan was the one who introduced Xia Yuanchao and Huang Lili as a couple. That day, Qiu Jianshan drank too much and insisted Xia Yuanchao call him uncle, but Qin Muye stopped him. However, the relationship between Xia Yuanchao and Huang Lili was now known. The conversation with Li Yufeng wasn't spontaneous. Qin Muye was thinking about the tasks Xiaowan assigned him. He had planned to invite Li Yufeng's husband, Jiang Jianjun, again this weekend, so Xia Yuanchao could get to know her better. But then Xiaowan called and asked him to help send 2 flocks of sheep, so Qin Muye decided to postpone the plan until next week. Li Yufeng returned home, rushed to the bedroom, and shook the man on the bed awake forcefully. Old Jiang, guess who I just met in the corridor?" It was hot in the summer noon, and both Sichuan and Chongqing usually take afternoon naps. Jiang Jianjun opened his eyes drowsily, annoyed because he hadn't slept long, and scolded, "What are you shouting about? Who did you meet? Are you seeing ghosts?" Li Yufeng exaggerated and said, "Actually, I did see a ghost. Qin Muye just told me he wants to invite you for a drink." Jiang Jianjun sat up quickly, grabbing Li Yufeng's arm, and asked, "Really? Don't lie again. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll beat you to death." Li Yufeng's words caused Jiang Jianjun a lot of trouble. Recently, he had met Commander Xia a few times on the street, and he felt Xia's gaze was like it could kill. This was probably because his wife was talking nonsense and angered Commander Xia. Suddenly, he was transferred to another unit. Although it was a lateral move, everyone could see it was to keep him away from Qin Moi. But Qin Moi avoided him. He couldn't avoid Commander Xia. If Commander Xia wanted to crush him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Moving him was a mercy. He wasn't demoted or sent to a remote corner. Jiang Jianjun was terrified just thinking about it. His wife was really not easy to deal with. Her mouth always got him into trouble. This time, Li Yufeng was very confident, and Jiang Jianjun finally believed that Qin Moi really wanted to invite him for a drink. He was overjoyed, slapped his thigh, and said happily, "We still have 2 bottles of Wuliangya at home. I'll bring them all. This is a good chance to clear things up with Qin Moi. As long as Qin Moi doesn't hold a grudge, Commander Xia should let me go." Then he glared at Li Yufeng and said sharply, "It's all your fault. You talk too much. If you can't control your mouth in the future, I'll divorce you." Li Yufeng still felt a bit unfair and said, "He took your position, and you still want to flatter him? Are you really so weak? Do you really believe that?" Jiang Jianjun was furious. He thought he shouldn't have gone home and complained, but his foolish wife thought Qin Moi had taken his deputy commander position. In reality, after calming down in the past few days, he realized, what did he have to compare with Qin Moi? He couldn't match him in military achievements, background, or leading soldiers. Maybe he was even less capable. The only thing he could compare was that he enlisted 2 years earlier than Qin Moi. But does longer service really matter? If it did, many veterans wouldn't still be regular soldiers after retiring. Afraid Li Yufeng might ruin his plans, Jiang Jianjun took her aside and explained patiently. Li Yufeng finally understood a little and asked, "So you mean we can't offend Commander Xia, and our only option is to bow our heads?" "I have an idea. If you tell Commander Xia, he'll definitely be grateful." Jiang Jianjun couldn't quite believe his wife. After she finished speaking, he thought she was just making things up again. Li Yufeng swore, "I'm telling the truth. That day, I overheard Huang Juhua talking with her niece through the door. I was going to watch a joke, but then I saw my chance and shouted out, making sure Huang Juhua's family and the Xia family lose face. But I only told you this because I want to help you flatter Commander Xia." It turns out that on that day, Qi Mai hosted a gathering but didn't invite Jiang Jianjun, only inviting Qiu Jianshan. This made Huang Juhua feel proud in front of Li Yufeng. Then, news spread that Huang Juhua's niece was dating the eldest son of teacher Xia. Li Yufeng went to ask Huang Juhua about it. Huang Juhua felt that she was now related to teacher Xia, so she looked down on Li Yufeng a bit. The two used to be very close in the old apartment building, often causing trouble together, one making jokes, the other supporting. They could put on a show together. But after Li Yufeng spread rumors about Xia one last time, a subtle rift formed between them. Huang Juhua initially believed Li Yufeng's words, but later found out Li Yufeng was just imagining things, even deceiving her. Huang Juhua was still worried about offending the Xia family, especially since she wanted to become relatives with them. Xia, one was teacher Xia's biological daughter and the sister of Xia Yuanchao. Li Yufeng offending them was not something she wanted to be involved in. So, Huang Juhua deliberately kept some distance from Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng was very angry about this. When Huang Juhua was close to her, she once said she wanted to introduce her niece to her younger brother-in-law, Qiu Jianshan's younger brother. Her brother-in-law was also a new soldier this year. Li Yufeng had previously looked down on Huang Juhua's niece, thinking that if they married, she would be looked down upon for being lower in status than Huang Juhua. She thought it wasn't worth it. But unexpectedly, Huang Juhua, while pretending to be friendly, was secretly trying to get close to teacher Xia's son. If Qiu Jianshan hadn't gotten drunk and caused trouble, she wouldn't have known about it. Li Yufeng felt that Huang Juhua was playing her and also envied her ability to get close to teacher Xia's family. Yesterday, Huang Juhua's niece secretly came to visit her in the afternoon. The two women went inside and shut the door to talk. Li Yufeng was leaning against her window, eavesdropping. Their houses were just next door, with windows facing the corridor. As long as she paid attention, she could hear everything. Li Yufeng overheard Huang Lili asking Huang Juhua whether Xie Wan was really related to Xie Yuanchao. Huang Juhua scolded Li Yufeng, saying she was spreading rumors. Hearing Huang Juhua whispering and insulting her behind her back made Li Yufeng even angrier. She didn't think she was at fault. She later justified her actions, believing she was misled by the old man who was after Xie Wan. She thought it was just a misunderstanding. She explained this to others, and over time, she convinced herself it was true. Huang Juhua was secretly criticizing her behind her back, which hurt Li Yufeng deeply, especially since she had considered Huang Juhua a friend. Huang Lili also started blaming Huang Juhua, saying that unreliable information had caused her trouble. Huang Lili said that since that night when she went on a date and watched a movie with Xie Yuanchao, and after meeting Xie Wan and his wife, she felt that Xie Yuanchao had become much colder toward her. She asked Xie Yuanchao out, but he kept saying he was busy. She was worried that Xie Wan had said something bad about her, so she specially went to find Xie Yuanchao earlier and invited him to go swimming with her at the river tomorrow. She thought that if Xie Yuanchao agreed, she could show her curves in the water and make him interested, then win him over. However, Xie Yuanchao said he was on duty tomorrow and was very busy. This made Huang Lili panic completely. She felt that Xie Yuanchao was distancing himself from her. Actually, she was overthinking. If Xie Yuanchao didn't want to be in a relationship with her anymore, he would have told her directly. When he said he was busy, he was truly busy. After all, his brother-in-law was the deputy regimental commander. Qin Muyue had arranged many tasks for Xie Yuanchao recently. Not only did he take him around normally, but even when Qin Muyue planned to go to Yuqing, he was worried that Xie Yuanchao might have free time to date, so he arranged for him to be on duty. The main idea was to prevent Xie Yuanchao from having time to date. Xie Yuanchao knew that his brother-in-law was a workaholic when his sister wasn't around, so he didn't suspect anything. His brother-in-law going to Yuqing to see his sister and arranging for him to be on duty to watch over the team's affairs was quite normal. Refusing to go swimming with Huang Lili was just an unavoidable matter. Huang Juhua, upon hearing that Xie Yuanchao was starting to distance himself from Huang Lili, became nervous. After asking around, she found out that Huang Lili had a conflict with Xie Wan. This is complicated. It must be that Xie Wan told her brother something. I've heard that the Xie family really spoils the girl. You shouldn't offend anyone. How could you offend the daughter of a superior? Huang Lili explained gloomily, we were at the new recruit camp. Who knew she was the daughter of Commander Xie? Li Yufeng, listening nearby, felt a bit relieved. So, Huang Juhua's niece had a conflict with Xie Wan? That would make things interesting. Then she overheard the two relatives discussing how to win over Xie Yuanchao at all costs. There was no more promising single man at the second division than Xie Yuanchao. Huang Juhua suggested, although Commander Xie said he was on duty, he probably still eats. How about I ask your uncle to come over tomorrow for lunch? Let him get him drunk and help him to bed for a rest. Then we can say he and you have already become a couple, and that's that. Huang Lili hesitated. Would that work? What if he doesn't come? Or if he comes and doesn't drink? Huang Juhua confidently said, Commander Xie just returned to the second division. Your uncle is also an older man, he'll come. Weekend duty in the army is just a formality. With their drinking capacity, they think a couple of drinks at noon won't interfere with their afternoon work. If your uncle persuades him to drink, he'll definitely have a couple. But I have some raw liquor from Luzhou, and it's very strong, it will definitely work. Huang Lili was a bit excited and worried. If others find out about this, even if I marry him, I won't be able to live normally. Huang Juhua comforted her. Who would find out? If Xie Yuanchao is involved in this, he would hide it himself and wouldn't tell anyone. Our family wouldn't say anything either. Just say he was drunk and insisted on hugging and kissing you. It doesn't have to become a real thing. Just kissing is enough. He would be responsible for you, or else he would be acting like a troublemaker. Huang Lili was really worried that Xia Wan might ruin her relationship with Xia Yuanchao. She clenched her teeth and agreed to Huang Jihua's plan. Li Yufeng was very excited after hearing this big secret. She didn't want Huang Jihua's scheme to succeed, but she also didn't want to help the Xia family. So, she secretly came up with a plan. When Huang Jihua and her family tried to trap Xia Yuanchao, she would make a fuss so everyone knew. Then, both families would be embarrassed. Even if Huang Lili married Xia Yuanchao, once the Xia family found out it was all a scheme, they wouldn't forgive Huang Jihua's family. Li Yufeng was thrilled about her plan and had been holding it in all day. Unexpectedly, at noon, she met Qin Mai, who unexpectedly showed her kindness. She then told Jiang Jianjun about this. If her husband really wanted to flatter Xia Dahong, maybe this could help. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Jianjun finally believed Li Yufeng. But he was worried. What if Qiu Jianshan didn't get to see Captain Xia, or if he didn't approve of them doing this? Would Commander Xia think we're spreading rumors again? Jiang Jianjun's worries were not unfounded. If this happened and he stopped it in time, Xia Dahong would definitely be grateful. But if it didn't happen and Huang Jihua and Qiu Jianshan denied it, Xia Dahong might misunderstand that Jiang Jianjun and his wife were spreading rumors. Li Yufeng rolled her eyes at her husband and said, "You're afraid of everything. Are you a coward? Admit it if you're scared. Anyway, I've told you everything. If you don't seize this chance, then I will do things my way." Jiang Jianjun was furious. "You brainless woman, Huang Jihua's scheme is private. If you make a fuss and everyone finds out, the Xia family will hate you the most. You're going to ruin me. This time, I was just transferred as a warning from Commander Xia. Next time, it won't be so simple. I might even be discharged or forced to retire." Li Yufeng was frightened by how serious it sounded. That's not good. That's not good. So what do we do? Should we just stay out of it? They started to think hard. Jiang Jianjun even thought about rushing in himself to rescue Xia Yuanchao. Li Yufeng was still somewhat sensible at this moment. She asked back, "What if you rush in to save someone and Huang Jihua tricks you into becoming a witness? After all, whether they are truly close or not inside the house, it's still their say. If they haven't started kissing yet, rushing in is pointless. We'd just be spreading rumors." Jiang Jianjun was overwhelmed and became angry. "It's all your fault for being such a gossip. If you hadn't ruined our reputation, we wouldn't be in this difficult situation." Finally, Jiang Jianjun thought of writing an anonymous letter. "I will write an anonymous note about this and send it to the Xia family. When Master Xia finds out, he will handle it himself. As long as Xia Yuanchao and Huang Lili don't get together, it means our anonymous letter worked. Later, I will hint to Master Xia that I wrote the letter. He will naturally understand my intentions." Jiang Jianjun immediately got up and wrote an anonymous letter. That afternoon, he quietly slipped it into the door of the Xia house. In the evening, Xia Dahong saw the letter. With his intelligence, he could tell someone was giving him a tip-off. Xia Dahong thought for a moment and believed that the person who wrote the letter wouldn't be trying to frame him or Xia Yuanchao. So, what the letter said was probably true. He decided quickly and called Xia Yuanchao's office, asking him to come back. Xia Yuanchao didn't want to go home. "I'm on duty tonight and tomorrow. If there's anything, tell me over the phone." Xia Dahong loved and hated his eldest son. He threatened him on the phone, but Xia Yuanchao refused to come back. Frustrated, Xia Dahong simply ordered his guards to bring Xia Yuanchao back. Using guards to catch his son was something only the Xia family father and son could do. The guard, Xiao Fong, wouldn't really tie up Xia Yuanchao. It was just a way to show that the order came from the commander. Xia Yuanchao, despite being reluctant, dared not disobey and obediently returned home. Xia Dahong threw the letter at Xia Yuanchao to read. It would have been enough just to show him the letter, but Xia Dahong also scolded loudly. "How did I have a son with such a pig brain? Look at the person you're involved with. They're just trying to use you." Xia Yuanchao read the letter, doubtful but cautious. When he heard his father's sarcasm, he suddenly got angry. His temper was usually okay, but he became stubborn when it came to his father. Xie Yuanchao sneered and threw the letter in front of Xie Dahong, saying, "Old man, what trick are you playing now? Don't think I'll believe you just because you made up a story and wrote a letter. I didn't control you when you married, and you don't control me now." Xie Dahong almost spat out blood. If he weren't his own son, he'd have shot him. "Are you brainless? I am your father. How could I harm you? If you think I made up the story, then tomorrow, see for yourself. Did Qiu Jianshan invite you for a drink? I warn you, you must not go. Once you step into their house, if they are determined to frame you, you'll be in serious trouble, like a fly falling into a dirty pit, stained and smelly, close to death." Xie Yuanchao seemed determined to make Xie Dahong angry. He stiffened his neck and said, "Whether I go or not is none of your business. You called me here with such a fuss just for this silly matter? Commander Xie, you have such great authority. I have things to do in my camp. I'm leaving." After saying that, he ignored Xie Dahong's protests and strode out confidently, slamming the door behind him. At that moment, Xie Dahong regretted it. If he had known his son was such a rebellious kid, why did he have him? Still, he couldn't let others manipulate his family. Xie Dahong called the military hospital in Yuqing to find Xie Wan, but they said Dr. Xie had just finished work. He then called Xie Wan's dorm, but the dorm manager said she wasn't back. Meanwhile, Xie Wan was out eating with Qin Mai. Qin Mai had brought a pair of sheep from his hometown, which Xie Wan had stored in her space. They found a state-run restaurant, ordered a table full of good dishes, and ate while chatting. After talking about other things, they finally mentioned Xie Yuanchao. Qin Mai told Xie Wan about his recent activities. She laughed when she heard that Qin Mai kept giving Xie Yuanchao so much work that he had no time to date Huang Lily. "Luckily, my brother didn't realize. If he knew you did it on purpose, he'd be mad," she said. Qin Mai smiled awkwardly. "It's not entirely my fault. I'm a grown man. I can't always take my brother-in-law out to play, right? I can't tie him up or lock him in, so I just let him work." When Qin Mai mentioned Li Yufeng's unusual behavior at noon today, Xie Wan frowned. "Did Li Yufeng really tell you to go back early?" Qin Mai nodded. "I found it strange, too. Could it be because I said I wanted to invite Jiang Jianjun for drinks? Maybe she hoped I'd go back early to host the party?" Xie Wan shook her head. "It's probably not that simple. Li Yufeng is a bit simple-minded. Since she warned you, just do as she said and go back early tomorrow morning." Qin Mai had no objection. They rented a room at the guest house, rested for the night, and Qin Mai drove back to Nanjing the next morning. However, as soon as his car entered the military base, he ran into Zhang Xiaolan and her husband. Zhang Xiaolan's husband hurriedly stopped his car and said, "Commander Qin, you're back just in time. Please take my wife to the city hospital. She's in terrible pain." Seeing Zhang Xiaolan's pale face, Qin Mai immediately asked Captain Wang and his wife to get in the car, and they headed to the city. Qin Muyu asked him to review this year's expense report for the camp and to make a plan for increasing income and saving money in the second half of the year. This made him a bit stressed. He went to ask other camp leaders if they had a sample report he could copy. However, none of the other camps required this. Everyone said Qin was probably trying to set an example and target their wild wolf camp. Now, Xie Yuanzhao had no choice but to create one himself. He trained soldiers and prepared for battle easily, but doing this paperwork made him feel very goo. He scratched his head until it was almost bald, only managing to write 2 short sections. Yet, thinking about not delaying his brother-in-law's work, he couldn't refuse. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the office door opened. Qiu Jianshan came in, handed him a cigarette, and joked, "What's wrong? Xiao Xie, are you trying to be an outstanding example this year? Why are you on duty every day?" At first, Xie Yuanzhao didn't think much, took the cigarette, and complained to Qiu Jianshan. Then he asked, "Old Qiu, you're not on duty, so why are you here?" Qiu Jianshan invited him. "There's a little matter in the camp. I came to check it out. I saw your office door wasn't closed, so I thought I'd come in and see. It's almost noon, come, let's go to my place for lunch. I've cooked braised pork today, and we can have a couple of drinks." Xie Yuanzhao felt a sudden jolt. The letter that Xie Dahong showed him last night seemed like a prank. It might not have been Xie Dahong's doing, maybe someone else wrote it. So, he didn't take it seriously. He didn't expect Xiao Jianshan to really invite him to eat. He refused. "I haven't finished my work yet, so I can't go." Xiao Jianshan usually appeared straightforward and honest. He casually pulled at Xie Yuanzhao. "Finish it later. Even while doing revolutionary work, we still need to eat, right?" Xie Yuanzhao shook off Xiao Jianshan's arm and asked, "Captain Xiao, are you hiding something from me?" Xiao Jianshan awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. "You've noticed? It's because Lily's aunt asked me to invite you. If I don't bring you back, I won't get any of the braised pork today." Xie Yuanzhao frowned. Could it be a coincidence? Why does sister-in-law insist I go? Xiao Jianshan looked stunned. "I don't know. Maybe Lily is coming over at noon? She just wants to give you guys a chance to get closer." Xie Yuanzhao carefully observed Xiao Jianshan's expression. He seemed innocent, so he couldn't tell that Huang Juhua was secretly planning this. Xiao Jianshan really thought his wife was simply playing matchmaker. Thinking of the anonymous letter Xie Dahong showed him last night, Xie Yuanzhao felt full of questions and a bit irritated. He liked Huang Lily a little. When they first met, Huang Lily left a very good impression on him. But what Xie Wan said that day also stuck with him. He believed his sister wouldn't wrongly accuse someone without reason. There must be some misunderstanding between the two. He promised Xie Wan to think carefully again, so he wasn't in such a rush to get too close to Huang Lily. Every time he felt the urge to find Huang Lily, Jean might happen to assign him work. Over time, he calmed down a lot and thought that marriage was a serious matter that needed careful planning and patience. So when Huang Lily invited him to go swimming, he thought about how, in the water, they might accidentally become too close. Although he swallowed hard several times, he still controlled himself and refused. He told himself that work was more important, but he was also afraid that he might not be able to resist and do something inappropriate with a female colleague, which would be troublesome. The letter's contents were a bit frightening. To Xie Yuanzhao, Xiao Jianshan, and Huang Lily were not the kind of people who would do such things. The letter seemed more like slander. Xie Yuanzhao asked Xiao Jianshan to wait a moment while he pretended to organize his desk and carefully considered the letter. Xiao Jianshan didn't know what he was thinking and relaxed, leaning back in his chair across from him, chattering about how his wife, Huang Juhua, had cooked some good dishes today and how she had asked him to find Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan thought that even if the letter's contents were true, only someone who overheard Huang Juhua talking to Huang Lily could know about it. The person who sent the anonymous letter was probably a neighbor or a friend of theirs. After thinking for a while, Xie Yuan guessed that the most likely writer of the letter was Li Yufeng. He had two reasons. First, Li Yufeng lived next door to Huang Juhua's family. Second, Li Yufeng loved to spread rumors. Xie Yuan knew about Li Yufeng spreading rumors about Xie Wan. When he visited Xie Wan's house, he also met Li Yufeng a few times. Li Yufeng's husband, Jiang Jianjun, was introduced to him by Qin Mai. At first, he was very annoyed that Li Yufeng was spreading rumors about his sister and even called Xie Dahong to clear Xie Wan's name. This troublemaker, this meddlesome woman, must have eaten something bad and is spreading such vicious rumors to slander Huang Lily, he thought. Xie Yuan still trusted Xiao Jianshan and Huang Lily more than Li Yufeng. Once he understood that, he relaxed. "Xiao Xie, I'm telling you, if you don't go back with me today, my wife will skin me alive. She's been busy all morning cooking many good dishes. Plus, Lily said you two haven't seen each other for a long time. If you're worried about causing trouble with us elders around, you two can talk more and get to know each other better." "What's wrong with that?" Xie Yuan shook his head, feeling he couldn't let the letter from Li Yufeng disturb him. If what it said was true, then people wouldn't even have basic trust anymore. "Would I, Xie Yuan, have to run away whenever I see a woman?" He encouraged himself and finally agreed to go with Xiao Jianshan to his house. He reminded himself silently, "No drinking, be careful, and if I go, I'll know for sure that this is fake." Maybe deep down, he hoped to see the truth with his own eyes, so he wouldn't be misled about Huang Lily's true nature or judgment. When he arrived at Qiu Jianshan's house, he indeed saw Huang Lili there. Today, she wore a light yellow short-sleeved dress. Her skin was already quite fair, and the dress made her look even more delicate. The neckline of the dress was just above her chest, revealing a tempting curve that was faintly visible. Xia Yuanchao's gaze only swept over her once, and he felt his lips dry and his tongue parched. Huang Juhua shot Huang Lili a proud look, as if saying, "See, I told you so? Men are all lecherous. Just wear a pretty dress and sway in front of him. Let him get a little greedy for your chest, and he won't be able to resist." Huang Lili lowered her head shyly, acting very modest and quiet. If Huang Juhua hadn't pushed her, she probably wouldn't have dared to get close to Xia Yuanchao. Xia Yuanchao felt even more that such a shy girl wouldn't use such tricks to scheme against him. It must be the malicious gossip from the neighbor's troublemaker. Qiu Jianshan led Xia Yuanchao to sit down. Huang Lili sat next to him. Huang Juhua poured wine for both Qiu Jianshan and Xia Yuanchao. Xia Yuanchao raised his hand to block his glass, politely refusing, "I have work this afternoon, so I won't drink." Huang Juhua smiled and said, "Captain Xia is so particular. Unlike us, who just drink all day. I heard soldiers usually have a strong alcohol tolerance. Just 2 drinks and you'll get drunk?" Qiu Jianshan, looking silly, echoed, "Little Xia, are you giving up? You're just back from Tibet, where the barley wine is said to be much stronger than ours. 2 drinks and a quick rest for an hour. Won't that delay your work this afternoon?" Huang Lili sat beside Xia Yuanchao, covering her mouth with a light smile, playfully glancing at him and whispering, "If you can't handle it, don't drink. Work is more important." Xia Yuanchao felt comforted hearing this. He thought Huang Lili was innocent. She had no intention of forcing alcohol on him. His guard relaxed a little. After starting to eat, Qiu Jianshan began chatting with him about funny stories from his time in Tibet. Xia Yuanchao fondly remembered those days on the border, talking about his comrades, fellow villagers, and enemies across the border, becoming more and more enthusiastic. Huang Lili watched him with admiration in her eyes. Xia Yuanchao started to feel a bit confused. He didn't know when, but his glass was filled with wine. The first sip made him exclaim, "What kind of wine is this? So strong." Qiu Jianshan began to boast, "You probably haven't tried it. This is the original brew from Luzhou, usually not available to ordinary people. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be willing to take it out. Come on, let's have a drink." During their time at the border, Xia Yuanchao often drank to keep warm because it was very cold there in winter. He thought he could handle his alcohol well and decided to have just 2 drinks, thinking it wouldn't be a problem. He said, "Just 1 more drink, then I'll stop." But after the second glass, he started to feel the effects of the alcohol, and his mood became more lively. Encouraged by Huang Lili's gentle words, he completely let his guard down. After a few shots of pure liquor, everything around him started to sway. He sighed, "This drink is really strong. I can't do it anymore. I really shouldn't drink more." Qiu Jianshan also drank a lot and was talking to Xia Yuanchao when he suddenly fell under the table. Xia Yuanchao saw this and still smiled. "Haha, old Qiu, your alcohol tolerance is worse than mine. Let's stop here for today. I'm going back to my office." His mind was still alert, urging him to stay sober and leave quickly, to go back to his office first. The strength of that pure liquor was comparable to pure alcohol. Usually Xia Yuanchao could handle his drinks, but not this time. When he stood up, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Huang Lili caught him, holding him gently. Feeling her warmth and fragrance, Xia Yuanchao's mind wavered, and he became infatuated. Huang Lili was about to help him inside to rest. His legs were unsteady, and half of his body weight was on Huang Lili. Just as they were about to go inside, suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Huang Juhua signaled Huang Lili to quickly get him inside. At that moment, Qin Mai's voice came from outside. "Xia Yuanchao, come out." Still a bit dazed, Xia Yuanchao shivered and became more alert. He realized Huang Lili was helping him inside, and he was frightened. He pushed Huang Lili down and staggered toward the door. Huang Juhua wanted to stop him, but she couldn't hold him back. Xia Yuanchao opened the door, grabbed Qin Mai, and shouted with a trembling voice, "Mai, save me." Then he slipped behind Qin Mai, trembling with fear. At this moment, all the alcohol seemed to have sobered him. When he heard Qin Mai's voice, he suddenly woke up completely, realizing that everything on the letter matched perfectly. If he took one more step forward, he would be with Huang Lili in the inner room, and then he would be beyond saving. Qin Mai's arrival also surprised Huang Juhua. Hadn't he gone to Yucheng? Why was he back? Huang Juhua was confident she could handle blackmailing Xia Yuanchao alone, but facing Qin Mai, she felt powerless. She dared not pretend anymore and awkwardly said, "Captain Qin, have you eaten? If not, I'll heat up some food, and we can eat together." Since nothing had happened yet, Huang Juhua quickly decided to make everything seem normal, as if nothing was wrong. Qin Mai looked at her with a cold face and glanced inside the room. Earlier, Huang Lili had been pushed down by Xia Yuanchao and was now getting up from the ground. Her eyes were misty, and she looked at Qin Moi's back with a sad expression, asking, "Captain Xia, have you had too much to drink?" Qin Moi sneered and said to Huang Juhua, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it." After saying that, he ignored the two relatives inside and pulled Xia Yuanchao, heading back to his house. Qin Moi pushed Xia Yuanchao into the bathroom. Without caring much, he pressed his head under the cold water pipe and rinsed vigorously. "Moi, I'm awake now, stop rinsing." Xia Yuanchao cried out in distress. Qin Moi grabbed a clean towel, handed it to Xia Yuanchao, and told him to wipe his face himself. Xia Yuanchao's drunkenness had truly frightened him awake. Back in the living room, he slumped and held the towel, sitting heavily in the chair. "Moi, do you think I've gone crazy? Just now, for a moment, I felt like I fell into a fairy's cave." Qin Moi was very angry, but he wasn't actually mad at Xia Yuanchao. He was angry at himself for almost messing things up. After sending Zhang Xiaolan to the hospital and confirming she had an upset stomach, the doctor prescribed medicine. On the way back, Zhang Xiaolan casually mentioned that Huang Juhua's family seemed to be hosting a gathering today. Huang Juhua's niece had come early in the morning. Qin Moi immediately realized something was wrong. He remembered Li Yufeng's inexplicable warning and Xiaowan's advice to return early, as Li Yufeng suggested. Since Huang Juhua's family was hosting a gathering and Huang Lili was still there, it must be related to Xia Yuanchao. Qin Moi knew about his plan to leave Nanqing for Yucheng, and Qiu Jianshan probably knew too, so his wife Huang Juhua likely knew as well. Since Xia Yuanchao was single, they invited him to their home. What were they planning? Qin Moi didn't think it was anything serious at first, but he worried Xia Yuanchao might be tricked into agreeing to an engagement or marriage. So he stepped on the gas and sped home. When he reached the stairs, he saw Li Yufeng and Jiang Jianjun sneaking around, eavesdropping on the neighbors' conversation. Seeing Qin Moi, Jiang Jianjun waved at him. Qin Moi approached, and Jiang Jianjun whispered, "Captain Qin, your brother-in-law is inside. You should go get him." Qin Moi felt tense and knocked on Qiu Jianshan's door. But it wouldn't open for a long time. He got anxious and called out for Xia Yuanchao outside. When the door finally opened and he saw the scene inside, Qin Moi, being very smart, understood everything. He was even scared. If he had come back a little later, Xia Yuanchao, this naive guy, would definitely have been tricked. Qin Moi glared at Xia Yuanchao with dislike and scolded, "I just left for a day. Are you brainless? Xiaowan already told you that woman has issues. You don't trust your sister but believe outsiders?" Xia Yuanchao looked wronged and said, "Qin Moi, are you really mad at me? I'm your brother-in-law. I haven't done much, and besides, she might not really want to do anything to me." Qin Muyu was a bit curious and asked, "Do you know that someone tried to set you up?" Qin Muyu didn't know about the anonymous letter. When Xia Yuanchao explained that the content of the anonymous letter was very similar to what he experienced today, Qin Muyu immediately guessed that Jiang Jianjun and his wife wrote the letter. To prevent Xia Yuanchao from having false hopes, Qin Muyu went out and directly visited Jiang Jianjun's home to have a serious talk with him. Afterwards, Jiang Jianjun and his wife were invited to Xia Wanyao's house. When they heard Li Yufeng personally recount what she overheard, Xia Yuanchao was stunned. He had previously thought the anonymous letter was fake because he guessed Li Yufeng was behind it. But today's experience was exactly the same as what was written in the letter, making it hard for him to believe Li Yufeng was just spreading rumors. Qin Muyu said firmly, "This time, I believe what Sister Li said. Big brother, you must thank Sister Li and Captain Jiang. Without them, you wouldn't have left the Qiujian mountain family safely today." Xia Yuanchao was not foolish. He was somewhat easily influenced, but luckily he still kept his sanity and was now feeling a bit scared. He awkwardly thanked Jiang Jianjun and his wife. Jiang Jianjun was genuinely happy. He could see that Qin Muyu and Xia Yuanchao sincerely appreciated him. Maybe this meant the matter of his wife spreading rumors about Xia Wanyao was over? Li Yufeng was also happy. When she smiled, her chubby face jiggled with fat, making Qin Muyu glance at her a few more times and think, how does Jiang Jianjun take care of his wife to make her so fat? Why isn't our Xiao Wan gaining weight? Am I not trying hard enough? Maybe I've been too busy with other worries. Li Yufeng was naturally a lively person. When she did something good and felt appreciated and valued by everyone, she immediately became excited again. Her tongue was always busy. She couldn't help but lie to Xia Yuanchao, saying, "Captain Xia, don't fall for that niece of Huang Juhua. She once said she wanted to match her with my little brother-in-law. You're more capable than my little brother-in-law. When you saw a high branch, you just dropped my little brother-in-law." Jiang Jianjun hurriedly covered her mouth and angrily scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. When I get back, I'll sew your mouth shut." Qin Muyu and Xia Yuanchao looked at each other, unsure whether to believe Li Yufeng. After Jiang Jianjun and his wife left, Xia Yuanchao slumped into a chair, took a deep breath, and complained, "Why is this happening? I like her, so why is she plotting against me?" Qin Muyu sighed and said, "What you think is love might just be a long-term meal ticket for someone else." Xia Yuanchao was confused. She has her own job and is doing well. Why does it matter? Qin Muyu said, "Don't you realize you're the favorite of the 2nd Division? Just being the son of Commander Xia makes many women want to marry you." Xia Yuanchao clenched his teeth and said angrily, "I knew it. I must have been blamed by that old man. He's been having affairs, and now that he's finally settled down, he passed it on to me." Qin Mai raised an eyebrow. "It seems like you're quite proud." Xia Yuanchao spat, "I'm not proud at all. If someone wants to find me, they should look for someone who likes me. If she's interested in Xia Dahong's status as a teacher, she might as well marry Xia Dahong." Just then, worried that his son, Xia Dahong, couldn't sit still at home, he came over to check. He had already decided to pretend he was visiting his son-in-law. Since the son-in-law wasn't home, he knocked on the neighbor's door, pretending to accidentally discover Xia Yuanchao. He didn't believe anyone would dare to deceive him right under his nose. But as he reached the door of Xia Wan's house, he overheard Xia Yuanchao saying those words. Furious, Xia Dahong kicked the door. Qin Mai went to open it and saw his father-in-law had arrived, so he hurriedly led him inside. The father and son of the Xia family stared at each other angrily, each feeling disrespected. They almost started arguing. Qin Mai advised, "We live in a small apartment building, so it's not as soundproof as your yard. If you want the whole 2nd Division to know about this tomorrow, keep arguing." Only then did the father and son fall silent. Thinking someone was scheming against his son, Xia Dahong was still angry. He told Qin Mai, "Go call Qiu Jinshan for me." Huang Juhua and Huang Lili were at home feeling tense. The two cousins sensed that their secret was exposed. Huang Juhua gritted her teeth and said, "It's okay. We didn't blackmail him. We just invited him for a drink. What could he say about us?" Huang Lili, clutching her handkerchief anxiously, said, "Auntie, didn't you see how Xia Yuanchao ran away? He definitely saw everything. And why did Captain Qin suddenly come and say those things?" Neither of them expected that Li Yufeng from next door had overheard their conversation that day. They had spoken quietly, lowering their voices on purpose. Who would have guessed someone was so bored that they eavesdropped from their window ledge? Huang Juhua comforted Huang Lili, "It's all just rumors. Just pretend nothing happened. Whatever needs to be done, do it. When Captain Xie sobers up, see how he talks to you. If he really doesn't want to be with you, forget it. I'll ask your uncle to introduce you to someone else. Huang Lili still felt a bit unwilling. She had a premonition that Xie Yuanchao wouldn't pay attention to her anymore. Just now, when Xie Yuanchao pushed her away as if she were some monster, the fear and dread in his eyes were real. At that moment, Qimai knocked on the door. Huang Juhua and the others smiled politely and asked if Xie Yuanchao was sober yet. Qimai didn't want to argue with a woman, so he directly asked, I'm here to find Qiu Jianshan. Please call him out. Only then did Huang Juhua remember her husband was still under the table. Qiu Jianshan was pulled out from under the table. After washing his face with cold water, he felt a bit more awake. He mumbled, Little Xie, am I too bossy with the drinks? Come on, keep drinking. Qimai radiated coldness outward, making Huang Juhua and Huang Lili dare not make a sound. Qiu Jianshan looked up, recognized Qimai, and grinned foolishly. Oh, little Qin, you're here too? Come on, let's drink together. Qimai grabbed his collar and dragged him out the door. Huang Juhua followed and asked, Captain Qin, where are you taking our Uncle Qiu? He's drinking at his own house, and it's not against the law. Qimai turned cold and said, It's not illegal, but I am his superior. I need to see him for something. Is that okay? Huang Juhua didn't dare say no. She could only watch as Qimai took Uncle Qiu back to his house. Huang Lili tugged at Huang Juhua's sleeve and asked timidly, Captain Qin won't hit my father-in-law, will he? Huang Juhua was worried too. Captain Qin seems gentle, but he's so violent. Look at him carrying your father-in-law. Does it look like he's carrying a little chick? Your father-in-law weighs around 150 or 160 pounds. If he really beats him up, I'm afraid he can't handle it. Huang Lili panicked. What should we do then? Huang Juhua also didn't know what to do. Qiu Jianshan was taken to Xie Wan's house. Qimai didn't hit him, but threw him to the ground, right at Xie Dahong's feet. Qiu Jianshan struggled all the way but couldn't break free. Now that Qimai had thrown him down, he got really angry and shouted, Captain Qin, what do you mean? When he looked up, he saw Xie Dahong sitting coldly in a chair, staring at him. Senior Xie? Why are you here? Qiu Jianshan was truly sober now. Xie Dahong sneered, I wouldn't come if I didn't want to see you plotting against my son. Qiu Jianshan was confused. Xie Dahong took out an anonymous letter written by Jiang Jianjun. He threw the letter in Qiu Jianshan's face and said, This is the anonymous letter I received last night. I heard you invited the North Korean aide to your house at noon today, and you forced him to drink? At this moment, Xie Aidao had already gone to pretend to sleep in Xie Wan's and Qimai's room. When his father told him to go inside and pretend to sleep, he didn't argue with Xie Dahong, but quietly went inside. It was so embarrassing for him to argue with Qiu Jianshan face-to-face that he felt awkward. Qiu Jianshan rubbed his eyes, stood up, and carefully read the letter, shouting in protest, Hu Di is spreading rumors. I only invited Commander Xie for a drink. Where's the dirty mind in that? Xie Dahong snorted coldly. If your wife hadn't discussed it with others, how would they know you invited Xie Aidao today? Wasn't it your wife who arranged it? Thinking about it, Qiu Jianshan realized it was true. Xie Dahong said coldly, You're my soldier. I know you're not that clever, but your family has schemed against mine. How do you explain this? Qiu Jianshan was so frightened he froze, trembling as he promised, Thank you, sir. Rest assured, I will go home and question my wife. If she really did it, I will divorce her. Although Xie Dahong knew he shouldn't pressure Qiu Jianshan to divorce, he was naturally cold-hearted and wanted to scare others into obedience. So, he silently agreed with Qiu Jianshan's words. Qiu Jianshan wanted to leave with that letter. Xie Dahong said, Keep the letter. The person who sent me the anonymous letter did so to help Xie Yuanchao. I can't let you use the letter to threaten or attack others. Hearing this, Li Yufeng, who was eavesdropping outside the window, was pleased again. Afraid that Qiu Jianshan might see her, she quickly ran home. On the corridor, she bumped into Huang Juhua. Because Li Yufeng was in a hurry and overweight, she accidentally pressed Huang Juhua down. Huang Juhua was there to observe how Qinmoy would deal with her husband. When she saw Li Yufeng eavesdropping at Xiaowan's door, she suddenly realized her plan was exposed. Perhaps Li Yufeng had overheard everything. Furious and anxious, Huang Juhua started scratching at Li Yufeng. "You gossiping woman, get off. You're hurting me." When Li Yufeng heard Huang Juhua call her a gossip, she got angry. She pressed Huang Juhua down and also grabbed her hair. "You wicked woman, trying to climb higher, but you should look in the mirror at that ugly face. Your Huang family isn't worthy of Commander Xia." Originally, Xia Dahong wanted to cover for Li Yufeng, but she started shouting loudly. Her mouth was uncontrollable. While fighting, she also revealed Huang Juhua's scheme against Xia Yuanchao, and everyone in the building could hear. Qiu Jianshan and Jiang Jianjun rushed out to pull their wives apart. After finally separating them, they each took their wives home and gave them a harsh beating. Xia Yuanchao, no longer pretending to sleep, secretly looked out the window at Xia Wan's house. Xia Dahong and Qin Moy stood silently behind him. When Xia Yuanchao turned around, he was startled. "What are you doing? It's lively, isn't it?" Qin Moy asked sarcastically. "I'm not here to watch the fun," Xia Dahong snorted. "You better watch carefully. If you marry a wife who's trouble, this is what you get." Xia Yuanchao shivered in fear and waved his hands repeatedly. "Forget it, forget it. I'd rather be a lifelong bachelor." Huang Lily saw her uncle angrily pulling her aunt back and was about to run away. Just as she went downstairs, she heard Xia Yuanchao shout from upstairs, "Comrade Huang Lily, wait a moment." Huang Lily was pleased. Maybe Xia Yuanchao was sober now. If he was coming after her, maybe things weren't as bad as she thought. She saw Xia Yuanchao run down the stairs and stand about a meter away from her, no longer approaching. Xia Yuanchao has never said harsh or heartless words to the girl's family, and he really finds it hard to speak such words now. When he looked back, he saw his father and brother-in-law standing by the corridor railing, glaring at him fiercely. Xia Yuanchao had no choice but to steel himself and say to Huang Lily, "Comrade Huang Lily, after some time together, I feel we are not suitable. We will no longer be in a romantic relationship."
Sorry.
Without waiting for her reply, he hurried upstairs. Huang Lily was angry and stomped her feet, but seeing Xia Dahong upstairs, she realized it was hopeless, so she ran away in tears. That night, Xia Wan received a call from Qin Mai in the emergency room, learning the full story. Qin Mai praised her, "Little Wan, you're really clever." This really relied on Li Yufeng. Xia Wan also complimented Qin Mai, "Hubby, you're amazing. If you hadn't shown kindness to Li Yufeng and Jiang Jianjun, they might not have written that letter." Qin Mai chuckled awkwardly. "Honestly, I didn't think that much at the time. Jiang Jianjun misunderstood me. But we're all comrades in arms. No need to hold grudges." Xia Wan asked, "Will it be difficult for you and Qiu Jianshan in the future, since he's still your subordinate?" Qin Mai said casually, "It's fine. Old Qiu isn't as petty as his wife. He beat Huang Juhua up and threatened her with divorce. I think his kid is pitiful, so I advised him. About Dad, you can talk to him." Xia Wan said indifferently, "Old man is making progress. At least he's learning to protect his family. He won't really do anything to Qiu Jianshan." Qin Mai looked a little worried and told her, "I think your brother might have some psychological shadow from this. Now he avoids even hens. When you come back, try to comfort him." Xia Wan really didn't want anything to go wrong with Xia Yuanchao, so she agreed to take leave this weekend to go back. But she didn't expect that when she arrived home, Xia Changel was also sent there by Su Bing. Xia Dahong was chatting with Xia Changel. Xia Changel was very boastful, bragging about how impressive he was in Gangcheng, how he was well-connected and influential. Xia Dahong could tell that most of what he said was exaggerated, but he didn't call him out. The two were technically cousins, but their age difference was too big. When Xia Wan entered the house, Xia Changel immediately changed his expression and almost ran to her, shouting, "Little niece, you have to save me." Xia Wan was puzzled. Was Xia Changel being persecuted? Xia Wan finally managed to calm Xia Changel down and talk properly. Through his exaggerated description, she learned that his biological grandmother had passed away peacefully a few days after seeing him. Xia Chengel also considered it a farewell for the old lady, making sure she left without regrets. With the help of local streets and civil affairs departments, Xia Chengel finished the funeral for the elderly and wanted to visit Xiawan. After returning to Xia family village, he planned to go back to Gangcheng. The Jiang family had few relatives, so Xia Chengel had no worries there. However, he didn't expect that the organization would treat him differently because he was a hero's descendant, arranging for him to study and work at a local factory. This was an opportunity others would dream of. Yet, Xia Chengel refused their kindness. He didn't want to settle down in the mainland. When he mentioned returning to Gangcheng, the problem became complicated. He was taken to a place for a week of closed training. Out of kindness, some wanted to reform his mind, which had been influenced by capitalism. Sensing something was wrong, Xia Chengel didn't resist and sincerely accepted the 7 days of training. He was naturally smart, but his poor grades before were because he wasn't focused on studying. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he memorized several editorials and recited quotes fluently, which led to his release. After working at the factory for a few days, he couldn't bear the hardship or get used to the life there, so he secretly went to find Su Bing, asking him to take him back to Nancheng. This time, with Su Bing's guarantee and the excuse of visiting relatives, he only took 2 days off. When he first saw Xia Dahong, he didn't dare speak, afraid he would be sent back to work or be forced into education again. Xiawan felt a headache after hearing Xia Chengel's story. She had worried from the start that this would happen. She had also told Xia Chengel about the situation in the mainland, warning that as a hero's descendant, he would attract attention and that returning to Gangcheng would be very difficult. Maybe he would have to wait another 2 or 3 years. After understanding the situation, Xia Sanjin supported Xia Chengel's return and even thought that his stubborn personality could be tempered in a strict environment, which was a good thing. 2 or 3 years wasn't much. Xia Sanjin believed that letting Xia Chengel stay in the mainland for a couple of years was better than him hanging out with gangs in Gangcheng. Xia Chengel was filial and only agreed to go back because Xia Sanjin persuaded him. His lively personality couldn't handle the strict rules here, and he almost caused trouble several times. Luckily, he was clever enough to read the situation, test boundaries dangerously, and always find a way to escape trouble. "Little niece, please help me. I want to go back to Gangcheng. I miss my dad." Xiawan understood Xia Chengel. She had also felt uncomfortable when she first arrived. It wasn't just about material shortages. The differences in ideas, thinking, and freedom were even greater. Besides, Xia Chengel was unfamiliar with the area and had no sense of security. She had no good solution now, only comforting him to adapt to the environment. "Little cousin, I can't help you go back to Gangcheng right now. As long as you don't cause trouble, your safety here is guaranteed. Do you know how proud it is to work in a factory here? Many young people are willing to pay a high price just to get a chance to work in a factory. When you take the time to understand this, you'll realize that although the mainland is poor, ordinary people's happiness is much greater than in Hong Kong City. Have you heard this saying?" Xia Chengel asked proudly. "What saying?" Xiawan replied, "Having a country and a home, one should not worry about being few or poor, but about being unequal or restless." Although Xia Chengel only has a middle school education, he learned classical Chinese in Hong Kong City. He had heard this phrase from the Analects. Xia Chengel pondered thoughtfully. He thought carefully. Although he is free in Hong Kong City, he has always lived at the bottom of society. On a small Kowloon peninsula, the gap between rich and poor is so huge that it's shocking. The suffering and struggles of the poor don't concern the wealthy. Poverty and despair breed anger, which is why he wanted to join a gang, relying on violence to get ahead. On the mainland, though he hasn't been here long, he rarely wants to give up himself. The people around him, no matter how poor their lives, have hope in their eyes, as if their faith will someday lead them to a happy, better life. Xia Chengel can also feel that his own anger is slowly fading. He sighed and said, "Little niece, I understand what you mean now. I just miss my father too much and worry about him. Xiaowan comforted him. Don't worry, your father should be fine. He also wants to return home. Think of it as helping him get ready. Once you adapt now, when he comes back in a couple of years, you'll be able to take better care of him. Xia Chang'e knew he couldn't go back to Hong Kong City, so he silently nodded, temporarily reassured by Xiaowan. The biggest advantage of Xia Chang'e is that his emotions come quickly and go just as fast. When Aunt Zhou prepared a table of delicious dishes and De Hong brought out a good bottle of wine, after a few drinks, Xia Chang'e was happy again. Seeing him carefree, Xiaowan secretly worried, afraid he might accidentally cause trouble. Lulan, also a member of the Xia family, listened to Xia Chang'e boasting about the prosperity and freedom of Hong Kong City, and she was a bit lost in thought. Xia Chang'e still acted like an elder in front of her, promising Lu family niece, when the time comes, Uncle will take you to Hong Kong City to have fun. It's not like here, full of old customs. You're such a beautiful girl. You could become a movie star. Recently, Lulan had been working at the dog farm and had recovered quite a bit mentally, but she was still a bit shy around strangers. However, since Xia Chang'e was a relative and naturally friendly with people, she wasn't afraid of him at all. She couldn't help but ask Uncle Chang'e, do you really think I can become a movie star if I go to Hong Kong City? Xia Chang'e didn't know that Xiaowan had already invested in a film and entertainment company in Gangcheng. He was full of wild, fanciful talk, bragging about how promising the actors trained there would be. Xiaowan noticed that both of them seemed quite interested in the entertainment industry, which made him think. Lulan was indeed very beautiful. Xia Chang'e was also handsome. Should I send both of them to Gangcheng and have Chen Ziqiang train them properly? That night, Xia Chang'e stayed at the Xia family home. Su Bing came to take him back and also visited his own family. The Su family was lively as usual. Su Zhenwei only had one son, Su Bing. When his son returned home, he naturally asked about his work and life in the Special Forces team over the past few days. Su Bing was willing to talk about everything except the matter in Gangcheng. He instinctively felt that his eldest son's activities there were best kept secret. Su's mother prepared a big meal for her son. Su Zhenwei took out a bottle of foreign wine that Xia Dahong had given him some time ago and said sarcastically, "Come, let's have a drink with your old dad today." This was brought back by old Xia's daughter from Gangcheng. She had a daughter. I had a son. I have to rely on old Xia's family to taste this good wine from Gangcheng. Su Bing clenched his teeth but said nothing. Then Su Zhenwei suddenly changed the subject and asked, I drank this wine 49 years ago in Shanghai. It's worth half a small yellow croaker. Tell me, what exactly did you do in Gangcheng? Little Wan, that kid, wouldn't have made any mistakes, right? Su Zhenwei used to be undercover in Shanghai, so he had better insight than Xia Dahong. He knew the value of that bottle of wine, but Xia Dahong didn't recognize it and only boasted about it. Zhenwei had already warned Xia Dahong not to show off that wine anymore. Xia Dahong appreciated him and gave him the bottle. Su Bing had to force himself to lie. This wine was given to us after we saved a rich person in Gangcheng. Of course, that wasn't exactly a lie. They had indeed rescued a person named Seng Biao under Xia Chang'e's orders, and Xiaowan had taken the opportunity to rob Seng Biao. Zhenwei knew his son wouldn't lie to him, so he relaxed. He reminded him, you might be traveling abroad often in the future, so don't get blinded by the glamorous world and lose your stance. Su Bing felt a bit scared. He wanted to tell his family about his 40,000 Hong Kong dollar savings, but now he could only keep quiet. If his parents found out he was now somewhat wealthy, with stocks worth 10,000 Hong Kong dollars in Chongjiang Industrial and shares in Xiaowan's company in Gangcheng, they would be shocked. That night, Su Bing, who had never had trouble sleeping before, was wide awake. He kept thinking, am I now considered part of the bourgeoisie? Am I already someone who should be under strict control? Su Wan and Qin Mai returned to their home to rest. Their small house was decorated very warmly. As soon as Su Wan got home, she collapsed onto the bed, waiting for Qin Mai to heat some water for her to take a bath. Qin Mai came back from outside, carrying 2 thermos bottles, and said, I already heated the water bottles this afternoon. These 2 were just given to me by Sister Zhang next door. You can wash now. I'll go out and heat more for her later. Suwon entered the bathroom, taking a hot bath, and thought about the things she talked about with Xiao Changla today. She really liked this era. Although neighbors sometimes had minor disputes, overall, people were more friendly than in later times. After the bath, Suwon dried her hair while watching Chin Mai busy around, feeling that her husband was much better than men in future generations. If it were in later times, she would worry about her husband cheating if she was away so often. So, freedom is relative. Excessive freedom might come at the cost of losing security. Mai, you go take a bath. I'll return the water bottles to Sister Xiaolan. Suwon took the 2 thermos bottles and went to Xiaolan's house. Xiaolan insisted on pulling Suwon inside to chat. Naturally, they talked about the recent incident involving Su Yuan Chao. Xiaolan said, Li Yufeng has been quite proud lately. She says if it weren't for her, your eldest brother would have been tricked. Huang Juhua was beaten up by Qiu Jianshan and has been feeling down. I heard Qiu Jianshan wants to divorce her. Little Su, we're all neighbors. I want to advise, Huang Juhua did something wrong, but it's not necessary to push her to divorce Qiu Jianshan, right? If they really divorce, it wouldn't be good for your family. Suwon listened to Xiaolan with a smile. Xiaolan had now officially become the building's group leader, and her words and thoughts carried a bit of leadership. Suwon said, Sister Xiaolan, don't worry. Neither my family nor my dad has any intention of forcing Qiu Jianshan to divorce Huang Juhua. I think Qiu Jianshan was just scaring Huang Juhua. Chin Mai also talked to Qiu Jianshan about this. Xiaolan finally relaxed. As they were talking, suddenly there was a commotion in the corridor, with someone shouting, something's wrong. Huang Juhua has taken pesticide. Both Suwon and Xiaolan were startled. Suwon immediately rushed out. She ran to Qiu Jianshan's house and saw him holding Huang Juhua's head on the ground, shaking her desperately and shouting, Spit it out. Spit it out. He even tried to grab her throat. Suwon hurried over. Recently, she had encountered a case of someone attempting suicide by pesticide in the emergency room and knew how to perform first aid. She quickly grabbed a chopstick from the table at Huang Juhua's house and said to Qiu Jianshan, Step aside, let me see. Qiu Jianshan seemed a bit anxious and said to Xiaowan, Xiao Xie, Chrysanthemum made a mistake, but she can't die. Xiaowan nodded at him. I'm a military doctor. I can save her. Only then did Qiu Jianshan step aside. Actually, Huang Juhua wasn't truly unconscious now. She was reluctant to let Xiaowan touch her, but she couldn't open her eyes in front of so many people. Xiaowan asked Qiu Jianshan, What did she drink? Qiu Jianshan took out a bottle of insecticide. How much did she drink? Qiu Jianshan hesitated. She finished it. Xiaowan was shocked. This was 200 milliliters of organic phosphorus pesticide, a highly toxic agricultural poison. It needed to be vomited out immediately and taken to the hospital. Otherwise, if too much was absorbed into the stomach, she couldn't be saved. In China, since 1958, insecticide like this has been widely produced and used for crop pest control. It is a potent organic phosphorus pesticide, very toxic, with rapid onset. With 200 milliliters, she would likely die on the way to the hospital. Xiaowan held her chin, opened her mouth, and inserted a chopstick, accurately pressing at the back of her tongue to induce vomiting. Huang Juhua immediately responded with vomiting. Xiaowan quickly pulled out the chopstick, worried it might hurt her. At this moment, Qin Muyue arrived and asked if she could help. Xiaowan said, Bring the silver needle set from my bedroom. Xiaowan had a set of silver needles, a family heirloom from Su Xingbai, which she usually liked to use. When she got married, Su Xingbai gave her another set, which she kept at home. Huang Juhua had already started vomiting. Zhang Xiaolan brought a basin over. She vomited a large amount of red bean porridge, but Xiaowan didn't smell any pesticide. She wondered, could it be fake medicine? Huang Juhua kept vomiting tears and mucus, emptying her stomach. Qin Muyue brought the silver needles. Xiaowan originally planned to use the needles to induce vomiting just in case the treatment was ineffective. Now it seemed Huang Juhua might not have drunk the pesticide at all. Xiaowan wondered whether she was pretending or if she bought fake pesticide. She deliberately said, "This insecticide can be deadly if drunk." Although she vomited, she drank too much, and some of it has been absorbed. Our military clinic definitely doesn't have the antidote for this poison. She needs to be taken to the city immediately. There's not enough time, and Huang Juhua might be paralyzed for the rest of her life. To delay the onset, I need to give her an injection to slow her blood flow, which could save her. However, this method has side effects. She might occasionally lose control of her bladder, and for the rest of her life. Commander Chiu, you decide, should we give her the injection or send her to the hospital right now? Upon hearing this, Chiu Jianshan thought that occasional incontinence was better than being paralyzed for life. He decisively said, "Dr. Xie, give her the injection." Huang Juhua, resentment level plus 999. Huang Juhua did not drink any poison. The bottle labeled poison was actually just an empty container filled with tap water. When Xiaowan wanted to give her an injection, Huang Juhua became anxious, fearing that after the injection she might often lose control of her bladder and... She was able to speak now, but after being poked in the throat with chopsticks and vomiting for a long time, her voice was hoarse. She said, "I won't get the injection. Let her go." Chiu Jianshan, who was somewhat chauvinistic, scolded, "If you don't get the injection, do you want to be paralyzed in bed for the rest of your life and have me take care of you?" Huang Juhua, I tell you, don't even think about it. He urged Xie Wan to give his wife the injection. After hearing Chiu Jianshan's words, Xie Wan also had a poor impression of him. If Huang Juhua hadn't pretended to drink poison, which could damage the reputation of the Xie family, and if she hadn't been worried about outsiders saying the Xie family was bullying her and nearly forcing her to death, Xie Wan wouldn't bother about it. She rolled her eyes, took the longest silver needle, and threatened Huang Juhua in front of everyone. "Huang Juhua, this was ordered by Captain Chiu to give you the injection. I want to clarify that whether you divorce or not has nothing to do with our family. If you want to die, I will save you, or you owe us. We won't hold it against you. Do whatever you want in the future." After saying this, Xiaowan stabbed the acupuncture point that causes pain. Huang Juhua screamed in pain and shouted, "You quack doctor, stop. I didn't drink poison, so I don't need an injection." When Huang Juhua shouted, everyone knew she was pretending to have drunk poison. Li Yufeng watched the scene from among the crowd. Her tongue couldn't be controlled, and she loudly shouted, "Huang Juhua, you really have no shame. Pretending to drink poison. How could you do such a wicked thing? If we thought you really did it, we'd think the old Xie family forced you to die to atone." At this moment, Xiaowan felt that Li Yufeng's gossip could sometimes be quite effective. She used this opportunity to repeat her earlier warning to Huang Juhua in front of everyone, directly to Chiu Jianshan. When Chiu Jianshan learned that Huang Juhua was pretending to drink poison, he was furious. "You good-for-nothing woman, always scheming and plotting. I'm an honest man, and you've ruined our family's reputation. I said I wanted to divorce you just to scare you. Commander Qin already told me that they wouldn't interfere in our marriage. I thought if you changed, we could live happily. But now I see your true nature is bad. Tomorrow we're going to divorce." This time, Huang Juhua was truly frightened. She staged this act partly because Chiu Jianshan had been threatening to divorce her lately. At home before, Chiu Jianshan was just a pushover, and she was the one who made most decisions. She secretly thought that Chiu Jianshan was just scaring her, but she didn't dare to gamble, afraid that if she really angered him, things would get worse. During this time, she had been acting submissively at home, holding in her anger. At noon, Chiu Jianshan drank alcohol and scolded her again. Huang Juhua felt frustrated and wanted to regain her status in the family. So she came up with the idea of pretending to drink poison. Chiu Jianshan was a rough man who didn't understand much. As long as he softened towards her, she planned to pretend she had vomited or buy fake poison to fool him. However, she didn't expect that today Xie Wan had returned. Xie Wan, who studied first aid, could easily tell if the poison was real or fake. She even deliberately designed a scenario to make her confess that she had only pretended to drink poison. Seeing Chiu Jianshan's current attitude, it was clear he wanted a divorce. Huang Juhua was completely panicked. She grabbed Xia Wan's leg and begged, "Xiao Xia, I was wrong. I shouldn't have set a trap for your brother. I shouldn't have pretended to drink poison. I'm just afraid Qiu Jianshan will divorce me. Please forgive me. As long as your family forgives me, Qiu Jianshan won't divorce me." Xia Wan rolled her eyes. Was she really blaming her? She was truly a stubborn little troublemaker. She snorted coldly and said, "Didn't you understand what I just said? My brother, my father, and I all hope you two can live happily together and grow old together. But if you're causing trouble in your marriage, that's your own problem, not ours." After speaking, Xia Wan kicked Huang Juhua away, took her silver needle, and pulled Qin Miyeshi home. The neighbors watching the scene, after criticizing Huang Juhua a few words, dispersed. Li Yufeng, excited after watching the commotion, hurried back home. As soon as she entered, she saw her son Xiaozhang lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. She was terrified and screamed. She picked up Xiaozhang and crazily rushed to Xia Wan's house. Holding her child with both hands, she could only kick the door with her foot. "Xiao Xia, save my son." Xia Wan had just returned home. Qin Miyeshi was pushed into the bathroom for a bath. Hearing the shouting and knocking at the door, she thought it was another disturbance and rubbed her temples in frustration, muttering, "These people are really restless. What are they up to now?" When she opened the door and saw Xiaozhang's condition, she was also startled. "Quick, lay him flat on the ground." There was no better place to put him in the main room, so Xia Wan told Li Yufeng to lay Xiaozhang on the floor. As she approached, she smelled a strong, pungent odor. Organophosphates? Did he drink insecticide? Li Yufeng shook her head desperately. "We don't have any pesticides at home." Xia Wan anxiously said, "I'll induce vomiting now. Go home and check if there are any pesticide bottles. Bring them here, so I can see how much he drank." Xia Wan used chopsticks to induce vomiting again, but Xiaozhang had already lost consciousness, and the effect was limited. Fortunately, her silver needle was within reach. Xia Wan quickly inserted needles into several acupoints on Xiaogang. Xiaogang began to react, ejecting some liquid. The smell was definitely like organophosphate. Qin Mai, who had just entered the bathroom, put on his clothes and came out to help. "Do you have baking soda?" "Clean ones, diluted with water, please." Qin Mai knew there was no baking soda at home. At this moment, many people had gathered at the door. Several military wives said, "I have baking soda for making dough. Can I use it?" Xia Wan replied, "Yes, use all of it." Each family contributed their baking soda. Xia Wan instructed Qin Mai to mix the baking soda water in the right ratio. After Xiaogang vomited once, Xia Wan fed him baking soda water. After each round of vomiting, she continued to induce vomiting and repeat the process multiple times, ensuring all the poison was expelled from Xiaogang's stomach. "Let's go to the city hospital. He needs an atropine injection," Qin Mai said as he picked up Xiaogang. The couple hurried outside. At that moment, Li Yufeng returned with a syrup bottle, which still contained more than half a bottle of unknown liquid. Xia Wan sniffed it carefully and confirmed it was organophosphate. Fortunately, the child didn't drink much. "I've already induced vomiting. Now, we must take him to the city hospital for emergency treatment," she said. Li Yufeng was overwhelmed with worry, and Xia Wan was her main support. The three ran downstairs. Qin Mai handed the child to Xia Wan and said, "You wait at the gate. I'll start the car." While waiting for Qin Mai, she secretly infused a little spiritual energy into Xiaogang to protect his vital organs. "Where is Xiaogang's father?"
she asked.
"Jiang Jianjun, that useless man, is never home when something happens to the kids. Xiao Xia, if you can save my child today, I, Li Yufeng, will serve you forever," Li Yufeng said. "Li's sister-in-law, you're overdoing it." Qin Mai parked the car in front of them. Xia Wan held the child in the back seat, and Li Yufeng sat in the front passenger seat. Qin Mai stepped on the accelerator fiercely, rushing Xiaogang to the city hospital. Previously, sure you had worked there. Xia Wan was very familiar with the hospital's layout. She headed straight to the emergency department. The city hospital always had many patients, and even at night, the emergency department was busy. Patient, Xiaogang, 6 years old, approximately 30 milliliters of organophosphate ingested about 40 minutes ago, no prior medical history. Vomited half an hour ago. Current symptoms include pinpoint pupils, difficulty breathing, involuntary drooling, heavy sweating, muscle twitching, confusion, and weak pulse, Xiaowan explained professionally to the nurse on duty. The nurse was surprised, as this was her first time hearing a family member describe a patient's condition so professionally. The nurse hurriedly said, "The doctor on duty is currently rescuing a patient with a heart attack. I will immediately notify the second-line doctor to come and help. Please wait a moment." Xiaowan asked, "How long will it take for the second-line doctor to arrive?" The on-duty nurse looked worried and said it will take about 10 more minutes. Xiaowan understood that the second-line doctor probably lived in the hospital dormitory. Back then, it wasn't as convenient as it is now. There were no mobile phones, so nurses might have to send someone to call the doctor. Going back and forth would take quite a bit of time. At this moment, Xiaogang's convulsions worsened. Even though his heart was protected by spiritual energy, Xiaowan was still worried that the child might suffer a heart failure at any moment. She couldn't wait any longer and directly told the nurse, "I am a doctor at the Military Medical University Hospital. Please cooperate with my emergency treatment now. Take me to the emergency room and prepare gastric lavage equipment immediately. Also, prepare atropine, scopolamine, an ECG monitor, and a defibrillator." Xiaowan carried her military ID, and when the nurse saw she was a military doctor, she didn't hesitate and took Xiaowan into the emergency room. After Qin Mai placed Xiaogang on the emergency bed, Xiaowan instructed the nurse in the emergency room, clear nasal and secretions, and prepare for oxygen therapy. Poisoning from organophosphates causes acetylcholine to accumulate, requiring anticholinergic treatment. Otherwise, central nervous system symptoms may appear. Another nurse prepared the ECG monitor. Xiaowan saw that Xiaogang's heart rate was very low, and his blood oxygen saturation and blood pressure were dropping. Prepare atropine. Because it was hard to determine the remaining pesticide concentration in Xiaogang's body, she had to give small doses of atropine multiple times. But the first injection had to be full enough, otherwise, it could cause enzyme aging and affect subsequent treatment. This required experience. Fortunately, Xiaowan had participated in the rescue of a patient who had taken pesticides the night before. During her return to the hall, she carefully asked Zhou Aimin about various techniques for using atropine for detoxification. Xiaogang's current symptoms indicated severe poisoning, likely because Li Yufeng discovered that Xiaogang had already been drinking dichlorvos for some time. Based on Zhou Aimin's experience, Xiaowan clenched her teeth and gave Xiaogang a 15 mg intramuscular injection of atropine. At the same time, gastric lavage began. Every step made her nervous. If she hadn't been worried about the long wait causing irreversible damage to the child, she wouldn't have rashly performed the rescue without supervision. Li Yufeng and Qin Mai were both asked to leave the emergency room. Li Yufeng cried as she peeked through the door, afraid her crying would disturb Xiaowan's rescue of her son. No matter how flamboyant Li Yufeng usually was, at this moment she was just a worried mother. Her genuine pain and fear touched Qin Mai so deeply that he couldn't help but comfort her, saying, "Sisterly, don't worry. Xiaowan will definitely save Xiaogang." At this moment, a nurse's excited voice came from inside. "The heart rate is rising, the pulse is faster, the blood oxygen saturation is increasing, we've saved him." Li Yufeng's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably. Just then, a middle-aged male doctor hurried in. He stepped past Li Yufeng and rushed into the emergency room, loudly asking, "How is the patient now?" Xiaowan reported Xiaogang's condition and the treatments she had already used to the doctor. The male doctor asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The nurse on duty nearby introduced Xiaowan. The doctor didn't say anything further, took over the treatment, and didn't ask Xiaowan to leave. She watched from the side. The doctor kept adjusting the dose of atropine based on Xiaogang's symptoms and continued injecting. Too much atropine can cause poisoning, but too little won't fully detoxify, leaving pesticide residues in the body that could still harm the patient. So, emergency treatment for organophosphorus pesticide poisoning involves repeated doses, careful testing, and strategic responses. This requires a lot of practical experience. Siawon knew she couldn't assume she could handle everything perfectly. Her quick intervention was just to buy time until the hospital doctors arrived. Afterward, she was just an observer. Suddenly, Xiaogang started convulsing again. This time, it was a reaction to atropine, indicating the dose was sufficient. Atropine 1 milligram. Siawon silently recorded the entire rescue process. Half an hour later, the doctor announced that Xiaogang's vital signs had returned to normal. He had been detoxified, but he needed to stay in the hospital for observation. Xiaogang was taken to the ward, and the child woke up. Qinmai helped with the admission procedures. Li Yufeng was eager to ask Xiaogang, "Why are you so stupid? Don't you know pesticides are poisonous? Why did you drink it?" Xiaogang was only 6 years old, usually a lively child, but now he lay on the bed looking half dead, which was heartbreaking.
Mom, I didn't know it was pesticide, he said.
The bottle that held the pesticide was left at Siawon's house and was not brought back. Siawon's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but ask Xiaogang, tell Auntie Xia, where did you find that syrup bottle? Xiaogang was a little afraid of Siawon and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Li Yufeng stopped crying and asked angrily, if you don't tell the truth, when your dad comes back, I'll make him use a belt to punish you. Xiaogang shivered in fear and stammered, I saw it this afternoon, hidden outside Aunt Huang's door in her shelf. I thought it was the same syrup you gave me when I had a cold last time. It's sweet and tastes good. When you went to Aunt Huang's house earlier, I saw the bottle again, so I took it home and secretly tasted a little. It didn't taste good at all. Li Yufeng was furious and wanted to rush home to find Huang Jiawa and fight her. How could she put something that could be deadly into a syrup bottle? Isn't she trying to kill my son on purpose? Siawon also frowned. Currently, supplies are scarce, and even military families are not well off. The children are naturally greedy and lack sugar, so they treat the cough syrup as a treasure. A young patient from the affiliated hospital came because he was craving the sugar-coated medicine, and he stole a whole bottle of medicine with the sugar coating. When the parents discovered this, they took the child to the hospital to have his stomach washed. Huang Chrysanthemum placed the bottle of pesticide-laced syrup outside the house on the shoe rack, which was very dangerous. At this moment, the doctor entered the ward to talk to Li Yufeng about the patient's condition. Li Yufeng thanked the doctor, but he said, fortunately, you washed the child's stomach before coming to the hospital. And you started rescue efforts before I arrived. That's why the child was saved. Li Yufeng realized that if it weren't for Siawon today, her child might have truly been lost. She was honest and sincere, and with a thud, she knelt down in front of Siawon. Xiao Xia, you saved my son, which is like saving my life. I used to spread rumors behind your back, but from now on, I will work like a beast to repay your kindness. Siawon quickly helped Li Yufeng up and comforted her, saying, Sister Li, you're overdoing it. Even if it's a child I don't know, I would still save him. Plus, Mai and Xiaojing's father are comrades in arms, and we are neighbors. Don't worry about this. How could Li Yufeng not keep the gratitude of saving her child in her heart? Now, if Siawon told her to go east, she wouldn't go west. Even if she had to cut a pound of flesh from her body to give back to Siawon, she wouldn't hesitate. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a fortune card falling in her mind. In friendship with neighbors, turn conflict into harmony, reward with a kindness card. Siawon was pleased. She already had 3 cards, harmony, dedication, and kindness. To gather all 5 blessings and exchange for the surprise in the space, she only needed the patriotism card and prosperity card. Li Yufeng wanted to stay in the hospital to care for her child. She gave the house keys to Siawon and Qinmai. Qinmai promised to bring some lunchboxes and towels when he returned home. Siawon also borrowed 50 yuan and some food tickets for Li Yufeng, worried that she and her son might have no money or food in the hospital. Li Yufeng was even more grateful. Now, in her heart, she thought Siawon and her husband were the best people in the world. Xiaojing still needed to stay in the hospital for 2 more days before being discharged. Qin Mai and Xiaowan returned home. Xiaowan used the keys to open Li Yufeng's door, helped her tidy up, and asked Qin Mai to hurry back and bring some more things for her. The neighbors in the apartment building followed behind, asking questions. When they heard the child was rescued, everyone sighed in relief. Someone said, Li Yufeng is so careless to leave pesticide at home. Kids love to put everything in their mouths. If Xiao Xia hadn't been here today, something terrible might have happened. Xiaowan listened and turned to look for Huang Juhua among the crowd. However, Huang Juhua did not appear. She probably was still arguing with Qiu Jianshan and his wife. Xiaowan thought it was better for Li Yufeng to settle things with Huang Juhua herself. She was tired of getting involved. Xiaowan said nothing, closed the door of Li Yufeng's house, and went back to her own home. The large bottle of DDT still remained in her house. After carefully hiding the bottle, Xiaowan lay on her bed reading a book. More than an hour later, Qin Mai returned, now close to dawn. Today had been a busy day, and the couple had no mood for intimacy. Xiaowan took Qin Mai into the space, and they trained all night. Usually, Qin Mai trained with the energy-boosting pills Xiaowan provided. He always felt that these pills were not as easy to make as she claimed, and he rarely used them. When they were together, Qin Mai also liked to train in the space. After practicing the mental techniques in the space, he felt much stronger than before. Now, when a few young men from the team attacked him, they were no match. Because Qin Mai was so skilled, even though he was young, most people in the team respected him. Soldiers are naturally respected for strength. Even Jiang Jianjun initially had some opinions about Qin Mai, but secretly, he felt he couldn't compare to him. Xiaowan tried to bring Qin Mai into the reversal hall but found it impossible. Only she could enter with her soul and body. Others could only enter with their spiritual forms. She was reluctant to use the soul-summoning banner on Qin Mai. Seeing the many calves in the pasture, Qin Mai smiled and said, "Even if we do nothing but sell cattle, we might become the richest people in Nanjing." Xiaowan pouted. She hadn't told Qin Mai how much money she had made in Gangcheng. She was afraid it would scare him. It was good that Qin Mai couldn't enter the reversal hall, so he wouldn't see the pile of Hong Kong dollars inside. With Qin Mai's awareness, he might demand her to hand over everything again. Xiaowan wasn't entirely reluctant. She didn't know how to explain the source of these funds to the organization. Maybe after a few years of reform and opening up, she could use the company's name in Gangcheng to invest openly in national development. The next morning after breakfast, Wan took Xia Changel from the Xia family. She had promised Xia Changel last night to take him around Nancheng. Seeing Lu Lan had nothing to do, she also brought her along. The three of them took a bus into the city. Wan carried a large bag filled with herbs prepared by Xiao Zhi's second son in the space. Xia Changel was quite perceptive and helped carry the bag. They first went to Chuanfu Hall. Wan handed the herbs to Su Huiran, asking him to help sell them. If she could use some herself, she kept those. Su Huiran was surprised and asked Xiaowan, "Where did you get so many herbs? I estimate this bag is worth at least 400 or 500 yuan. Xiaowan naturally didn't say she grew them herself. She said, "I know some villagers who dig for herbs in the mountains. They sent these to me." Su Huiran picked up some red snow lotus and asked, "This is Tibetan medicine, but we don't grow it here." Xiaowan rolled her eyes and said, "My brother brought back some raw herbs from southern Tibet. Some with roots, so I gave some to those villagers to plant. When they mature, they send them back to me." Su Huiran scratched his head and asked, "Can we grow red snow lotus here, given our climate?" Luckily, now everyone is busy with shady deals, so Su Huiran didn't ask for the addresses of those herbal farmers. Otherwise, Xiaowan wouldn't know how to explain. While talking to Xiaowan, Su Huiran kept glancing at Lu Lan. Lu Lan looked a bit uneasy. Su Huiran had previously pursued her, but she refused. It wasn't that she didn't like Su Huiran, she just had personal psychological issues and wasn't ready for a relationship. Xia Changel was very outgoing. He quickly noticed the unusual atmosphere between Su Huiran and Lu Lan. He put his arm around Su Huiran's shoulder and pulled him aside to whisper. Su Huiran respected Xie Changel, an elder of the Xie family. Xie Changel whispered, "You want to pursue my niece? I think you're a good guy. I can teach you a few tricks." Su Huiran didn't understand what pursue meant, but after Xie Changel explained, he understood and was very grateful. Soon, they became close friends. Xie Wan saw no one was nearby and said to Lu Lan Lan Fan, "My senior brother is actually a pretty good person. He's working hard for you now. He's focused on turning his family's traditional medicine formula into a real product. His future is bright. And he genuinely likes you. I think you should give him a chance." Lu Lan lowered her head without speaking. Later, in the backyard, Xie Changel was teaching Su Huiran various dating tips he had read in entertainment magazines from Port City. Su Huiran looked confused. Xie Wan then handed over Xie Changel and Lu Lan to Su Huiran, telling him to take them out to play, while she stayed behind to watch the shop and help with patients if needed. At first, Lu Lan was reluctant to go, but after Xie Changel persuaded her, she agreed. Not long after they left, someone carried a man in, shouting, "Is Dr. Su here? Dr. Su, help." Su Xingbai was not in today. He had been called away for a consultation at a hospital in the provincial capital. Su Xingbai was quite well known in Sichuan province. If it weren't for sports, he probably wouldn't be stuck in a small traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Xie Wan came out from behind the counter and took a closer look. The man being carried and was covered in blood and unconscious. Xie Wan recognized him. He was Chun Chuan, the man who sold her the first antique lotus throne statue of the Heavenly King on the black market. Chun Chuan had epilepsy, and Xie Wan had once rescued him on the street. To thank her, he later gave her an antique bottle. Xie Wan did not want to take advantage of Chun Chuan, so she secretly went to his house and brought him 100 jin of grain coupons. Chun Chuan's epilepsy, after a long period of treatment by Su Xingbai, has now improved. However, his current appearance, covered in blood and dirt, is unclear in cause. Chun Chuan's wife has already divorced him, and those present are his neighbors. One neighbor said, "Old Chun was beaten by someone. Before he lost consciousness, he asked us to take him to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic because he trusted Dr. Su." Xie Wan sighed, thinking that with such a serious head injury, it would be better to have him treated with Western medicine stitches. But since he was already brought here, she could only quickly stop the bleeding for Chun Chuan. In Xie Wan's space, there was a first aid kit. She asked everyone to help lift Chun Chuan onto the small room where Su Xingbai usually gave acupuncture to patients, and she shooed others outside the curtain. She took out the first aid kit, cleaned Chun Chuan's wounds, and stitched them up. To prevent intracranial bleeding, she also performed acupuncture on him again. After finishing, Chun Chuan woke up. "Little Dr. Xie?" "Yes, Teacher Chun, who hit you on the head. When I was cleaning the wound, I found pieces of red brick. Someone used a brick to hit you." Xie Wan knew that Chun Chuan was a former teacher at Nancheng High School who was labeled as a capitalist roader after sports and was sent to sweep the streets. His family used to be wealthy, which is why they kept antique Buddha statues. Now, life is hard, and his wife and children have left him. Although she didn't know him well, Xie Wan felt Chun Chuan was grateful and noble in character. She couldn't understand what hatred or grievance would lead someone to smash his head with a brick. Chun Chuan looked desolate, with a deathly expression, trying to get out of bed but fainting from blood loss and dizziness. "Teacher Chun, don't move. Lie down and rest." Seeing that Chun Chuan didn't want to talk, Xie Wan didn't ask further and let him rest. "Little Dr. Xie, thank you. I'll rest for a bit and leave. I'll bring the treatment fee to you tomorrow." Xie Wan knew Chun Chuan was in a very difficult situation and shook her head, saying no need. "I didn't use any medicine from the shop, and I'm not the shop's doctor. We're friends now, and this is just a small help. No need for payment." When Chun Chuan last found the 100 jin of grain coupons slip through his door, he guessed it was from Xie Wan. He sighed gratefully, saying, "Little Dr. Xie, you're a good person." Unfortunately, good people don't always get good rewards. Xie Wan understood that there was more to his words. "Teacher Chun, since we're friends, if you encounter difficulties or someone bullies you, you can tell me. I may not be able to help, but at least I will know." If the same thing happens again, I will know how to prevent it, right? Chun Chuan naturally understood that Xiaowan's words were a pretext, but her real concern was about how he was hurt. He was afraid to tell Xiaowan because she was young and impulsive, and he worried it might cause trouble for her. Still, he refused to speak. Xiaowan had to make an excuse about looking after the shop and told him to rest first. Then she went outside. The people who had just delivered something for Chun were 4 in total. 2 of them couldn't wait and had already left. The remaining 2 looked like a young man and an old man, seeming like father and son. Is Teacher Chun okay? He's fine now, just bleeding a lot. I told him to rest inside, they replied. Hearing that Chun was okay, they wanted to go inside to see him, but Xiaowan stopped them and quietly said, "Please come outside with me. I have a few questions to ask you." Because they appreciated that Xiaowan had helped Chun, they followed her outside the Chunfu Hall. "2 of you, I'm friends with Teacher Chun. Can you tell me how he got hurt like this?" The old man hesitated, not wanting to speak. The young man quickly said, "It was beaten by Tian Chunmiao's husband." Xiaowan felt the name Tian Chunmiao sounded familiar. She asked around and realized she knew her. She was the person who had made things difficult for her when she first entered Nanching High School, working in the political department. Later, Xiaowan found out that Tian Chunmiao's hostility was because she was friends with Shi Yun. Xiaowan believed Tian Chunmiao's character was not bad enough to hurt Chun, but she wondered how her husband was involved. Why did Tian Chunmiao's husband hit Teacher Chun? The young man shook his head. "We're not sure about that. Our family lives next door to Teacher Chun. Today, we heard things falling and shouting from next door. When we went to check, we saw Tian Chunmiao's husband coming out of Teacher Chun's house. When we went inside, we found Teacher Chun lying in a pool of blood." Hearing this, Xiaowan realized it was a break-in. She regretted not calling the police earlier. She smiled and said to them, "Go ahead and check on Teacher Chun. If you're busy, I'll take him home later." They went inside to say goodbye to Chun. Chun wanted to leave with them, but Xiaowan stopped him, saying, "Teacher Chun, wait a moment. If you go out now and feel dizzy again, what will you do? Also, your epilepsy might relapse if your head is hit hard. I need to keep observing you." Reluctantly, Chun stayed behind. After they left, Xiaowan asked him, "Teacher Chun, I just found out you were attacked during a break-in. I'll help you report it to the police now. You have witnesses, and the scene at your home should still be intact. I can also provide a medical report for your injuries. The police will take care of it." Chun was anxious and said quickly, "Xia, don't report it. If you do, I won't be able to live here anymore." Fearing she might really call the police, Chun decided not to hide the truth anymore and explained everything. Tian Chunmiao's husband is Wu Liqin. He's the deputy director of our local police station. Xiaowan listened and became even angrier. Since he works at the police station, how can he misuse private punishment and break into your house to hit you? Did you offend him? Chun Chuan said, "I don't know how I offended him. I have a grudge with Tian Chunmiao, but I've already been hurt badly by her. What else could she be dissatisfied with? And she even called her husband to beat me." Xiaowan was confused. "You don't know why he hit you?" Chun Chuan explained. "He rushed in and told me to return his belongings, or he would kill me. His family stole many of my things, and now they're coming back to ask for more. He picked up a brick I used to prop up the table and smashed my head with it. He also said that if I dared to call the police, he would kill me." Xiaowan found this suspicious and asked, "Chen Laosher, did you take anything from him?" Chun Chuan shrugged. "I'm a teacher. How could I take his things?" According to Chun Chuan, his conflict with Wu Liquan's family was because Tian Chunmiao had bullied him at school, written false reports about him, and later had him accused in a struggle session. They also raided his home. This happened 4 years ago. Chun Chuan's character didn't seem like someone who would casually steal from others. Xiaowan asked further, "Chen Laosher, think carefully. Have you recently found anything that might belong to Wu Liquan?" Chun Chuan was stunned and suddenly realized, "Oh, that lighter must be his. Don't I go out every morning to sweep the yard? The day before yesterday morning, I found a lighter. But I found it somewhere else, not near Wu Liquan's place." Xiaowan frowned. Was it really necessary to beat someone over a lighter? And since Chun Chuan didn't find it near Wu Liquan's house, maybe it wasn't even related. When Su Huiran returned with Xia Chang'e and Lu Lan, Xia Wan told Xia Chang'e and Lu Lan to wait at the shop while she first took Qin Chuan home. When they arrived at Qin Chuan's house, she saw dried bloodstains on the ground, which deepened her suspicion. She believed that a normal police officer wouldn't beat someone so badly just to find a piece of property. Chen Laosher, can you find that lighter and let me see it? Chen Chuan took a lighter from under his bed and handed it to Xia Wan. She took the lighter and looked at the brand, and she was surprised. She recognized this brand. Even in later times, Zippo lighters were famous. They were iconic items for American soldiers during World War II. Of course, some people in China also owned them, usually soldiers who had fought in the Korean War and had confiscated them from enemies. If such a prized item was lost, people might panic, but they wouldn't resort to violence. As a special agent, Xia Wan instinctively examined the lighter carefully. When she saw that it was opened and contained a tiny roll of microfilm inside, she was shocked. Xia Wan has used a pocket-sized camera and is familiar with microfilm. Such items are usually found with special agents or spies. Xia Wan isn't sure which category Wu Lijin belongs to. She warns Chen Chuan not to reveal this matter for now, especially the incident of finding the lighter, which should be kept secret from everyone. When Chen Chuan sees Xia Wan open the lighter and take out a small roll of film, he realizes something is wrong. Dr. Xiao Xia, I understand the importance. I won't tell anyone. I won't say a word. After leaving some medicine for injuries and blood replenishment at Qin Chuan's house, Xia Wan returns to the Chinese medicine clinic and happens to meet Qin Mai arriving to pick them up. Quietly, Xia Wan pulls Qin Mai aside and shares her recent discovery. As a veteran special agent, Qin Mai has much experience with such matters. He says, I have a way to see what's inside this roll of film. If it contains secrets, it might be related to spies. Xia Wan asks if Wu Lijin is a spy and has lost such an important item, he would definitely become alert. Do you think he might run away? Qin Mai nods. That possibility can't be ruled out. After discussing, they decide that Xia Chang'e and Lu Lan will return to the Xia family first. The two will stay behind to investigate further. After Lu Lan and Xia Chang'e leave, Qin Mai drives to the photo studio, uses his military ID to buy chemicals and photo paper, then visits a glasses shop to buy a magnifying glass. He then parks the car in a quiet place. Inside a secluded space, Qin Mai transforms a room into a dark room. He carefully washes the film with chemicals. Using a flashlight, he can faintly see the contents, which resemble documents. Because the microfilm is very small, a magnifying glass is needed to clearly read the text and images. Neither of them understands the language on the film, but they can clearly see one photo. It shows the Hongqing military factory near Nanjing. Xia Wan doesn't know how important this factory is, but Qin Mai, who was previously in charge of the Nanjing area for the special team, knows that his main duty was to protect this factory. Last year, a key production line at the factory was moved to the mountains of western Sichuan, reducing its secrecy level and no longer requiring special agents to guard it. Regardless of whether the materials were created by Director Wu, since he is a suspect, he must be investigated. Xiao Wan, we need to notify Chu Jiangnan and follow proper procedures to make an arrest. Before that, we must keep a close watch on him. Xia Wan thinks for a moment and says, the phone outside isn't secure. You go back to the military and help me call Chu Jiangnan. I will keep an eye on Wu Lijin. Qin Mai agrees, thinking this is a better plan. He says, I'm very familiar with that factory. After I make the call, I'll go investigate there. I'll also call Su Bing to come and assist you. Xia Wan initially thought there was no need, but then considered that Wu Lijin might be a spy and wondered if he had accomplices. During the arrest, having an extra person would be better. Xia Wan had already checked Wu Lijin's home with Qin Chuan. Because she was delayed by some time washing the film, she left the space. It was already dark outside. Qin Mai first took her near Wu Lijin's house. They split up to search separately. Wu Lijin's home was in the teacher's dormitory of Nancheng High School. Xia Wan first released Xiaoji. For some reason, this mouse had been feeling weak lately, walking with difficulty and panting. She even wondered if its life was about to end. From her understanding, mice usually live only 1 to 3 years. Xiao Ji, when she found him, was already a half-year-old adult mouse. He had been with her for over a year now, so he was probably over 2 years old. Among mice, that was quite old. But Xiao Ji had taken a special tonic and had been living in a space full of spiritual energy, so her lifespan should have been extended. Luckily, Xiaowan was a former veterinarian. Although she hadn't studied how to treat mice, she had some knowledge of treating guinea pigs. After Xiao Ji received the tonic, he looked more like a guinea pig. When Xiaowan checked him, she suspiciously found that he was actually suffering from kidney deficiency. This made her very angry. You too, your son is 9 years old now. Can't you behave a bit? Xiao Ji, feeling guilty, dared not argue, afraid that Xiaowan would complain to Fei Guifei. Xiaowan never thought her mouse would go out to forage. After all, Xiao Ji had been in the space for a long time and considered himself noble. She thought he looked down on outside female mice. Xiao Ji, tonight is an important task. Can you do it? If not, I'll let our eldest out to work. Xiao Ji hurriedly replied, Boss, of course I'll do it. That kid doesn't have the experience, and if something goes wrong, how can I explain? Recently, he was also worried. He hadn't been doing much outside, but suddenly, his body felt weak. The most obvious sign was that his was splitting into 2 streams. This scared Xiao Ji. He had been staying quietly in the space for several days and was too afraid to go out and mess around. He also had to keep this secret from Xiaowan, fearing she would dislike him. After all, their boss was a female mouse. Seeing Qin Mai's clumsy look, Xiao Ji knew that if Xiaowan found out about his romantic adventures outside, she might kick him out. Xiaowan gave Xiao Ji his task. Xiao Ji looked around, patted his chest, and said, Boss, don't worry. When you were studying at Nanching High School, I got familiar with this area. I know all the mice here, and can quickly find out the news. He also released Lao Wu, considering him a bodyguard, then slipped into the mouse hole in the teacher's dormitory area. Xiaowan stood below Wu Liqin's house, looking up. This is a 3-story apartment building with dozens of families living inside. However, many rooms have their lights off. According to Chen's story, this is because many teachers from the school have been transferred away and haven't returned yet. Xiaowan waited outside for about 10 minutes, and Xiao Ji ran back to report that Wu Liqin was not at home. Xiaowan checked her watch. It was already 8:30 p.m. At this time, the police station should have already closed. Xiaowan was a bit worried that Wu Liqin might have run away, so she told Xiao Ji to stay and watch here while she went to look for him at his workplace. When she arrived at Huangjijing police station, she went straight inside, pretending to ask for directions. The duty officer was a young policeman who kindly explained how to get to Nanching High School teacher's dormitory after Xiaowan asked about it. Miss, you're not local. Can I see your introduction letter? Xiaowan didn't have an introduction letter, nor did she carry one. Instead, she showed her military officer ID. After looking at her ID, the young policeman stood up and saluted her. Xiaowan's ID indicated she was a student at the Military Medical University, so it didn't reveal she was a special operations team member. Of course, it listed her rank. She currently holds the rank of first lieutenant, so the young policeman saluted her out of respect. Comrade Xia, are you here to visit someone at Nanching High School teacher's dormitory? Xiaowan replied, a colleague of mine, a graduate of Nanching High School, asked me to come here to visit her teacher. His last name is Tian. The young policeman seemed a bit excited and asked, could it be teacher Tian Chunmiao? She's the wife of our director Wu. It's a pity, since Director Wu has finished work, you could just go home with him. Xiaowan's heart skipped a beat. Finished work? No one was at home, and the station was empty. Could he have run away? Xiaowan used some indirect questions to confirm that Wu Liqin was not at his workplace and hadn't gone out on duty. She had no choice but to return to the teacher's dormitory building. Maybe the mice there knew where Wu Liqin usually went besides work. Xiaowan whistled, and Xiao Ji happily scampered out from the shadows. Boss, I checked. The mice here say Wu Liqin's wife often argues with him. Wu Liqin frequently doesn't come home at night. I also got the nearby mice to help gather information, and I finally found out that he has a mistress. Xiaowan praised Xiao Ji, who proudly lifted his tail. After Xiao Ji finished sharing the mistress's address, Xiaowan was stunned. She remembered Chen's story about finding the lighter nearby. It seemed the lighter was really lost by Wu Liqin. No wonder Wu Liqin was so anxious, he almost hurt Chen over it. A tall, slender figure was walking toward the dormitory. Xiaowan recognized him as Su Bing. "Boss, Chingo asked me to come and meet you. He has already reported the situation to Team Chu, who said that this matter is now entirely your responsibility. Don't be afraid to offend others in different departments. If something goes wrong, he will take responsibility. After all, Wu Liqin is part of the police system, and although there is a microfilm reel, it can't prove that the reel belongs to Wu Liqin. Arresting someone without proof might upset the police system." With Team Chu's words, Xiaowan no longer worries. However, she is now quite sure that the lighter belongs to Wu Liqin. If it is his, that's good. Once she finds the person, she has ways to make him confess. "Su Bing, Wu Liqin is not at home or at the police station. I need to go somewhere to find someone. You stay here. If he comes back, arrest him immediately." Su Bing didn't oppose but asked if the place she was going was dangerous. Xiaowan shook her head. She wasn't in danger, but others might be. While Su Bing wasn't paying attention, Xiaowan secretly withdrew the children and her space. Xiaowan arrived at Wu Liqin's lover's house. The location was close to Su Xingbai's home. This area used to be inhabited by wealthy people from the southern city during the old days. Most buildings were courtyard houses. She found the courtyard and jumped onto the roof. With her ghostly step, she could walk on the tiles silently. Many of these courtyard houses were divided among civilians after liberation, with several families sharing one yard. She wasn't sure which room Wu Liqin's lover was in. Luckily, it wasn't too late. Many houses still had lights on. By lifting the roof tiles, she could see inside. She checked each house until she reached a room in the southwest corner. When she heard a woman's voice inside, she found it familiar. Peering inside from the roof, she was surprised. How can it be her? Isn't she crazy? How did she get involved with Wu Liqin? She saw a burly man sitting at a square table, eating and drinking. Behind him, on the wall, hung a police uniform on a hook. The woman's voice came again. "Old Wu, you promised to help my daughter return to the city. How is that going? Does this man's surname mean he is Wu Liqin? Could he be Wu Liqin?" The man looked unhappy, with a stern face, and said, "Why don't you go ask your ex-husband? Hurry up. I promised to help, and I will. I've been busy lately. Once I finish my current work, I'll think of a way." The woman seemed afraid to offend Wu Liqin. "Old Wu, why are you angry? I just want to ask what's wrong. I lost my job, and if you don't help me, what can I do?" Wu Liqin sneered. "You, the wife of a senior officer, being pushed around and pretending to be crazy. What does that have to do with me? It's all because your son caused trouble. I was blind to trust you." The woman looked upset and asked coldly, "Did you approach me because of Xiedahong?" Wu Liqin snapped harshly. "Do you think you are a fairy? If it weren't for your ex-husband being a military officer, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to flirt with you. I was blinded by something. I thought that even after the divorce, since you had a son with someone else, Xiedahong would still show some kindness to you. But it turns out that guy is even colder than me, kicking you out without a second thought." On the roof, Xiaowan felt a chill down her spine. She never expected that Wu Liqin's mistress would be her former stepmother, Shiyun. Shiyun used to seem very proper, so how could she become a mistress? Also, from what they said, Shiyun was acting crazy in the military arts troupe, but it was just an act? Wu Liqin had been flirting with Shiyun even before Xiedahong and Shiyun divorced. Wasn't Shiyun and Wu Liqin's wife, Tian Chunyao, good friends? If they got close before the divorce, wouldn't Xiedahong be wearing a green hat? Xiaowan silently lit a candle for her father. From Wu Liqin's tone, it seemed his goal in flirting with Shiyun was Xiedahong. If Wu Liqin was a spy, then if Xiedahong hadn't divorced Shiyun, Wouldn't that be dangerous? Xie Dahong was the deputy commander of the 2nd Division. If enemies caught him, the consequences would be terrible. Xiaowan held back her urge to jump down and listened to their small talk for over 20 minutes. Wu Liqin finished his drink, stood up, took his police uniform from the wall, and prepared to leave. Shiyun asked anxiously, "Are you staying overnight here?" Wu Liqin reached and grabbed her chest, then pulled away to leave. "No, I'm feeling very anxious tonight, so I'd better go home," he said. After that, Wu Liqin left Shiyun's house. Xiaowan followed behind him and saw that he was heading toward the teacher's dormitory at Nancheng High School. She wasn't in a hurry to act. She had Su Bing waiting nearby, and it would be easier to let him handle it. But Wu Liqin didn't go to his own building. Instead, he turned toward Chen Chuan's house. Xiaowan quietly followed Wu Liqin to Chen Chuan's door, saw him take out a wire, and pry open the door. Why was he going to Chen Chuan's house? Chen Chuan was injured and had already fallen asleep. The house was dark. Maybe because of blood loss, Chen Chuan was sleeping very deeply. Wu Liqin entered quietly, without waking him. After closing the door behind him, he remembered the layout of Chen Chuan's house. In the dark, he reached the bed and, from somewhere, pulled out a dagger, stabbing toward the person on the bed.
Clang.
The dagger fell to the ground. Chen Chuan woke up suddenly. He felt 2 people standing by his bed. He was so scared he crawled into the bed and was about to shout for help when he heard a familiar voice say, "Teacher Chen, don't be afraid. It's me, Xiaowan. Please turn on the light. I've already caught the culprit."